The Skeleton Crew, or Wildfire Ned. Part 1. London. Newsagents Publishing Company, 147 Fleet Street. Chapter 1. The merry party at the Black Bull, the strange horseman and rambling Bob. The incidents of this strange and exciting story occurred more than 100 years ago. It was in the month of December, and all the country was covered with snow to the depth of more than a foot. The moon shone brightly over the pure white landscape, and, as far as the eye could range, naught was to be seen but leafless trees, which bowed and shook in a stiff northwest breeze. And their melancholy flutterings seemed to be like gentle moans and sighings at the white death-like pall which covered nature far and wide. The pretty and picturesque village of Darlington was near the sea, and not more than 50 or 60 miles from London, and was situated in a pleasant valley on the main road, through which mail coaches were wont to pass both night and day. The inhabitants had been long abed, for the chimes of the village church had told the solemn hour of midnight, and not a light could be seen anywhere save at the Black Bull. For on that memorable night, some few of the villagers were celebrating the Christmas holidays at the comfortable inn with a merry country dance among themselves. The sounds of fiddles and a flute, and the skipping of feet, could be heard both in the parlors and taproom. Merry laughter and boisterous jollity resounded on all sides, and the light-hearted shouts of both men and maidens were caught up and echoed by the passing breeze. The night, though clear and bright, was bitter, bitter cold, and every door and window of the Black Bull was firmly closed, and many fires were crackling within. On a bench outside the tavern, and in part concealed by the deep shadows of its old, overhanging thatch-covered eaves, sat a powerful-looking youth with stick and bundle. He sat there listening to the music inside, and more than once heaved a deep sigh. It was almost impossible to see his features, but what little could be discerned showed that he was a handsome-looking and powerfully built rustic youth of about 18 years of age. He seemed desirous of remaining concealed in the deep shadows of the house, for he crouched close under the shadow of the overhanging roof. If anyone had been close enough to observe him, they would have perceived that this country-looking youth not only frequently sighed, but that more than once he hastily, and in an angry manner, dashed away from his eye a stray telltale teardrop that trickled down his sunburnt cheek. He listened to the merriment within, and more than once a faint, sickly smile lit up his handsome features. The noise of loud laughter continued within, but all at once a laborer's voice was heard, who shouted out in stentorian tones, "Come, lads and lasses, I'll give ye all a toast. Fill up your glasses to the brim and do justice to it. Here, here." "What is it, Mr. Chairman?" said one and another. "Let's have it, Hodge." "Well," said Hodge, rising in his chair, glass in hand, whose shadow the young stranger could see reflected on the parlor blind. "Well, lads and lasses all, here's long life and good luck to our good, kind old master, Farmer Bertram. His health with 3 times 3. The toast was responded to with a boisterous 3 times 3, which shook the glasses on the table till they jingled and made the windows tremble again. The young man, when he heard this toast proposed, rose from his seat and, picking up his bundle and stick, walked hastily away with downcast head. He had not gone far along the beaten snow track in the middle of the road ere he turned his head, and saw the figure of a single horseman approaching at a hard gallop. The horseman rode a splendid coal-black mare, which seemed to fly over the ground with wonderful grace and ease. The rider, himself, was elegantly dressed, and muffled up to the chin in a stylish greatcoat, while his 3-cornered hat was drawn over his eyes, and shaded his features so much that no one could scarce see his face distinctly. When he approached the Black Bull, he stopped for a minute, as if undecided whether he would dismount or not. After a time, however, he put spurs to his horse once more, and soon overtook the youth with his stick and bundle, who was slowly and thoughtfully walking along. "Bitter cold night, friend," said the horseman, checking his steed into a slow walk. "Yes, it is," was the sullen answer of the youth. "Why are you not at the Black Bull tonight?" said the rider, with a hoarse laugh. "Some of the lads seem to be enjoying themselves there in fine style." What made you leave so early? Wasn't there at all, if you must know. Not invited, I suppose. No, nor didn't want to be. Why not? Are you not fond of singing and dancing? Yes, as much as anyone, but still I wouldn't go there tonight for any money. Why not? Because they're keeping up Farmer Bertram's birthday. Oh, indeed, said the strange, young-looking horseman. You don't like Farmer Bertram then, I suppose? Yes, I do. But he hates me, though, I do believe, said the youth with a sigh. He discharged you from the farm, I suppose. What was it for? Getting drunk or poaching? Neither. I wasn't discharged at all. I left on my own account. If I wanted to work about these parts, I could get plenty to do from Sir Richard Warbeck, at Darlington Hall, that white house yonder on the hill, among that cluster of old oak trees. You know Sir Richard Warbeck, then? Aye, and have done this many a year. His adopted sons, too, Charlie, as is now in London, and WILDFIRE Ned, as we call the brave lad, as lives up the hall. I know 'em both well. You seem to know all about the people living around Darlington, I perceive. I do. Who should know 'em better than me? Who are you, then, my friend? Said the horseman with a quick glance. They call me Rambling Bob, but Bob Bertram is my real name. Bob Bertram, said the stranger with a glittering eye. What, the only son of Farmer Bertram of Four Ash Farm? Right, sir. Do you know him? Me? Bless the man, no, said the horseman. I don't know anyone hereabouts. I am on my way to a neighboring village on urgent business. More's the pity, then, said Bob. You might travel a long way afore you'd find a nicer or kinder old gentleman than Sir Richard Warbeck, at Darlington Hall. So I've heard, and he's very rich also, I am told. There's no mistake about that, sir. He's a magistrate in the city of London, and is director of one of the best banks there. He adopted 2 orphan boys and brought 'em up as his own sons. One's in the London bank, but young WILDFIRE Ned, as we call him, won't do nothing but go to sea. If they only mind themselves, they are sure to fall into all Sir Richard's money. If they don't, though, and should go astray, they will have the door slammed in their face, as I had today. You! By your father, Farmer Bertram. Yes, and all because some time ago I picked up with a poor village lass as I loved as dearly as I love my life, and promised for to marry. And did your father turn you out of house and home on that account? He didn't turn me out exactly, said Bob. I left, and went to sea for a few months. I was wrecked on the coast here a week back, without money or anything cept what I stand up in, and these leggings were given me this very day by Sir Richard's gamekeeper, as knows me, so I should go up to the farm and see the old man decent-like. And what did Farmer Bertram say to you? Why, 'cause I had made up my mind to marry the lass I loved best, and father the child sleeping at her breast, he slammed the door in my face, and refused to give me a shilling. That's rather hard for a father to do, said the horseman with a cunning glance. And what do you intend to do with yourself tonight? You can't sleep in the open air, it would freeze you alive. Why don't you try to get a situation of some kind? That's what I want to do, but my clothes are so shabby I don't like to call on anyone I knows. I shall creep into the old man's house and sleep there tonight somehow when all is quiet. But for an hour or 2 I shall stay in yonder old barn beside the road. Oh, it's a very hard case, said the stranger, particularly when you are the only son and the old man is rich. Ha, stranger, but better times are coming, I hope. I'm glad you think so. Well, good night. Here's a piece of silver to help you along, said the horseman, offering money to the seedy and needy farmer's son. No, thank you, said Rambling Bob with a look of offended pride. I'm not come to begging yet. I am strong enough to work for my daily bread without charity from strangers. What, so poor and refuse money? Ha, ha, quite a stoic, I perceive. Well, Mr. Bertram, if you will not take money, I've another offer to make. I have taken a fancy to that heavy, knobby stick you carry. Will you sell it? I don't mind that, said Bob. A bargain was soon concluded, the bludgeon changed hands for a guinea, and the stranger went his way. That pleasant-speaking young horseman, muffled up to the eyes, was a deep, designing villain. He knew well all about Farmer Bertram's affairs, and his sons also. Had Rambling Bob only known him at the moment, and fathomed his deep, dark designs, he would have been spared much misery in after life, and others also. But of this young stranger we shall quickly hear more. Let us follow him. He rode direct to see Farmer Bertram at 4 Ash Farm. As he approached the old farmhouse, standing some distance from the road, he stepped under a cluster of trees. In a very mysterious manner, he pulled out of his belt a pair of pistols and examined them. "They are all right," he said, with a bitter smile. "It is best to be prepared. I may want to use them." Having done this, he rode up a lane and in a few moments stood rapping at the farmhouse door with his riding whip. "House ho!" he shouted, in a hoarse and unnatural voice. In a second the door was opened by an aged woman. The horseman dismounted and entered the house. As he did so, the watch dogs began to howl in a most horrible and hideous manner. The stranger heard it. His face turned to an ashy paleness as he thought, "That dismal howling, I have been told, is always looked upon by superstitious country people as an omen of death." It was an omen of death. Chapter 2. Farmer Bertram receives a visit from Bolton's treachery. Farmer Bertram was in bed when the stranger entered, having had a fall from his horse while hunting. The horseman said his business was of such pressing importance that he must see the farmer at once. Bertram recognized the name and directed his old servant to admit the stranger to his chamber at once. "From Mr. Regil, I believe," said the farmer. "Are you his son? Excuse me not rising to receive you, but I am unwell. I intended to go to London in a day or two and settle with Mr. Regil at once, for I have collected all my rents and sold my crops to advantage, so that I have got a good bit of ready money by me, much more than will pay off the last installment of the mortgage he holds against me." "Let me see," said the farmer, opening a writing desk near his bedside. "Let me see, here are the receipts. Yes, one signed for £300, a second for £200, and a third for £1,000, and now I owe him £2,000 more. What a striking likeness there is between you and Mr. Regil, though now I come to look at you in a clear light, I would have sworn that you were his son." "Indeed," laughed the young stranger in an uneasy manner. "You have detected a likeness. Most people say the same, but I am not his son and, what is more, no relation either. You have heard of young Bolton, Mr. Regil's traveling and collecting clerk. Well, I am he. And is Regil in such a hurry for his money that he has sent you to collect it? Why, he expressly told me to use my own time and call myself with it whenever I liked. I'm sure I have always been punctual with him." "I do not come for the money by any means," said Bolton. "Mr. Regil would not so insult you as to distrust your well-known honesty. Because, if even you did call for the money, I should not have given it to you," said the old man, smiling. £2,000 can't be trusted in everybody's hands, you know, and although you may be, as you say, Mr. Bolton, Regil's traveling and collecting clerk, I am not to know that. I have never seen you before, as I know of." "True," said the stranger, smiling blandly. "I commend your prudence, Farmer Bertram, but the truth is, I was traveling to Portsmouth on business for Mr. Regil and stopped to bait my horse at the Black Bull, and found some of your laborers enjoying themselves. Yes, I gave them a treat tonight as it's my birthday. I would have gone among them myself, only I felt very much upset by the wild behavior of my only son Robert." "Exactly, and it's about him that I have come so far out of my way in order to inform you of him and to warn you." "Warn me," said the farmer, suddenly changing color and with looks of distrust at the stranger's uneasiness of voice and manner. "You have had a quarrel with him today and slammed the door in his face." "I did. Who told you?" the old man asked. "No one but him and I were present." "I overheard him say as much to another in a whispered conversation." "Indeed?" "Yes. He knows that you have a large sum of money in the house and is determined to rob you of it, and then run off with the slut he calls his sweetheart." "Rob me? His own father? It is as true as gospel. That I am correct is plain, or how could I have learned so much of his and your affairs unless I overheard him? Mr. Bolton, I'm sure you are right, and very kind to come here and warn me." "Oh, no thanks. It is a duty we owe one to another as men and Christians," said Bolton with a very pious air. I was well armed myself, and though I am much pressed for time, I thought I would call and see you. Forewarned is forearmed. True, sir, true, and what would you have me do? Do. That depends. Have you any servants about you that you can arm? Not one, save an old woman I keep as housekeeper, more out of charity than anything else. All the rest are at the Black Bull having a dance and supper. I see, said Bolton, biting his lip. Well, you don't want your son's guilt exposed before the whole village, do you? No. True, sir, true. He is my son, and, with all his faults, I don't want to heap more shame on his head and mine. Then I'll tell you what to do. What? Send your old servant down to the 2 village constables with a private message, telling them all about the intended robbery. They will then come up and remain with you all night, and all will be well. But the village is 2 miles or more by the road, and the old servant would take an hour or 2 to go and return. Bob might come in the meantime, find me all alone, and rob me of every penny I have in the world. But he doesn't know where you keep it, surely, said Bolton with a dry, cunning smile. Yes, he does. He knows I always keep my gold in that chest yonder by the window, but no one, save my friend Regil, has any idea where I keep my banknotes, said the farmer with a sickly smile. The stranger did. He had heard Mr. Regil speak of it as a capital joke that Farmer Bertram always concealed his banknotes in the inner lining of his boots, but of this he said not a word. Ah, it's a sad case, said Bolton. I am very sorry I cannot remain with you until the constables come, but business of pressing importance calls me away. Betty, the old servant, was instantly summoned and toddled off to the village in all haste, much amazed at the message she had to tell to the constables. Despite all the old farmer's entreaties, Mr. Bolton would not stay, but left at the same moment old Betsy did. Both of them went down the lane together. When they reached the high road, Bolton said to the servant, If the constables should ask who gave this information, you know my name, old woman. No, I don't, kind gentleman, was the croaking reply. You do not think I am Bob Bertram, then? Said the stranger. That I cannot say, answered the old woman. For you keep your hat so far over your face. Well, tell them one Mr. Smith of Portsmouth called and told Farmer Bertram all about it. I will, kind gentleman. Make haste. Good night. Betsy went towards the village, and Bolton turned his horse's head in a contrary direction and galloped away. He had not gone more than a quarter of a mile when a bend in the road hid him from Betsy's view. Instead of riding onward, however, he spurred his horse and leaped hedge after hedge until he returned to the farm again in less than 10 minutes. He tied his horse to a tree in the orchard and quietly approached the back door of the farmhouse again. All was darkness, save a ray of light which issued from the farmer's chamber. Not a sound was heard except the mournful sighing of keen December night winds among the leafless trees. Now and then, 'tis true, watch dogs shook their chains and howled most dolefully and dismally, in tones unnatural, ominous, and death-like. Silently and softly did Bolton approach the house. He is alone, he thought, and too weak to leave his chamber. Now is my time while all are away. His treasure must be mine. He tried the back door. It was locked. It was not locked when I left, the villain thought. He tried it again. The door chain rattled. A window above was suddenly and violently slammed to, as if by the wind. This startled Bolton. He crawled round to the parlor window. It was open. He got in and pulled off his boots. He softly opened the door and found himself in the large, dark entrance hall. The slow and solemn ticking of the old hall clock seemed to strike his heart with pangs of remorse and horror. He held his breath, and cold sweat oozed from his brow. He could distinctly hear the loud pulsation and wild, excited beatings of his own vile heart as there he stood with wild eyes peering up the broad, dark staircase. All is still, he said, and prepared to ascend to the sick man's room. Each step was taken cautiously and with cat-like softness, but the stairs were old and creaked with a warning sound. He had reached the first landing and stood in a dark recess to recover his breath. Onward he went. He could see the light streaming through the keyhole of the old man's bedroom. There remained now but one more flight of stairs. The first step he took was arrested by an ominous click, which sounded like the cocking of a gun. Bolton's eyes now glared like two burning coals in the darkness around him. His hand upon the banister trembled, and a cold sweat flowed from every pore. A sense of deadly horror seized him, but he knew not why. He felt as if some unnatural and hideous being was watching him and dogging his noiseless footsteps. What could it be? He knew not. Some dreadful fear compelled him to crouch down low upon the landing from sheer exhaustion. Bang, bang. Suddenly burst out upon his astonished ears and awoke loud echoes in the old farmhouse. A double-barreled gun had been discharged at him, loaded with buckshot, and by someone concealed at the head of the stairs. A loud groan followed the flashes and report. Chapter 3. The murder of Farmer Bertram, the legless body, sudden appearance of the skeleton crew. Black-hearted scoundrel, said a voice not far off. Black-hearted scoundrel. I knew by the wicked twinkle of his eye that he meant me ill. Cunning as he was, I have outwitted him. He is dead. He came here to rob and murder me. I will go and get a light and view the body. Heaven knows I did it in self-defense. What could an old man like I do with such a villain as that lying dead on the stairs if he had once got into my chamber and found me in bed? Oh. Bolton, you lie a cold and bloody helpless carcase now, and you deserved it. The story of my son was a cruel trick, but you have paid dearly for it. I will go and get a light. I saw him in the orchard and watched him. So saying, the old man walked across the landing into a chamber near his own where the lamp was. At that instant Bolton rose quickly and bolt upright. He was untouched. The shot had in both instances missed him, for he had lain flat on the staircase. He had groaned, it is true. But this was in order to deceive old Bertram. In a second he ascended the stairs, looked to his pistols, and, with Bob's bludgeon in hand, stood beside the farmer's chamber door. He peeped in. Bertram stood with his back towards the door, trimming a lamp. Bolton creeped up behind him. In a moment the heavy bludgeon was raised and descended with frightful force on the old man's head. A fearful crash it was. In a second afterwards Farmer Bertram lay groaning on the floor. Murderer! My footsteps shall follow you wherever you go. When least you expect me, I will appear to you. On land or sea, in your gay moments, in your sad moments, when alone or when surrounded by friends. Sleeping or waking, I, Bertram, your murdered victim, will stand by your side in the most horrid form and follow you wherever you go. While thus cursing, Bertram rose and, in his death grasp, took hold of Bolton's throat. But Bolton, with a loud shriek, dashed the murdered man from him and hurried into the next chamber to search for his gold. He found several bags of money in an old oak chest. The sight of the glittering coin ravished his eyes, dancing as they were with fiendish triumph. "'Tis well," said Bolton. "The old man is richer than I thought. Now for the notes. He has them concealed in the lining of his boots." Emptying the gold into his many large, capacious pockets, he unsheathed his dirk. "I will cut his boots open and secure the notes," said he. Lantern in hand, he re-entered the room where the lifeless body lay. His eyes almost darted from their sockets at the sight he then saw. Each hair on his head stood on end. He trembled in every limb. His very marrow was frozen at the awful spectacle before him. The body was legless. Each leg had been disjointed just above the knee. The limbs were gone. How could this happen? Mused the guilty man, trembling from head to foot. Just at that moment, he heard loud laughter outside in the garden, laughter not like that of men, but of demons. He rushed to the window and saw below the hideous forms of a dozen skeleton men, dancing and shouting in wild delight. "Some of the skeleton crew?" he gasped, placing his hands before his face to shut out the horrid sight. On the instant they vanished in the darkness, with loud shouts of mockery like things of air. Almost struck dumb with astonishment, he stood there, as if transfixed to the spot. A gust of wind blew out his lamp. In the dreadful darkness, he heard the heavy footfalls of a man descending the stairs with slow and solemn step, while a voice, exactly like Farmer Bertram's, was heard repeating in sepulchral tones in the hall below. My footsteps shall follow you, Philip Regil, forever. Philip Regil, gasped the murderer. That is my name. Oh God, it is the farmer's voice, and yet he is here, lifeless and legless. Hark, what steps are those I hear? Who could have limbed him thus? While Bolton, or Philip Regil, as the spirit voice now properly called him, stood trembling thus, the ghostly voice said loudly again, Philip Regil, beware. My footsteps shall follow you forever. Dropping the blood-stained bludgeon beside the body, Philip Regil rushed from the room, dashed downstairs, opened the back door, and ran towards the orchard. He mounted his horse and was about to start off at a furious gallop when he gave a sharp, horror-stricken shout at something he saw. The gory legs of the farmer stood bolt upright in the snow beside him. Philip Regil, I follow you. The murderer plunged spurs into his steed and dashed from the spot with the swiftness of the wind. He perceived Bob Bertram at some distance, who was approaching his father's house. It was as much as he could do to control his feelings, but he said to Bob, I have soon returned, you see. Yes, ye haven't been long. No, and I have been so successful that I wish to be generous to all I meet tonight, and, if you are not too proud, I'll begin with you. How so, sir? Said Bob. You complained when last we spoke that you wanted good clothes in order to make a respectable appearance. I did. What of that? Why, I am a rich man and you poor. I'll exchange clothes with you and give you a purse full of money to start you afresh in life. What say you? I have taken a particular fancy to you and like you. I have not any objections, said Bob, much amused at the horseman's strange freak. But where can we change? Oh, this old barn will do, but we must be quick, said the stranger, dismounting. Bob soon exchanged clothes with the horseman, but he couldn't help but remark that his companion had a very large amount of gold coin about him. The stranger told him he had been out collecting for a very large London firm. There, said Philip, surveying Bob. Those clothes will make a man of you. Mine alter your looks very much, said Bob, laughing. Never mind that, my boy. I can afford to play such queer pranks, for I am rich. It will take my father quite by surprise to see me dressed in this manner. And so it will mine when I go again. Why not go tonight? Come, cheer up, put this purse in your pocket and have a pull at my brandy flask. It will cheer you up. Go to him at once. He can't be always angry with you. The stranger's words were so kind and encouraging that, after he had galloped off, Bob determined to go boldly to his father's house and demand a lodging for the night. The stranger's brandy had aroused him and made him feel rather flattered with his altered and gentlemanly appearance. Thinking thus, he walked across the fields towards 4 Ash Farm, but as he approached the dwelling, he felt a sense of deep depression from some unknown cause. A feeling of chilliness and fear took possession of him. He walked boldly up to the back door, however, and found it wide open. Instead of the dogs joyfully yelping when he approached them, they rushed at him to the full length of their chains, howling most dismally. He entered the house. All was unearthly quiet. I will not disturb anyone, thought the prodigal son, but creep into the parlor and sleep on the sofa until morning. This he did on tiptoe, for fear of being heard, and was soon fast asleep. In less than half an hour Betty returned, and with her 2 village constables. They went upstairs to the farmer's bedroom, conducted by old Betty. She knocked at her master's bedroom door 3 times. There was no answer. No light was burning. She opened the door and peeped in. No one was there. She next looked into Master Robert's old bedroom. Next moment she screamed aloud and fell staggering to the floor. Murdered. Murdered, she cried. The 2 officers went in and turned deadly pale as they beheld the lifeless body lying ghastly and gory before them. Murdered! Murdered! Screamed the servant again and again in piercing tones. The dreadful sounds aroused Robert. He leaped from the sofa and rushed upstairs. Oh, here is Mr. Bolton, kind good gentleman. Oh, tell us who did this, said Betty, weeping. It is not Mr. Bolton, said one of the officers. It is Bob Bertram. What means this? Gasped Bob, pushing by the officers into his own old bedroom. What means all this screaming when my father lies sick in bed? It means murder, Bob, said one of the men. What? Murder? "Yes, and you did it," said the other, "if I'm not much mistaken. Me." "Aye, you, Bob. Look at your fine clothes stained with blood." And so they were. They had been wiped, but the stains were there upon them still. "Oh, heavens, have mercy on me," said Bob, turning white as a sheet, and fell into an armchair, stricken to the heart with surprise and sorrow. "We did not think you would do such a horrid thing as this is, Bob," said the officers. "But we were warned of your threats, and your coming here to rob your father, and came to prevent it." "Me? Rob my father? Come here to murder? Warned of it beforehand?" gasped Bob, with staring eyes. "What means this? Is it all a terrible, horrible dream, or what?" "No, it is an awful reality, and we must take you in custody on the charge of murder." In an instant, the two officers handcuffed him. He did not utter a word or move a muscle. He was pale, and looked wildly about him as if in a dream. Poor Nance. He sighed, thinking of his pretty persecuted sweetheart and intended wife. "Poor Nance, this news will break thy young heart." Bob hung his head. The constables were sorrowful and silent. Betty looked like a crazy woman as she sat on the floor, sobbing. Not a word was spoken. All was still. The silence was at last broken by the slow, measured tread of someone coming upstairs. The footsteps crossed the landing. All turned anxiously towards the door, judge of their looks and shouts of fright and horror. The bodiless legs walked slowly into the room. Chapter 4. Sir Richard Warbeck and Wildfire Ned, the one-legged sailor's narrative. Darlington Hall, the country residence of Sir Richard Warbeck, was an immense old building, high, strongly built, containing many galleries, vaults, and mysterious ins and outs, with numerous towers, effigies of men in armor on landings, corridors, and rooms. The old baronial edifice covered with ivy for the most part, and stood in a spacious, well-wooded park, not many miles from the sea. The knight, from some unknown cause, though immensely wealthy, had never married, but consoled himself with adopting two friendless orphan youths, Charles and Edward, or Wildfire Ned, who, in his honor, took the name of Warbeck. Charles, the elder of the two, was in London. Wildfire Ned, as he had been christened by the country people on account of his mad freaks, loved to live at the Hall, so that he might have ample opportunities for indulging in shooting, fishing, hunting, swimming, and particularly sailing in a small bay nearby. A sport of which he was so passionately fond that Old Salts always called him Ned, the sailor boy. His adopted uncle loved Ned, perhaps more so than Charles, for he was a handsome, brave, and adventurous youth of about 15 years old, the lady's pet, and the envy of all young men for miles around. The old knight had long tried to curb his roving and seafaring propensities, but all to no purpose. On the cold December night on which the story opens, the night after old Bertram's murder, the knight sat by a huge log fire in his library, reading. Ned was poring over some favorite tale of the sea, and sighing for a chance to distinguish himself against the many bloodthirsty pirates and buccaneers that then infested the neighboring seas. "Oh, isn't that jolly?" said Ned, striking the table with his fist. "Oh, I wish I had been there." "Where?" said the knight, looking up in surprise. "Why, in the ship I'm reading about. Didn't they give the pirates and smugglers something, that's all. Why, uncle, a small English sloop of war with 6 guns fought a whole fleet of buccaneers. Wasn't that jolly, eh?" Still thinking of the sea, eh, Ned? "Yes, uncle, for both he and Charles always so called him, and why not? Our sailors are the bravest and finest fellows in the world. Wouldn't I like to be a middy in the King's Navy, that's all. I'd lay my life I should be an admiral before I was 20. Sir Richard did not reply, but walked to the window thoughtfully and looked out upon the cold, snow-covered landscape, and as the wind sighed mournfully down the chimney, he tapped Ned affectionately on the head, as he said, "Ah, my lad, your brother Charles will make the best man of the two yet. See, he is not much older than you are, and yet he stands well in the East Indian house, and will be a rich man one of these days if he's industrious and behaves himself." "Perhaps so," said Ned, biting his lip. "But I never did like pen and ink and figures. That sort of work is too slow for me." "I know it. You would rather go hunting and boating, but, believe me, there are more hardships at sea than boys like you ever dreamed of, Ned. I shouldn't mind 'em, and danger, too. That's just what I should like, said curly-headed Ned, laughing. I wouldn't give a dump for an English boy without he liked adventures and danger and could well beat any foreigner he came across. While he spoke, the lodge bell rang. Who is that? Asked the knight of a footman who entered. Tim, the groom boy, sir, as he rode home, picked up a poor one-legged sailor, for he was afraid, he said, to pass the gibbets on the wild heath alone. Who, the sailor or Tim? The groom, sir. I thought it wasn't the sailor, said Ned. An English sailor without legs at all is more than a match for any foreigner with two, and as to being afraid to pass the gibbets, ha! Ha! British tars ain't afraid of men dangling in chains. Silence, Ned. What of this poor sailor? Tim said, sir, as how Master Edward were fond of sailors. So I am. Tim was right. He brought him to the hall to pass the night. Good boy, Tim, said Ned. I owe him a shilling for that. Won't we pump all the yarns out of him before he goes tomorrow, that's all. Where is this cripple, then? Tim is stuffing him in the kitchen, sir. Well, when he has done eating, show him up here. Stir up the fire, put more logs on, that will do. And now, Edward, since you are so fond of reading trash about the sea, we will hear what this poor cripple has got to say. I have no doubt when you hear his story of real life, it will help to cure you of your wild and foolish notions about the Navy. If you want to go to sea for a time, take a trip in a merchant ship. That is not like the King's Navy. No more than a militiaman at home is like one of the Royal Guard who has fought against the French, uncle. If you wish to take a trip, my old friend Regil has half a dozen ships and will be glad to oblige me. I don't like the name of Regil or his ships either, said Ned with a scornful curl of his lip. What is that you say, sir? I can't help it, uncle. I don't like any of the Regils. As to Philip, I hate him. Remember, Edward, they are relations of mine, which you are not. I know it, uncle, said Ned with a sigh. Charlie and I depend upon you for everything. We are poor, friendless orphans. And perhaps may remain friendless and moneyless, too, if you do not do my bidding, young sir. Remember that. I know it, uncle, but I hope to gain my own living ere many months have passed over my head. But whether I am rich or poor, I shall hate Phil Regil all the same. Why, sir? He is a rank coward. I despise him. Coward. Despise him. What mean you? Do you know he may one day inherit my fortune? I do. I don't hate him for that, but he is a coward and a cunning knave into the bargain. He is much older than I am, but I could thrash the very life out of him in 10 minutes if he'd only stand up like a man. I have told him that more than once, uncle, and have shoved my fist in his face often and often. He is a sly thief and a liar, uncle, said WILDFIRE Ned, getting red and very passionate. Tim and I know what he has done before now. Charlie and he are very thick, I hear, in London, but if brother took my advice, he would shun Phil Regil like a snake in the grass. If he don't come to the gallows in time, why then, he must have more lives than a cat, that's all. The knight was astounded at this, but while he stood staring at Ned, the door opened, and in walked the footman and Tim the boy groom, leading in the one-legged sailor. Timothy, the groom, or Tiny Tim, as he was called on account of his small stature, looked pale and frightened. His staring eyes and hair standing on end told plainly that he had been frightened by something or somebody on the road from Portsmouth. What's the matter, Tim? Ned asked, laughing. Why, you look as if you had seen a dozen ghosts on the road. So I have, Master Edward, more than a dozen ghosts, lad, asked the knight, laughing. Did you bring the letters safe? Yes, sir, answered Tim. Here they are, sir, but I had to ride for my dear life like the devil. What does the lad mean? The knight asked. Surely he is not crazy. Sit down and compose yourself. Well, sir, said Tim. Directly I got the letters, I started back home again. But as I was trotting along, I saw a man on horseback waiting for me. He looked like a highway robber, so I turns my horse down another road to get out of his way. Well, what then? I hadn't gone far, sir, and was just passing the Red Man's Gibbet, as they calls it, at the crossroads, when the wind began to howl and cry like so many living voices. You were not afraid of all that, I hope." "No, sir, but the vultures were flying about the gibbet, and their eyes sparkled in the moonlight like so many coals of fire. Well, I didn't care much about that, but when I got fairly under the gibbet and was about to pass by, I looked up, and I saw the red man's eyes glaring on me, and he seemed to shake himself, for his chains rattled awfully." "Nonsense. He has been dead this many a year. It was all fancy, Tim," said WILDFIRE Ned, chuckling. "No, it wasn't, sir. All due respect to you, sir. He was alive." "Alive? Aye, gentlemen, alive. I could swear it as sure as I live. You were timorous, that is all, and fancied so." "No, Sir Richard, I never was so brave in all my life, although I felt my blood run cold. It spoke to me." "Spoke to you?" "Yes, sir." "What did it say?" "Halt," it shouted, and on the instant my horse stopped and would not budge an inch. "Halt," it said in awful tones, glaring down on me with its fiery eyes. "I am one of the skeleton crew," it said. "Go tell your master that Farmer Bertram is murdered." "Dead? Murdered?" said several in surprise. "When did this foul deed take place?" asked the old knight. "Murdered last night," said the red man from the gibbet, as the Darlington village clock told the hour of 1. "Ha! Ha! The skeleton crew still lives and rules the seas and will long defy the power of man. Fly from this spot or become one of the dead." "This is a most horrible revelation," said the old knight. I did not stop to hear more, for I shouted with fright and galloped madly away, feeling as if frozen to the very marrow, for I had spoken with the dead. Tiny Tim looked exhausted and shivered in every limb. He could not proceed with his story very quickly, for his teeth chattered again. "Give the lad a stiff glass of brandy, Ned," said the kind-hearted knight. Ned did so. A very stiff one indeed it was, which made the groom's eyes twinkle again. The one-legged sailor was treated in like manner, when Tim continued. "I galloped along till I reached the edge of the wild and barren heath, but then I felt faint, for I perceived another horrid sight in the distance. I was compelled to cross the heath, for it was my only way here to the hall. Unable to guide my horse, I sat still shivering in the cold, knowing not what to do, when all of a sudden the one-legged sailor seemed to spring out of the earth close beside me. The next moment, I found him sitting on the horse beside me. He took the reins, and the mare dashed onwards like lightning, as if neither of us were heavier than 2 straws. All I remember is that, as we galloped along, we came up to 3 fires on the roadside which burned with a dark blue flame, and around them were, shrieking and dancing, the skeleton crew. I fainted. When I came to my senses again, we were at the lodge gate. Sir Richard, Ned, the footman, and other members of the household, who had now gathered around, listened to Tim's story with bated breath. The footman looked terror-stricken and trembled so that during the groom's story, his pigtail, the fashion in those days, gradually rose, until at last it stood stiff and erect above his head, a powdered pillar of horror. "Is the lad dreaming, or is he turned crazy?" said Sir Richard. "No, the lad is right, sir," said the one-legged sailor, making bold to speak. "My name is Ralph Spray, your honor, late of the King's Navy, and, if so be as how I'm not intruding, I will tell you all about it. This good-natured lad, the groom, is almost turned grey, why only havin' a peep at some on 'em, but how must it be why me, who has fought with the skeleton crew?" "Is it true, then, that there is such a crew?" asked the knight in surprise. "Aye, true, sir, as I sits here, for I lost my other leg among 'em. I ought not to forget 'em, for they have given me plenty o' reason to remember 'em by." "Do you say, then, that you believe there is such a thing as a skeleton crew?" asked the knight very slowly and looking very hard at Ned's interested face. "Do I? Why, in course I do," said the one-legged stranger in a huffish manner, "for I'm one on 'em my—" "What?" gasped everyone, rising to their feet. "I'm one on 'em myself, as suffered by 'em." "Oh, said one and all, very much relieved, for they thought that the cripple was going to say that he was one of the skeleton crew. "Well, as I were about to say, gentlemen," Ralph Spray continued, "I served as an able seaman on board His Majesty's sloop of war Dolphin, and we lay in the Sound. We hadn't been there long afore the news reached us about the wild doings of the skeleton crew. At first, we didn't believe any o' the strange tales, but at last we were ordered off to cruise after the Phantom ship and skeleton crew. "And did you ever overhaul them?" asked Ned, impatiently. "Lord bless your simple heart. Overhaul them? No, not us, but they very soon overhauled us, my lad. Is it possible? Overhaul one of the king's ships? Ha, my God, and massacred every soul on board save one. And who was he? I myself, Ralph Spray. You? Yes, I. Why, how can that be? You must have had at least 150 men on board the Dolphin," said the knight. "Exactly. And the skeleton crew couldn't muster half as many, I suppose you mean." "Just so." "Aye, sir, but we on board the Dolphin were men. Brave men, too, no doubt." "Yes, but them on board the Phantom ship weren't men at all." "What then, in heaven's name?" "Why, devils. The footmen, nay, every one of Ralph's audience were listening open-mouthed and with staring eyes." "Devils?" asked Ned. "Yes, devils, young man." A pause took place, and everyone took a long breath and creeped closer to the fire as Ralph continued. "We caught sight of the Phantom ship once. It was painted red. We gave chase and came within 2 miles of it when it changed its color to blue. We wasn't going to be taken in, so we fired a broadside right into her and—" "Sunk her?" asked Ned. "Not a bit on it, it vanished into mist." Several of the servants and members of the household whom the kind knight had allowed to listen to the cripple's tale now wished themselves in their bedrooms or in the servants' hall. They were unable to leave their seats, however, for they felt fastened down to them, and in some manner fascinated by the charmed eye of the speaker. The footman's pigtail worked to and fro like the pendulum of a clock and, at certain passages, stood bolt upright as its owner inwardly and sometimes audibly groaned at what he heard. "Vanished into mist, eh? How extraordinary," said the knight. "Then it must be a charmed ship and a charmed crew." "'Zactly, sir, and I'll tell you how I proves it. The Dolphin often gave chase to this Phantom ship, but could never catch it, although sometimes we caught more than we liked." "Indeed? What was that, then?" "Why, a well-aimed broadside." "From the Phantom ship?" "'Zactly, and a devil of a mess they left us in more nor once, and we were glad to sheer off." "Extraordinary. It sounds like a dream." "But it ain't, though, for one foggy night, when the Dolphin lay anchored in the Sound, me and Tom Robinson were keeping watch on deck, and never thinking of any harm, for all the crew were snug in their hammocks, when it almost turned me gray to see 70 of the skeleton crew clamber over the ship's side like shadows and begin to cut and hack us about awful. The deck was cleared in a second. Did you not alarm the ship and beat to quarters? What was the use? I rushed to go below, but only put one leg down the hatchway ladder when it was cut off clean as a whistle. Didn't the crew rush up to assist you? How could they? They were all dead. Dead? Yes, dead as door nails. The only ones to rush up was a gang of the skeleton crew who had been below quietly murdering the men in their hammocks. Horrible! Astounding! But there's worse to come, said Ralph. The footman, with his pigtail standing on end, made a move towards the door. The old housekeeper was almost fainting. Tim's hair was like the quills of a porcupine as he listened with open mouth and distended eyes. Well, as soon as they got possession of the Dolphin, these skeleton devils weighed anchor in a jiffy and made sail away. They pitched the dead overboard, every mother's son of the crew, mind ye. But, as well as I could, I bound up my leg tight to keep it from bleeding and crawled into an old cask. There I stayed for 2 days and 2 nights as quiet as a mouse a-watching of these skeleton devils, and I heard and saw as much as would have killed any ordinary man. Learn any of their secrets, do you mean? Yes, sir. What were they? Why, I learned that they never would and never could be conquered by all the king's navy, for every one on 'em, ships and all, had charmed lives. But, as far as I could understand, they all trembled when they heard the name of a boy who had been born to destroy 'em. A boy born to conquer and destroy that horrible band. Aye, just so, sir, for they admitted among themselves that he was charmed more than they were and would be sent to scourge them from the sea. Wonderful. I wish I were that boy, said Ned with a flushed cheek. Do you? Said the cripple. Yes, I do, said WILDFIRE Ned proudly. I don't believe in charms or spells, but I do believe if I had a good crew, I should soon annihilate the whole of them. Perhaps you are boasting, young man. No, I'm not. Do you say, then, you could, and that you would, face the whole skeleton crew single-handed? Yes, and trust to heaven for strength to destroy them. You never have seen any of them yet. No, but I much desire to do so. Then behold, said the one-legged sailor, stamping his foot on the floor and pointing towards the window. In an instant a crash of glass was heard. Everyone, save Ned, screamed aloud at the ghastly sight before them. There, with his head and half of his body visible at the window and protruding through it, stood a horrible form. It was one of the skeleton crew. In an instant WILDFIRE Ned pulled out a pistol and fired. The ghastly form moved not. He thought he heard the ball rattle among the bones of the skeleton. He fired again. With a loud laugh of derision and triumph, the skeleton waved his plumed hat and vanished. When Ned turned towards the crippled sailor, he had disappeared. Chapter 5. Consternation at Darlington Hall. The consternation that ensued among all assembled at this unlooked-for conclusion of the mariner's tale was evidently great. The old knight jumped to his feet in amazement, and with trembling limbs, he tried to speak, but could not. Tim's eyes rolled in wild excitement, while the footman fell upon his knees and began to mumble out his prayers in a very rapid manner. For he had come to the humble conclusion, in his own mind, that for once in his life he had been in company with some demon of darkness. He groaned aloud and pulled very comical faces, while others made a sudden rush towards the door. Among them all there was one who looked on the matter with lightness and good humor. That one was WILDFIRE Ned. Pistol in hand, he dashed towards the window, as bold and fearless as a young lion. "If ye be mortal, die," he said, firing his weapon after the retiring skeleton figure. With the agility of a cat, he jumped onto the windowsill and looked out into the darkness. The ghastly apparition had vanished. Whither or how had it gone? Strange, muttered Ned angrily as he returned to his seat. "Where's the cripple?" All looked around. He also had vanished. "There is some strange, horrible mystery in all this," said Ned, "and I will perish before I give up the search without unraveling it. It all seems to me like a dream." The knight said at last, with a great effort, "Some strange and horrible nightmare." "I wasn't frightened, sir," said Tim, plucking up his courage. "Nothing could frighten me now, seeing as how I rode home with one on him." "It's all a trick, I know," said the footman. "Some of the villagers have got it up for a lark, seeing as how it's Christmas time." "Perhaps so, Roger," the knight replied with a smile, "but I noticed you soon fell on your knees and began to say your prayers." "And so did Tim," Ned laughed. "But now it's all over, you may retire." He said to the servants who were there, "You may retire. Uncle and I wish to be alone." Tim was the first to go to the door, and he opened it with a shaking hand. In order to reach the servants' hall, they had to traverse several long dark galleries and descend the main staircase. Tim wanted his fellow servants to look upon him as a very bold youth, but he took great care not to be the first to go out into the dark gallery. In this way also the chief footman thought, but didn't like to say so. "Why don't you go on?" said he to Tim. "Why don't you?" "You were the first at the door." "Suppose I was, that don't matter. You're afraid?" "No, I ain't." "Yes, you are, Tim." "If you think so, then follow me," said the young groom, plucking up all his spare courage and flourishing his riding whip. The domestics left the room and proceeded cautiously and slowly down the stairs towards the servants' hall, creeping along, one after the other, in the dark. They had all got as far as the large, old oak baronial dining room, on the ground floor, and were creeping along through the spacious entrance hall, towards the head of the kitchen stairs, when everyone stopped. For a moment they stood in the darkness, breathing very hard, when their ears were startled by the sudden clanking of chains. The sound proceeded from the baronial hall, where for centuries had stood wooden figures, clothed in armor. The clanking noise sounded so horrible that they all rushed down the kitchen stairs, one on top of another, in wild confusion. Roger, the footman, was the first to make the descent, which he did 6 stairs at a time. But directly he and the rest got to the bottom in breathless haste, they were still more horrified at the sight that confronted them. For there stood at the foot of the stairs a skeleton form, sword in hand. "Ha! Ha!" he gruffly laughed as he flourished his weapon. The footman shouted in terror and turned on his heel to flee upstairs again. The rest followed him, bellowing and screaming at the top of their voices. Upstairs they flew in wild dismay, tearing their clothes and knocking each other about in the darkness, making all haste to leave far behind them the dreadful form they had seen below. No man, or woman either, ever mounted flights of stairs with such expedition as did the servants on this memorable occasion. Coat-tails were torn off, wigs were lost, trousers were torn behind in very unpleasant and uncomfortable places, and more than one received hard thumps in the ribs from someone they knew not. But this was nothing, so that they could escape with their lives. Once in the entrance hall again, they ran towards the great drawing room. The door was unexpectedly and very hastily opened for them by a skeleton. With a cry of agony and surprise, they turned towards the baronial hall as a place of safety. They reached the doorway, almost fainting with fatigue and fright. A man in armor strode forth to meet them, lance in hand. More than one fainted on the spot. Roger, the footman, like a brave man, trusted to his legs once more, followed by as many of his fellow servants as had any strength left in them. He vanished up the great staircase at lightning speed. It seemed to be a race for life or death with all of them. Round and round the staircase, they manfully ascended, never casting a single look behind. They had gained the long, wide corridor which led to Sir Richard's library, and all felt safe. Roger, as may be imagined, was first and opened the door. His foot caught in the carpet on the threshold, and down he went on his face, swelling his nose to the size of a cucumber. The others, in wild confusion, rushed after him and tumbled, men and women, head over heels on the prostrate footman, nearly smothering him with their combined weight. "What mean all this uproar and fright?" said the old knight, rising in great anger. "Are ye all turned mad, ye noisy, raving knaves? Explain, I say, explain." But none of the servants could explain anything, for they were all out of breath and as pale as death. After a time, when Roger was dragged out with his nose bleeding, he looked about him with a wild and frightened gaze as he stammered out, "OHHHSIR. We VSEN him? Seen him? Seen who, knave? Speak quickly. Or, by my honor, I'll whip my sword through your trembling carcase," said old Sir Richard, getting red in the face. "Speak, some of you," he continued, looking daggers at his alarmed domestics. "Oh, MERSI, master MERSI," croaked out Roger, falling on his knees. "Speak, rascal. Who have ye seen?" The skeleton, ghastly, ghostly, all bones and sword in hand, grinning like an angry demon. A skeleton? "Aye, sir, 2 on 'em." "2, do you say?" "Yes, Sir Richard, one at the bottom of the kitchen stairs, and t'other opened the drawing-room door." "HOO, ask him all if it ain't true, good master," continued the footman, rolling his eyes and moaning. And another grim rascal in armor rushed at us lance in hand at the dining-hall door, whined Tim, the valiant groom. "Oh, lor, the whole place is full on 'em, I do believe." For some moments, Sir Richard did not know what to do. All around him knelt his frightened domestics, groaning and shaking. "Why, but just now, knave, you said it was all a lark, perhaps, got up by some of the silly villagers to frighten us. Ghosts and living skeletons indeed. There, go down and get your suppers at once, and let's have no more of such silly nonsense." "Nay, good master, we dare not." "Stuff and nonsense," said Ned, laughing. "How can you be geese enough to believe in such old women's tales? Get up off your knees at once, I say, and don't stick there shivering like leaves. I have lived in the hall this many a year, and have never seen anything of the kind. I only wish I could come across the rascals who are playing such tricks, that's all. I'd soon find out whether they were ghosts or not." "Would you?" "Ha, ha," said suddenly a voice. "What was that? Who spoke?" said Ned, coloring with anger. "Would you? Ha, ha." "Then you shall soon have a chance, bold youth," said the voice again. "Who or what is that?" said old Sir Richard, starting. "That's him, master, that's him." The ghosts? Ho-oh-oh, said Roger with chattering teeth. This is strange, thought WILDFIRE Ned. There cannot be any doubt but that there is some mystery hanging about the old hall. I have long been persuaded of it, but it will not do to let my uncle or his people know what I think of this mystery. What is that you are saying, Edward? Asked Sir Richard. Nothing, uncle, he replied. I was only smiling at the foolish fears of these tremblers here. Come, rouse up all of you, said old Sir Richard, and follow me. That's just what I was about to propose, uncle, said Ned. We'll soon get to the bottom of this strange affair. Arming himself with a sword, WILDFIRE Ned led the way, lamp in hand. I'll lead the way, said he. Follow me. Uncle, you can remain behind. There is nothing to fear. I care not for 100 skeletons or ghosts either. Follow me. Chapter 6. At Darlington Hall, the conflict between the servants, defeat of the skeleton crew by WILDFIRE Ned. Everyone knew what a brave, bold, adventurous boy WILDFIRE Ned was, and directly he said, "Follow me." Each one regained his courage and prepared to follow him. They were all unarmed save Ned, but Roger, very cunning, stole a short poker from the fire grate without being perceived and stuffed it under his coat. I don't so much fear now, he thought. I've got the poker, and if any of them come near me, I'll try and smash their ugly skulls in quick time. That is, if they will let me. Bold as a lion, and with an eye like a night hawk, young WILDFIRE Ned led the way, followed by the male servants. They searched in every place that could be imagined, but neither ghosts nor skeletons could be found. The rest of the servants were summoned and closely questioned by WILDFIRE Ned. No such thing as ghost or skeleton had been seen in other parts of the old hall, and the bare mention of the armed man in armor, who rushed out upon them, caused great merriment among the majority of the servants, who laughed outright and called Roger and Tim 2 old women. So there was every prospect of a quarrel among the servants on this great question. Roger was very indignant, and when he pulled out the short poker from under his clothes, he flourished it about in great wrath, threatening to massacre the coachman, butler, and everyone, indeed, who did not believe him. Order, however, was soon restored among them, and when the supper bell rang, all repaired in great haste to the servants' hall to hear the various odds and ends of the footman's strange adventure. They were all seated round the table, playing sad havoc with rounds of beef and good old ale, when all at once the lamps went out. Roger would have fled on the instant, but he was afraid of being afterwards branded as a coward and, therefore, remained in his seat, but felt very uneasy. The French cook, at the head of the table, left his chair to go for other lamps. At the moment that lights reappeared, the whole assembly were struck dumb at what they then saw. Behind the chair of each there stood one of the skeleton crew. They would have shouted out loudly, but one of the skeletons, who appeared to be chief of the party, said sternly and in a sepulchral tone to a gigantic skeleton, "The first one that stirs, the first one that speaks above his breath, dispatch him." Roger groaned inwardly and felt more dead than alive. Tim wriggled on his chair like a half-skinned eel. The chief cook's eyes were wildly dancing, and his long working cap rose up to a prodigious height, while with open mouth he stood shivering and shaking. The others were in a state of collapse and almost slipped off their seats, while they looked about in trembling fear. The chief of the skeleton crew made a sign to some of his grim attendants to listen to all he had to say. Turning to the chief cook, butler, and pantryman, he said, in a sharp, hissing tone, "Wine the best, quick!" Roger and Tim rose from their seats like a shot, but were each slapped on the head by a hard, bony hand, which made their jaws rattle again. 3 grim skeleton guards followed the cook, butler, and pantryman to see that their captain's orders were carefully obeyed. The wine was soon produced. "Where are the silver goblets?" the chief asked sternly. These were soon found. Each skeleton filled his goblet to the brim and raised it aloft. "Here's to the skeleton crew of the Phantom ship," he said. "Confusion to our enemies." In a moment the wine was quaffed. The terrified servants did not know what was coming next, and looked on gasping like so many stranded fish. "Remove the table," said the chief. Let us have plenty of room, we have much business to do. They are going to murder every mother's son of us, groaned Roger. Tim began to think seriously of saying some short prayer. But they had to swallow their own feelings and fears, nor did any of them dare speak, for behind each stood a skeleton, dagger in hand. The table was removed to one corner of the inner servants' hall. The domestics were now sitting in a circle, face to face. "The rope," said the skeleton chief, hoarsely. In an instant each of his crew produced a long, stout rope, about 2 inches round, and flourished it before the eyes of their captain with a savage grin. "I thought so," groaned Roger. "Oh dear, oh dear. All UP, now," Tim groaned. "They wouldn't believe me," said the footman. "Goodbye, everybody," said Tim. Roger and Tim had another sound thwack on the jaws from their skeleton guardians, which shook every tooth in their heads. "Sling your ropes," said the grim skeleton chief, quaffing more wine. In a moment, each threw one end of his rope up in the air over the numerous beams and rafters of the servants' hall. "Make each his noose. Mind they fit their necks nicely." "Oh, the cold-blooded rascals, the merciless villains. Mercy. Have pity on us," gasped the servants as the skeletons were making the noose in each rope. "If they speak again, dispatch them with your daggers," said the chief. "Hanging is better than that," sighed Roger, "so I'll keep quiet. I hope my turn will come last, though," he piously prayed. "Give the rascals 5 minutes to say their prayers," said the chief with a gruff laugh. "It won't do them any good, great chief," said one of the skeletons. "They are sure to go to the devil." "Yes, oh yes," gasped Roger. 5 minutes, say 10, only make it 10 or a quarter of an hour, and it will do us a world of HOO. "Ha! Ho-oh!" A knife glittered before the footman's eyes ere he had finished his sentence, and he sank upon his knees very humbly and meekly. If any lot of poor wretches ever prayed fervently, they did so on this occasion. Roger, who seldom had said a prayer in all his life before, fired away very rapidly. Each one was endeavoring to pray more than the other, and the most wicked among them were loudest. "Be quick," said the chief sternly. "Be quick with your praying. The hanging must commence at once. We will begin with the men." Many of the servants called down more hearty curses on the skeleton band than they did blessings on their own heads during their prayers. But it was useless to offer resistance, for each was in the power of a grim, gaunt enemy. "Rise," said the skeleton chief. All the servants did so except Roger. "Rise," said the skeleton. "Don't you know we are in a hurry?" "I haven't finished my prayers yet," piously gasped the suddenly converted footman. "How long does it take you?" asked one of the skeletons, chuckling. "All night sometimes," said Roger with a sigh. "Oh, then you are pious." "Yes, I always was." "Then, as you are so much the better prepared than the rest, we'll hang you first." Roger groaned and rose up like a shot. "You have heard of the skeleton crew, I know," said the chief aloud, "and that they neither fear man nor devil." "We have," said several. "Quite true." "I wish the devil had him, though," groaned poor Tim. "And," continued he, "you have heard that the chief is cruel and has no mercy to his enemies." "I wish I only had the luck to be one of his best friends at this particular moment," sighed Roger, trembling. "But you see," said the chief, "I am not cruel, or I would have hanged you all without giving a moment's warning." "Cursed perlite," said Tim under his breath. "And, to show you that I am not as bad as people say I am, I'll give you all a chance as to who dies first, provided—" "What?" gasped several eagerly. "You will answer me one question." "What is it, oh most mighty and merciful skeleton?" sighed Roger. "What is it?" "Who considers himself to be the greatest rogue among you all?" asked the chief. "Be careful how you answer." A long, solemn, and awful pause followed this ominous and all-important question. The grim chief need not have warned them to be careful. They were very careful indeed, and took a long, long time to consider. "It won't do for me to answer," thought the trembling servants, "for they will be sure to commence hanging the biggest rogues first. So there is no rogue at all among you, I find, eh? Ha! Ha! Well then, who thinks himself the most pious among you? Tell me that." Roger was about to reply, but the words stuck fast in his throat as he thought, "If I answer, they will do for me first as the best prepared to die. No, no, he don't entrap me with his puzzling questions. So thought the rest. No goodness among ye all then, eh? Said the chief. Why, a moment ago you were all praying like so many saints. Come, answer me this the third time, then I'll give some of you another chance. Who considers himself to be brave among you and don't fear death? Answer me. No one did so, however. How artful this bloodthirsty monster is. Each thought, for those who don't fear death are sure to be hung first. Well, no one answers, I find, said the chief, laughing. I'll give you a last chance, poor devils, mark me, the only one you'll have. Who is the greatest coward among you and fears most to die? I do. I am. That's me. Oh, spare us. Such were the unanimous answers of all, and in one breath. Ha! Ha! You have answered at last, eh? Well then, since there are no good nor brave men, but plenty of cowards, we'll hang you all together, for none of you deserve to live. Groans were now heard on all sides, and many repented not having answered before. If there had been only a few brave men among you, I would have spared. I'm brave. I'm brave. I'll do any mortal thing. A lion's courage is nothing to mine. Only just try me, a tiger is nothing compared to me. I'd face the devil, I would. Thus gasped out many when they found that brave men only were to be spared. Oh, that's it, eh? Said the skeleton chief. I now find that all of you are brave. I'm the bravest, said Roger very meekly. On my word, I am. You are, eh? No, he isn't, said the coachman. I am. Oh, you are, then this footman must be a liar. So he is, said the coachman. An awful liar, the biggest as ever lived. Then we will begin with you two first and give you a trial, said the chief. How do you best like to fight, with swords or what? Daggers are the quickest to do the work with. I'd prefer fists, said the burly coachman. And what do you prefer, my brave fellow? Asked the chief of Roger. Roger much preferred to escape out of the mess altogether, but it could not be. Strip, said the chief. You've got a fair chance to settle. The one who gives in first shall be hung, and the conqueror shall have the choice of poison or a bullet if he refuses to join my crew. We only have well-tried men alive or dead on board the Phantom ship. Neither Roger nor the coachman saw any very great choice in the terms offered, but ere many minutes they were pounding each other's ribs in gallant style till the sounds of their own blows reached through the immense hall. Both combatants fought for 10 minutes fiercely and fast, and went at it like two blacksmiths. At last, however, Roger began to blow like a grampus, and with a well-directed smack on the nose the burly coachman knocked him down. I give in, gasped Roger. Bring the rope, said the chief calmly. No, I don't stop a bit, said the footman. D-n it. I'll have a few more rounds. Anything's better than being scragged like a cat. At it they went again, hammer and tongs, pounding each other and puffing at a great rate, but while this was going on several other brave individuals were engaged, with swords, proving their valor, one against the other. The doors were all locked, the windows were closed, and the servants' hall being so far away from the knight's apartments the noise was not heard. Curses, not loud but deep, were heard on every side, and the skeleton crew looked on with delight, as they saw the blood flowing in all sides, while their chief sat on a high seat, quaffing wine and delighted with the bloodthirsty, fiendish work going on around him. It was a terrible feast of blood. The skeleton band hideously grinned and chuckled at the sight of blood around them. Shouts of pain and death groans were like music in their demon ears. The writhings of several victims, as they hung from the beams above, thrilled them with joy, as, with bony hands, they pointed to them twisting and dangling in the air. This horrible carnival had lasted long. The best-looking of the females were then carried off by several of the skeleton band to some rendezvous nearby, with limbs bound and their mouths gagged. But those left behind were hung to the rafters quickly, and without mercy. This was an annual gory banquet, which the chief of the skeleton crew kept up to celebrate his career as the famous scourge of the sea. He and most of his crew had come with the firm resolve to massacre everyone in Darlington Hall. This was but the commencement of their horrible sport. Well might the skeleton crew and their charmed Phantom ship have long been the terror and fright of all the coasts and seas around. Many a family had been slaughtered in cold blood on shore, and many a good ship's company mangled, and their vessels plundered and sunk by these aptly termed demons of the deep. But they had not come to Darlington Hall solely to satisfy their thirst for blood. It was the villain and murderer, Regil, they assisted. He hated WILDFIRE Ned with bitter animosity because he could not supplant the brave youth in the affections of young Alice, the wealthy daughter of Countess Bluefield, sister to Sir Richard, whose estates were hard by. But hitherto Regil had been successful in his knavery. Alice had suddenly disappeared. She had been kidnapped from her home, and while from home her parents had been slaughtered and the mansion sacked by the skeleton crew. It was now the aim of these fiends to murder all in Darlington Hall, and for Regil to forge a will in his own favor and to claim the estate. But the cleverest villains are caught in traps of their own making, as will be seen in succeeding chapters of this story. Suffice it to say that, on this occasion, the skeleton crew were carrying out their plans to murder all the servants first and the owners afterwards. For an hour or more, did these demons revel in this horrid spectacle of cruelty and blood. Those who did not kill each other were ruthlessly murdered by the skeleton crew, so that the servants' hall presented a sickly and revolting sight, with the dead and dying lying around in all directions. While the barbarous chief and his demon band were rejoicing at this human slaughter, they drank deep of wine and were roused up to a fiery pitch with the bloody work around them. "Hurrah for the skeleton crew, the scourge of the seas," said the chief, tossing off more wine. In another hour old Sir Richard and his braggart lad WILDFIRE Ned, as he is called, will be no more. The old hag at the gibbet says the boy has a charmed life, but we shall quickly see. Ha! Ha! There is no charm against cold steel, my lads. While thus he drank and laughed aloud in mocking tones, he suddenly rose to his feet in alarm. He drew his ponderous sword and with fiery eyes listened. A loud noise was now heard without. The heavy doors were forced open with a crash. With a loud and ringing cheer, there dashed in upon them 50 bold British tars, pistol and sword in hand, led on by Lieutenant Garnet and WILDFIRE Ned. Deathwing, for such the skeleton chief was called, with a sudden bound, leaped from his high seat, sword in hand. "Treachery!" he cried, and dashed upon WILDFIRE Ned, with bitter curses on his lips. The conflict on all sides was dreadful. Garnet and his men did all that men could do and performed prodigies of valor, but their weapons did not seem to make any impression upon the skeleton crew. Guns and pistols were fired at them, but all in vain. The clash of swords and the gleam of daggers was heard and seen on every hand. More than one of the gallant sailors was struck down by their ghostly foes. "Death to them all, and spare not!" shouted Deathwing, the skeleton chief, with a loud laugh of triumph. His ponderous sword swept through the air like a lightning flash. On all sides he cut with unerring aim, but though he assailed WILDFIRE Ned with the fury of a demon, he could not slay him. In rage and disappointment he growled, "This brat must have a charmed life. Onto him, men onto him, cut him limb from limb." With a shout of defiance, WILDFIRE Ned met the onslaught of more of the skeleton crew. But he handled his sword with such quickness and precision that he gallantly beat them back. The tide of battle ebbed and flowed. Success for a moment attended the skeleton crew, and they drove the sailors to the wall. In an instant, however, and as if by magic, WILDFIRE Ned dashed again to the front. "They are beaten," he cried. "They give ground. Down with the demons. Scatter their ghastly bones. Follow me." It was quite true. The skeleton band did give way. They had never met with such a fierce resistance before in all their lives. They retreated in dumb terror before WILDFIRE Ned. That brave youth rushed here, there and everywhere among his bloodthirsty foes, as if he courted death itself. But no harm came to him. His life was charmed, but he knew it not. As if he had the strength of a young lion, he fought his way to where Deathwing was, hand to hand with Garnet. The lieutenant was struck to the ground, and in a moment would have been dispatched. Ned rushed to the rescue. He stood over the body of the fallen sailor. He confronted Deathwing face to face. The skeleton chief retreated a step or two in fear from WILDFIRE Ned. "I have tried to avoid you, but cannot," he gasped. "Wherever I go, you are in my way. Retire, boy, or I'll cleave ye in twain." "From you." "Never," said Ned. "Never, while I have health left in my body or strength to wield a sword." With these words he rushed at the grim chief, and again their weapons clashed in deadly conflict. Sparks flew from their flashing blades. Ned was getting weaker and weaker. His legs trembled violently. He made a last blow at his fierce antagonist and fell prostrate over Garnet. Deathwing, with a laugh of triumph, raised his sword high in the air on the point of cutting Ned in two, when with a wild shout, he rushed from the spot. His sword was knocked from his firm grip. He and his band looked with terror at the sight which then appeared. A man in armor, glittering from head to foot in polished steel, rose out of the stone flooring as if by magic. With shield and sword, he was ready for the fray. Sir Richard and the sailors were struck dumb at the strange apparition and fell back in awe. Deathwing and his skeleton crew hastened from the spot like shadows. Before Sir Richard and his friends could recover from their astonishment, the specter of the armed knight in dazzling armor had vanished. They were now alone. With wondering eyes, they looked at one another in mute astonishment. "Is this all a dream?" gasped Sir Richard, breathing with great difficulty. No one replied. At that instant, however, all could hear the heavy tread of a mailed warrior as he clanked across the stone floor. They looked about in surprise, for now all was darkness. Their torches had been lost and extinguished in the heat and fury of battle. Again they heard the heavy clanking footsteps and the jingle of spurs cross the stone floor, but could see nothing. They turned towards the door, through which they had found their way. There stood the specter knight glittering in steel, and with visor down. A long blue plume waved from his helmet. His shield was of dazzling brightness. Over his armor he wore a white tunic with a large red cross on his breast. He raised his gauntlet-covered hand on high and pointed to the adjacent stone corridor as he said, "Cut the victims down, succor the wounded, bury the dead," and vanished. But long after these solemn words were uttered, and before anyone could recover from surprise, they heard the heavy, distant footfalls of the specter knight. Darlington Hall was haunted. Cold perspiration oozed from their brows. They trembled with awe as, turning to the window, they saw a strange-like will-o'-the-wisp light dancing in the distant gloom. Another moment, and the casement was dashed open. Then a sound as of the clanking of chains and bones was heard, and a hollow voice saying, "Behold, I am the Red Man of the gibbet." The will-o'-the-wisp light still danced round about, and in the center stood the skeleton of the Red Man. "What art thou?" said Sir Richard, fear, like an electric shot, passing through his frame. The figure remained silent. "Speak," said WILDFIRE Ned, "or my sword shall find out if you are man or devil." Saying so, Ned advanced towards the horrid shape at the casement. "Back," said the skeleton form, stretching out his finger at Ned. "Your time has not yet come, but no, boy, I am your fate. Yes. Ha. Ha. Your fate." Ned, for a moment, felt slightly awed at the strange words spoken by the mysterious figure, who, with the light still playing about his head, stood regarding all with a terrible look. "You lie," replied Ned. "My fate is not in your hands, and I defy you. The skeleton crew shall find I have not gained my name of WILDFIRE Ned without being able to keep it." "The Red Man," said the voice, "in the name of the skeleton crew, accept your challenge, and I now throw down my gage in token of defiance." So saying, the figure threw down a hard substance on the floor. WILDFIRE Ned picked it up. It was a glove, and inside a skeleton hand. "Ha! Ha! Now follow me if you dare," shouted the Red Man, clanking his chains. "I do dare and will," said Ned, breaking from his uncle's hold and dashing through the window after the skeleton. "Follow, follow quickly," cried Sir Richard. At the same moment, they all fell back in fear as a shriek of mortal agony was borne along the wind and resounded throughout the old building. "Oh, God," cried the old man, "I fear the brave boy is slain." Notice to our readers. Remember, a most valuable present is in preparation and will be presented to all our regular subscribers with an early number. Full particulars will be announced in number 6. Sword in hand, Wildfire Ned dashed after the dreadful apparition, and well-nigh overtook him as he ran along with wild, fantastic leaps towards a densely wooded copse. It was at this moment, when, finding himself pursued, that the Red Man of the Gibbet gave that wild cry which so much alarmed Sir Richard Warbeck and his servants. It was a terrible shriek, truly, more like that of a fiend than anything else. What now followed was more horrible still, and caused Wildfire Ned to pause from sheer astonishment. As the shriek came from the skeleton, there suddenly sprang forward more than a dozen forms and dashed in between the Red Man of the Gibbet and his pursuer. With wild shrieks and yells, the skeleton crew formed a circle round the Red Man, and in a second seemed to vanish into air. Astounded at what he had seen, Wildfire Ned stood gazing like one just recovering from a trance, and observed not the approach of Sir Richard and his friends, who now rushed upon the scene, fearful for Ned's fate. "Return, lad, return," said Sir Richard, with a tremulous voice. "This night has been one of horrors. I fear for your safety. Whether they be men or devils, it matters not, but of this rest assured, they are bent on your destruction." A grim smile played upon Ned's features as he was reluctantly led back to the hall by Sir Richard and a large troop of friends. When left alone to his own thoughts, and in the silence of his chamber, Wildfire Ned began to ponder on all that he had seen and heard. "This is a terrible state of things, but I will not sleep this night until I learn more of this strange, horrible mystery, if it costs me my life." When all was silent in the hall, Ned buckled on his sword and slowly left his chamber. He traversed the lonely galleries of the hall like a spirit, with noiseless step. He quietly went towards the stables to saddle his favorite horse. As he approached the stable door, he was confronted by Tim, who looked more dead than alive. "I could not sleep, master," said the groom. "The horrid sights as I have seen this ere night is enough to turn one grey." "Nonsense," said Ned with a light laugh. "Nonsense, lad. You see it hasn't turned me grey." "No, sir, truly, but then you ain't made like common folks. They say Wildfire Ned is all cast iron." "Nonsense, Tim. It's all a delusion to think that this Red Man of the Gibbet could leave his chains and go prowling about when he likes." "No, it ain't, sir. All respect to you, sir. I've heard people say that at some seasons of the year he does leave his chains. If he could talk to me as I rode home, he can do anything. That's my humble opinion." "It can't be true," said Ned. "And, to prove it, I'll wager 100 gold pieces that if we ride over to the lonely heath this very night we shall find the gibbet tenanted as it always is." "Ride over to the gibbet, master," said Tim in horror. "Surely you can't think of doing anything so rash, and tonight too, when we know that all the country around is alive with that demon gang called the Skeleton Crew." "Yes, but I do though, Tim. I shall mount my brave mare Starlight and go at once." "Oh, master, pray don't," pleaded Tim. "I'm sure that some harm will befall you, and I'm equally sure none will. Prepare Starlight at once, saddle the brown cob also." "The brown cob, sir? You surely don't want 2 horses?" "Yes, I do, Tim." "What, the brown cob for the Red Man of the Gibbet?" said Tim, aghast. "You surely ain't going to take a moonlight ride with such a horrible devil as he is." "True, Tim, I am not," said Ned, laughing. "The brown cob is for yourself." "For me?" said Tim, rolling his eyes. "Yes, you. Come, be quick. Let us start off at once." With many groans, Tim prepared the horses, and ere many minutes had elapsed, both master and servant were on their way to the heath. Tim sadly tried to lag behind, but Wildfire Ned would not allow him to do so. "Here, Tim," said Ned, producing a brandy flask. "Take a good suck at this. It will drive all the blue devils out of you. Have courage, lad, no harm can possibly befall you." Tim liked the brandy, but did not much relish his young master's stubborn resolution. Nevertheless, he had not got far upon the journey when his spirits began to rise rapidly, and his head became light and giddy. He pulled out his sword in a very valorous manner, and made vicious cuts and slashes at the trees as he passed them, like a man valiantly fighting imaginary foes. Ned perceived the effects the brandy had upon his servant, and gave him some more. This had the desired effect of fortifying Master Tim with false courage. Ere long he began to curse and swear at the skeleton crew and the red man of the gibbet in very loud tones. After some time they approached the edge of the heath. As they did so, the gibbet gradually came into view. Tim's courage now began to ooze out of his toes, and he rode very close to his brave young master, but somewhat behind him. "There it is, Tim," said Ned, pointing to the gibbet in the distance. "Can't you hear the creaking sound of its rusty iron as it sways to and fro?" "Yes," answered Tim, and his teeth began to chatter. "Yes, young master, I do, but if you haven't any objection, I'll stay where I am until you return." "But I have objections, Tim, and very grave ones. Haven't you promised to go to sea with me and brave all the dangers and perils of the ocean?" "True, sir, but I didn't bargain to go and confront living devils, though," groaned Tim. "Very well, then. It is in order to make you accustomed to strange sights and strengthen your nerves that I brought you with me tonight." "Very kind of you, sir," said Tim. "Very indeed. But I thinks as how I've seen enough of strange sights tonight to strengthen my nerves forever, if it's all the same to you, sir." It was all to no purpose. Ned would not allow Tim to remain behind on any consideration, but smiled, as he cast a sidelong glance at his servant's long, pale face. They had now approached within a few yards of the gibbet and stopped to gaze at it. "I told you how it was," said Ned, laughing. "It must have been all a trick or delusion. Why, here is the red man safe and sound in his iron gibbet. He couldn't be in two places at once." For some time the two horsemen remained motionless, intently gazing at the horrid gibbet, as it creaked and swayed in the moonlight. The skeleton's bones were of unearthly whiteness and stood erect in their iron cage. The winds sighed mournfully through the trees. A feeling of awe took possession of the horsemen as they stood and gazed at the ghastly object. Their steeds even trembled with excitement and snorted and shied at the gallows and the shadow of its skeleton tenant. "What are you trembling about?" said Ned. "Be more of a man, Tim. I don't see anything very strange." "No, sir, but I do. Look, look. See, the red eyes are rolling about. I told you it were alive. See, see." "Oh, horrors," said Tim, shivering. He would have backed his horse away, but Ned seized Tim's rein with his right hand firmly. True enough, however, the skeleton in the gibbet did move. Its eyes, which before were invisible in their deep-sunk sockets, now turned a deep, dark, fiery red color and rolled about most alarmingly. Ned's horse reared and danced about, and he sat looking on in mute astonishment, but with bold, firm-set features. "It is alive. It is alive, master." "Let us get away. It must be the devil himself." "Hold thy peace," said Ned in a petulant whisper. And then aloud he addressed the ghastly, hideous form. "Be ye devil or mortal, speak," said Ned fiercely. "Who and what art thou?" The red man raised his skeleton arm and suddenly thrust it through the grating of his prison house, as he pointed his long, lean fingers and said, "Edward Warbeck, I am thine enemy. Beware." "Mine enemy," said Ned with a grim smile. "I the same you saw this very night. At certain times and seasons I walk the earth. Beware, I say, of the red man of the gibbet and the skeleton crew. I am thy fate. When we meet again, thou wilt tremble at my presence. Until we meet again, adieu." The long arm descended again by his grim, bony sides. His red eyes lost their fiery luster. His marrowless bones shook in their iron cage. All was still, quiet and solitary as the grave. Naught was heard. Nothing was seen but a stray vulture as it circled in the air nearby and pounced on the gibbet. WILDFIRE Ned was astonished, but not dismayed. He laughed aloud in wild derision as he said, "Tremble at thy presence?" "Never." The red man echoed the laugh in sepulchral tones. Ned turned his head to look around. Tim had left him and was then madly galloping away. Ned was alone at that awful spot. Chapter 7. Philip Regel's encounter with WILDFIRE Ned. It was a lucky moment for some of the servants that old Sir Richard and his party of sailors did so suddenly burst upon the scene, and thus put an end to the bloody ordeal that was then taking place. They had hung several to the beam, and some of the maid servants had been carried off. Roger and the coachman lay upon the floor, thoroughly exhausted, bleeding from all parts of the body. Tim, the groom, like a lively monkey, managed to climb up the rafters unseen and hid himself behind a great beam. But the sudden inroad of WILDFIRE Ned so exasperated the skeleton crew that they gave no heed to the domestics, but turned all their attention to loot, Garnet and his sailors. In the meantime, the unfortunate servants stopped the deadly duels among themselves and crawled out of the way of further harm. Tim, however, directly WILDFIRE Ned appeared upon the scene, gave a wild shout, which almost cost him his life. One of the skeleton crew perceived that he had got out of the way among the beams and rafters of the ceiling and fired at him. The bullet just grazed his cheek. An inch more and he would have tumbled down dead. As it was, he merely screened himself safely again. When he saw a good chance, he whipped out his knife and cut several of the ropes with which some of the servants had been hung. They fell to the ground heavily, but the shock seemed to revive the almost extinct life of several. Tim then slipped down from his lofty perch, picked up a sword, and rushed to the side of WILDFIRE Ned and capered about, and was such a thin, wiry, young rascal that the skeletons always missed their aim. Tim seemed to them to be made of india rubber. They couldn't touch him, do what they might, for, although his clothes were tattered, he escaped with a whole skin, much to his delight. Several days after the stirring events we have just narrated, the wounded men were all provided for and the dead buried. This strange visit of the skeleton crew to Darlington, and the frightful scenes in the old immense servants' hall, was the talk of the country far and wide. It filled everyone with amazement, and people began to think that, perhaps after all, the mysterious murder of Farmer Bertram might be traced to the same source, particularly since poor Bob, the farmer's son, protested his innocence so loudly and boldly. But appearances were strongly against the farmer's son. His own thick walking stick was found beside the murdered man. The old farmer's purse, one he had but a week before bought in the village, was found in the pocket of his accused son. These evidences of guilt were too strong to allow of any doubt, but that the unhappy son had, in a moment of anger and revenge, murdered his own father. There was one, however, who did believe in poor Bob's innocence. That was WILDFIRE Ned. He visited Bob in prison and spent several hours with him. When he came away, he told old Sir Richard that the prisoner was an innocent man and was sure he had been duped by some cunning villain. "Bob must not suffer," said Ned. "He shall not suffer while I've got a hand to help him." "Shall not," said Sir Richard in amazement. "Who's to prevent it if he's found guilty?" "Who? Why, I will," said WILDFIRE Ned, coloring to the temples. "You." "Yes, me, uncle. No rope shall ever go round Bob's neck while there is a sword in the village to prevent it." "Silly boy," said the knight with a smile. "I know that you are brave. No one can doubt that. But what could you do against so many? Let them dare attempt to hang him in Darlington, and you would soon see what WILDFIRE Ned would do. But they will not hang him here in the village. Most likely they will take him to the nearest large town, perhaps to London, for all I know." "I wish they would take him to London," said Ned with a smile. "Indeed? And what then, pray?" "Why, I would arm and lead on a party of gallant youths. We would soon beat back the soldiers." While they were speaking thus, a servant announced that a stranger had arrived at the hall. "His name, Mr. Philip Regil, sir. Show him up. He is no stranger. He is a relation. Show him up." The knight seemed pleased at the unexpected coming of his nephew. Philip soon entered. He was most elegantly attired and carried a sword. His face was rather handsome, but he had a dark, wicked-looking eye. There was an uneasy twitch about his mouth, and when he smiled, he showed a set of large teeth. When he entered the room, he cast a quick, vicious look towards Ned. Immediately after, however, he wore a forced smile and shook Sir Richard very cordially with his ungloved hand. He turned towards WILDFIRE Ned and extended his hand towards him also, in a cold, formal way. "It is not necessary," said Ned, with a proud toss of his head. "Your hand is cold and clammy. It gives me the shivers. Its feel is fishy, Philip Regil." Saying this, he left the room with a flashing eye and proud step. "Queer youth that, Sir Richard," said Philip with a bitter smile. At the same time, he thought, I'd give £1,000 to know he was dead. He seems thrown in my path to thwart me." "But he is a brave youth," said Sir Richard in flattering tones. "Is he?" laughed Regil. "I have often thought he was a very rash one." "His best friends say the same, but it will all wear off with age and experience." "Perhaps so, Sir Richard, but it strikes me very forcibly he will never live to be any very great age," said Regil, very slowly and with great emphasis. "Why not?" said the old knight quickly. "He is too passionate. Had it not been for my own good temper and the respect I have for you, I should have publicly horsewhipped him for his rudeness to me on more than one occasion." "But you are older than he is, Philip," sternly said Sir Richard. "You must remember that." "True, but no more of that. I have come from London expressly to inform you that my father, through his influence with the King's government, has managed to get a midshipman's commission for Ned, this great favorite of yours. If you like to consent, he can join his ship at once. It lies at Portsmouth, ready to sail. It was very kind of your father, truly, but I have not made up my mind about it." "Not made up your mind?" "Why, when last I was down here, you said it would be the very best thing that could be done for him." "True, but I have altered my mind since then. I should be very sorry to part with young Ned, and if any harm were to happen to him, I think it would kill me, for the more I see of him, the more I like the lad." "Ha, ha," laughed Philip. "There is no fear of that. The ship he would join will never sail more than 10 miles out of port, so there's no fear that your intended heir to the Darlington estates will come to harm." "The intended heir to my estates, Philip Regil?" said the old man. "Ned and his brother are poor orphans and have no real claim on me." At this moment, Ned entered the room quietly and heard all that had been said. "I was only joking," Philip replied with a dry laugh. When his eye caught sight of Ned, he changed countenance on the instant. Ned gazed at him fixedly with a look of proud contempt. "Philip Regil," said Ned defiantly, "I have by mere accident overheard all you have said." "What? An eavesdropper in the hall?" said Regil with a sneer. "If you say so, you lie," said Ned fiercely. "And, to show you how little I think of you, how much I despise you, take that," he said, slapping Regil in the face, "and, if you dare, resent it." In an instant the color rose to Regil's face. He drew his sword and darted towards WILDFIRE Ned. "Come on," said Ned, whipping up the old knight's sword that lay on the table. "Put down your swords," the old man cried, getting between them. "What is the meaning of all this?" Regil looked for a second at the firm, handsome features of WILDFIRE Ned, and the eagle-like glance of the brave lad cowed his own craven heart. He could not look him in the face. "Come on," said Ned. "Nay, turn not so deadly pale, coward. Put up your weapons, I say," the old man said sternly. Regil did so and bit his lips until they became bloodless and white. "Why carry a sword if afraid to use it?" said Ned, scornfully turning on his heel. After a pause, WILDFIRE Ned said, calmly and slowly, "Regil, you are not a man. You are a coward, a snake in the grass. You leave a poisonous slime wherever you go. Bloody deeds follow in your wake wherever you tread. There is no love lost between us, 'tis true, but you are a mischief-maker, a deceiver. I could say more, perhaps." "Say on," said Regil, turning pale. "Murderer is marked on your face, Philip Regil," said Ned sternly. "Nay, do not tremble, for I know not of what you have done, but I suspect and despise you, leaving it in the hands of heaven one day to disclose what you are. You need not fear that I shall stand in your path to wealth or fame. Trust me, I have too much heart and spirit to eat the bread of charity longer at Sir Richard's table. But, ere I leave, remember these my words, Regil," he said, after a solemn pause. "You will one day grace a gibbet. Rogue, vagabond, and murderer is deeply written on your countenance. You dare not look an honest lad openly in the face. Your own cowardly heart tells you I speak the truth, and, were it not for the disgrace to good Sir Richard, I could slay you as you sit, and know that I had done right in the sight of man and heaven. Sir Richard, I now leave the hall, my everlasting love is yours. Upon the wide world I go to seek my fortune, but beware of that man's evil eye. Sir Richard, shun him like a snake. Philip Regil, we shall meet again." We will," was the bitter answer. In an instant, Wildfire Ned left the room. The village clock told the hour of midnight. He left Darlington Hall, and perhaps forever. Chapter 8. Release of Bob, Captain Jack's band, the unexpected arrival, the quarrel, 13 death warrants, flight of the thief-takers. Bob the outcast, as we have seen, was thrown into prison and safely guarded by the village authorities. As may be supposed, poor Bob was almost turned crazy by the terrible event and walked up and down his prison cell looking pale, thoughtful, and miserable. He protested his innocence on all occasions. Many believed that the murderers or murderer would in time be traced to the far-famed skeleton crew, who prowled around the neighboring coasts. The keeper of the village prison was a timid old man, and much feared that the red-hot zeal on the part of some of Bob's sympathizers might lead them on to attack the jail, perhaps attempt a rescue. This so weighed upon the chief constable's mind that he rode off to London, begging of the authorities there to take the case in hand. In accordance with the wishes of the village authorities, a party of men were sent down to Darlington for the purpose of conducting Rambling Bob to London. The party consisted of 7 mounted men, all armed to the teeth, who arrived in the village one evening, several days after the commission of the murder. They pulled up their horses and alighted at the Red Lion public house. With many loud words, a great deal of bombastic talk and swearing, they clattered about the inn yard, shouting to the ostlers and servants in such a grand style that old Hornblower, the publican, began to think that perhaps his visitors were none other than royal personages, or nobles, at least. Old Horn, the blower, always being left out in common discourse, was very much mistaken. The new arrivals were none other than 6 thief-takers, and as big rogues and rascals as ever straddled horses or swaggered about with swords at their heels. They were dressed in their best, however, and seemed very flush of money. How they got it will be seen hereafter. They rang the bells loudly, shouted and swore right and left until Old Horn and his servants were almost driven mad. "Who be they?" asked the ostler. "Don't know, lad, but suppose they're very great folks. They ride good nags, anyhow, and kick up a darned big fuss, too. Can't ye hear 'em?" "They be Londoners," said the housemaid. "I can tell by their talk, and they allers do make a noise when they goes in the country." "What do they want down here, I wonder?" "Can't tell, but they ask for the best beds in the inn and the best wine in the cellar, so they mun have plenty of money." While the servants were thus talking among themselves, the old landlord and his kitchen domestics were busy in providing supper for the hungry travelers. Boots was nearly run off his legs and didn't know what to do first. He became confused and forgot half of what he was told. "Here, lad," said one, "bring me some brandy. Quick, hot, mind." "Brandy, sir, yes, sir, hot, sir, with or without?" "Just so, sir, brandy hot without, sir." "Thank ye, sir," and off he shot. But before he had fairly closed the door, "Here, hi, waiter, quick," said another. "Mulled port for me, quick for your life. I'm almost frozen to death." "Port, sir." "Yes, sir, mulled, sir." "Thank ye, sir." Off he went, but the bell was rung violently again. "Here, hi, waiter, come here, lad. I want you, do you hear? Serve me first." "No, I gave my order first." "No, you didn't." "Spiced ale. Bring me a chop in less than 5 minutes, or I'll cut your head off." "My brandy and water, you idiot." "If my hot spiced ale doesn't appear in 3 minutes by the clock, I'll blow the rascal's brains out." "Will you never let me have my brandy and water, you villain?" "Cut the rascal's ear off." "How's my horse getting on?" "Let my bed be warmed." "Not mine, stupid, his mind. Where's the landlord?" "Brandy, ale, rum, bottle of wine. Beefsteaks? A chop for me." "Clean my boots. See to my horse. Long pipes. Stir up this fire. Put more coals on. How long's supper going to be?" These and such like orders rung in the bewildered ears of Nat the Boots. He rushed hither and thither like a wild man all of a sweat. He forgot half his orders, and so mixed up the others that he was kicked and cuffed about like a football by the noisy, and by no means polite strangers. Take them altogether, this half-dozen were as ugly and as villainous-looking a lot as could be well met with anywhere. They all had the marks of rogues and cutthroats engraven on their countenances. Some were decorated with black patches across the forehead, over the eye, or on their high cheekbones. One or two were minus an eye. One individual's nose was almost level with his face. Several had part of their front teeth knocked out, but each had big, thick fists, with which from time to time they struck the table until they made the glasses dance and ring again. Loud and coarse was their laughter, and when they smiled at any passing joke or observation, their countenances were more like those of hyenas, just about feeding time than human beings. The recognized leader of this desperate half-dozen was called Captain Jack, an individual of great strength, who delighted in much swearing and obscene conversation. Jack what? No one knew for certain, not even those who employed him. When at last supper was provided for this very select and genteel party, they set to work vigorously with knives and forks, and soon demolished a huge amount of meat and vegetables, more than would have sufficed for any ordinary supper party of 20 individuals. They feasted and swore and laughed and bolted their food in a heathenish style, as if all of them had been fasting for a month. Long, copious draughts of various beverages washed the grog down their capacious throats, and they occasionally enlivened the proceedings by throwing potatoes at Nat the waiter and hitting him in the eye, on the nose, and see, until Boots's face was bumped and swollen. When the repast was over, these 6 elegant individuals and their captain stretched themselves on chairs and puffed clouds from long pipes, as if they were the first gentlemen the land instead of the greatest rascals unhung. "As I was saying, lads," Capt. Jack observed, after drinking some brandy and water, "as I was saying, I shouldn't have taken this pretty job in hand, you know, only it gave us all a chance to do a little business on the road on our private account." "True," growled Tom Bates, an oldish, ugly-looking person with one eye and a broken nose. "True, Captain. And when you did want anybody, in course you knowed where to find 'em." "Ah, we've had some R.R.E. old times together, haven't we, Cap'n?" said Bates with a long-drawn sigh, which he further suppressed with a flood of spiced ale down his throat. "True, Tom, but the idea of the baker's dozen, as we are called, was yours." "In course it were," said Bates, "but I aren't at all proud. It were only a lucky thought. When you got your fust job from the justices, what could a been a neater idea than to have a company o' 12 or 13 good trusty lads about ye, when times were busy, all sworn to secrecy, and fair shares o' booty." It must be here explained, for the reader's information, that Captain Jack had been such a noted thief and rascal in his time that he had often been, and was now regularly, employed as thief-taker. But this position only gave him opportunities of becoming a still greater scoundrel. With this view, he and Tom Bates formed the idea of having a band of 12 or 13 men who should act under the captain's orders, and, under cover of being the thief-taker's occasional assistants, would thus have an ample chance of turning a dishonest penny to their own account. This was agreed upon, and the band formed. The name under which they were known was the Baker's Dozen. Each man had a particular talent, one for housebreaking, a second for counterfeiting, a third for horse-stealing, and so on. The authorities never dreamed that such a banded company existed and placed all faith in Captain Jack, although he was the greatest rogue in England, as will be seen in this exciting narrative. "We've often heard the whole story before, Tom," said Faulkner, another of the company. "So cut it for the present. It's been many a good year in existence, and I warrant ye hadn't as many grog blossoms on your nose afore it started as ye have now." "Stow that, Fawky," said Bates. "I've got corns as well as grog blossoms, mind, and you wouldn't a been one o' the dozen at all, 'cept for me. No, that yer wouldn't, but I know what yer would ha' been." "What?" "Why, meat for vultures and night-carrion birds, as pay their respects to the gibbets." This remark made all laugh, for it was well known among them that Faulkner would have been hung on the charge of robbery had not Bates induced Captain Jack to swear that he was innocent. "Well, enough of chaff," said Captain Jack. "Let's to business. Is that door shut?" "Yes." "Well, let one of ye go and stand outside to give the office if anyone comes in." This was done. They all clustered round the table and dived their hands down into their capacious pockets. One produced a purse, another some finger and car rings. 2 others had a bundle of banknotes, watches, snuff boxes, the diamond hilts of broken swords, jeweled shoe and dress buckles, and other things of value were displayed. "You haven't been idle on the road, I see," said Captain Jack, with a grin. "This makes up for our unpleasant journey down here for that silly bumpkin." While they were dividing the booty, Captain Jack was deep in figures, and so was Tom Bates, that the entire swag might be apportioned so as to give themselves the greatest share. While thus engaged, Bates raised his eyes towards the parlor window. "Damn if there ain't someone peeping through the round hole in the shutter," he stammered. In an instant he pulled out his pistol and fired. The ball smashed the glass and went right through the hole. Someone was heard to fall outside. Tom Bates rushed to the window and flung the shutter open. No one was there. "Well, if I didn't hit him, I must have shaved him closely," said Bates, and closed the window again. The moment Captain Jack had divided the spoil, a horseman was heard to halt at the inn door. "A traveler, and at this late hour. Who can it be?" said the select party in the parlor. "Who can it be?" "Here, waiter," said one and another. "Don't let the place be overcrowded. There are 7 of our party here already. You can't accommodate any more." "I swear I'll have no half-bed tonight. Nor I either." "Tell him to seek lodgings elsewhere in the village, landlord." "He shan't sleep with me," growled Bates, "whoever he is." "You needn't put yourself out of temper, friend," said the stranger, entering in a free and easy manner. "You needn't put yourself into any flurry, for I wouldn't have such an ugly-looking bedfellow for all the gold in England." As he said this, he cut Bates across the shoulders with his riding whip. "Hillo, what means this?" said Bates, spluttering with rage. "I say, my fine, dandy gentleman, do you know who you're cutting about the shoulders with your riding whip?" "Take no such liberties, young man, or you may repent of it." "Tut, tut, man, you don't know how to stand a joke." "That's no joke, as you'll quickly find if you're not very civil," growled Bates, puffing his pipe. "This parlor is engaged," said Captain Jack. "I see it is." The stranger said coolly, "The beds are all engaged. You had better go elsewhere. We don't wish to be disturbed. We are all friends here." "So I perceive," said the stranger coolly, "and I'm the last man in the wide world to make you enemies." He was cloaked and wore his hat over his eyes. A strongly built, elegant-looking gentleman he was, with pale face, fine eyes, and a dashing mustache. His hands were remarkably white, but he seemed to have the strength of a vice in them. He took a chair and drew up to the fire. "That chair belongs to one of our party, sir," said Faulkner. "Then let him get another," said the new arrival, very coolly. "Waiter, bring me a bottle of wine and call the landlord. I wish to speak to him." Nat brought the wine. The stranger sipped it, threw a sovereign to the waiter in a careless manner, saying, "Keep the change." "Here, landlord, I want my horse looked after. Give him the best stall in the stable." "There is not a stall vacant, sir." "Then turn some horse out and put mine in. I want a bed also, the best bed in the inn. All my beds are occupied. It matters not. Do as I tell you, or you'll repent it." "You are a very rude, braggadocio fellow to speak thus in the presence of gentlemen," said Tom Bates to the stranger. "What do you say? Old Bilberry knows. Mind your own business." "I say, sir, that in the presence of gentlemen, ha? Ha. That's good, hang me if it isn't. You look very much like a gentleman, certainly. If that large wart was off the tip of your nose, it would much improve your appearance." "Sir, growled Bates, rising in anger. "What do you mean? Do you know who I am?" said he, slapping his sword hilt. "Oh, sit down and take it coolly," the stranger replied, laughing. "Don't stand there gaping like a half-stuck pig. Know you, of course I know you." "Then, sir, if you do, you know me to be a gentleman, an administrator of justice." "I know you to be a d old thief, the biggest liar, and, at a pinch, the biggest coward in all London," the stranger replied. "Thief, liar, coward," gasped Bates, whipping out his sword. "If you are a man, defend yourself. If you are not a fool, sit down. You can't frighten me." "I'm too old a bird for that." This quarrel had now thoroughly aroused Captain Jack's party, who were noisy and boisterous, but they did not interfere, for they imagined that Bates was more than a match for the stranger. "Draw, I say," growled Bates, or I'll slay ye like a dog." "Clear the way there, comrades. Leave this impudent rascal to me." "Sit down, or I'll knock your head off," was the cool reply. Bates, all furious and maddened at the stranger's calmness, made a fierce lunge at him. The instant he did so, however, the stranger fired a pistol and knocked the large wart from the tip of Bates's nose, and next instant gave him such a smack on the jaw as laid that hero sprawling on the floor. Tom Bates was thunderstruck and sat upon the floor looking at the stranger with eyes of wonderment. His friends were equally astonished, and for a moment it looked as if the whole party were intent on slaying the newcomer. "Stand back," said he, waving them off. "Put up your sword." "I fear ye not, vagabonds, but listen to me. If one dare approach nearer, I'll scalp him." There was so much of determination and an air of superiority about him that all stood still and looked at him as if transfixed to the spot. "Listen to me, knaves," said he, eyeing every one of them with a keen look. "How many chief high roads are there leading out of London?" 13, Captain Jack answered after a moment's thought. "But what has that got to do with us?" "Much more than you imagine. Since you left London, a new gibbet has been erected on each of those 13 highways, just where they branch off at the crossroads." "Well," said all in a breath, "and what of that? I don't understand what all of this means." "But I do. It means this: those gibbets have been raised at the sole expense of a particular friend of yours." "For whom?" "For each of you." "And who is this very particular, very dear friend of Erne?" growled Faulkner. "I am he," said the stranger. The rascals were tongue-tied at the stranger's boldness as he went on. "You came to conduct Bob Bertram to London." "We did. Who could have told you?" "Who told me that each of you went plundering on the way and divided the booty just now." "Ha!" said Captain Jack. "Watched, betrayed." "Silence," said the stranger. "If you do not wish to be gibbeted before your time, this youth is accused of murder, but he did it not. He is not in Darlington jail." "Not in jail?" "No, he has escaped. How know you this?" "I just came from the village." All is in an uproar. WILDFIRE Ned, Sir Richard Warbeck's adopted nephew, is the hero who released him. The thievish thief-takers were amazed at what they heard. "And now," said the stranger, "since your mission here is ended, return to town, do you hear me? Return this very hour, and carry this strange news to the proper authorities. And mark me, Captain Jack, every one of you remember that if you do not track and discover the real murderer of Farmer Bertram in less than 2 months, I'll report you to the king. Your death warrants are now in my pocket." "See them," said the stranger, exhibiting a bundle of printed forms. "Here is one for Captain Jack, another for this red-nosed ass on the floor, Bates. I mean, a third for Faulkner there. In fine, I have been kind enough to provide each of you with a passport into the other world. As you may observe, they only require my signature." "And who the devil are you?" gasped out one and all. "I'll let you see, but I had better write it on one of these death warrants. Say yours, Captain Jack. It will save me trouble afterwards. Landlord, pen and ink." "Do you know that name?" said the stranger after writing it. All the rascals looked at it in astonishment. "The devil," said Captain Jack. "Not the devil exactly," said the stranger coolly, "but your very humble servant, Colonel Blood. A gentleman, I can assure you, who will feel great pleasure in introducing each of you to the common hangman, unless you produce in 2 months the real murderer of Farmer Bertram and serve me at all times." The stranger was in truth no other than Colonel Blood, but what brought him so far from London was a mystery which we shall have to clear up shortly. Chapter 9. The miller's daughter, Colonel Blood, falls into rough hands, the murder on the bridge. The reason that Colonel Blood was so far from London is easily explained by what took place in Darlington the second night of his visit. The miller of the village, Hugh Harmer, had a very pretty daughter named Ellen, who was the pride and the toast of the surrounding country. Like a hawk poised in the air, gazing on his intended prey below, did Colonel Blood hover around Hugh Harmer's house close by the bubbling and splashing millstream. He had espied Ellen by chance, and in her saw not the virtuous village maiden, but a beautiful object for his master, the merry monarch, who, Blood knew, would pay any price to gratify his bestial passions. Captain Jack and his rough party had left the inn but half an hour when a card was brought to Blood by someone Old Horn had never seen before. "Admit the stranger, landlord," said Blood. A sorrowful-looking fellow walked in, hat in hand. He was very wet from head to foot, and his clothes were in rags around him. "Have you seen her?" "Her answer is here," said the stranger, producing a small note out of his breast pocket. Blood tore it open and read it. His eyes sparkled with fire, and his handsome features twitched as he perused its contents, which ran as follows. "Sir, our first meeting, I fear, has caused much uneasiness and unhappiness to both. But, notwithstanding your constant letters and frequent visits to Darlington, I fear that your intentions cannot be so disinterested towards me as your eloquent notes would have me believe. This thought has often occurred to my mind since I first imprudently met you, and is more and more confirmed by the fact that you impress upon me the necessity of keeping our correspondence a secret from my dear old father, which no person, having honorable intentions, would ever propose to a simple country girl. As a last favor, I beg that you will no more insult me with your proposals of eloping from my father's roof, or ever again presume to throw yourself purposely in my path to pour poisonous counsels into my ears. In fine, sir, I fear I have too long been the dupe of your designs, and until, as a virtuous girl, I can sign my name on the marriage register of the village church, I will never leave my father's home, even should I love the man ever so much who bade me act otherwise. Your humble servant, Ellen Harmer. Clever as she's pretty, but quick and sharp as a needle, thought Blood, so much the better for King Charles. Did you miss the old man as usual? Asked Blood. No, sir, for once he caught me, said the servant with a very rueful face. Then you had an adventure. What said he to you? Oh, it's you, is it? Here again, and always when I'm out, says he, flourishing his walking stick, and then he shouted to the dogs, on to him, Rover. Give it him, Spot. Hold tight, Jip. And all the while he was laying onto me with his thick stick without mercy. Quite a pleasant affair, said Blood with a smile. Yes, sir, to think about, but not very agreeable if you have to go through it. Well, well, I don't wonder why old Harmer takes so much care of her, for she's one of the daintiest little maidens that ever trod the earth, said Blood. No matter, if he had her locked up in a castle, it would be all the same, she must be the king's. Tonight is the last time she'll sleep under her father's roof. Come, Jonas, for such was his shivering servant's name, go change your clothes and have a stiff glass of brandy. I shall want you about midnight to go to the miller's house with me. Again tonight, sir, gasped Jonas. Why, only you look here. And as he turned round, he exhibited to his master the seat of his trousers, his cloak, and other parts of his attire, all in ribands. Never mind, Jonas, you always had a reputation for courage. Here's a guinea for you. Go, prepare yourself. Midnight was past, and at an appointed time Jonas met his master, and both proceeded towards the miller's. Colonel Blood sauntered along in the silence of the night towards Harmer's house, as handsome, bold, and cool-handed a knave as ever lived. He had just reached the narrow mill bridge when he perceived the dark figure of a young man leaning over the handrail and gazing in the shining water. Directly he heard the approach of footsteps, he turned, and his eyes sparkled with fierce delight. "'Tis he," said the young man. "I cannot be mistaken. I have long desired this meeting. I came to bury myself beneath these shining waters, but ere I do, let me crush the skull of this villain who has ruined me and blasted all my happiness. For, before his accursed shadow darkened our village, I was happy. But now, alas, Ellen Harmer's heart is another's." Colonel Blood approached and had reached the center of the bridge when the youth suddenly confronted him with boldness and flashing eyes. "What, Andrew Gamble?" said Blood, starting back a step or two in surprise. "Aye," said Andrew with a quivering lip. "Does that name startle your wicked heart?" "Startle me, knave," said Blood with an air of great contempt. "Make way there. Why do you cross my path again?" "Because you've crossed mine and shall die," said Andrew, advancing. "Make way there, I say," said Blood, drawing his sword. "Let me pass, I like not your looks. There is murder in your eyes. Make way, I tell ye, before I cleave ye to the ground." "Ha! Ha! laughed Andrew. You can flourish your toasting fork, I see, just as cleverly as I can my father's flail. But you don't frighten me for all that, fine gentleman as you are. Once, for all make way, fellow, or I'll cleave your skull, said Blood. I cannot afford to waste valuable time in parleying with a country clown. He had scarcely spoken the word when Andrew Gamble rushed suddenly upon his enemy and disarmed him in an instant. Colonel Blood was thunderstruck. The action had been so sudden, and the weapon so cleverly wrenched from his grasp, that he stood gaping in surprise. "Make way there," said Andrew, flourishing the sword in a malicious manner, much as a rustic would a stout oak cudgel. Colonel Blood retired a pace or two in evident fear of his brawny antagonist. "Villain, you quail," said Andrew with a savage laugh. "You quail and turn pale before the very man you just now threatened. But fear not, I will not, as you would have done, raise my weapon against a defenseless man. I could take thy life, for until the unlucky day your shadow darkened our village, I was happy. Happy, I as happy as a king. I loved, and was loved in return, but your hellish schemes and flattery have torn her from me. You have poured poison into my loved one's ear. You have taught her to despise the one who would willingly have laid down his life for her. Listen, villain, your rascality has long been known to me, but chance has never thrown me in your way until now, and here upon the mill bridge, in the stillness of the night, let me tell you that one or both of us must die." These words were uttered by Andrew Gamble with a great effort. His manly breast heaved, and his voice became tremulous as, in a few words, he disclosed the secret and the cause of his enmity to the stranger. "Die," said Blood calmly, but with a trembling lip. He seemed charmed and fixed to the spot by the fierce brilliancy of Andrew's eyes. "Die." He muttered again, half aloud. "Yes, die," said young Gamble with a fiery pride. "Think you I care to live and see Ellen Harmer given to another? Can I live, now that the only charm life had for me is snatched away?" "I never harmed you," said Blood, coolly and collectedly. "'Tis false, villain," the youth replied. "Have you not had spies around her? Have you not dazzled her with your dishonest words and manner? Have you not written dozens of letters to her inviting her to run from her father's home and become a lady in London? Why not show your face at her father's house like any honest man? Why traduce me? Am I not as good as you? If you are a man, so am I. We are equal. The tinsel and ribbons of your court-cut coat makes you no better gentleman than Andrew Gamble, the farmer's son. Nay, curl not your lip, but hear me. This meeting, it is our first and last. You see this sword," said Andrew passionately. "There is but one between us, we will divide it." So saying, he placed the weapon across his knee and snapped it in twain. "Choose," said Andrew. "The hilt or point, whiche'er you will." "You are bent upon bloodshed," said the colonel. "You are rash, wild, and know not what you do, neither do you know me. If you did, you would tremble at such an encounter. I am the best swordsman in all England." "And I the worst," said Andrew. "It matters not. Come on." Colonel Blood took the point half of the broken sword and wrapped his handkerchief round the thick end for a handle. Andrew had the thick half. The two blades met. Blood was as cool as ice. There was upon his handsome face a smile of confidence and contempt for his rustic rival. Andrew, on the contrary, was all on fire and trembled with haste and excitement. In an encounter between two such swordsmen, the result could not for a moment be doubtful. Andrew made a lunge that was prettily stopped by Colonel Blood. His next attempt, however, was more successful. Andrew rushed to closer distance and pricked the arm from which blood flowed copiously. "Damnation!" swore the infuriated swordsman. "To be beaten by this country clown is a lasting disgrace. Nevertheless, he shan't live to boast of it." He gathered himself together for a final stroke, which would have proved fatal to the brave rustic, but Andrew turned the colonel's point. A desperate struggle now ensued on the narrow bridge. They seized each other by the throat. Their weapons were in deadlock. A single moment would decide all. The strength of each was about equal, and giant-like were their struggles, but a trick saved Blood. He quickly placed one foot behind Andrew's leg and back-heeled him. This was fatal to Andrew. He fell. In the act of falling, Colonel Blood stabbed him. The brave rustic threw up his hands with a sharp cry of pain and rolled into the shining river. "Fool," said Colonel Blood, with a contemptuous oath, as he looked into the bright waters beneath him, rippling and eddying in the moonlight. "Fool! How dare the village dolt to cross my path? So be it with all who dare cross the path of Colonel Blood." He threw the red blade into the small, narrow river stream and bound up his arm with his handkerchief. "Now for the pretty wench," said he. "If I succeed in carrying her forth, my fortune is made. Stop! What was that sound?" He stood and listened. "Help! Help!" cried a distant voice. "Murder! Help! Help!" Chapter 10. Jonas meets with a strange adventure. When Jonas left his master to go to their rendezvous, he little dreamt of what was in store for him. The horses and carriage were drawn up at the appointed spot, and Jonas, thinking of the large reward which the colonel had often promised him, was on the bright lookout for the prearranged signal. Now, as we have seen, Miller Harmer had been informed of this mysterious stranger in Darlington, and had watched him and his servant, and even heard the prearranged signal. He had long sighed for an opportunity of confronting the bold stranger, who so slyly had crept into the good graces of his daughter, but whose name, rank, and intentions he knew not. The first thing to do was to procure assistance. He went straightway to the lockup, and informed the authorities of his suspicions. "It may be one of them chaps as came in masks t'other night and rescued Bob Bertram," said a burly officer, indignant at the idea of the disgrace which had thus been cast upon them. For it must be explained here that WILDFIRE Ned and his groom had effected Bob's rescue in the manner described about 1 o'clock in the morning, when all the village was wrapped in sleep, and the 2 constables on guard were half tipsy. "If it only be one o' them chaps," said the chief officer, "I'd give 100 gold pieces, that I would, for I shall never rest content till I have cracked one o' their skulls, the mean devils, to come when no one expected on 'em, and fight their way in and out of the lockup." This thought was alike echoed by all. They felt great annoyance that 2 youths should have possessed the nerve and courage to fall upon the lockup guard, and thrash them as WILDFIRE Ned and Tim the groom had done. If Ned had sent warning that he was coming to rescue Bob, the constables, of course, would have been there a dozen strong to oppose him, and this they considered would have been fair play. But now that Miller Harmer brought information that there was more than one suspicious stranger in the village, the constable made sure that they were the identical 2 they so much desired to capture. From the bustle and preparations made by the half-dozen constables, one would suppose that the valiant guardians of the public peace were bent upon storming some castle or stronghold. With lanterns and staves and clubs they sallied forth. "Lead on, Mr. Miller," said the chief, buttoning up his doublet. "Lead on, sir. We'll give the 2 rascals such a dressing as they never had before in all their lives." Old Harmer conducted the constables to his mill. He unlocked the huge doors and admitted them. They hid themselves behind a lowering pile of corn and flour sacks and darkened their lanterns. "Stand firm, my merry men," said the chief of the party. "Stand firm, and when the signal is given, arrest the rascal as he enters." Miller Harmer now went to the half-opened door. He gave 3 shrill whistles, each after an interval of about half a minute. "Here the villain comes," said Harmer, hiding himself. Jonas at that moment was observed approaching in a stealthy, cat-like manner, crawling along under the shadow of the trees and cottages of the village. He was seen to stop once or twice and look furtively around him. He did not know why, but a feeling of suspicion assured him that in some way his master's scheme for abducting Ellen Harmer would involve heavy blows, if not broken sconces. He had armed himself, therefore, with a stout, short club of oak, which he concealed under his cloak. As he approached the mill door, he was half inclined to run away again. "Courage, Jonas, courage," said he to himself, half aloud. "Remember the rich reward in store for you. The colonel, my master, is a bold, brave devil, and I must be so likewise." "So I am," said Jonas, slapping his chest. "Who knows but what I may be a gentleman one of these fine days if all goes on well? Won't that be grand? Courage, then, Jonas. None but the brave deserve the fair. Onward. Rewards and honor await you." That whistle, though, didn't much sound like Master's, he thought, and yet it must be. There it is again. All is right. The girl is secured. Onward, Jonas. Teach these rustic villagers what brave stuff Londoners are made of. He crept towards the mill slowly and very carefully, and it must be confessed that his legs trembled violently under him, and his teeth chattered. "He comes," said the miller in a half-whisper. "Make ready to receive him." Jonas crawled up to the half-opened mill door and peered into the darkness before him. "That you, master?" he whispered. "Yes," was the soft answer. "Have you got the maiden safe and sound?" "Yes. Won't the old miller be surprised in the morning when he finds she's gone, ha?" "Ha," chuckled Jonas. He passed the threshold and was much astonished to see the door shut behind him. Before he had time to breathe freely, a long staff was aimed at his head. The stroke was well intended, and a powerful one also, but it missed the right object and fell with a hard crack on the head of a constable by mistake in the darkness. A loud groan and a curse followed the fall of the oaken staff. In an instant Jonas comprehended all. He was entrapped and escape impossible. "Oh, the bloodthirsty scoundrels," he groaned. "That blow was meant for me." He produced his own small cudgel and laid about him right and left in the darkness. He then fell upon his hands and knees and crawled from the midst of his enemies. Total darkness prevented the officers from seeing what they were doing or ought to do, but they hit right and left among themselves, and some of them were tripped up by Jonas. "I've got him! I've got him!" roared the chief constable. "He tried to crawl through my legs, but couldn't." "Give it to him, then," said another. And sure enough, the chief constable did give it to him. But he had the wrong man between his legs and was pounding away on the back of an unlucky prostrate comrade, like as if he were thumping a big drum. Shouts, oaths, and groans were now heard on all sides. Jonas, as nimble as a monkey, climbed onto the sacks of flour piled up right and left. His own weight toppled them over. They fell among the combatants and knocked several of them over. Old Harmer, surprised at the change in the state of things, and fearful that Jonas should escape, rushed to a long rope and pulled the mill bell which hung in an old tower. He tugged away and alarmed the whole village. In less than 5 minutes, the male portion of the villagers rushed forth from their houses, half-dressed. Dogs barked, men shouted, women screamed, and children cried. All was now a scene of great excitement and confusion. Some armed with pokers, tongs, old rusty swords, pitchforks, and oaken clubs, rushed along the village green. "To the mill! To the mill!" roared some. "'Tis the skeleton crew," shrieked others. "They have murdered the miller and run off with Ellen. The constables are half murdered. On, lads, on." These and similar shouts were now heard on every hand. The rustics looked pale and startled at the bare mention of the skeleton crew, for they had long known what a savage, remorseless band they were. Many, at the bare mention of the skeleton crew, ran into their cottages again and barred their doors. Not a few fell on their knees and began to mumble out their prayers in a very rapid manner. Some dozen or more stout-hearted, broad-backed fellows, however, boldly ran towards the mill and dashed in. They asked no questions, but commenced to hit right and left in the darkness, and it was some time ere they discovered their mistake. When they did, however, they began to swear at each other in a very violent manner. Nor did they heed the sighs and groans of the chief constable and his unlucky followers, who were half smothered under the sacks of flour. They searched the mill in every direction, but for full half an hour were unable to discover Master Jonas. That worthy youth had clambered over the sacks and made his way up to the 3rd story of the mill. He looked in every direction for some means to escape, but found none. The infuriated rustics, led on by old Harmer himself, now ascended the stairs in single file and instituted a vigorous search. They brought with them several dogs to assist in the affair. One of these, more diligent in his search than others, scented out Master Jonas, who was concealed behind a flour bin. He might have long remained there, unknown to the searchers, but the miller's dog gave Jonas such a quiet nip in the leg as made that worthy howl aloud with pain. "He's here." "We've got him," "No, you haven't," said Jonas. With a sudden bound he rushed from his hiding place and dashed towards the two trapdoors through which the sacks were raised from below. They stood open, and in front of him dangled a long rope almost to the ground. This he seized and began to slide down with the skill of an acrobat. But an accident happened to him that he least expected. The crane was pushed out from the wall and, to Jonas's horror, he found himself dangling right over the mill dam. "Oh, the murdering villains! What must I do now?" thought the luckless servant. "They have shoved out the crane, and here am I dancing between the sky and a deep mill dam. Cut the rope! Cut the rope! Drown the rascal! He can't escape. Lower the rope. No, cut it, roared old Harmer. End the rope, so we capture the villain." With right goodwill, several began to cut and hack the rope. Jonas felt the rope's vibration and shut his eyes. "It's all over now," he said. "And the Colonel and all Darlington put together. I wish I was safe in London again. If this is the grand reward the Colonel promised me, confusion to him." Jonas had a passing desire to say his prayers, but he was such a thoughtless knave that he had forgotten them long ago. That's it, cried many voices. "Help! Murder! Thieves! Cutthroats! Help, help!" shouted a dozen voices. This was the confusion and noise which Colonel Blood had heard when he took the last glance at Andrew Gamble, who was carried away by the stream. But he never for a moment dreamed that all this distant hubbub was occasioned by the tight rope performance of his man, Jonas. With a vigorous cut, the rope was at last severed. Amid the shouts and cheers of the bystanders, Jonas fell from a height of 20 feet right into the deep mill dam with a loud splash. Fish him out, lads. We mustn't let the rogue escape us now. He is one of those who rescued Bob Bertram." Poor Jonas rose to the surface and in desperate despair clung to the branch of an overhanging tree, some distance from the edge of the dam. In a moment the villagers were very busy with pitchforks, rakes, and the like, fishing him out. One fellow, with more vigor than judgment, took aim with his long fork, but missed his distance, and gave Jonas a painful thrust in his seat of honor instead of hooking his clothes, as intended. 5 gold pieces to anyone who secures the villain," roared the chief constable, who now rushed upon the scene, puffing and blowing. The promised reward caused a very great deal of excitement in those present. A rope was now procured. With great dexterity, someone present made a noose in it, and very cleverly threw it over Jonas's head. "Pull away, lads," said the rope-thrower. "Now then, all together. You'll choke the varlet," someone said. "Small odds," said the rope-thrower, "small odds, so we get him dead or alive." "Now then," said another, "all together, a strong pull and a long pull, mind." So vigorously did they haul away at the rope that in less than a minute Jonas was dragged to the bank, half strangled and half drowned. "Light ho! Lights here!" cried a dozen voices, and lamps were immediately brought to the spot. "That's him. That's one on him," said the chief constable. "I could tell him out of 100. That's him as has been prowling about Darlington and rescued Bob Bertram." "He looks a villain, every inch of him," said old Harmer. "I'm sorry we haven't got t'other. He's the worst of the two, and the rascals ain't satisfied with what they've already done, but must concoct a scheme for running off with my daughter Ellen." "Horrible! Awful!" chimed in one and another. "Undo the rope," said the chief constable. "At least, loosen it a bit. We don't want to hang him yet." "No, that fun has to come," said another with a loud laugh. "Bring him along, lads. I'll lead the way with the light," said the chief constable, and poor Jonas was dragged forth to prison with a long halter around his neck. He was dripping wet and soaked to the marrow. His thighs were bruised and wounded by cuffs, the fork prongs, and dog bites. His legs trembled from under him. Dogs barked at him, men jeered, and women clapped their hands. He was cast into jail by the chief constable with looks of professional pride and triumph. "Got one of the scoundrels, anyhow," said he. Wet and exhausted as he was, and presenting a very sorry sight, Master Jonas was thrust into a cell. The villagers crowded around him and gazed through the prison bars, with gaping mouths, as if they were looking at some strange, half-tamed animal in a traveling menagerie. But what has become of his master, Colonel Blood? The next chapter will show. Chapter 11. The abduction, the skeleton dance, the pursuit, horrible doings in the village. The sounds which Colonel Blood had heard for a moment aroused his bold spirit, and as he crossed the mill bridge slowly and calmly, he resolved upon arriving at some explanation concerning it. But the very hubbub and confusion which reigned were of infinite use to him in regard to his projected scheme with the pretty Ellen Harmer. Her father, the miller, and the whole of the villagers, as we have seen, were thoroughly aroused and greatly incensed at the behavior of Jonas. Some began to talk of hanging the unlucky servant on the morrow, and, dark as it was, they gathered together in groups, discussing the subject with great animation and many angry gestures. But this very confusion assisted the bold, conscienceless colonel. He walked up to the miller's house and found it deserted. Not a soul was in the dwelling, save Ellen herself. Half stupefied with the strange stories she had heard, Ellen remained in her own chamber, trembling that the skeleton crew were in the village. A single lamp burned dimly in the miller's parlor. Colonel Blood, as he crept towards the house, felt satisfied that she was alone. "Now is my time," said he. "None but the brave deserve the fair, now or never." He walked boldly into the house, opened the parlor door hastily, and entered the apartment. Ellen had been on her knees praying, and her face was deadly pale. She started suddenly as she saw the handsome stranger enter. "Fly, fly for your life, fair maid," said Blood, in accents of alarm. "What means this intrusion, sir?" said Ellen, drawing herself up to her full height and with a proud look. "What means this strange intrusion?" "It means this, Miss Harmer, that the village has been set upon by that desperate gang called the Skeleton Crew, and that they are intent upon murdering all who oppose them. Fly. I beg of you, do not delay a single instant, or all may be lost." "Sir," cried Ellen, half aloud, distrustful of her own senses, and yet knowing not whether to believe or disbelieve the colonel's words. "Nay, stop not to parley, dear Ellen," said Blood, taking her by the hand. "There is not a single moment to be lost in explanation. Feel satisfied that what I say is true. Your father has sent me. He begged of me to conduct you to a place of safety until such times as the horrible skeleton band should have departed again. Sir, all this may be true, but how am I to know it for a certainty?" "Nay, do not hesitate. Your very life may depend upon it." "And my honor also, sir," said Ellen with a proud look. "Honor to me is dearer than life." "Great patience," said Blood in a petulant manner. "Would you not save your father's life?" "My father's life," said Ellen, suddenly changing color. "Is he in danger, then?" "He is. He is now in the power of the Skeleton Crew, and if you are found here 5 minutes longer, you will surely be dragged off a captive by Deathwing, their chief." "Whither, then, would you lead me?" "To Darlington Hall. Sir Richard and his servants are out and armed against this famous band. It is by old Sir Richard's desire, coupled with your father's, that I now come here." "Then you are known to Sir Richard?" "Yes, fair one, I am a nephew of his. I have used deception with you up to the present, but the time is now past for all that. I am Sir Richard's nephew. Come, fly with me to the hall, 'tis the only place of safety. Remember the dreadful scenes which have been enacted round the coast by this horrible band, and flee on the instant." Ellen seemed stupefied by all she heard, and mechanically threw a light wrapper round her shoulders. In a few moments she left her father's house, misled and deceived by the oily tongue of as great and fearless a scoundrel as ever lived. This way," said Blood blandly. "Haste, fair one, haste." He placed a rough, strong arm round the maiden's waist and helped her along. "This way is the nearest," he said, with a grim smile of satisfaction, as they both hurriedly approached the mill bridge. When they were about to cross, several of the planks being old, loose, and rotten began to creak ominously, and the wind sighed dolefully. Ellen stopped for a moment, her eyes enlarged to twice their ordinary size. She saw something on the bridge that startled her. "What is that?" she said, half-gasping, pointing to something on the planks which looked red. "Oh, nothing, fair one," said Blood, grimly smiling. "But it is something," said Ellen, turning pale and gazing intently. "Look," See here and here and here, they are large clots of gore." "Impossible," said Blood coolly. "Yes, they are, and here," she said, "is part of a broken sword. How came all this? Nay, do not hurry me onward. I tremble, my feet refuse to walk, for I fear something horrible may obstruct my path." "Nonsense, nonsense, fair creature," said Blood. "If anything has happened, it is all the doings of that horrible band of skeletons. Nothing more. If you wish to escape yourself, follow my advice at once." I will," said Ellen Harmer, trembling in every limb. She and the colonel had crossed half of the bridge when both suddenly stopped. "What was that?" said the miller's daughter, looking pale as death. "What voice was that?" "Oh, nothing, nothing, fair one. 'Twas only the murmuring of the wind among the osiers on the river bank, or perhaps the babbling waters. Come quickly, I say." "Oh, help! Murder!" sighed a voice near by among the osier bushes. "D-nation!" growled Blood, half to himself. "That lout is still alive. Would for 1,000 crowns he were dead. Come, lassie, think no more of it. It was your imagination only, nothing else, I assure you." "Oh, help!" sighed the voice again, faintly. "Ellen Harmer, I am dying. Beware of the courtly villain. Help." "'Tis my name that he calls," said Ellen, turning red. "Unhand me, sir, and if you are a man, help me to discover who and what this poor creature is." "Help!" faintly sighed the voice from among the trees. "'Tis the voice of Andrew," said Ellen. "Some foul villainy has been here at work. This blood upon the planks is his." "Help!" "'Tis Andrew Gamble's voice." "D-nation!" growled Blood, and then, in a persuasive voice, "Come, fair one, come, 'tis all imagination, believe me. Hark! Do you hear the loud shouts of the villagers? Come, let's haste away. The skeleton crew are butchering all they fall across. Come, haste." Blood put his strong arm round Ellen's waist, and half by persuasion, half by force, bore her away, pale, trembling, and more dead than alive. "Egad, 'twas well I used mild force with the pretty wench," said he, "or she would have discovered all. I must return, if possible, and give that rustic a finishing touch. It will never do to let him recover and go babbling over the village, or we may be traced to London, and then all fun would end. 'Twas lucky she didn't look in the right direction as I did, or she would have seen Master Andrew washed by the river among the bulrushes on the bank. I just caught sight of his face in the fitful moonlight. How white and horrible it looked. He was so impatient to bear off Ellen Harmer to his carriage that he actually took her up in his arms. This he explained to the struggling maid by saying that they were pursued. Faint, weak, pale, and unresisting as she was, Ellen Harmer was so terrified at all she had heard that it took but little to convince her that what all Blood had said was true. With the soft tongue of a deceiver, then, he consoled her, while with the strength of a young ox he tore off his fair prize with the greatest ease. "This is a good night's work," thought he, as he hurried forward. "His Majesty will amply reward me for all this trouble and, who knows, may raise me to the peerage, for many a man has had that reward for doing less than I have." Thus he mused as he went on his way. Ere long he approached the spot where Jonas had agreed to place his carriage and horses. His own saddle horse was there, truly, but not the carriage. "How is this?" growled Blood. "Surely that fool Jonas could not have misunderstood me," I told him near this spot. He was now approaching the church, and resolved to wait near an old archway close beside the village green, with its maypole, until such time as Jonas should appear with the carriage. He remained close under the shadow of the old archway, but all was still. The village green, with its maypole, was deserted. Not a soul was visible. He threw his cloak around the miller's daughter and tried to comfort her. All at once, he was astonished at the sight he saw. His own carriage dashed up and passed him at a furious rate. The driver was a skeleton. Behind the carriage stood, in grim outlines, 2 skeleton footmen, cocked hats and all. Inside, Colonel Blood could see 4 or 5 skeletons, who grinned and laughed hideously as they looked out of the window and shook their bony hands in triumph. In the midst of the inside passengers, Colonel Blood saw 2 prisoners. One was the colonel's coachman, the other was the fellow footman of poor Jonas. This unearthly and ghastly apparition was not seen by Ellen Harmer. for Blood's cloak had been adroitly thrown over her head, and faced the moment the strange and horrible coachman appeared in sight. It must be confessed that this coachload of grim skeletons filled the colonel with wonder, if not with fear. "I should never have believed it had I not seen it," mused the bold colonel. At that moment, his horror even increased tenfold, as was that of the fair Ellen. Loud laughter was heard proceeding from the village green. It sounded not like that of mortal. He hastily turned his head, as also did Ellen. They both looked through the old archway towards the maypole. The sight they then beheld was appalling. Round the maypole danced a circle of skeletons. On top of it, there sat perched a grim-looking skeleton, playing ear-piercing, diabolical music from some sort of flute made out of human bones. One of the dancers had a tambourine with jingling bells. As they danced and capered about in most fantastic styles, they shook their bony hands in a dismal manner, which made Colonel Blood's flesh to creep again. Directly Ellen Harmer caught sight of this dreadful exhibition, she fell back into Blood's arms. She now fully believed all that the colonel had told her, and relied upon his protection as a man of honor. She was too much frightened to speak, and trembled violently as the colonel supported her. But Blood seemed fastened to the spot. He looked and looked again at the terrible dance of the skeletons. He had never dreamed of ever seeing anything so hideous or horrible. "Who and what are they?" said Blood, half aloud. "Are they men or devils?" "Devils," said a chorus of unseen voices. "Who stabbed Andrew Gamble?" "Ha, ha! Who wants to run away with the pretty daughter of Harmer the miller, eh? Go, tell your master what you have seen, go, tell him. He may one day expect us. Away, Colonel Blood, away." These words were uttered in such fierce tones, and with such a hissing sound, that they grated on Blood's ears. "I fear not man nor devil," he growled savagely in return, but the continual sight of the strange, wild, skeleton dance seemed to discompose him. He seized Ellen Harmer round the waist, and with the greatest ease vaulted into his saddle. "These devils have seized my carriage and servants," said he, "but 'tis lucky they did not discover my horse here under the gateway, or all would have been lost." While in the act of mounting his splendid animal, the colonel did not perceive that the skeleton dancers had approached him. When he looked to the right and left, he found himself surrounded by the grim disciples of Deathwing, the grim skeleton chief. With a shout and an oath of surprise and annoyance, he raised his riding whip and cut his way from the midst of those around him. He put spurs to his horse and plunged forward on the road towards London, with Ellen Harmer on the saddle before him. He had not gone 2 miles when he turned round to ascertain the cause of a distant rumbling noise. Not far behind him, he could perceive his own carriage, driven by a skeleton coachman, in full pursuit. Skeleton heads were protruding from windows on each side of the coach, who waved their long arms and shook them in gestures of savage revenge. Pursued, thought Blood, and by this terrible band. He dug his spurs deeply into the flanks of his gallant steed and fled like the wind. But the skeleton band was slowly and surely gaining on him. It was now a race for life or death. Chapter 12. Wildfire Ned, Tim, and Rambling Bob set out upon their travels, strange and exciting adventures. The first thing which Wildfire Ned did, when he left his uncle's presence, and had publicly insulted Regil, was to proceed to the stables and saddle his own gallant mare, Starlight. "What, off again, Master Ned?" said Tim, rubbing his eyes. "Why, surely you ain't going anywhere this time of night." "Yes, I am, Tim. I am going to leave Darlington altogether." "Leave it altogether, sir? Why, you must be joking." "No, I'm not, Tim. Come, saddle my mare at once. I must leave this place within half an hour. Will you come with me?" "Why, in course I will," said Tim. "But it did appear to me all so very strange-like. I can't understand it." "What? You leave the hall and all for nothing?" said Tim in great surprise. "Never mind being surprised at all about it," said Wildfire Ned, biting his lips. "I'm going to leave, so that's quite sufficient explanation. I've got a good sum of money of my own in my pocket, so have resolved to go to sea and chase those skeleton pirates we have heard so much of. Will you come, Tim?" "Yes, young master, in course I will." "I'd go to the devil with you, thee knows." But for all that, thought Tim, I don't much care about facing them terrible skeletons led on by that awful wretch called Deathwing. Few words were passed by Ned. He mounted his famous mare, Starlight, and, followed by Tim, galloped away towards the village of Darlington. "Tim, are you brave?" said Wildfire Ned, grinning as they rode along side by side. "Brave, Master Ned? Why, of course I am. I'd face the very devil if I had anyone to back me. I always feel safe when I'm with you." "Well, do you know what I'm going to do?" "No, Master. You know Bob Bertram, the old farmer's son, sir." "Yes, sir, and a fine, good-hearted young fellow he is as ever was born." "I'm glad to hear you say so, Tim, and glad also to think you like him so much, for he also is coming with us." "Him, Master," said Tim in surprise. "Why, how can that be? He's in the roundhouse and accused of murdering his old father. But he didn't do it, I'll swear," said Tim to himself. "He couldn't do it. Bob Bertram's heart is too good for any such bloody work as that, or else I'm no judge of human nature." "Right, Tim, you are right, my lad," said Ned, who had overheard his servant mumbling to himself. "And I feel proud to think your opinion about that murder is the same as mine. But then, you know, he'll never suffer. He's going to escape tonight." "Escape, Master? Why, I have heard that he's guarded night and day. It were even whispered that some officers of the Crown were coming down to take him down to London." "I have heard all that also," said Ned, laughing, "but when they do come, the bird will have flown. Do you see these, Tim?" said Ned, displaying a pair of pistols. "Do you see these?" "Yes, Master." "Well, we call these things barking irons, and if the two officers won't behave themselves and act civilly towards us when we call, why then you must blow the brains out of one, while I do the same to the other." Ned said this very coolly, but Tim's eyes rolled in fright at the bare idea of bloodshed. He did not give utterance to his fears, however, but jogged along by his young master's side. Ere long they approached the village, and Wildfire Ned leaped from his mare. Tim did likewise, and both nags were tethered to a roadside post. "Come along, Tim, we must do the rest on foot. You know the Red Lion." "Well, go there and tell the landlord I want a horse for a few hours. When you come back, I shall be here at this post waiting for you. Be quick, mind, and see that he lends you a good steed, for we have a long way to gallop." Tim went off on foot towards the Red Lion. Wildfire Ned walked rapidly towards that part of the village where the lockup or roundhouse was situated. All was darkness and profound quietness in the village. "This is just the time to do the trick," thought Wildfire Ned. Saying this, he put on a black velvet mask and walked up to the prison door. It was open. He walked in quietly. Two officers lay on benches before the fire, snoring loudly. They did not hear his footsteps. Ned looked around quickly to ascertain in which of the several cells Bob Bertram was confined. He knew not which. Presently, however, he saw two eyes peering between the iron bars, and from the hard breathing of the prisoner he felt sure it was Bob. Ned made a sign which Bob understood, and then approached the prisoner. "Those are the keys hanging up behind the door," said Bob, in a soft whisper. "But be careful, Ned, or you will awake them." On tiptoe, Wildfire Ned took down the keys and approached Bob's cell. He passed them through to Bob, and while he was turning the bolt of the lock, Wildfire Ned stood over the two sleeping officers, pistol in hand. "If they should wake up while Bob is getting out, these two little bulldogs will keep them quiet," thought Ned. He had not thus stood guard over the two slumberers many minutes ere Bob Bertram was free. "Fly," said Ned. "Towards the hall. You'll find the horses waiting for us on the roadside near the finger posts." Young Bertram had scarcely quitted the prison ere the two officers awoke. They opened their eyes very slowly, but when they discovered the young man in the mask standing over them, pistol in hand, they rolled their eyes and gaped in astonishment and wonder. "Oh, lors, who are you? Put down them pistols. What do you want?" "Did you not expect some officers from London?" "We did, but, for the law's sake, don't put the muzzle of that pistol so near my head, it might go off." "I am one of them," said Ned, scarcely able to keep from laughing, "and have a very disagreeable duty to perform." "What is it?" "My comrades called here and found you asleep. We took the prisoner in our own charge, and my duty here is to lock both of you up." "Lock us up?" "Yes, both of you, and to feed you on bread and water for a month for not attending to your duty." "It weren't my fault, it were his watch," said one. "No quarreling," said Ned, grinning under his mask. "Rise, both of you. Bob Bertram's cell is now open and empty. Go into it, both of ye, and this instant, knaves, or I'll drive holes into each of you." Ned's manner was so firm, cool, and determined that the two astonished officers were compelled to obey him. Reluctantly they rose and hobbled after each other into the cell. Ned turned the key upon them, and there left them alone in their glory. "If either of you make any noise for the next half-hour, I'll clip your ears off," said Ned, as he walked coolly away. He had not gone many yards ere both of the officers began to bawl at the top of their voices. Ned returned to them, and just placed the muzzle of his pistol between the bars, when the two officers fell upon their knees and sued for mercy in a very humble manner. "I only asked you to remain quiet for half an hour before," said he. "But now listen to me. If either of you make the slightest noise for the next 12 hours, I will blow your brains out. Remember, and rest assured, if you do not obey me this time, both of you are dead men." Ned left them a second time, but did not forget to bolt and bar and lock every door, so that it was a matter almost of impossibility for either of them to escape or even be heard by anyone passing outside. In less than half an hour, WILDFIRE Ned, Bob Bertram, and Tim were on their way to the seacoast. But ere they reached their journey's end, a strange adventure happened to WILDFIRE Ned. Each of them were well mounted, and they galloped along the road at a merry pace. Bob Bertram was in ecstasies at his unlooked-for liberation, and swore eternal friendship and fidelity to WILDFIRE Ned. He told Ned all, or at least as much as he knew, about his father's murder and what had happened to him on that eventful night. He also described the stranger who had exchanged clothes with him so minutely that Ned could not, or at least did not, for a moment hesitate to say that Regil was the man, for he knew that from the garments Bob was then wearing. He did not say much to Bob concerning it, however, but bit his lip, and vowed to have revenge on Regil the first opportunity that offered. The three riders stopped at a roadside inn and knocked up the landlord. The old man opened his door with a trembling hand, and in the course of conversation informed his guests that they must beware of the skeleton crew, for a party of that terrible band had called there that very night, ransacked, and robbed the place of all it had, and were well-nigh murdering everybody. "Was Deathwing their chief along with them?" asked Ned. "He was," said the old publican, shaking. "But oh, young man, don't smile, for if you had been as close to and seen as much on him as I have tonight, you would tremble in your shoes." "Aye," said WILDFIRE Ned, laughing boisterously. "Not I, landlord, you are much mistaken. Nothing in the world would give me greater pleasure than to meet this same Deathwing tonight." "You," said the publican, aghast. "Rash youth, beware. Nay, you need have no fears for me. It is my resolve to beard the lion in his very den this very night. Think you they are on the heath?" "Without doubt, young master, they are, but take an old man's advice, do not go near them. When you catch but a glimpse of their horrid forms, flee for your lives." "Never mind, friend, never mind the skeleton crew. Bring us a bottle or two of your best wine," said Ned. "If I do not unearth the hobgoblin devils tonight, my name is not Ned Warbeck." "Warbeck," said the old man in surprise. "Warbeck?" "Yes, Warbeck. What makes you look so surprised?" "They were speaking of you," said the old man, turning pale. "Well, what of that?" "They drank to your death." "To my death," said Ned. "What else, old man?" "They vowed to hunt you down and slay you." "Ah," said Ned, "and why?" "What have I done more than anyone else to deserve such kind consideration?" "I know not, young man. All I heard them say was that, at the moment of your birth, some infernal power told them that you were sent to be their deadliest enemy on land and sea." "So be it then," said Ned. "If I have any strength or power or will, I will use it all against these demons, and never rest until I have exterminated every one of them." While Ned spoke thus, the old landlord, who was about to leave the room, hastily returned. "What makes you so pale, old man?" asked Ned. The publican did not reply. He seemed struck dumb with astonishment. At the door stood two of the skeleton crew. They walked slowly into the room and looked at Wildfire Ned with a long, steadfast gaze. Ned jumped to his feet and, quick as thought, fired both pistols at them. The balls could be heard rattling through their bones, but they stirred not. With a laugh, loud and mocking, they seized Tim by his arms and would have borne him away. Tim, almost in a jelly with fear, wriggled and writhed like an eel. The skeletons swung Tim to and fro for a second or two, and then threw him with great violence into a corner near the coal cellar, and there he lay very humbly and meekly, and did not dare stir an inch. "Are such the men, young Warbeck?" said the two skeletons. "You would gather round you to slaughter the Deathwing's band." "No, foul fiends," said Ned, rising and brandishing his sword. "Such are not the men, but here are two. I and young Bertram here defy all your power." "Foolish boy," said one in tones of mock compassion, "I would not harm ye. Yet when you have arrived at man's estate, I might meet you on equal terms." "Nay, let not that be your vain excuse," said Ned. "Old or young, I defy you, and in token of my eternal hatred, take that," said he, at the same moment throwing his glove at the skeleton face. "Impudent varlet," was the angry rejoinder. "It seems as if your footsteps were purposely directed across my path. I know, I feel, that eternal, unquenchable hatred exists between us, and yet not now would I cross swords with ye. But think not, bold youth, that I reject your gage of battle. No, I accept it. Beneath the old oak, on the moor, meet me in an hour. I will, and with greater pleasure than e'er I did aught in all my life. Until the hour then, adieu. You will, of course, come alone. I will." These few angry words were quickly spoken, and before anyone could well realize the fact, the two grim skeletons disappeared. They mounted two horses that stood outside the inn door and vanished like the wind. "Thank heavens, they are gone," the publican gasped. "Amen," groaned Tim. "But you surely will not keep your promise with the grim rascals," said Bob. "I most surely shall," said Ned. "But they mean you mischief," said the publican. "You will never return alive. You need not fear." "But, brave youth, I do fear. You know not so much of these awful creatures as I do." "Perhaps not, but I shall very shortly," said Ned, laughing. "Why, that old oak tree on the heath is the favorite spot of Deathwing, their chief." "So much the better. The sooner I shall make his acquaintance then, that's all. But there are, at least, a dozen dead men hanging on the leafless branches. All have fallen victims to Deathwing's sword and now hang rotting in the sun." "So I have heard." "Will you be kind enough to show me the way thither, landlord?" asked Ned, smiling. "Me? Lord bless the lad, I wouldn't go near that tree for all the gold in England. No one ever comes back alive from that spot." "Then I will go alone." "Nay, stay. You must not go, Ned," said Bob. "Why throw yourself in the way of those bloodthirsty scoundrels? If you do go, I must accompany you, and so will your groom, Tim?" "Why, yes," groaned Tim, who was rubbing his sore bones with a very rueful face. "I don't mind if I go to the devil, for I'm going there very fast, it seems to me." With a face flushed with excitement, and eyes sparkling with delight at the prospect of encountering someone of the skeleton crew in mortal combat, Wildfire Ned rose from his seat and paced the room. Before he was perceived, Ned left the apartment in a free and easy manner, as if merely going into the backyard. Bob Bertram never imagined that Ned had any intentions of going forth alone. The old landlord saw him mount his horse and turned pale as he thought of the great danger into which the bold, rash youth was about to plunge. "For heaven's sake," said old Boniface, approaching Ned, "for heaven's sake, give up this wild freak. How can you, a mere lad, think of conquering any one of that desperate gang when so many valiant men have fallen in the attempt? Take my advice, Ned Warbeck, steer clear of that murdering crew." "Look here, landlord," said Ned gaily. "There is one favor I have to ask of you, and that is, keep a still tongue in your head. I shall only be absent an hour or two at most. Do not tell my comrades which way I have gone should they ask, but say you think I have gone towards the hall for something I have left behind. Do this, and I shall well repay you in times to come." So speaking, Wildfire Ned dashed away into a neighboring thicket and was soon lost to view. In a few moments, he emerged again into the open country. Over bridge and ditch, he gaily rode, humming a tune. The moon came out and shone with unusual splendor. Ere long, he approached the borders of the lonely heath, which, like a white expanse of silvered scenery, lay open before him. His brave mare Starlight had carried him nobly, but from pure instinct began to snort and slacken her pace as she approached the wilderness-like plain. In the far distance, Wildfire Ned saw ravenous night birds circling in the sky and alighting on a huge oak tree. As he approached, still nearer, his mare stood still and cocked her ears. Ned now had a full view of the famous old oak tree, and on its wide-spreading branches he distinctly saw dark rows of dead men hanging against the bright sky. The sight filled him with horror, but not with fear. "What inhuman scoundrels," he sighed. "They must be fiends ever to act in this manner." Nothing daunted, he dismounted from his mare and tied her to a stump. As he did so, he heard a voice which said, slowly and solemnly, "Edward Warbeck, beware. Retrace your steps. No one approaches the blasted oak and lives." "Lying fiends," said Wildfire Ned. "Lying fiends. Wherever you be, I fear not your crazy croakings." As he spoke, fire flashed from his eyes, and he boldly advanced. Dry leaves rustled in the wind. The breezes sighed. And as he looked up at that fearful gibbet with its many human forms dangling in the air, a sudden tremor thrilled his whole frame. The face of each hapless victim was turned downwards towards him, and they seemed to smile grimly and savagely at his upturned face. Beyond this, however, nothing was visible. "The sight is indeed horrible," said Ned, half aloud. "But where is the much-vaunted skeleton crew? Where are these savages hidden? And whence came that voice of warning?" Wildfire Ned's position, as must be confessed, was a critical one. Here was a bold youth, alone and single-handed, gazing on the dead, and standing, as it were, on enchanted ground. "Come forth, grim demons of the land and deep," said Ned, with a ringing, defiant tone. "Deathwing, come forth and encounter me." He turned his head suddenly. There stood before him a gaunt, ghastly member of the skeleton band, sword in hand. "Who calls so bravely on the skeleton crew and defies them?" said a sepulchral voice in mocking tones. "Is Deathwing's band to be laughed and scoffed at by a babbling boy?" "Boy," said Ned indignantly. "Yes, brat, if that will suit your pride the better, get you gone from this awful place." "I came by appointment. Deathwing and I are to try conclusions to a deadly issue here," said Ned bravely. "You face Deathwing," said the skeleton guard with a mocking laugh. "He who has braved the land and see this many a year, ha! Ha! Look above ye, and see there dangling the lifeless bodies of more than a dozen who have dared intrude upon this deadly spot." "Bombastic liar," said Ned in tones of scorn. "Deathwing fears me. But, at all events, I will not be disappointed. These rows of bodies shall no longer grace these oak branches as tokens of your prowess. Have it ye. Man or fiend, my good battle-axe shall prove to all what ye are." With a desperate rush, Wildfire Ned dashed to the fray. The skeleton guardian of the gibbet, however, was not taken unawares. He also was armed and parried Ned's desperate blows. The combat was a fearful one. Sparks flew from their weapons. Wildfire Ned, with the courage and endurance of a dozen men, stood his ground. His blows fell thick and fast upon his grim opponent, and the clash of marrowless bones resounded upon the night air. For a moment, Wildfire Ned paused in the combat and looked upon his opponent with wonder. "He must be a devil," thought Ned, "or my last blow would have cleaved him to the earth." "Ha! Ha!" growled the skeleton as he rushed at his enemy again. "One more victim for our gibbet." "Never," said Ned aloud and with an angry oath. The fight was again renewed, and now with still greater bitterness and fury. Ned was getting weaker and weaker. His rival, however, danced around him as nimbly as ever, and every limb seemed to be acting on springs. He struck at Ned repeatedly, but could not do more than draw blood. It seemed impossible to hit Ned Warbeck in any vital part, for he was so well guarded with his weapon. He bled, however, as we have said, and the sight of gore seemed to act like electricity on the skeleton guard, who shrieked aloud with joy. He made a terrific dash, a last and final attempt upon Ned, and shouted aloud, "Edward Warbeck, die! Down, down, die! Never," said Ned, as with a well-aimed and powerful blow he struck his opponent fair on the head and felled him to the earth. "Conquered, conquered," shouted Ned aloud in wild triumph. He turned to look for his smitten foe. He was nowhere to be seen. Astonished as he was at this strange occurrence, he was much more astounded at what he then heard. While looking about in search of some trace of his grim, gone opponent, the sounds of pistol shots and loud shouts reached his ears. He listened. Again and again he could distinctly discern quick, successive reports of firearms. "Help! Help!" faintly sighed the breeze. "What is all this? What new wonder is to happen on this eventful night?" thought Ned. At that moment his good mare Starlight neighed and became restive. "Hillo, what means this?" The mare would not neigh without cause. There is someone in danger. The mare recognizes some old stable companion. "I will away and quickly return." "Help! Help!" was borne upon the breeze. In a moment, WILDFIRE Ned vaulted into the saddle and dashed forward to the scene of strife and danger. The report of firearms to WILDFIRE Ned was like the sounds of most delightful music. His heart leaped within him as he mounted his brave mare, Starlight. "Heaven grant it may turn out to be some more of these skeleton devils," he said, with a merry laugh. Over hedge and ditch, he galloped in the clear moonlight and soon reached the high road. In the far distance he could perceive a carriage and four, which had been stopped by a party of roadsmen. "Egad," said Ned, "this is another adventure tonight. I must not let poor travelers be waylaid and robbed by rascally highwaymen if I can help it." He rode straight towards the crowd, and as he approached, perceived the carriage to be that of his uncle. Old Sir Richard Warbeck, it would seem, had started out after WILDFIRE Ned, in hopes of bringing him back to Darlington Hall. Philip Regil, who had professed much friendship for the wayward lad Ned, volunteered to accompany Sir Richard to town. But they had not progressed far when the carriage was attacked by Captain Jack's party of horsemen, who had resolved not to leave the neighborhood of Darlington without spoil of some kind. Hence, when they sneaked off from the inn in which Colonel Blood was, they were so enraged at being thus made fools of that they determined to have revenge on some of the landed gentry thereabout. The first person to fall across them was Sir Richard Warbeck and Philip Regil. Captain Jack's men masked themselves and counted upon an easy conquest, but they were much mistaken. Old Sir Richard, the moment he was attacked by the ruffians, fired his pistols through the coach windows and wounded one or two of the rascals, old Bates among the number. Jumping out of the coach, sword in hand, he kept his assailants at bay manfully and bravely. Philip Regil, however, slipped out of the coach by the opposite door and soon made his escape unharmed. As he was fleeing, Captain Jack overtook him. "1,000 gold guineas if you slay the alderman," said Regil, in a confidential whisper. "Done," said Captain Jack. Regil gave the robber chief a large purse and promised the rest at a certain time and place in London. In a few moments, Regil mounted one of the robbers' horses and galloped away unperceived by old Sir Richard, who thought Philip had been killed or desperately wounded. "No quarter, lads, no quarter," said Captain Jack. "The old baronet fights like a fiend. He has wounded several already. No quarter, lads, no quarter." It was at this moment, when surrounded by Captain Jack's desperate men, and each moment in expectation of being killed, that WILDFIRE Ned darted upon the spot full speed. Bang, bang, went his pistols right and left as he approached. Whipping out his sword, he spurred Starlight into a maddening gallop, and actually rode down all before him. Captain Jack was unhorsed in an instant, and rolled into the ditch with a loud curse. Old Sir Richard was astonished at the dash and valor of the youth before him, but from the mask which Ned wore it was impossible for him to detect his nephew. WILDFIRE Ned was too busy with those around him to pass any compliments or exchange recognition. The fight now was between the highwaymen on the one side, and Sir Richard and WILDFIRE Ned on the other. Sir Richard, however, was on foot, and could not do so much as Ned, who pranced and danced around on starlight, cutting and slashing in gallant style. Perceiving that several of the highwaymen were disabled, and had left the spot, the coachman and footman emerged from their hiding place under the hedge, whither they had at first fled. With thick clubs in hand, they now joined the fight, and laid about them with such right good will, so that Captain Jack and his party were only too glad to escape with their lives. As soon as the fight was over, and Sir Richard could gain sufficient strength, he tottered up to Wildfire Ned and said, "Gallant youth, whoever you are, how can I sufficiently thank you for your timely aid? I had a fellow traveler with me, a noble young man of unstained honor, but I fear he has fallen a victim to these scoundrels who attacked me. Your name, I beg, young man, your name, that I may recount your noble deeds this night to the king." "Sir Richard Warbeck." Ned replied with a forced utterance and a feigned voice, "No thanks are needed, I have simply done my duty. My name you cannot, must not, at the present know, for I have not made a name for fame as yet. When I have done so, however, you will hear of me at Darlington Hall." With a low bow to Sir Richard, Wildfire Ned galloped from the spot, in pursuit of the fleeing highwaymen. "Lora mercy me, master," gasped the coachman. "Didn't thee know I do." "Ah, Sir Richard, it be Wildfire Ned," said the footman. "He were disguised, but I could swear to it when I seed him ride. There's not another lad in all England as can straddle a saddle like Ned, Sir Richard," the coachman remarked. "What, am I blind?" Sir Richard said. "Could that brave lad have been no other than my own Ned? Am I dreaming? And yet all along through the fight my heart told me so. Brave boy," he sighed. And as he spoke, true tears trickled down the old man's cheeks, for he dearly loved Ned. "Harness the horses quick," he said. "If that be Ned, I must overtake him. Quick, I say, and harness the horses. Drive for your very lives. I will overtake the gallant youth." Chapter 13. Captain Jack and Regil miscalculate their forces, the recognition, the rescue, Bob Bertram's escape. Captain Jack and his half-dozen companions were so thoroughly disappointed and disgusted with their ill success in and around Darlington that they made up their minds to depart for London forthwith and seek no other adventures. Their disabled companion shared the horse of Faulkner, and as they journeyed slowly along to the nearest public house, the whole party were loud in cursing their late bad luck. "Who the devil could have been that youngster who assailed us so furiously?" said Captain Jack, with an angry oath. "I tried to wing him several times, but always missed." "Yes, hang him, but he took good care he didn't miss me," old Bates growled. "He knocked the pistol out of my hand as clean as a whistle, and just at the moment, too, when I was going to pop at him. As to handling a sword," said Captain Jack, "he seems the very devil at that game." "I thought that I could do a little in that line," said Faulkner. "But, lor bless yer, he gave me an awful dig in the left arm, and if it hadn't been for a stroke of good luck, I should have been killed, for he was just on the point of having a full cut at me when I ducked my head and—" "Yes, and that stroke cut down a thick branch much tougher than your head or neck," said Bates. "I saw it, so cut it, for I had enough on it." While thus speaking of their inglorious exploit, Jack's party arrived at the roadside inn, where, it will be remembered, Wildfire Ned had left Bob Bertram and Tim. Believing what the landlord had said to them, namely, that Ned Warbeck had only ridden back to the hall for something he had forgotten, Bob and Tim waited patiently for his return. When least they expected it, however, and greatly to the surprise of both, Captain Jack and his rough companions entered the inn, and, with their old style, swaggered about and talked and cursed very loudly. Tim, by instinct, knew who they were and trembled. He slunk into the dark corner still farther, so as not to be perceived, but Bob Bertram remained cool and collected. Captain Jack called for various refreshments and, together with a companion or two, were very busy in binding up the cuts and wounds of those who were hurt. "You seem to have fallen into rough hands, gentlemen," said Bob civilly. "Well, and what if we have?" Bates growled. "Is that anything to do why you? Who are you?" "Keep your temper, Bates," said Captain Jack. "Let's have no more quarreling tonight. The young man didn't mean any harm." "Quite true, gentlemen, quite true. We are two of the civilest fellows as ever was," Tim began. "And who asked you to speak?" Bates growled, in such a wicked manner as made Tim stop on the instant. "Misfortune follows misfortune," sighed Tim to himself. "It is out of the frying pan into the fire. When will all these strange ups and downs cease?" "The truth is, young man," said Captain Jack to Bob Bertram, after he had bandaged his comrade's wounds, "the truth is, as you say, we have fallen into rough hands tonight, very rough hands indeed." "Did you ever hear of a person hereabouts called Bob Bertram?" "Yes, I think I have," said Bob coolly. "What of that?" "Well, it's all through him that we've got all these cuts and wounds. Indeed." "Yes," said Captain Jack, inventing lies as he went on. "We are officers of the Crown, and were sent to escort this Bob Bertram to London, but he escaped just in time. We got scent of where he was hiding and overtook the carriage in which he was escaping. Like brave men and good officers, we attacked it, but just as we were on the point of securing the rascal, out pounces a score of villains upon us from a wood. After a desperate encounter, we killed and wounded a great many, but were at last compelled to fly, for the whole village was at our heels." "Indeed," said Bob in wonder, "but are you sure that the person in the carriage really was Bob Bertram?" "Not a doubt of it," said Captain Jack, pleased with his well-told string of lies. During this conversation, and while Jack was dilating at great length upon the bravery of himself and comrades, a stranger entered the room and took a seat on the dark side of the fireplace. Bob and Tim exchanged quick looks at one another on the stranger's entrance. It was not WILDFIRE Ned. Who, then, could it be? It was Philip Regel. The place where he sat was shaded from the firelight so completely that he had a good view of each person's countenance, but yet no one saw his own. "You are mistaken, my friend," said Regel, at the conclusion of Captain Jack's remarks. "You are mistaken. The murderer, Bob Bertram, was not in the carriage at all." "No. Who dare dispute our word? Who told you so?" said Bates, Faulkner, and Captain Jack in a breath and in tones of annoyance. "I did," said Regel, rising. "The murderer was not near the spot." "Not near the place?" "No. He was sitting quietly in the parlor of a roadside inn during the whole of the fight. Prove it. Do you want to make us all out liars, then?" "I can prove it," said Regel, all the time speaking in a forced voice, quite unnatural to him. "And if you put me to the test, I can tell you where the murderer is now at this present moment." "Ha! Where?" "There's a good reward offered. Tell us at once," said Captain Jack and others. "You have not to look far for him," said Regel with a triumphant laugh. Bob Bertram's blood now ran cold. "I am betrayed," he thought, "and must fight my way out of this." "And who told you?" said Bates, a youth called Ned Warbeck. "I met him on the road. He has been to this inn once tonight, has he not, landlord?" "I believe he has," was the innkeeper's answer. "But where is this Bob Bertram, then?" said Captain Jack impatiently. "There," said Regel, pointing to where Bob Bertram sat. "I know him, so does the landlord, and so does that thin-legged groom in the corner. But they held their peace." "Scoundrel," said Bob Bertram, rising instantly. "Scoundrel," he said, and fired at the informer. Regel anticipated something of this sort and dodged so cleverly that the shot missed its aim. In a second, Bob Bertram was surrounded by Captain Jack's party. He fought most manfully to get loose from his assailants, but they were too numerous for him. Besides that, his confinement and anxiety for the past few days had weakened him very much, so that he did not at the moment possess 1/3 of his ordinary strength. Old Bates was the first who dared to assail Bob, but a well-directed blow, clean from the shoulder, knocked the red-nosed rascal off his legs. Right manfully did Bob fight, but it was all to no purpose. He was bound with cords. Resistance was hopeless and useless. He cast a look at Regel, a glance that was filled with venom and scorn. "Villain," he said, "we have met before, bloodthirsty scoundrel. Do you remember the night of my father's murder, red-handed knave? You shall not always triumph, my day will come." "What does the rogue say?" Regel remarked coolly. "Oh, never mind him, sir," said Captain Jack, recognizing in Regel the young man who had escaped from the carriage and given him the purse of gold. "Never mind him, sir. He's only raving." All your great criminals rave and rant when officers lay their hands upon him. It's quite natural, just like pigs when they're going to be killed. They always squeal most then. Lor bless yer, sir, we've had lots of criminals in hand in our time, ain't we, Bates? I believe yer, said that worthy. Turning to Bob, who was bound now with cords, he said, What d'yer mean by calling this 'ere gentleman names for, eh? Why, we knows him well, said Bates, in allusion to Regil. If you do, said Bob. Take care of him. He is the man who murdered my father, not me. His name is Bolton. Quite mistaken, said Captain Jack. His name ain't nothing of the sort. It is Mr. Philip Regil. Quite true, said Philip, with a smile of contempt. And, now that I have assisted you in recapturing this vile murderer, I will mount and journey to London. Quite right. Many thanks, my noble captain. A pleasant journey. Don't forget our appointment, said Regil to Jack. I suppose he is dead as a herring, whispered Captain Jack. I shot the old un through the head, but we couldn't do much with the young un, though so had to hook it. Young un, said Regil in surprise. What young un do you allude to? Why, that young WILDFIRE devil as came galloping and pistoling and slashing among us single-handed. Who could it have been? Said Regil. Was he near my size? No, less than you, not near so strong, but, lor bless yer, he's as active as a cat and rode a splendid mare he called Starlight. Starlight, said Regil. There is but one mare of that name around Darlington, and that one belongs to WILDFIRE, Ned, said young Warbeck, entering at the moment. Regil turned pale as death and averted his face. Tim and Bob Bertram were overjoyed at this unlooked-for arrival. Captain Jack and his party were thunderstruck. The devil, 'tis he, the very one I spoke of. Edward Warbeck, gentleman at your service, said WILDFIRE Ned, bowing. Cut the brat in two, said old Bates, with his eyes glaring in anger like two live coals. Cut the brat in two. Blow out his brains, the bastard, said Philip Regil, feeling safe among so many friends. Blow out the bastard's brains, he said in a hissing tone. Down with him. Spare him not. HOLD, said WILDFIRE Ned in a loud tone and waving his hand in command. HOLD. I say, the first man that stirs shall fall by my sword. These words were said in such a clear, ringing tone, and with an air of such cool defiance that Captain Jack and his followers were astounded. Without a word of apology, WILDFIRE Ned cut the rope that bound Bob Bertram, and then said to Captain Jack, You are the leader of this party. I am, was the gruff reply. How dare you interfere with our prisoner, then? We are officers of justice. Injustice, you should have said. Ned coolly replied, laughing, And if you are not all hung within a week, you owe it to my clemency. To you, said Bates with a curling lip. Yes, to me, old man, nay, don't growl so. I fear you not, you cannot bite anyone. Think yourself very lucky that I do not punish your insolence on the spot. Ned's manner was so firm, cool, and brave that it seemed to act like a spell on all present, for no one moved from where they stood or sat, but looked on with surprise and curiosity at what then took place. Walking up to Regil, Ned said calmly, but in tones which all could hear, We have met again. We have, was the hoarse response of the dark villain as he curled his lip in demon-like scorn. You called me bastard, said WILDFIRE Ned, in a tone of fiery anger. This is my answer. So speaking, he slapped Regil in the face and then spat upon him. Hollow, what's all this? He struck our friend. Knock the brat down, said one and another. Keep your places, said Ned with a look of scorn. The first man of you that dare interfere in this quarrel shall in less than a minute lie at my feet a bleeding corpse. Throwing off his cloak, he stood before Philip Regil, sword in hand. Come on, said he. I told you we should meet again. Draw, I tell you, draw, villain, or I will slay you where you stand. Philip Regil? He shall not fight, said Captain Jack, but if you will kick up a shindy and insist upon bloodletting, why then I will accommodate you. Yes, and I. Wait then, said Ned. Trust me, you shall all have your turn, but I will commence with this one first. Philip Regil, draw. He did so, but with an air of great reluctance. Ned stood upon his guard. On the instant, however, and before he was aware of any treachery, Regil fired at him. The ball grazed Ned's cheek. Cowardly hound, he cried, and rushed on his foe with the fury of a fiend. In an instant, the whole place was in an uproar. Bob Bertram, Tim, and the landlord were surrounded by Captain Jack's followers, and a deadly encounter took place. The clash of swords, the report of firearms, and the shouts and cries of all in the house awoke wild echoes in the silent night. To add to the confusion, all the lights were overturned and extinguished. At the first opportunity, Master Tim crept under the table out of harm's way. But Bob, the publican, and WILDFIRE Ned pushed their antagonists so fiercely that in less than 10 minutes, Philip Regel was carried out into the yard bleeding and pale. Captain Jack and his men were thoroughly beaten, but they continued the fight outside the house, on the spacious green in front of the doorway. Here in the moonlight was seen the flash of swords, and heard the deep, guttural curses of the antagonists. "We must get out of this at all cost," said Captain Jack to Faulkner. "All our chaps are wounded. We must beat a retreat once. Get our horses, Faulkner." Captain Jack vaulted upon one animal, Faulkner did so upon another. Just when about to start off, they were surprised to see a horseman approaching at a terrific gallop. In his arms he held a lovely female, whose snow-white garments were streaming in the wind. It was Colonel Blood with Ellen Harmer. In about 5 minutes, Captain Jack and Faulkner were seized with horror at what they then saw. Colonel Blood's carriage, with its skeleton coachman and footman, and with weird wild skeleton forms inside, dashed past the inn door in pursuit, waving their bony arms and shrieking most hideously. This strange, unearthly spectacle seemed to fill all with horror. Even WILDFIRE Ned desisted from the combat and gazed steadfastly upon the grim cortege as it passed the inn. Suddenly, a piercing and uncommon cry was uttered by Philip Regel as he turned his eyes towards the vehicle. The coach stopped. In an instant, the skeleton descended from the box. Those inside alighted with great expedition and, weapon in hand, advanced towards the inn door. WILDFIRE Ned was astonished, but not dismayed. He bit his lip, and his eyes flashed fire. Without a word of warning, the skeleton rushed upon him. Captain Jack and Faulkner spurred their horses away from the spot as speedily as possible. They did not stay a single moment longer to witness what took place. They only thought of their own safety and galloped off as if they had suddenly confronted so many devils. One of the skeleton crew secured Regel as he lay bleeding under a tree in the garden and conveyed him to the coach. Tim did not much relish any fresh encounter whatever. Inspired with curiosity and a keen desire to lay hands upon anything which the coach contained, he went up to the door and peeped in. The suppliant cries of those inside affected Tim's heart, and he loosed them from their bondage by cutting the cords with which they had been bound. This he did, but only on condition of their promising to help his master, which the liberated coachman and footman swore most solemnly to do. When they stepped out of the carriage, however, they breathed very hard for a moment or two, and, seeing the fight going on all around them, took to their heels like lamplighters, nor even turned their heads. Up the road they ran, as nimbly as rabbits, until, breathless and almost on the point of bursting a blood vessel, they fell headlong into a marshy pool and lay there without attempting to move. WILDFIRE Ned, Bob Bertram, and the plucky innkeeper, however, had up to this time been busily engaged with their grim opponents. The publican had closed with one of them, and, in fast embrace, were then wrestling on the ground. Bob Bertram used his sword with both hands, and, much to his delight, cut off the arm of one and leg of another. Judge of his astonishment and horror, however, when each of those grim worthies picked up his severed limb and hobbled off towards the coach, perhaps there to reset them, for all he knew, since they never returned to the combat again. Ned, however, with his back to a tree, contended with two at once. With his good sword he hit right and left, first at one and then at another. But it seemed as if to no purpose, for as often as they were cleaved to the earth, they rose again, as nimbly as if they were made of India rubber and springs combined. "There's only one vulnerable part with these devils, I'm told," said Ned to himself, "and that is to fairly pierce them between the eyes and nose." With well-directed thrusts, WILDFIRE Ned attempted this feat repeatedly, but failed, and his efforts were rewarded by loud, derisive laughter by his enemies. At last, he succeeded. With a wild, ear-piercing shriek, a grim monster fell to the earth, and his marrowless bones crashed together with an unearthly sound. "That's one of them," said Ned in high glee, but before he could utter another word, he saw approaching, right and left, a whole company of skeletons marching in great haste to the spot. "We shall all be massacred," said the innkeeper in horror. "The whole band are out tonight." "Fall back, lads, fall back," said WILDFIRE Ned. "Get into the house again and let us bar the doors." This was quickly done, and greatly to Master Tim's annoyance, for he was now shut out. With the nimbleness of a cat, he climbed up the water pipe into a chamber window. He could not get in very well, and hung outside for some moments, dangling just above the heads of the skeleton crew below. Ned pulled him in, however, and warded off several vicious blows aimed at Tim, which, had they struck him, must have killed him on the spot. "We are safe now for a time," said the innkeeper bravely, "but I fear they will burn us out. We shall be roasted alive." Tim heard this remark and was seized with a wild frenzy. He threw chairs and crockery out upon the heads of those below, who, now very numerous, were clamoring at and endeavoring to burst in the door. "Set fire to the house," said Deathwing, who had now arrived. "Set fire to the house at once. They will soon cry for quarter, but give them none. As they rush out, kill them on the spot. We'll soon make them surrender." "Never," said WILDFIRE Ned at an open window. "Never." In a few moments, however, the house and stables were set fire to, and the skeleton crew, sure of consuming their foes, danced round and round in wild, unearthly joy. "Oh, heaven protect us," the innkeeper gasped. "We shall all be blown up." "What?" said Ned, never for a moment losing either coolness or courage. "Blown up, Mr. Warbeck," said the host. "I have 100 pounds of powder in a cellar which is situated a few yards before the front door." 100 pounds of powder?" said Bob. "Yes. How came it here?" "Lieutenant Garnet and a party of sailors found it on the beach not many weeks ago. It was destined for the skeleton crew, but Lieutenant Garnet placed it here, saying he would call and remove it soon." "That's just the thing we want," said Ned, in high glee. In a few moments, Bob and WILDFIRE Ned descended into the cellar described, and, after putting a slow match to the barrel, firmly closed the cellar door and returned again to the room above. Ned threw a rope out of window as if about to escape. This was noticed by those below, who hailed Ned's appearance at the window with derisive cheers as they brandished their weapons and flung about their long white arms in a ghostly dance. "The fire is doing its work," said Deathwing, in high glee. "We'll have revenge on the publican. He has always been an enemy of our crew and a friend to Garnet. Look out, they will be burnt out like rats in less than 5 minutes. Stand by, every one of you, ready to receive them as they jump out of the window. Let them fall on the points of your sword." When least they expected it, however, the powder exploded. The earth about 10 yards in front of the main doorway suddenly upheaved. An awful rush of fire succeeded. Many of the skeletons were blown into the air. This concussion was very great, and for a moment the house trembled as if it would crumble into dust. It did not, however. All in the house who had not laid themselves down on their faces were thrown off their legs. The windows were smashed. The doors flew open as if by magic. "Now's our time," said Ned and, followed by the innkeeper, Bob Bertram, and Tim, rushed out sword in hand. By the light of the burning dwelling and stables the fight was continued, and now more desperately than ever. Tim, in his hurry to rush out and get away, stumbled into the deep hole made by the explosion. He had scarcely reached the bottom, however, when one of Deathwing's band seized him and almost squeezed him to death. Tim was now bound to fight or die, and as he much preferred the former condition of the two, he kicked and bit and fought like a tiger, each one of them rolling over one another by turns and almost burying themselves in the loose earth. WILDFIRE Ned sought out Deathwing, but nowhere could that remorseless chief be found. He called upon him to stand forth and engage in deadly combat, but there was no response to this bold challenge. When least expected, however, and when in the fullness of his vigorous onslaught upon the grim gang, he, WILDFIRE Ned, was seized by someone from behind. A thrill of horror ran through his whole frame. Deathwing, with a loud shout of triumph, cried out, "Victory! Victory! Ned Warbeck is our prisoner?" "Liar!" Ned growled, and with a mighty effort released himself from Deathwing's grasp. They now stood face to face. That moment to each was momentous in the extreme. Each one was nerving himself up for the final struggle. Loud shouts now burst out upon Ned's delighted ears. With an irresistible rush, cutlass in hand, Lieutenant Garnet, with a brave band of blue jackets, dashed upon the scene. With a wild, joyous shout, such as British tars alone know how to give, Garnet's men pressed their way into the thickest of the fight. The combat now was a grand sight indeed. The night had turned to inky darkness. Not a star was visible. In the foreground was the mixed assemblage of fierce combatants. Blue jackets of the sailors mixed with the white, skeleton forms which danced hither and thither like ghosts in the darkness. All the background was brilliantly lighted up by the blazing tavern and conflagration of numerous stables. WILDFIRE Ned and Bob Bertram each took command of a party of sailors and attacked Deathwing's gang in every direction. Deathwing mounted his coal-black charger and endeavored to arouse his followers to greater efforts and more desperate acts of daring. Ned and Bob Bertram followed the example. Once on the back of Starlight, Ned felt more at home. Everywhere he sought to confront Deathwing. All his efforts were in vain. The skeleton chief seemed to be ubiquitous. Wherever he was seen at one moment, he disappeared on the next. Beaten back at all points, Deathwing and his followers gave way. They gradually retreated towards a dangerous morass, and thence into a dense wood, whither it was deemed inadvisable to follow them. Indeed, it seemed impossible to follow them, for they disappeared like myths or will-o'-the-wisps in the marshy bog. When Lieutenant Garnet and his men were collected, it was found that many of them had been very dangerously wounded by the gang. It must be confessed that on this occasion, Deathwing had used all his generalship and courage. But nothing could withstand WILDFIRE Ned Garnet, Bob Bertram, and the innkeeper. Of Tim it behoves us to speak a little. He got very roughly handled by his grim opponent in the deep pit, but that was all. He extricated himself out of the hole. He then mounted a tree and, there perched, had an excellent view of the battle by the light of burning buildings. He would shout out occasionally, "That's it, Master Ned. Give it to Bob. Smash the rascals, my brave sailor boys. Hurrah for Lieutenant Garnet." Bravo, WILDFIRE Ned. But Tim became so noisy during the combat that he attracted the attention of Deathwing. "Bring that fool down," said Deathwing to one of his men as he rode past the spot. "Bring that noisy fool out of the tree and pitch him into the burning tavern." What a civil devil, thought Master Tim, and clambered up the tree still higher. Deathwing's orders, however, were obeyed. A skeleton with a long dagger between his teeth clambered up the tree. With a thick bough, which Tim had torn from the tree, he took deliberate aim and dealt his enemy a tremendous thwack on the skull, when halfway up the tree, and knocked him down again. This trick Master Tim had played several times with great success, but ere long 2 skeletons essayed to climb up after him. For a few moments, they amused themselves with firing at Tim with their pistols. This was very pleasant sport for them, but quite the contrary to Tim, who jumped about as nimbly as a squirrel, and after many attempts, successfully hid himself in the upper part of the trunk. "I'm safe now," thought he. But to his horror, he heard his grim pursuers climbing up and probing the rotten trunk with their swords every yard as they ascended. One of their sword blades grazed Tim's shin, and he quickly fell from his perch right to the bottom of the trunk, and some 3 feet below the surface of the earth. For be it remarked, the tree was an immense old cypress, which in all cases have hollow trunks. The 2 skeletons searched and searched in vain. They cut and hacked the soft bark and, wherever they found a knothole, plunged their long sword blades into it, in hopes of transfixing the unlucky and timorous groom. But with a long-drawn sigh, Tim thanked his stars that he was now safe, and, as he turned his eyes upwards, he plainly saw the two skeletons looking down upon him. But they did not perceive him. They gave up the search, thinking that their intended victim had escaped by crawling out onto a large branch and then dropping to the ground among the combatants on every side. They left the tree. And Tim, all alone in his momentary glory, had serious misgivings as to how he should escape. He could not get up again, for his own weight in his descent had forced him down with a little squeezing, but it could not force him up again. "I'm doomed," groaned Tim in his dismal incarceration, "and shall be stifled or die of hunger here." His position, it must be confessed, was an unenviable one. "I'm in a living tomb," he groaned, and as the rats, mice, insects, and other creeping things now began to nibble him in every part of the body, and with great industry, he shouted out with horror and positive pain. Crouched up as he was, and sitting almost like a tailor upon his curled-up legs, he had no power to move. Wherever he thrust forth his hand, it came in contact with some slimy, creeping thing, which made the blood curdle in his veins. To add to his misery, he now heard the voices of WILDFIRE Ned, Bob Bertram, and Lieutenant Garnet shouting to their followers in tones of triumph. Next followed a rousing cheer from the lusty sailors as they left the spot in pursuit of their grim and stubborn enemies. Tim shouted again and again with his utmost power, but his voice died away and was not heard in the noise and confusion which reigned on every side. "I'm lost! I'm lost!" he cried, and gave way to despair. All was now quiet around the old cypress tree. Save the crackling of the burning dwellings and the sharp cries of many who were wounded, poor Tim heard nothing. He resigned himself meekly and humbly to die. "If I had only acted bravely," he thought, "this misfortune wouldn't have happened to me, but how could I help it? WILDFIRE Ned is a perfect devil and don't care any more for a sword cut than I would for a flea bite. This all comes of being a coward," he groaned. "Curse the skeleton rascals! And this tree which offered me protection. If I could only get out of this stifling hole, I'd give—" "What? What would you give?" asked a solemn voice near to him. Tim began to shiver in every limb. "Was that a voice I heard?" he sighed. "No, it cannot be. It must have been all reality," interrupted the voice. For a moment the frightened prisoner dared not move. "'Tis the devil," he muttered. Before he could utter another word, Tim felt the earth moving from under him. With a groan, he endeavored to cling to the inside of the tree. The effort was vain. When least expected, he felt himself gradually going. At last, he suddenly fell into a cave some 20 feet below. Chapter 14. The bridal ball, unexpected visitors, the dread alarm, the muffled peal of bells. WILDFIRE Ned, Bob Bertram, Loot. Garnet and the brave old innkeeper followed the skeleton band as far as they possibly could, but, as we have said, soon lost sight of their grim and bloodthirsty enemies. The sailors, meanwhile, acting under Garnet's orders, now returned to the burning tavern and exerted themselves with great courage and labor to extinguish the flames. This they succeeded in doing to some great extent, and soon were joined by crowds from the village of Darlington, who had been attracted to the spot by the lurid glare in the sky. The spirit room of the tavern was saved, and all it contained, but little else. Old Nettles, the landlord, for such was his right name, was too much overjoyed at vanquishing the skeleton crew to think much of his loss, particularly as Lieutenant Garnet had informed him that he would be recompensed by the king himself for all he had lost, and much more given to him besides, for so bravely fighting in the cause of law and order against Deathwing's friends. Full of joy, and not caring a button for his wounds, he helped to gather up all the stock which had been saved, and, amid loud applause, distributed ales, wines, and spirits in abundance to all comers. The sailors were in their glory, and drank health and long life to Nettles, landlord of the grapes, in many a flowing tankard, and many a brimming glass sparkling with good old Jamaica rum, as they merrily squatted on the green grass smoking their pipes. Among others who had hurried to the scene of conflict, with his servants well armed, But who by accident arrived too late was young Lord Walton from the Abbey, some 5 miles away. The old Marquis, his father, had a large party of lords and ladies assembled at the Abbey that night to celebrate the marriage of his only daughter, Lady Julia. Lord Walton, the son, however, did not remain a moment in the ballroom when it was whispered to him that the skeleton crew were abroad. Unknown to anyone, he gathered together a band of trusty servants and hurried forth to lend his aid. But if he arrived too late, he greatly admired the courage and daring of those who had so long contended with the crew, and in token of his admiration invited Lieutenant Garnet, WILDFIRE Ned, and Bob Bertram to pass the rest of the night at the Abbey and partake of the hospitality there, and join in the merry marriage dance. This just suited the 3 heroes, and with little pressing they accepted the invitation, particularly as this was the last night which WILDFIRE Ned intended to pass on shore. He was to join Lieutenant Garnet's ship on the morrow, for on the spot the brave sailor offered Ned a commission as midshipman, which he readily accepted. Away then they sped across the country and soon reached Walton Abbey, when the soft crash of music and the gliding of graceful figures past the many windows proclaimed that the marriage festivity was at its height. When the truth was told about WILDFIRE Ned and the others, and of their gallantry in dispersing the skeleton crew, everyone was amazed, and fair dames smiled on Ned as he gaily whirled in the dreamy mazes of the dance. But soon a change came o'er the festive scene. The bells of the village church, with muffled peals, suddenly broke forth upon the night with a discordant funereal clang. The dance was stopped. All looked amazed. Young Lord Walton entreated all to be calm, and meanwhile with an old and trusty servant went to the entrance hall to ascertain the cause of a sudden noise heard there. The doors were flung open. There stood before him a grim sight. Deathwing, among his mounted band, with torch and link in hand, all in a blaze of lurid light, in a hoarse voice, demanded admittance to the ball. For a moment the young lord remained motionless. He could scarcely believe the evidence of his own eyesight. He had often heard of the skeleton crew before, but had never seen anything of them. Until that night, he looked upon that band as a myth, believed in only by the dull and ignorant rustics around him. Had not the story come from the lips of young Warbeck and Lieutenant Garnet, who had more than once encountered those grim creatures, he would have still believed that they were all imaginary creatures. But here was proof positive of their existence. The hair of the old servant who accompanied the young lord to the hall door stood up with fright as he looked out upon the ghastly gang before him, and his knees began to tremble. "Who and what are ye?" asked the young lord, in firm and determined tones. "Deathwing and his crew," was the hoarse response. "What want ye here at this hour of the night?" "Open wide the door," said a chorus of skeletons. "Stand back," said young Walton as he drew his sword and flourished it. "The first of you that stirs shall perish." A coarse laugh was the only response. In a second Deathwing, with a heavy blow, knocked young Walton senseless to the floor. The old butler fell flat upon his face with horror in the entrance hall. Before they entered, the skeleton crew threw their torches in a heap upon the ground and walked boldly into the hall. Some few of them remained behind to mind the horses. All was now darkness. On the first landing Deathwing halted and directed his men to enter the rooms to the right and left. One of these rooms was at that moment being prepared for the bridal supper, and many servants were engaged in laying out the tables with costly plate. 2 or 3 skeletons entered. The servants gave a loud shout of terror and vanished through an opposite door. They made their way at a terrific pace towards the ballroom. "What means all this commotion?" said the Marquis. "Where is my son?" demanded the Marchioness. "My brother, has aught happened to him?" said the trembling bride. Before any explanation could be given, one of the doors opened, and in rushed several of the skeleton crew. On the instant, they were confronted by WILDFIRE Ned, Lieutenant Garnet, and Bob, and most of the gentlemen present, who whipped out their swords and darted at the grim intruders. Some of the ladies fainted. 1 or 2 old gentlemen jumped on the windowsills out of danger. Others tried to escape. But, As they rushed in one direction out of harm's way, other doors opened and different parties of the skeleton crew came into view. All was a scene of terror and confusion. It seemed to the affrighted assembly as if the dead had risen from their graves. The combat was fierce and fiery. The bridegroom was one of the first to fall in the melee. Lady Julia ran forward to assist him. On the instant, however, and unperceived by the many, Deathwing advanced with hasty strides, seized the bride, and carried her from the room. This was the sole object of Deathwing in making his visit. When it was accomplished, he darted downstairs, with the fair one fainting in his arms, and mounted his horse. A shrill cry he gave, which was recognized by all his followers, as he mounted his strong horse and galloped away. His band understood the maneuver, and as quickly as they could, fought their way towards the entrance hall, leaped upon their horses, and flew away like the wind with wild shouts of triumph. "Pursue! Pursue!" shouted Ned, fierce with anger. His advice was followed on the instant. Horses were called for, but the terrified servants were loth to come forth from their hiding places to answer the summons. They had madly rushed to all manner of places for concealment. Some had made their way to the top of the mansion, and there concealed themselves behind chimney pots and even in the deep rain gutters. One or two had actually climbed up chimneys and were almost smothered in soot. "Anywhere, anywhere," was the cry among them. Somewhere or anywhere to hide, so as to be out of sight and reach of Deathwing's awful band. More than one had locked themselves into pantries, among the plates, dishes, and so forth, and great was the crash of valuable earthenware. No one among the whole household seemed to care what they did or what they broke, so that they could get out of the way. A fat footman who had rushed to the coal cupboard found it occupied by another corpulent servant who had managed to squeeze himself in there. Dirty as he was, he darted into the beautiful bridal chamber, turned down the bedclothes, and tumbled in boots and all. With this state of confusion reigning, therefore, it was impossible for WILDFIRE Ned, Garnet, or anyone else to get their horses quick enough to pursue the villains with any chance of success. Bob Bertram was foremost at the stables. There were more than 20 horses there, besides his own and those of his friends. He ran hither and thither, busy with hands and voice, and ere long a party of gentlemen started in hot pursuit, led on by WILDFIRE Ned, who, with loud shouts, dashed spurs into starlight and was foremost of them all. Chapter 15, in which some of the villagers are made sandwiches of. The village of Walton, near to the Abbey, never forgot that memorable night on which Lady Julia, a newly made bride, was carried off by the chief of the skeleton crew, and her young husband cruelly killed. It was an event which shocked the most hardened. During the day, the whole village and its surroundings had been making holiday in honor of Lady Julia's nuptials, and everything had passed off with the greatest satisfaction to everyone. But few persons were astir, and these consisted of the village clerk, the butcher, the druggist, the postmaster, and a few other notabilities, who were warming their legs round the tavern fire and indulging in all manner of stories, both wild and strange. Until long after the church clock had struck the hour of 12. The parson's clerk was just in the middle of a ghost story. His hearers, with open mouths and staring eyes, listened in rapt attention. The wind sighed down the chimney most dolefully, and the clerk began to look very nervous and shaky. He had just got to that part of his tale where the ghost appears upon the scene, when the village bells in a discordant peal clanged out upon the silent night. Everyone in the parlor of the Black Bull was startled. For a moment they looked at each other, and then towards the door, as if expecting that the ghost so often mentioned in the story would really step in among them. They listened again and breathed very hard. Still they heard the dismal clanging of the village bells. "Who is that? What can that mean? How comes this?" said one and all. "Don't thee hear it?" "Why, in course we do." "What can it mean?" "Oh, it's some o' the drunken ringers as have got into the steeple and want to frighten us," said the courageous butcher. "Then let us go and stop him," said the clerk. "Who'll go? Why me?" "I will, and so will I," several replied at once. They left the cozy parlor. and, lanterns in hand, proceeded through the village, armed with thick, stout cudgels, bent on giving the drunken bell-ringers a sound thrashing for thus disturbing the silence of the night. It would have been bad enough, the worthies thought, if the ringers had pealed out merrily. But, instead of that, as we have said, it was a muffled funeral peal which issued from the old tower. Besides the clerk and his friends, there were numerous others, who left their warm beds intent upon finding out the cause of all this strange and startling disturbance. Straightway, this valiant band of villagers proceeded towards the church, and could plainly see lights in the belfry, and the reflection of persons against the windows and through the lattice-work. Mr. Clerk led the way up the narrow, winding stairs of stone, and, if it must be confessed, swearing the while most lustily against the impudent varlets, who thus disturbed the peace. He had not gone far up the stairs when the ringing ceased. All lights were suddenly extinguished in the belfry. This was a good sign, the clerk thought, and grasped his thick stick with vigor. With a loud shout, he and the others rushed into the ringer's room, lanterns in hand. At that moment the bells, this time unmuffled, gave out a most horrible, clanging sound. The clerk started back in fright towards the door, and hastily turned on his light. He and the rest groaned most dolefully, for there, standing before them, were 8 skeletons, each with a rope in his hand and, while pulling away most vigorously, grinned most diabolically at the intruders. The clerk and his friends would have given all the money in Walton to have been a mile or more away. But there they were, unable to stir, wriggling and writhing, and knowing not which way to retreat or what to do. "Oh, mercy on us," said the clerk, almost distilled to a jelly. "Why, it's some of the skeleton crew. They have changed from a funeral to a joy peal." "What can all this horrid thing mean?" said another. "Mean? Ha, ha!" gruffly laughed one of the skeletons in a voice that made the entrapped villagers quake again. "Mean, eh? Why, it means that we are so glad to see you, that's all. We wanted some amusement." "What can these monsters mean or intend to do?" sighed the clerk, who much wished to get away if he could. "Mean? Intend?" repeated the horrible voice again. "Why, it means that we intend to celebrate Lady Julia's marriage with our great chief, Deathwing, and will do honor to the event by hanging every mother's son of you." Dismal groans were now heard on all sides. Some began to gasp from fear. Others fell to praying. But the skeleton bell-ringers were as good as their word, as we shall see. They stopped pealing the bells and glared most hideously at their intended victims. "So you came here with stout cudgels in your hands, did you, and intended to give us all a good sound thrashing, I dare say." "Not me, nor me. I hadn't the remotest idea of any such thing, most august and ghostly strangers," chimed in the terrified clerk, as his legs almost gave way from under him. "As we know you are lying, parson's man as you are, why, you might as well come forward first. We intend to make an example of." The poor clerk was dragged out from among his fellows. 2 of the skeletons pulled down the heaviest bell, and much of its slack rope was coiled on the floor. They held it down. "That bell is too heavy to swing up one," said the chief. "Take the apothecary, and make a sandwich of him and the lying clerk." Much to the astonishment of all present, the clerk and the apothecary were placed back to back. The slack rope of the great bell was twisted and tied round their bodies and fastened into a knot. At a given signal, the 2 skeletons who held down the great bell let go the rope. Up went the 2 unfortunate devils, shouting at the top of their voices and dangling in midair, like a couple of spiders on a single thread of web. In like manner, all the rest were sandwiched, as it was called. Each rope was wound round the bodies of 2 at least. And there they hung, to the infinite amusement of their tormentors, writhing and groaning, their own weight drawing down the bells from time to time, and making the most horrible and discordant noises. Satisfied with this pleasant handiwork, the skeleton bell-ringers left the belfry, and the worthy villagers, fighting like cats tied on a clothesline, pulling each other about, and dancing a most painful hornpipe between the ceiling and floor to the inharmonious jangling of the bells, were left all alone in their glory. Chapter 16. Philip Regil is found to be not so clever as he considered himself, Philip Regel next appears on the scene of our story in his father's offices. His father was very rich and had extensive dealings with ships and valuable merchandise in the city of London. He was a widower of nearly 60 summers and had no child but Philip. This youth had been well educated and was allowed an ample income to live on. But he looked upon commerce as something degrading and felt ashamed to own among the gay gallants of the town that he was anything less than a person of noble blood. His propensities for gambling had well-nigh ruined his father more than once. But the fond old parent had overlooked his son's misdemeanors very frequently. At last, it was discovered that Philip had so far forgotten himself as to forge his father's name to certain heavy bills and squandered the money on gay persons of the town. From that time forth a great coldness existed between father and son, and Philip was told for the last time that he must make his annual allowance suffice for his pleasures, and that should he again so disgrace the time-honored name of Regel, he would take the consequences. For the law should be enforced, which in those days was death for forgery. Philip, however, had become so accustomed to high life about town that he looked upon his father's conduct as something very cruel, and resolved to rob him all he could rather than be lowered in the estimation of his lordly acquaintances. A libertine soon brings many a good and rich parent to ruin. But old Regel was a man of firm purpose. When he once had made up his mind to anything, and although he did not tell anyone of his intentions, he frequently informed Philip privately that his conduct was bringing sorrows and misery on his old age, and that if he did not reform he would disinherit him. All this Philip Regel looked upon as a good joke, and set his wits to work to get money as best he could by hook or by crook, so as to still keep up the reputation he had already gained among the gayest of the gay as reckless Regel. One of the first things which Philip did, when he found it no longer possible to screw money out of his rich old parent, was to form the acquaintance of the notorious Deathwing, chief of the skeleton crew. Old Regel had 2 ships on their way from the Indies, laden with gold, spices, and silks. In consideration of receiving half of the cargo, Deathwing and his infamous crew resolved to waylay these 2 ships and attack them when about 50 miles from the land's end. This was done. The crew of both ships were murdered in cold blood. The vessels were run into a snug inlet on the west coast of England, near to where Deathwing's caves and storehouses were situated. Philip received but 1/5 of the spoil, instead of 1/2. But he was much too wise to say anything about his disappointment and annoyance. This system of villainy was repeated more than once, but as his father's ships did not arrive in port except at intervals of many months, Philip often found his money running short, and without any visible means of replenishing his exhausted purse. In his father's offices, he had often heard of old Farmer Bertram's indebtedness, and of how much money was still due on the mortgages at 4 Ash Farm. Mr. Harry Bolton, he also knew, was his father's traveling collector and was about to start on his usual journey. As we have seen, Philip forestalled Bolton's visit to 4 Ash Farm and by impersonating Bolton, obtained an interview with old Bertram and murdered him. Young Regel was a cool-handed villain and knew not what remorse was. Bloodshed to him was quite a usual thing. He was not a brave young man by any means, as WILDFIRE Ned often proved. But it was whispered by those who knew him best that when returning from wine parties, he would have no scruple in picking a quarrel with any inoffensive citizen he might fall across, and feel no regret at drawing his sword and wounding anyone who was unarmed. Many a simple shopkeeper and unsuspecting night watchman had been pinked by reckless Regel, and no one was any the wiser. But, like all great rogues and rascals, Philip was very careful indeed, in picking quarrels or drawing his toasting fork upon anyone who was at all likely or able to resent it blow for blow. He had up to the present time run along in his career of crime undetected and unsuspected, but all things have an end, and so it was with Philip. From petty thefts in his father's offices, he gradually and swiftly descended to greater villainies, until at last, As we have seen, even coolly planned murder did not shock or retard him in his life of crime. Like an apple, he was only getting sufficiently ripe to fall into the hands of justice. And, as will be seen in due course of time, he met with his proper deserts. Weak and pale, Philip sat in his father's counting house, in which were busily engaged dozens of industrious clerks. He had sauntered through the offices with a supercilious air, and to those who politely bade him good morrow, he only returned a contemptuous look, as if they were so much dirt and beneath his notice. As usual, he was elegantly dressed, and a servant assisted him into his father's private office, where he lounged in a capacious chair and toyed with a pet spaniel. Old Regil had been informed of his son's wound, but up to the present time knew nothing as to what had occasioned it, for Philip did not, in truth, in his own words. He would not condescend to live in his father's house, but kept up a small but elegant establishment of his own, where wine parties, card-playing, and magnificent suppers were the order of the night. After a time old Regil, the famous East India merchant, entered, and the father and son spoke of many things. "But you have never told me how you got that sword thrust, Philip," said the father, in a very anxious tone. "I suppose you and some gay spark fell out on the road and had a pass or two at some roadside inn. I know your proud spirit, my son, and your headstrong valor." Philip smiled faintly in a patronizing way, as if a pass or two. With gay sparks was an everyday occurrence, although his own heart told him that he was one of the greatest cowards and villains unhung. "No, sir," was the calm reply. "The whole affair occurred in this manner. When I left Darlington Hall with old Sir Richard Warbeck, our carriage was attacked by a band of highwaymen." I see," said the fond father, in great glee, "and in beating them off you got wounded." "Not that exactly. Let me tell the story. Old Sir Richard escaped through the assistance of some gallant gentleman unknown to him or myself, and he traveled on alone, for after fighting with the vagabonds, and after I had wounded several of them, they took me prisoner." "Took you prisoner, eh? What a mercy you escaped at all." "You surprise me. It will surprise you more to hear what I've got to tell. These ruffians conducted me to a roadside den, some house of call of theirs, and who should I discover but Ned Warbeck among them." "Ned Warbeck? Impossible." "No, it is a fact seeing him there, and knowing what a young rascal he is, I accused him of having set on the villains to rob and murder his uncle so as to fall heir to part of the estate." "Oh, the young scoundrel. And so you think he did so?" "Think," said Philip with a curling lip. "I am sure of it, for who but he could have known of his uncle's intended journey?" I see. Go on. This adventure is intensely exciting. And what happened?" He knew that I was in the power of his friends, and the young villain became very defiant. He drew his sword and would have rushed upon me unarmed as I was. Cowardly boy," said the father, but, when least expected, I whipped a weapon out of the scabbard of one present and went at him. "Good. Excellent. What then?" At the first thrust, I disarmed him, and the young villain cried for mercy. I granted it, but when least expected, the whole gang dashed at me, furious that their young chief— "Chief! You do not mean, then, that Ned Warbeck has joined a band of robbers and been made their captain?" "I do, though, just as you say. They rushed at me with savage oaths. I retreated to the door, fighting as I went, and reached my horse. Just as I was about to escape, young Warbeck dashed out upon me and gave me a sly thrust." "Oh, the young imp of the devil," groaned old Regil. Just to think of his cunning and roguery, to leave his uncle's home to be captain of a band of highwaymen. Why, the young varlet will shortly grace a gibbet. Not a doubt of it, and I shall never rest content until I see it come to pass." While father and son were thus conversing, one of the clerks entered and announced a stranger. "Who, and what kind of person is he?" "An officer of the crown, sir, a tall man with a black patch over his eye." An officer of the crown, thought Philip, and his face turned crimson. "What can he want here?" the old merchant asked. "I know not, sir, but he is a swaggering kind of person, and is now walking up and down the stone passage entrance hall, clanking his sword in a very fierce and valiant manner." "Did he give any name?" Philip asked, in an uneasy manner. "No, Mr. Philip," "Admit him," said the old man impatiently. "What can any officer of the crown want with us, I wonder?" "I know not," his son answered, "but, as it may be a matter of secrecy, I will retire." "Nay, do not, my son, stay with me." Philip, however, rose from his chair with difficulty and proceeded towards the door. At that moment it was opened. Captain Jack stalked in. For a moment he was staggered at seeing Philip Regel and opened his eyes very wide. Philip put his finger to his lips slyly. Captain Jack coughed significantly and said not a word. Philip now altered his mind and sat in a chair. "Your business, sir," said the old merchant impatiently. "My name first and business afterwards is the style, I think," said Captain Jack, doffing his hat and stroking his chin. Without invitation, he squatted down in a chair and stretched out his immense long legs to the utmost. Seeing a decanter of wine on the table, he helped himself to a large tumblerful and tossed it off, saying, "Ah, who wouldn't be an East India merchant to have such sack as that? Ah, D&D fine stuff for a dusty day." "Your name, sir?" the old merchant inquired impatiently. "My name? Ah, just so," he replied indifferently, and with much composure pouring out another glass of wine. "My name, sir, is Captain Jack, and yours is Mr. Regel, I think. Here's health to you, old boy." "And your business here?" said the merchant, amazed at the coolness of his vulgar visitor. "My business? Well, if you want to know, I'm one of the most active, zealous, and valiant officers the crown can boast. And as to catching rogues, vagabonds, and cutthroats, there isn't my equal in all the kingdom. I've only got one fault, and that is, I love the bottle." "All this has nothing to do with me, sir," said the old merchant, getting red in the face with anger. "Your business here, I demand again." "Don't get frothy, my old friend," said Captain Jack. "I'm coming to that now." "And what is it, pray?" "I'll just tell you," said Captain Jack. "But as we don't want any intruders, I may as well lock the door." He rose and did so, and put the key in his pocket. Philip was now apprehensive of danger and turned deadly pale. His father began to stutter out something, but could not speak plainly. "I have come here on a very important bit of business," said Captain Jack, "and like an honest man, as I am, don't want to hurt the tender feelings of anyone." "I don't understand you," said the old merchant. "Well, there has been murder committed, that's all," said Captain Jack with a low chuckle. "Murder?" gasped the old merchant, retreating a step or two in surprise and horror. "Murder?" echoed Philip with a well-feigned look of astonishment. "Yes, murder, gentlemen, that's all." "And what have I to do with such a foul charge?" asked the merchant indignantly. "You haven't, but there are certain parties not a very great way from here as have," said Captain Jack, very carelessly in the direction where Philip sat. Young Regel felt the blood run coldly to his heart as he heard these words, but he spoke not. "Someone in this house?" asked the merchant, astonished. "Yes, in this very house and no other. Not only murder, mind you, but robbery," said Captain Jack very coolly. "And a pretty good haul the chap made of it, so I hear. He bagged lots of gold coin." "Do you know old Bertram of 4 Ash Farm?" "I do. He is my creditor to a large amount and has to pay me heavy arrears on a mortgage I hold of him. I expect him in town every day." "You may expect a long time then, for he's the chap which was robbed and murdered." "Impossible," said the old merchant, turning white. "What a horrid affair. And have they found out who did it?" "Not exactly," said Captain Jack, "but I think I can find out afore long," he answered slowly and ominously. "I'm coming to that point now. Have you a traveling collector in your house of the name of Bolton?" "Bolton? Yes. Of course you have, father," said Philip eagerly. "Surely he couldn't have been such a wretch as to—" "Steady, my friends, steady," said Captain Jack coolly. "Don't be in any flurry, either of ye, but answer me. Did he call at old Bertram's? Did you order him to call there and collect your debt?" "Yes, you did, father. I heard you tell him to do so in my hearing when last I saw you." "I know I did, my son. But when you had gone, I altered my mind and sent Bolton in quite a different direction. He was not within 50 miles of 4 Ash Farm, I'll swear, that is, unless he went there unknown to me and contrary to my orders." A heavy sigh escaped from Philip's lips, and he felt a cold sweat upon his guilty brow as he said, "I know you told him, but if you countermanded the order, of course that's a different thing. It's an awful charge to be accused of his murder." "Yes, ain't it?" said Captain Jack with a wicked grin playing around his large mouth. "And robbery, too. Have neither of ye heard of it afore? Not a syllable." "Never dreamed of such an abominable affair," said Philip. "Lor, how strange. And just to think as how this job has been in my hands more than a fortnight, and all the country knows it. But is this Mr. Bolton in your offices now?" "He is." "Then let us have a squint at him. Order him in here, for I've got an exact description of the party who called at the farmhouse. He was disguised." The door was unlocked, and in a few moments young Mr. Bolton appeared. As he crossed the threshold, with a light step and pleasant smile, he suddenly caught the serious gaze of his master and young Regil. "You sent for me, sir," he began, but turned all manner of colors when he confronted his old master's black looks. "What is all this?" he asked. "I am sorry to say, Mr. Bolton," Philip Regil began, "that you are suspected of a most foul—" "Not so fast," said Captain Jack, interrupting. "I understand my own business best and want no assistance from anyone. Look you here, young man," he began, addressing Mr. Bolton. "One of your master's customers and old friends have been murdered, and you are one of the suspected parties." Yes, you, and all I've got to say is that I have got a warrant for your apprehension as being concerned in it, and you must come with me." "Arrested on the charge of murder." Bolton gasped, and he staggered towards the door past Philip Regil, whose countenance wore a malicious smile of triumph. The news stunned the young man, and he would have rushed away from the spot. At that moment, however, Mr. Faulkner and another unprepossessing, ugly-looking member of the baker's dozen appeared at the door and politely collared the astonished youth. He was borne away to prison more dead than alive. But before Captain Jack left the private office, he helped himself to another glass of wine and, as he went out, whispered to Philip, "Can't I see you sometime tonight?" "Where?" answered Philip in a faint voice, "at the Cat and Bagpipes over the water." "What time?" "At 12. "I'll be there." "Mind you do," said Captain Jack, with an ominous wink, and stalked out of the office in a swaggering manner. "What did the officer say to you, Philip?" the anxious father asked. "He simply said that the case, as it at present stands, looks very awkward for Mr. Bolton." "Oh, is that all? Yet, methinks he is an unmannerly officer. Did you notice how he winked and blinked at you while he spoke?" "No, did he?" "Yes, and had I not known you well, I should have supposed you knew and had dealings with him at some time." Philip attempted to smile as he said, "Oh, that is nothing. Winking their eyes and stroking their noses is only a habit these officers have got. But," he sighed to himself, "I am in their clutches, but will soon rid myself of the bloodhounds. He must visit me tonight. I cannot if I would go there to his den of thieves. I know the place well, and would not trust myself among the ragamuffins who meet there. No, not for 1,000 pieces of gold. Curse the hour I ever met them. I am tracked and dogged. These fellows shall be removed from my path. They must be." Chapter 17. The Nubian Slave and Ellen Harmer. It must be confessed that no man living ever felt less remorse for crime of any kind than did Colonel Blood. He had been in several wars, and was a rough-handed, cold-hearted villain. But with all his knavery, he possessed a sort of gentlemanly bearing that admitted him into almost any society of the loose-living period in which he lived, namely, that of the lascivious Charles II, whom people are wont to call the Merry Monarch. John Blood had ridden some 20 miles or more. He hired a light and fast four-wheeled vehicle in order to reach London all the sooner. Ellen Harmer, almost distracted at thus being forcibly borne away from her father's home, wept and bewailed her cruel fate. But, had she shed tears of gore, they would have had no effect upon the mind or conscience of her rude, rough-handed captor. In order to quiet the beautiful Ellen, he administered to her a glass of wine in which he had placed a noxious drug. This had the effect of producing sound sleep, nor was she aware of whither the fast-going vehicle was going. All she knew was that when she awoke on the following morning, she found herself in a sumptuously decorated chamber. Around her were furniture and articles of beautiful design and evidently of great price. She rushed out of bed towards the window in great surprise. It was barred, but she could see below her splendid gardens with fountains playing. Fruit trees and flowers met her astonished gaze on every hand. All was silent. Am I dreaming? She thought. Has all that I have passed through been naught but a cruel, excruciating nightmare? Beside a splendid mirror, in which she could see herself from head to foot, she perceived a massive bell-pull with fine bullion tassel. This she mechanically touched. A soft, sweet sound responded to her touch, like the harmonious tinkling of a silver bell. The more she looked about her, the more she was astonished and confounded at the brilliance, beauty, and elegance of all things. She heard no one approach, but turning suddenly beheld a tall servant, splendidly attired, but his face and bare arms were as black as ebony. Ellen started. The servant bowed lowly and smiled. "Where am I?" the startled girl inquired with a flushed face and flashing eyes. "Who has brought me hither, and for what?" The tall Nubian smiled again. He bowed more lowly than ever, but spoke not. He motioned to her that he was both deaf and dumb. "Set me at liberty," gasped the captive girl, for the first time realizing her true position. "Set me free. I cannot breathe the atmosphere of this gilded prison. Oh, let me once more flee to my poor old father, or my heart will break." So speaking, she sank on her knees before the tall Nubian and burst into tears. For a moment the black gazed at the beautiful young creature, and his eyes rolled in wild delight. He lifted her up from her prostrate position on the floor and kissed her snowy hand with every token of affection. This act surprised and startled Ellen more than ever, for the strange intruder was a fierce, tall man, and one who seemed to possess, when he willed it, both the strength of a lion or the gentleness of a lamb. But with all his ferocious exterior, there was a something in his smile both tender and reassuring. He placed a finger on his lips and led her gently towards the window. He next, and with great air of mystery and caution, pulled out of his silk doublet a small ivory tablet. He partly wrote upon it these words: "You are a stranger to me, and, rough as I look, I love you dearly." Ellen's eyes darted fiery anger at him as she shunned the smiling black. He took no notice of her seeming repugnance, but smiled, and in the act showed his rows of shining teeth. He rubbed out the words he had written and quickly penciled these others. "Do you wish me to be a friend or foe, fair one?" "A friend," said Ellen, trembling. He placed before her the tablet again, and she read, "I will be a friend to you, and a true one, on a single condition." The girl's blood almost curdled in her veins as she read what he had hastily scribbled, for she now trembled for her honor and chastity. "Name your condition," she gasped. Will you keep a secret?" he wrote. "I will," she answered. "On your life and honor," he wrote again. "Yes, on my life and honor," she answered firmly, for a moment feeling reassured by his change of manner. He now wrote on the tablet, "I am the slave of Colonel Blood. They call me Sinbad, and am supposed even by my master to be both deaf and dumb, but I am not deaf and dumb." She answered, "Then you knew the sounds of the bell I rang?" "I heard it," he whispered, "and knew its meaning." "My meaning?" she asked. "Yes, and my master's also, for he left word with his confidential valet that directly you rang he should be summoned." "For what purpose?" "That I will afterwards explain. I knew that you had been abducted, and that when you had fully recovered from the drugs administered to you last night on the way hither, you would ring the chamber bell." "This bell I watched," said the Nubian, "and muffled it in order that I might know when you had awoke from slumber, and forewarn you of all that is to happen to you this day." "Happen?" said Ellen. "Yes, maiden, look not surprised. You are not the first fair victim who has fallen into the treacherous fangs of my master, Colonel Blood." "For what purpose, then, was I brought hither? I have never harmed anyone. What crime am I guilty of?" "Your beauty is your only crime," the Nubian whispered. "He has brought you hither as a fair one who may be dishonored, and, thereafter, for a time pander to the lusts of the king, his master." "Impossible!" Ellen gasped. "Nay, 'tis true. But, remember, I have forewarned you, and if you do but keep your promise, I will be your friend. In helping you, I seek my own revenge. I cannot tell you the horrid indignity which I have suffered at my master's hands, but you may perhaps at some time learn it. In case you should need it, take this dagger, conceal it in your fair bosom. But, hark! I hear someone approaching. As quick as thought the Nubian crawled beneath the bed and listened. 'Twas Colonel Blood who stood at the door. Chapter 18. In which Captain Jack makes an unexpected call at midnight. Philip Regel was by far too weak from his recent wound to keep his appointment with Captain Jack at the Cat and Bagpipes over the water, and therefore remained at home in his own snug apartments, surrounded as he was by every luxury and convenience. Richly attired gentlemen of gallant appearance called during the day to inquire after his health and condition. At night, also many of them dropped in to have a chat and crack a bottle of wine with the invalid. Mask balls, marriages, elopements, and the latest court scandal were the topics of conversation with Regel and his friends. The rattle of the dice box and shuffling of cards were the order of the evening among these gay revelers. Gayest of the gay and loudest among them all was Philip Regel, who, propped up with pillows on a luxurious sofa, joined the gamblers and puffed a cigar with as much coolness as if nothing were the matter with him. The hours flew by, and Philip neglected his appointment with Captain Jack. When he occasionally thought of his promise, he only smiled as he reflected, "That long-legged devil recognized me." Well, chance makes us acquainted with queer people sometimes. That comes of getting into scrapes upon the road. I suppose he wants to borrow some money of me, that's all. Well, he's an ugly-looking rascal, though, and I like not his looks. I'll give that worthy a call tomorrow. I can't meet him tonight. If I were to take a sedan chair all that distance, it would reopen this cursed wound that WILDFIRE Ned gave me. DM him. During the night, other arrivals were announced, both lords and ladies of doubtful standing in society, brilliant in silks and paint. Music, light laughter, jokes, wit, and repartee echoed through Philip's pleasant suite of rooms. Languishing smiles, whispered words, eloquent winks, nods, and pressure of the hand passed and repassed from one to another. Some sang, others danced. Here was a boisterous wine party and there a gossiping set. The hours flew by, nor did anyone give heed to thought or care. Midnight chimed from the church towers. The half-hour told, but the merrymakers took no notice of the flight of time. 1 o'clock struck. A loud knock was heard at the door. A servant opened it. Captain Jack stood there, accompanied by several friends. They were comparatively well-dressed, but slightly the worse for liquor. "Who are you, gentlemen?" the servant asked. "We are," Captain Jack began. "No, we ain't," replied Faulkner. "Yes, we are," said the captain, hiccuping. "What, sirs?" asked the servant again. "Why, gentlemen, to be sure," said Captain Jack, leaning against the doorpost. "I perceive that," the servant replied, "but I fear me, sirs, you are somewhat the worse for liquor and have missed your way and called at the wrong mansion." "No, damn, if I have," said Captain Jack. "How dare you say that I am the worse for liquor, knave?" "I had better shut the door, gentlemen," the servant said. "And if you do, I'll brain you," said Faulkner with an oath. "Go and inform your master that I am here," said Captain Jack. "If he can't keep his appointment, why then, I'll keep mine, for I have made up my mind long ago to visit him." "Yes, and tell him that we are here," said Faulkner, "and desire to see him." "Who shall I say, sir?" the puzzled servant answered. "Oh, say anything." "Tell him that my Lord Smash and friends have called," said Captain Jack, laughing. "That's as good a name as any." "Just so," another replied. "Do you hear, varlet? Announce Lord Smash and friends immediately." Before the astonished servant could recover his breath, Captain Jack and party pushed their way into the hall, and almost terrified out of his life, he bawled out, the parlor door in hand, "Ladies and gentlemen, Lord Smash and friends." Chapter 19. Master Tim gets into the hands of smugglers. The position of poor Tim, it must be confessed, was anything but pleasant. He had fallen into the depths below, but how, he could not tell. All he recollected when he recovered consciousness was that he had fallen into a miserably dark and loathsome place, and not knowing how or which way to move. "Oh, Lord," he sighed. "Here's a fix to be in. I'd give 1,000 gold pieces if I were only out of it." "Would you?" said a distant voice. Ha, ha, but then, you see, you ain't going to get out of it, my lad. Who are you? Said Tim, trying to pluck up all the courage he possibly could. Don't you know I've got a dagger left? Yes, I dare say you have, the voice replied. But if you had a dozen daggers or a whole arsenal at your back, they would do you no good here. At the same moment, Tim felt a heavy hand laid upon his shoulder, and his limbs began to tremble. What's your name, you shivering hound? Said the gruff voice with a chuckle. Tim, sir, if you please. Tim what? Tim anything, Tim nothing. I never had but one name. 'Tis only rich folks as can afford to have two. Come, come, no larking with me, said the gruff voice. Speak honestly, or I'll brain you. You're very kind and obliging, I dare say, said Tim with chattering jaws. But, upon my word, I have only one name, and that is Tim. You're much different, then, to a young chap as we lately collared, and is now in our custody, for he boasts of 4 names. You don't say so. But I do, though. You shall make his acquaintance shortly. You'll make excellent comrades. Our hanging days are only once a month now, so you may as well make up your mind to swing when he does. Thank ye, said Tim gloomily. You are very kind indeed. But if it's all the same to you, sir, whoever are you, I'd rather be swung up the next month after him with the 4 names. The unknown laughed gruffly until he made the cavern echo again with his boisterous merriment. When were you born? He asked. I wasn't born at all, said Tim innocently. Not born at all. Why, the rascal is making fun of me. 'Pon my word I ain't, said Tim. I wasn't born at all. Leastways, not as I knows on, for old Sir Richard Warbeck found me in his stables one morning bright and early, and in them their stables I've been all my life since. Sir Richard Warbeck, eh? Yes. Do you know him? I should think I do, said the unknown. And a nice old fellow he is, too. He has 2 adopted nephews, hasn't he? Yes, young WILDFIRE Ned and Charlie Warbeck, who's in the East India House in London. Just so. And what brought you up that cypress tree? Why, you see, Master Ned and I attacked the skeleton crew, and, as they were too many for us, I hooked it up the tree out of the way and fell through the hollow trunk and— Found yourself here, eh? Just so. But who told you there was any secret way into this cavern through that tree? No one. You lie, knave. On my word, no living soul told me. Not old Nettles, the landlord of the public house. No, he never breathed a word, but fought with the skeleton crew like a warrior. That's just what you should have done, and then I wouldn't have made up my mind to hang you, as I may do yet. Are you sure that old Nettles never said a word? I'm positive, and will swear it. 'Tis well, for if he had done so, I should be under the necessity of cutting his throat tonight so as to stop his mouth. What a bloodthirsty villain, thought Tim. As you will, perhaps, be a dead man shortly, and as dead men don't tell any tales, I don't mind letting you know a thing or two as to who and what old Nettles is. What is he? Why, a tavern keeper, and something more at times, said the unknown. You have taken notice, of course, what a fine stock of wines, spirits, tobacco, and other things he has. Yes, said Tim, it has been the talk of the whole country wide as long as I can remember. Quite true, but he owes all his prosperity to me, young man, said the gruff voice. I could have blown him and his house up into the air many a time if I had thought proper. If he had divulged anything about our secret, I would do so even now. Tim groaned. This place where you are now in is a cave, said the voice. A smuggler's cave, mind you. Oh, lors. And I am chief of the gang. From this spot, there is a long, dry passage which runs out into the beach at low tide. Is the mouth of the cavern filled with water, then, at high tide? Yes, nearly so, but there is sufficient room for an A-towed boat to float in if the rowers duck their heads. How jolly convenient, said Tim, who now began to like the chattiness of his unknown captor. At night-time, we go out of the cavern in our long boats, and meet ships which are creeping close to shore. Sometimes they are friends who come from France or Spain with smuggled goods, and sometimes they are strange craft. If they be friends, we unload the vessel and run up our boats into the cave again, then the vessel stands offshore until the next night, and so on until we have emptied her. But if she is not a friendly craft, we act according to circumstances. Sometimes we seize her goods if we are very short, and the articles are of any value, they can never find us out. But did you never fall across any of the king's cruisers? Said Tim. Yes, many a time, but, Lord bless your simple heart, we don't mind them, you know. Don't you, though? No, not in the least. But they carry long guns and might, exactly, but that ain't nothing when you are used to it. No, I suppose not, said Tim with a sigh. A 10-pound cannon shot playing 9 pins with your legs ain't nothing when you get used to it, but getting used to it is the thing, said Tim, very slowly and solemnly. But I shouldn't, never. Yes, you would. No, I shouldn't. Lor, man. A broken arm, or a leg or two knocked off, don't make much difference to any of our gang. Nor a broken head either, I should think, Tim said to himself, doubtingly. We've got a famous cook, a bit of a tailor, a good doctor, a gunsmith, and other chaps in our band, so we managed to make a pleasant life of it. I shouldn't like it. Why not? Because you might fall foul of such a man as Lloyd, Garnet and his crew someday, and if you did. And if we did, what then? We should have to fight hard, that's all. That's all, eh? Thought Tim, but that's a little more than I should care about. Why, a fight once in a while is the life and soul of a bold smuggler. You have no notion how it gives one an appetite. I should think that a 10-pound cannon shot in one's stomach would be a trifle more than even a smuggler could digest, said Tim. But, as you very wisely remarked once before, there's no telling when one gets used to it. Just so, my brave lad, said the smuggler chief, laughing. I like to hear you talk in that light-hearted way, for it convinces me that, after all, you've got some good stuff in you, and that your heart is of old British oak. Our boats are going out tonight. We expect a schooner off the shore from France about midnight, just after the moon sets. I'll take you with me, and, to try you, unless you wish to be hung as a useless knave among us, I'll give you the honor of mounting the stranger's decks first. First, gasped Tim, the first man to board the stranger's decks. Why, she might be a revenue cruiser or a well-armed stranger. That's what she really is, a well-armed stranger, nothing else. She must come within gunshot of us, for she's obliged to round the headland in order to get into port. In that case, sir, said Tim, if it's all the same to you, I wouldn't dare to have the impudence to take the place of honor, and be first to scale the stranger's sides. It's too much honor to confer on such a poor good-for-nothing as I am. I would much prefer to be last, if anything. The smuggler chief laughed out loudly, saying, You're a droll devil, Tim, and no fool, I can very well see, but come this way, I will introduce you to my comrades. So speaking, he tumbled overhead and fastened the trap through which Tim had fallen into the cave. See, Tim, said the smuggler chief, as he entered a second cave in which dimly burned a horn lantern. Do you see this? He said, pointing to a trapdoor in the ceiling. Yes, I do, said Tim, scrutinizing for the first time his tall, gaunt, rough-handed companion, and not much liking the looks of his black eyes. Shaggy hair and beard, clothed, as he was, in red flannel and an immense pair of water boots that reached above the knees. At the same time not forgetting to cast his eyes on 2 pistols and a cutlass that hung in his broad black belt. Well, said the chief, that trapdoor leads into the old tavern. Nettle sells all our goods for us, and a pretty penny he gets by it. He's very rich, but a good-hearted old cock as ever lived. He's got a very pretty daughter, too, they call Katie, and if you join us and prove yourself a brave fellow, as I know you are, why, I'll introduce you. And when you're tired of smuggling, you can settle down, like many an old sinner does after he's made heaps of money, and lead a quiet, respectable life. You're very kind, said Tim, with his head bewildered with all the chieftain said. From one cavern they passed to another, some of which were artfully ventilated and lighted by holes in the rocks overhead. At last they reached a very large apartment, which had been formed ages ago by the action of the sea, and cut just as cleverly as if done with a chisel. Round a long table sat smoking and drinking 20 or more rough, hardy-looking fellows, who were card-playing, throwing dice, sleeping, snoring, and the like. All of them hastily rose as the chief entered, and Tim was introduced to the company in words which conveyed the idea that the stranger would become a valuable member of the band. Smoking and drinking continued, and soon Master Tim found himself the center of attraction. And as he was, of course, expected to be a very brave fellow, he favored the company with a long string of lies, in which he narrated his several encounters with the skeleton crew, and against whom he had displayed prodigies of valor. The chief, however, left the company and wended his way through the dark caverns towards his own particular abode. He found standing at his door a special messenger. "That you, Dolphin?" said the chief. "So soon returned." "Yes, worthy Seahawk," was the reply, "and I bring most important news." "From whom?" "The skeleton crew and WILDFIRE Ned. It needs instant attention." "It shall be attended to at once. Come this way." The smuggler chief and his trusty messenger entered the apartment together. Chapter 20. Captain Jack plays a trump card. The gay company surprised. As we have narrated in a previous chapter, Captain Jack and his friends insisted upon thrusting themselves uninvited upon the gay and fashionable company assembled in Philip Regel's elegantly furnished suite of rooms. "Lord Smash and friends," said the astonished domestic, announcing the stranger in a loud voice. "Lord who?" said Philip in astonishment as he turned his eyes and beheld Captain Jack before him. For a moment he knew not what to do or say. The thought struck him that they had actually found out all about old Bertram's murder and were come to arrest him. Cold sweat poured from his brow. His heart felt chilly, and his sight grew dim. But when Captain Jack, with a broad smile on his ugly face, shook Philip by the hand and said, "All serene, old fellow," Regil felt great relief as he said to the company with a forced smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to your notice an eccentric friend of mine, who rejoices in the extraordinary title of Lord Smash. These gentlemen, also his companions, are friends of mine, everyone. At least they have proved themselves such, for I owe my life to their bravery and valor." "Indeed," said all in surprise. "Men who would risk their own lives for the sake of another must be friends indeed." "I quite agree with you there, ladies and gentlemen. I invited them to call upon me at their pleasure, and although they have come at an unlooked-for moment, I am none the less pleased." "Certainly not," chorused many. "Certainly not, but how did the affair happen?" "This, then, accounts for your painful wound, Regil?" several gallants said. "Just so," said Philip, glad at the happy turn the whole affair had now taken, and particularly pleased that the true character of the intruders had not leaked out. Upon the instant, and with ready invention, Philip Regil concocted an imaginary story in which he did not fail to laud his own valor and that of the new arrivals, all of which was agreed to in sidewinks by Captain Jack and Faulkner, who from time to time drank heartily, and swore roundly that all the company heard was strictly true. "But now I come to look at your eccentric friend more closely," said a gallant, tapping his snuff-box and speaking in a whisper. "The more he reminds me of one of the Crown officers, called Captain Jack." This he said with a knowing wink to Philip, who frowned. Captain Jack heard the observation and approached the speaker and whispered in his ear, "And now I come to look at you, my friend, the more I find you exactly correspond to a young gentleman as Captain Jack has been on the lookout for on the charge of forgery." The gallant blushed deeply, took a pinch of snuff, and bowed himself away. "Not so fast, my friend," said Captain Jack to him as he whispered again. "You are in very snug quarters at present, and I don't wish to disturb you, but if you know how to keep a still tongue in your head while here in the company, so do I. You understand. Is it a bargain?" "I fear, my eccentric friend, that you have made a slight mistake," said the elegantly attired young gentleman with a curling lip. "I know you not." "I have made no mistake," was the whispered answer. "I can, you know, when I like, swear black's white. But let me ask, do you know a certain person in the India House, a gay young spark about town named Charles Warbeck?" said Captain Jack, winking. The stranger tried to smile, but could not. It was Ned Warbeck's elder brother. He turned deadly pale, cast a quick glance at Philip Regil, and joined the card players again. But, though he attempted to be merry and careless, care sat upon his brow, and he sighed to himself. "I am innocent, but still suspicion is strong against me." Whoever it was that forged Sir Richard's signature to that bill was no friend of mine. And he could not help thinking, as he sat in that gay and merry throng, "It was an unlucky day I ever made the acquaintance of you, Philip Regel. Still, the end is not yet." Captain Jack's companions made themselves very much at home, in a rough, off-handed manner. They were adepts at dice and cards, and, although they began to gamble on no capital whatever, they none of them were long ere they had won large sums from those present. This happened not so much through fair as foul play and downright roguery. However, as long as their cheating tricks were not discovered, or even suspected, they continued the play and, together with fine wines, spirits, cigars, and the like, they seemed to be enjoying themselves very much. Nor did they for a moment know the true reason why Captain Jack had called there that night. This, however, was soon explained. The first opportunity that offered, Captain Jack sought Philip Regel's side and began a whispered conversation. "You did not call at the Cat and Bagpipes as you promised." "No," said Regel, "I was too unwell." "Perhaps the company didn't suit you?" "True. I must confess it wouldn't look well for a person of my standing to be seen in the company of thieves, vagabonds, and the like." "Of course not. I forgot all about that. Besides, my wound is painful at present." "Of course it is. It was on account of that I came here myself in order to save you a long journey." "Why did you bring all those fellows with you?" "In case I might need them," said Captain Jack, grinning. "Need them? I do not understand you," said Regel, turning red. "But you may do so after a time." "Indeed. And what may be your business here, I should like to know." "I do not allow persons of your standing to intrude upon me," said Philip with a curling lip. "Indeed." "Lor, how amazingly proud you're getting," Captain Jack answered with a sneer and tossing off a glass of wine. "I thought we should meet as friends." "Sir, I do not understand you," said Philip, trying to shake off his rough companion, much like a sparrow frets and struggles when in the talons of a hawk. "In truth, your room is much better than your company." "I dare say. That's what a good many say. But then, you see, the Crown can't get along without such as me and my friends." "The Crown, sir? And what have I to do with you or the Crown, I should like to know? You wish to insinuate something, but, as a man about town, I know too much of you fellows." "Ha! Ha! How clever you are." "Lor, who'd have thought it?" "Thought it? Thought what?" "Why, that young Bolton is in prison," said Captain Jack with a smile. "Serve him right, then, if he is guilty of that foul deed of which you accuse him." "Yes, now you come to think on it, it was a foul and bloody affair, wasn't it?" "Most horrible. And, just to think as how the old man didn't offend even a mouse, and to be cruelly butchered for the sake of a few £100, and his son clapped in jail as an accomplice in the deed. He must have been an artful chap as planned that affair." "Yes, truly, he must, and an heartless villain also," said Philip. "But why do you stare at me so?" "Nothing. I was only going to ask you a question," said Captain Jack, stroking his chin in deep thought. "What is it?" "Your father is very rich." "Yes, what of that?" "And has many ships." "Yes, and sometimes he insures cargoes, and lives also for those who wish." "Exactly," said Jack. "And if you were going abroad, how much would you insure your life for?" "That depends. Are you going abroad?" "Perhaps so." "I should insure myself even for the benefit of my friends, if nothing else, in that case, and I should take good care it was for a good round sum also." "That shows your wisdom, Mr. Regel, but how much do you consider yourself worth?" "Well, you and I are different persons entirely," said Philip with a careless sneer. "But I should insure myself for at least £5,000. A very nice sum indeed. Well, the other question I was going to ask is this: will you make me a present of that sum?" "Me make you a present of £5,000? Why, the man is mad." "Not quite just the contrary," said Jack, smiling. "What do you mean?" "Mean," said Jack. "Listen in a whisper, mind. Would you rather swing on a gibbet or give the sum I name?" Philip turned deadly pale as he stuttered, "What can you mean?" "Oh, only this. We have been looking after that murder case of old Bertram, and if you give us that sum, why, we won't find out the right party, that's all." "You understand," said Captain Jack with a knowing wink. "Has it come to this?" said Philip after a pause and, as he thought, unheard. Nothing shorter, my lad. It were a clever job, you know, and by mere accident we found out all about it. You want that sum from me, say you? Yes, and nothing less. Do your band know of this? Not a word, on your oath. Yes, and will Bolton suffer? Why not? Suspicion is against him. He had better swing than you. Besides, we must have somebody to hang over the job, or the judges will think us worthless and useless. For the honor of our craft, we must hang or transport somebody, you know, innocent or guilty. It matters little. Philip felt as if a serpent were gnawing at his heart as he listened to Captain Jack's words. For some moments, neither Philip nor Captain Jack spoke. There cannot be a doubt now, but that this knave has discovered all about old Bertram's murder, and yet for a price he will screen the guilty and have the innocent to suffer. What a scoundrel this fellow is. Yes, 'tis true. From little things, thieves and rogues take to greater ones until, at last, the gallows is their fate. I little thought it would come to this. For some time he shaded his face with his snow-white hand in deep thought. But at last he aroused himself and even attempted to be gay as he said, "You wish to borrow that sum for a short time, eh?" "Yes," said the captain, smiling. "I wish to borrow it, if you like to call it so, and will return it," he added, very ominously, "whenever you like to demand it." "You understand. But I have not such a sum at command. You do not want it all at once, I suppose?" "No, a few hundreds to commence with, and the other by installments will suit me. I'm not very particular with friends." "But how am I to get this large amount together?" said Philip. "If my father is rich, I am not." "Oh, you can get it easily enough. I dare say you have written your father's signature before now." "What?" said Philip, reddening. "Nothing. I was only thinking," said the captain carelessly. "Would that I could give the rascal a bullet through the heart on the quiet," said Philip, as he bit his lip until it became white again. "But I'll be even with him yet." The arrangement was agreed to between them, but Captain Jack could see revenge sparkling in the young man's eyes as he handed over a large sum of money to the knave. In a short time, Captain Jack and his friends retired, and shortly afterwards, it was discovered that they had been not only remarkably successful in dice and cards, but that several snuff boxes and watches were missing. Who shall I victimize to get this large sum? Thought Philip. This fellow will not be joked with. And as he pondered long and silently, he whispered to himself, "It is a matter of life or death with me. It must be attended to, and at once. But who shall be my dupe? From whom can I get the money, by fair means or foul? It is no use trying to get a farthing from my father beyond the yearly allowance I am entitled to. And I have forged his name once too often to think of doing so again. For the last time I did so, he threatened to disinherit me. Besides, if such a transaction were to reach the ears of old Sir Richard Warbeck, I doubt not he would scratch my name out of his will and not leave me a farthing. But stay," he mused. "That good-natured simpleton, Charlie Warbeck, will answer my purpose. He often goes out and collects large sums. Suppose I were to steal the amount I want from him? Aye, that's it. It shall be done. I will kill two birds with one stone. I hate these two Warbecks, both Charlie and Ned." "I detest the very name of Ned," said he, writhing with his wound. "I know how it shall be done. I will get Charlie disgraced, and then old Sir Richard will disown him. Aye, that's it." Thus the villain thought, and yet, as he bade Charlie good night, Regil smiled and shook him by the hand as cordially as if he were the truest and best friend in the world. "How innocent he is," thought Philip when left alone, "and how handsome too. Well, never mind, I care not who suffers, so I do not. I might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb." And, as he thought of his intended plans against Charlie, he grinned like a hyena. "Tomorrow shall decide it," he said, and smiled at the thought of the pit he would dig into which young Warbeck should fall. Chapter 21. The Wolf and the Lamb, a Scoundrel of the First Water. Unluckily for himself, it was an evil day when Charlie Warbeck first made the acquaintance of Philip Regil. Philip, as all knew, was a great don about town, and maintained a handsome suite of rooms to which the gayest of the gay resorted. His father was a very wealthy man, so all the world said, a great shipowner and a merchant prince of the good city of London. To be patronized by the son of such a person poor Charlie considered a very fine thing. Wasn't Philip Regil one of the sparks of fashion? Did not fair dames of doubtful virtue, perhaps, smile bewitchingly upon him? Was he not nodded to by this lord and that one? Could he not handle a sword with almost any man? Said Charlie, and many others. And was it not a great thing, therefore, to be known to, and to be hand and glove with such a person when I am only a chief clerk in the India House, and not to depend upon but my own advancement and old Sir Richard's generosity? Yes, this was all true, but Charlie Warbeck little dreamed of what a cool, conscienceless villain Philip was, and how he gained the money he sported with so lavishly about town, as it was called. It was true that Sir Richard Warbeck's signature had been forged to a valuable bill, but how it was done no one could tell. Suspicion had fallen upon Charlie, and, in truth, he did sign his uncle's name to the bill in question, but was unconscious of having done so, and was guiltless. This singular affair, the first link in Charlie's after misery, but not the first in Philip's chain of crimes by any means, occurred in this manner. After Charlie had been some time intimate, as they should be, Philip said, on the score of relationship, young Regil gave a party at his lodgings, to which Charlie was invited. During the evening, Philip wrote a note to Sir Richard Warbeck, and folded it in a neat wrapper, after the manner of those days when envelopes were unknown. "Here, Charlie," said he, "direct this for me." Charlie, who had been drugged by Philip, directed the note to Sir Richard Warbeck, and nothing more. "That will do," said Philip, and he took up the note in a careless manner while Charlie dropped off to sleep. "That will do excellently." If old Sir Richard had written the direction himself, it couldn't have been a better facsimile of his own handwriting, for there are not any two persons under the sun who write so much alike as the old knight and Charlie. Bravo! It was a clever trick of mine, an excellent thought, by Jove. As he said this, chuckling, he took off the covering of the letter, which proved to be nothing else than a promissory note for £1,000. "All I wanted was this signature," said Philip in high glee. "How neatly I got it, too. I'll get it discounted among the Jews tomorrow. It can never be traced to me again." The bill was passed among the Jews, and Philip got the money. In time it became due when the trick was discovered, and Sir Richard refused to pay. Officers had the case in hand. It came to Charlie's ears, and although Sir Richard never breathed a suspicion of what he thought, Captain Jack long suspected him, but could not obtain any positive proof to convict him, unless, as he often did, enter the witness box and complete his chain of evidence by deliberate false swearing. Though many persons laughed at the loss which the Jews suffered in the transaction, the final bill holder, a long-bearded English Israelite, Moss by name, swore solemnly never to let the matter rest. Nor did Captain Jack ever lose sight of Charles Warbeck, despite his respectable position and the powerful Sir Richard. The very next day, after Captain Jack's visit to Philip's apartments, Charles Warbeck was sent out to collect various large sums on account of the India House, of which old Sir Richard was one of the managing directors. He was watched and dogged throughout the whole of the day by a spy employed by Philip, and the news was brought to him that Charles had then in his possession a large sum, which, as usual, he was to account for that same evening. But on his way back to the India House, Philip Regil met him, and, in a careless manner, said he was very short of cash, and begged of Charlie to loan him £50 until the end of the week, as he was going to a mask ball that night. Charlie had not any such sum, but promised to see what he could do by borrowing, and would see Philip that night. This was agreed to. But ere they parted, wine was called for, and the hours flew by rapidly. Quicker than he imagined the time passed at which he was expected at the India House. And, after cursing his bad luck, he drank again and again with Regil, until at last he became very much the worse for liquor, and had to be carried to his lodgings by two chairmen, yet all the while, and through all his drunkenness, taking great care of the bundle of notes which he had secreted in his breast, next to his skin, for fear of theft or accident. It was now 9 o'clock at night, and the two chairmen, being paid, left the young man at his own door. With all his ingenuity, he was unable to use his night key, and stood fumbling at the door a considerable time and swearing not a little. Charles was in a fog. The keyhole seemed to be removed from its accustomed place, for he could not find it from the unsteady motion of his hand. The latchkey dropped many, many times, and it was doubtful how long he might have remained there, shivering in the cold. Had not the oft-apostrophized and obstinate key fallen into the area and raised his anger to the highest pitch? "I'll bring someone down to the door," said he, and commenced knocking at it with great vigor and noise. In a few moments, Dame Worthington, the good old gentlewoman his landlady, appeared at the door attired in undress, and could scarcely recognize her lodger heir, that unsteady gentleman, who, swaying to and fro, but holding the area railings, stumbled into the passage and tumbled over the astonished housekeeper, who, gasping and groaning, could scarcely be extricated by a female servant, who, candle in hand, rushed to the rescue and bore off her mistress to the back parlor bedroom. Charlie tumbled upstairs as noisily as a young elephant might be expected to do, knocking down the flowers and flower stand on the landing, the globe of gold fish on the windowsill, and raised the whole house by his laughter, swearing, and heavy tread. "Just to think of that young man serving me so," said Dame Worthington, when sufficiently recovered from her state of collapse to articulate coherently. "Just to think of him who's been more than a mother, to knock over my flowers and the gold fish, to tumble over me in the passage and go to sleep lying in my room without word of apology, in a state of senselessness, laughing with the lodgers on the stairs, and to go to bed with Mistress Haylark in a delicate state of health on the landing. Oh, Mary, Mary, that I should have lived to see him with my own eyes in bed in the parlor, laughing, making fun, and tumbling over me before you and Mistress Haylark's daughter, which is old enough to be his mother. Dearie me, Mary, my dear, dearie me. Such is the way, my dear, that the black bottle in the cupboard which lodgers marked poison operates at the dead of night upon a poor defenseless housekeeper and widow who's been quiet and kind to him in the passage, but not old enough or forgetful enough to disremember the young man in her night-clothes named Warbeck, who has lost her lawful consoler, which smells, on the top shelf behind the pickles, for 10 long years like gin. It is difficult to imagine, perhaps, the dreadful state of feeling in which the garrulous dame found herself after the consolations of her lawful consoler, which smells, on the top shelf behind the pickles, for 10 long years like gin. But of this we are fully assured, that when Charles Warbeck had had a pleasant nap in his cozy room, and concluded a long consultation with the water pitcher, he discovered, unmistakably, that several hundred fairies, or demons rather, were busily engaged at wood-chopping under the canopy of his cranium, and threatening every moment to split his invaluable head into halves. Pale, penitent, and full of pious intentions for the future, Charlie Warbeck lay on the sofa before his fire, buried in thought. The church clock struck the hour of 11, and, as he heard it, he sighed. "What a fool I have been today in not taking that packet of notes to the India House. I shake like a leaf, and I know not why, and haunted by every imaginable terror. I cannot gaze firmly at anyone. The sound of every voice seems like a demon bawling in my ears, and every step that approaches appears to be that of some officer ready to tap me on the shoulder and march me off to prison. I'd give anything in the world to have had this cursed money delivered today, and should not have dreamed of such a thing as to absent myself, but for Regil. He has continually bored me to lend him money and lend him money, until my own poverty almost tempted me to steal. And the money," said Warbeck, in a rage, slamming the packet of notes upon the table and tossing about in his chair. "It burns my very pocket, and my brain even seems on fire since I've had that wine." For some time young Warbeck sat looking at the notes, and would willingly have gone to the India House then, but it was too late. While thus reflecting, the door noiselessly opened, and Regil entered the chamber. Approaching the table, he was much surprised at Charlie's absence of mind in not awaking from his reverie, but was pleased to see the bank package lying on the table. Pretending not to have observed anything of the sort, he slapped his friend familiarly on the back, who, awaking to his senses, seized the package in much haste and confusion and placed it, as he supposed, unseen beneath the cushions of the sofa. Regil, cold as ice, perfectly collected and fully resolved in purpose, observed his friend's perturbation and confusion but smiled good-humoredly and conversed with animation. "Any money on hand tonight, Charlie, my boy, eh? You promised, you know." "I thought I'd call and see if you had got the £50. "Money," said Charlie with affected surprise, gazing with much earnestness at his friend smoking. "Money? No. How should I have any?" "I never have any, you know. I'm not like you fellows with rich daddies who can give him a check occasionally. I wish I had, my boy, but I haven't got a penny. Sorry I disappointed you, Philip. I imagined I could borrow it for you, but couldn't." Conversation was continued between the friends, but on the part of young Warbeck with much difficulty, for his unnatural excitement almost choked utterance. During a pause in their conversation, a single knock was heard at his door. Full of wild imaginings, Charlie opened it, and old Sir Richard, one of the directors of the India House, walked across the room and without ceremony took a seat on the sofa beside the fire, but without speaking a word. Pulling off his gloves very slowly and solemnly, he bowed to Philip and said with a frown, "Would you be kind enough, Philip, to allow me a few moments' private conversation with Charles on very important business, indeed, I can assure you, very on India House matters, Mr. Regil, which admits of no delay. Thank you." Finding he was out of place at that moment, Philip bowed in a hurried manner, looked for his handkerchief and gloves, which were thrown about the sofa pillows, and left the room with a flushed face. "Charles." At length Sir Richard began, looking the young man sternly in the face. "What am I to understand by your unaccountable conduct?" A solemn pause. "Good heavens!" mentally ejaculated Charlie. "I am discovered, disgraced, and punished, and all so soon." Overcome with emotion, he hung his head in shame and perspired unnaturally at every pore. "What am I to think of you, sir? Is this the reward of all my labor, anxiety, money, and solicitude? Have I not educated you, taken you by the hand, and lifted you up step by step to what you are, eh? And do you now, when I expect to see all my labors rewarded, turn round upon me and disgrace me? Spare me, Sir Richard, spare me for heaven's sake." "My heart is bursting and my brain is all on fire," said Charles mournfully, averting his head from the old man's gaze. "There are very few things which occur in the India House or out of it which do not quickly reach my ears, Charles. I only heard of it just now, sir, and must confess I felt shocked. Good Dame Worthington told me." "Dame Worthington," said Charlie, astonished. "How could she have known it?" "Yes, Dame Worthington knew it. Why, of course she does, and everyone in the house. Isn't it the talk of the whole neighborhood?" The young man's agony was painful, and his face became more haggard in a few moments from mental suffering than age could have affected during a course of years. "What do you think they will do with me, Sir Richard? I shall plead guilty, and save unnecessary trouble and expense." "Guilty?" "Yes, I think so, when so many were witness to it. And your sentence will be to reform, keep early hours, leave wine parties alone and gambling, and beg the old dame's pardon for swearing at her tonight." Had he been shot, Charlie could not have been more suddenly startled. Starting to his feet, and looking wildly about him, he comprehended all. Sir Richard knew nothing of his having the bills. And, with a heavy sigh, which then escaped him, there was lifted an insupportable weight of doubt and pain from his soul. And he breathed more freely and rapidly, as one who has been running fast, or carrying a heavy load. Infinitely relieved, the young man even attempted to smile at the unexpected and fortunate turn his imaginings had taken, and, with as much self-command as he could bring to bear upon the conversation, laughed and begged Sir Richard's pardon for his wild life of late, and inebriety that night. When the kind old dame was knocked over in the passage, and his own nose had come into violent contact with the stairs. When Sir Richard had departed, in good humor with the repentant youth, Charlie drew the sofa nearer to the fire and began to congratulate himself upon escaping an anticipated suspicion. I was sure he knew all about it, thought Charles, and felt as if I was suspended between heaven and earth. Oh, what a relief it was. It is the first, and I will take care it shall be the last time I ever act so carelessly again, as sure as I live. If professional thieves suffer only half what I have done since evening, and for no crime whatever, I am sure they would never follow their trade very long. Let me see. I placed the package under the sofa mattress. If either had seen it lying on my table, I should have blown my brains out. But where is it? Gone, said he in astonishment as he examined in every place. Gone. Who could have taken it? No one knew it to be there. Gone it is, undoubtedly. I have searched everywhere, but it can't be found. Good heavens! What shall I do? Which of them could have taken it? No, neither of them could have seen or felt it. It must be here. Charles searched in every imaginable nook and corner, but could not discover the missing roll of bills. He had placed it under the sofa mattress. He was confident and unknown to either of his visitors. Whither or how it had disappeared was a marvel. Distracted with countless thoughts and emotions, he put on his cloak and, late as it then was, left the apartment, walking aimlessly up and down first one street and then another, until he found himself opposite the theater with its blazing links, oil lamps, and variously colored lanterns. More from habit than design, Charles passed its portals and soon found himself among a crowd of gay acquaintances. "Seen Regil?" asked he of one and another, until, tired with waiting, he was about to depart when both met at the door. "Did you see a small paper packet lying about my room near the sofa tonight?" asked Charles carelessly. "A small paper packet. No. Why, have you lost one? What was it like?" "Well, it didn't look like anything particularly, but it was, you know, very much like one of our bank packets. It was a packet of long envelopes and other papers." "Bank packets, eh?" "No, my boy, I didn't see it. I was too much taken up with thinking of money matters. If you remember, you said you hadn't a penny, and I was racking my brain to devise means for borrowing some, for there is a grand bal masque on here tonight. Is it very valuable? You look vexed, perplexed. What's the matter, Charlie, my boy? If I can help you out of the scrape, command me, you know? Well, the fact is, Philip, the package I speak of, which so much resembles a bank package, contained something very valuable, more valuable than my life, in fact. Without I recover it, my existence is henceforth a blank and worthless. I am dishonored. Don't say dishonored, my boy. That is impossible. You could never do anything which would reflect dishonor on yourself or your many acquaintance. Cheer up. You may find it tomorrow. If it is 100 or 2 you want, you can have it in a day or 2 from me even. Charles went home almost mad. "Lucky thing I called at Warbeck's apartments tonight," said Regil to himself as soon as Charles had left him. "What brought that money on his table? Methinks I smell a very large-sized mouse," said he, with a fiendish smile, drinking wine at a small wine shop near the theater. I managed to abstract it rather neatly, I must confess. His head wasn't turned more than a minute, and it contains £2,000. What care I if the fool is ruined? I only wish it were Ned Warbeck instead. How my heart would leap with joy. The young viper. Chapter 22. Fearful encounter between the skeleton crew and the smugglers. "Well, Dolphin, and what news of this new wonder, WILDFIRE Ned?" asked the smuggler chief. "He has joined Lieutenant Garnet, say you?" "He has. And what does he intend to do?" "He swears to exterminate the skeleton crew." "So much the better for us, then," laughed the smuggler chief. "If young Ned Warbeck can only rid the seas of such monsters as they are, then there may be some chance of honest folks like ourselves getting along a bit farther than we have done of late," said the chief with a dry grin. "Just so, Seahawk," the dolphin replied. "If he can manage to rid us of such grim devils as they are, all well and good. For, you see, we don't stand much of a chance with them, for they have played the very devil with us smugglers of late years. And as to Deathwing, I don't think there is any hope of getting him out of the way, for he seems to be made of cast iron. I only hope this young daredevil, Ned Warbeck, will only let us alone, though," said the chief. "Because you know he might turn his attention this way after doing the first job. That's just what he is going to do." "You don't mean that?" I do, though. I found out all his plans as well as his instructions. Indeed. How? You remember what I said about the marriage at Walton Abbey and of Deathwing running away with the young bride? Yes. Well, Garnet and WILDFIRE Ned, accompanied by Bob Bertram and others, started in pursuit. Did they overtake the crew? That you will quickly hear. For some time, WILDFIRE Ned and Garnet continued the chase over hedge and ditch, but they went at such a terrific pace that in less than half an hour they had distanced all who followed them, save Bob Bertram. But still, they could not make out or trace the route taken by Deathwing. In about an hour, however, they perceived some of the band in the distance. With swords drawn, they shouted in defiance and made at them, but the skeleton rascals declined the combat. The chase then continued. But, as before, they lost sight of them, for the last trick was only a ride to gain time in order that Deathwing and his fair captive might get off clear. "Clever, artful devils," said the chief with a gruff laugh. "And did they get off clear?" he asked. They did. WILDFIRE Ned rode like a madman in every direction after them, but it was all to no purpose. They escaped, and Deathwing and his crew made their way to the seashore and got safely on board their phantom ship before Garnet or WILDFIRE Ned could overtake them. Well, and what next? WILDFIRE Ned and Bob Bertram made the best of their way to Garnet's ship, the Diamond, and went on board. The ship set sail immediately in search of the skeleton crew, and every man on board swore to be revenged. "If they fall in with Deathwing, then, we may expect to hear of some stirring news," said the chief. "If they conquer Deathwing, or he conquer them, it's all the same to us, you know, Dolphin." "True," replied the messenger. "But I would much rather hear they had made short work of the skeleton crew, for we can generally manage to escape the revenue cruisers, but it would puzzle the very devil to get out of the way of these grim and ghastly wretches," said the Dolphin. "So far we agree," said the grim chief. "But now to business. Have you found out anything more about that vessel you wrote to me about? What, that ship which we have long expected from the East Indies?" "Yes, of course I have. She is now in the offing, and if the wind rises, we may expect her abreast of this place by midnight." "Good. Did you hear how many men she carries?" "Only 15. That ain't too many, so far, so good, but about her guns, Dolphin, that's the question. I heard she had 4. But I know better. She hasn't got a single one. Not one. No, not even a pop gun on board." "What's her name, say you?" "The Sea Spray." "Then she will prove an easy prize. No doubt of it. What's her cargo?" "Silks, spices, and gold dust." "Hem," said Seahawk. "Then we must prepare for her. Tell the night watch to have a bright lookout and get all the boats ready." "How is the weather?" "It looks as if we should have a dense fog tonight. So much the better, then," said the smuggler chief. "There's nothing half so nice as a thick fog when one wants to come up to a craft unseen. Get all the boats ready, and let them be moored outside the cave for instant service." These orders were obeyed. During the day, great preparations were made to board and capture the long-expected East Indiaman, and a lookout man was perched high upon the rocks outside, with telescope in hand, watching the distant movements of the Sea Spray. As she lay becalmed in the far distance, her sails lazily flapping in the foggy atmosphere. As night approached, the wind freshened, and all was wild excitement and merriment among the smugglers, who looked forward to the capture of the vessel with impatient joy. Master Tim saw all the warlike preparations going on and felt very uneasy. The sight of pistols and knives, cutlasses, boarding pikes, and the like struck terror to his soul. But he dared not show it or express any thought about the danger all were about to encounter. He even tried to smile and look merry, but it was all sham. Poor Tim could be as brave as anyone as far as words went, but when it came to blows and hard knocks, he wished himself 1,000 miles away. Some of the smugglers provided Tim with plenty of arms. "As I must go," thought Tim, "and as there is no getting away from these villainous, black-looking band of smugglers, I might as well arm myself to the teeth. The more weapons I have, the greater chance I have for my life." With this thought uppermost in his mind, Master Tim put on an immense pair of water boots that reached above the knee, and although he could scarcely walk in them on account of their weight and clumsiness, He never said a word. 4, thought Tim. It won't do to let these devils think I am afraid, after all the hard lies I have told them today. Besides, if they thought I wanted to get away, they'd scrag me on the instant. Next, he put on an immense waist belt and stuck into it 6 pistols, all double-shotted. Besides these, he thrust into his belt a heavy cutlass, a dagger, and a long knife. Not satisfied with all these warlike preparations, he seized a heavy blunderbuss and filled up to the muzzle with powder and shot. This he slung on his back and walked up and down the cave, thinking, "It's very nasty, dangerous work, attacking ships. If this one Seahawk is going to capture tonight had been well-armed and manned by a stout crew, I shouldn't have thought of rigging myself this way. I should have fallen on to their decks, like a dead man, and let the smugglers fight it out their own way and then join the victors. But if the ship is unarmed and there is much gold on board, I want to throw dust into Seahawk's eyes and get as much as possible for my share. And then, when I have got the gold dust, I shall hook it. For I know the way now into old Nettle's place up through that trapdoor." Tim tried to look very fierce and smoked a pipe to keep down his fearful feelings, but he looked like a walking arsenal more than anything else and could scarcely move with the immense weight girt about him. From time to time, as night closed in, word was passed from the watchers outside that the sea spray was gradually approaching. When first he heard this report, Tim pretended to be overjoyed and very anxious to encounter the stranger and show the smuggler band what a courageous fellow he was. But when Seahawk at last gave the order for all his men to make ready to start out on the expedition, Tim's heart began to flutter and to beat very loudly. He took a good draught of rum, however, and, as well as he could, got into the boat. When all had assembled at the mouth of the cave, Seahawk called the 6 boats' crew together and gave them his final instructions. 3 of the boats with muffled oars, under the Dolphin's command, was to go on some little distance ahead and creep through the dense fog unseen, so as to attack the stranger on the windward side. Seahawk, with the other 3 boats, would follow, and at the same time assail the sea spray. On the leeward side, at a given signal, the boats put off towards the doomed ship, which had been suddenly becalmed opposite the smuggler's cave. It could just be seen through the thick fog, and Seahawk was delighted with the prospect of its speedy capture. "We'll make short work of it," said the chief to Tim in a jolly tone. "I believe you," Tim replied in a soft voice with a ghastly attempt at a smile. Onwards, the boat's crews rowed in dead silence. In a short time, they came within full view of the dark sides of the vessel, as, like an ominous object, it loomed out through the dense mists. The first 3 boats had got round to the other side of the vessel and were waiting for Seahawk's signal. This was soon given. With a loud shout, the smugglers' boats pulled towards the vessel. "Let 1 man remain with each boat," said the chief, "while all the rest board the craft." "I'll do that," said Tim eagerly. "No, you won't," said the chief. "You are to be the first man to board the ship." "Here we are, up you go," said Seahawk, shoving Tim up the ship's side with so much violence that Tim fell over the bulwarks. Tim was awfully scared, for he expected to be shot or stabbed the instant he reached the deck. Judge of his happiness, then, when he discovered there was not a single soul on deck. Perceiving this, and before any of his comrades could clamber up, he began cutting and slashing and swearing at imaginary foes, stamping his feet and hacking at old empty barrels. With such a vengeance and so much noise as to make everyone believe that he was at the moment performing prodigies of valor. "Die! Down! Surrender, villains!" he roared. And the more he shouted, the more he cut and hacked right and left, without meeting with a foe, except a cow and a few sheep on board, which he slaughtered unmercifully in a few seconds. When the smugglers leaped upon the deck, they were astonished at not meeting with or finding any opposition. Tim was puffing and blowing, as if wearied and exhausted with his terrific efforts, and pointed to the hatchway, shouting, "I have beaten the villains 10-1. They are down the hatchway. Down after them, my bold boys, down after them." Perceiving blood on his sword, the smugglers believed what he said, and therefore rushed down into the hold of the ship, sword in hand, bent on slaughter. Tim was immensely tickled that he had earned the reputation for valor so cheaply, and thanked his stars Seahawk believed him. While Tim was alone on the deck, however, he suddenly heard unearthly shouts, screams, oaths, and the like proceed from the hold of the ship. "What's all that?" thought Tim, trembling in every limb. "I wonder if they have found out anyone. I didn't see any of the crew." He was not left long in suspense. There issued from the hold, the cabin, and the forecastle of the ship a band of skeletons, sword in hand. Tim, at the first sight of them, fell on his knees and then slipped into an empty water barrel that was nearby. From this place, he could perceive all that passed. The smuggler chief had been deceived, and so had Dolphin. But how and by whom neither of them could tell. Instead of boarding the East Indiaman, they found themselves on the decks of the phantom ship. The confusion, uproar, and clanging of arms that now ensued were dreadful. Seahawk, Dolphin, and the rest of the bold smugglers fought like demons. "To the boats! To the boats!" shouted Seahawk above the din of battle. All his men endeavored to fight their way back again to the boats, as directed by the chief. But their retreat was cut off. The skeleton crew, infuriated against their old enemies, the smugglers, fought with desperation. Pistol shots scattered about the decks like hailstones. And Tim, unfortunate as ever, had the misery to find that more than one stray bullet struck the cask in which he was hiding and grazed his body and legs. But beyond a few scratches, he escaped unhurt. Seahawk, as brave as a lion, fought long and desperately with the grim crew, but many of his men were dying and wounded around him. "To the boats! To the boats!" he again shouted. Many of his followers did not need this second warning, but leaped over the sides of the vessel and plunged into the sea in wild despair. On every part of the ship did the skeleton crew swarm like bees. Up the rigging they climbed like monkeys, making the most hideous noises. Deathwing, with his black banner on high, and with an immense cutlass in hand, seemed to mow down Seahawk's men. And in less than 15 minutes from the time the action commenced, the phantom ship was cleared of all its intruders save the dead and dying. The smugglers, entrapped as they had been, fought like bears, but nothing could withstand Deathwing and his grisly band. And ere Seahawk and his boats pushed off from the vessel, 2 cannons, loaded up to the muzzle with grape and canister shot, were fired after them, and the missiles of death swept the waters around the phantom ship with a hissing and fatal sound. Chapter 23. Ned's first battle, the ship on fire. After the action, the first thing the skeleton crew did was to examine the bodies of the dead and dying. Some were cast overboard immediately, but those whose wounds gave some hope of recovery were, for the moment, more mercifully dealt with, for they were reserved for after tortures. Tim was in an unfortunate position. He was neither dead nor wounded. But from the passing remarks of the skeleton crew, he almost wished that he had been dead, for he trembled to think what tortures and unearthly agony they intended to make all such as he was undergo. "What an unlucky devil I am," sighed Tim. "I no sooner get out of one trouble than I fall into another. It's out of the frying pan into the fire with me always. I wonder what star I was born under, for there's no good fortune ever befalls me. Heyo! Just hear those grim monsters talking." Why, the smugglers were gentlemen, compared to such fiendish devils as these. Tim crouched still more closely in his hiding place. "How many dead men have the smugglers left behind?" asked Deathwing, when they had all been counted and thrown overboard. "Over a dozen," was the reply. "Good," said Deathwing with a chuckle. "Just hear him," groaned Tim. "I do believe if there had only been 3 dozen he'd jump for joy. Oh, horrors upon horrors accumulate. How many wounded? We have found 6. "Only half a dozen, that is not a great number," said Deathwing. "There ought to be 3 or 4 dozen, at least." "Yes, so there would have been, Deathwing, but those who were slightly wounded jumped into the water or into their boats at the hazard of drowning or breaking their necks, rather than remain in our hands." "Ha!" said the grim chief. "They know us of old. Hark! How the villain sighs," said poor Tim. "I shouldn't wonder if he hasn't got tears in his eyes over it, because they wouldn't stay behind to be skinned alive, poor devils." I wish we had but one sound man among the 6 prisoners, said Deathwing. I should like to make an example of him on the spot. OH, groaned Tim. I'm in for it this time. They'll cut me limb from limb, but it's better to die here like a rat in this barrel than to get into their hands. Tim, up to the present moment, had not dared to poke his long nose out of his hiding place. Yet, out of curiosity, he now did, so as to see what they were about to do with their wounded prisoners. The moment his head appeared, one of the crew with a loud shout of joy jumped towards him and seized him by the scurf of the neck. In a second, the poor fellow was dragged out of the hogshead and pulled along the deck towards where Deathwing stood. What, another of 'em? Said the grim chief, with a loud laugh of mockery, and armed to the teeth, I perceive. This must be one of the head leaders, I think. Disarm him. In the twinkling of an eye, Tim's blunderbuss, pistols, dagger, knife, and cutlass were taken from him, and he knelt before the chief, trembling and quaking. Around him danced several dozen skeletons in wild joy, snapping their fingers and making the most horrible noises. I think I have seen this rascal's face before, said Deathwing with an oath. So do I. Yes, that's him. Are you not one of my worst enemy's followers, WILDFIRE Ned? Me, Lord bless you, no, said Tim. I never heard of his name afore in all my life. Liar, said one, giving him a slap that made his jaws ache again. Liar, another one remarked, kicking him vigorously from behind. Didn't we get up a tree after you and you escaped? Yet now I come to look at the rogue more closely, the more I am convinced he is one of young Warbeck's followers, said Deathwing. And as such he must die, said all in a solemn chorus. When the verdict was made known, the whole of the skeleton crew commenced dancing around him in a wild, unearthly fashion. And as each came near him, they gave the luckless fellow a kick or a blow, until he was black and blue. Bind him hand and foot, said the grim chief. This rascal has many secrets to reveal about WILDFIRE Ned and Seahawk's gang. We must extract them all from him or cut him joint from joint. Bind him hand and foot and tie him to the mainmast. This was done. All the crew, save one, all the while stood round the victim, while Deathwing began to question him. So silent were the crew upon extracting from him every item about WILDFIRE Ned that they took but little notice of the intense fog which now enveloped the ship, or where it was drifting to. The first question I shall ask you, Deathwing began, is, do you know where WILDFIRE Ned is? If you do not confess, your arms shall be— At that instant, a loud booming noise was heard, and not far off either. Everyone rose to his feet. In a second after, an 18-pound cannon shot came crushing through the bulwarks. Treachery, Deathwing cried. Bang, crash, were the sounds repeated. Everyone to his post. Whiz-bang. Came another shot, and almost frightened off all the hair from Tim's head as he stood tied to the mast and unable to move. Who are they? Can you make them out? Shouted out Deathwing to his crew. A frigate is bearing down to windward of us. Steer the Phantom in towards the shore. Double shot your guns. 'Tis the Diamond, I can make her out through the fog. Fire away. Never surrender. Up with the black flag. The fight now became hot and desperate. Cannons flashed and roared, but still the frigate did not approach any nearer. In truth, she could not do so. They were too near land, and the Phantom was of a much lighter draft and could draw less water. Hence it was that Deathwing had the advantage of his enemy, for he now neared the land and seemed bent upon stranding his vessel and escaping rather than surrender. But he was much mistaken. Although it was the Diamond frigate he was fighting, he little dreamt what was in store for his crew. Although now the shots of the frigate took but little effect from the increasing distance, Deathwing was surrounded with dangers. Lieutenant Garnet with one boat, WILDFIRE Ned with another, were pulling through the fog at a desperate rate towards the Phantom to cut it out from grounding, and were followed by Bob Bertram in a third, all of which were crowded with brave bluejackets. When least expected, Deathwing heard the gallant shouts of his fearless foes. "Let every one arm to the teeth," he said. "Stand ready to resist, boarders." Another loud shout was given by the bluejackets as they pulled towards the vessel. "Pour broadsides of grape into them," said Deathwing. In a second, the boats bumped against the ship's sides and were made fast. "They are upon us," said Deathwing, brandishing his sword. In a second, the gallant tars swarmed onto the ship's decks. The first to spring among the skeleton crew was WILDFIRE Ned. With a loud shout, he dashed at Deathwing and cleaved him to the deck. WILDFIRE Ned was quickly followed by Lieutenant Garnet, who, at the head of his brave boat's crew, cut their way up onto the decks. And close at his heels followed Bob Bertram, supported by a strong body. The fighting was now dreadful on all sides. Wherever WILDFIRE Ned dashed, he left behind him dozens of victims. Tim was in great danger, both from friend and foe. Glancing shots and accidental strokes from swords and cutlasses came very near him. By continual shouting, he attracted the attention of Bob Bertram, who immediately cut the ropes and set him free. Tim took advantage of his liberty to conceal himself as best he could under the bulwarks. But he amused himself very greatly by pounding on the skull of one of Deathwing's band, who had been literally smashed to atoms by WILDFIRE Ned's blows. The skeleton crew, finding that their vessel must now be stranded and no hope remained of saving her, determined to blow her up. "Fire the magazine," roared Deathwing high above the din of battle. "Blow WILDFIRE Ned and his followers to atoms." "Ha! Ha! So you are getting something for yourself this time, eh?" said Tim, as he recognized Deathwing's voice. "But you don't catch me staying here if there's anything of that sort going to take place." So saying, Master Tim crawled over the vessel's side and got into one of the boats, and lay there very snugly out of harm's way. WILDFIRE Ned, however, had a terrible task before him. He wanted to find the missing bride. He searched through the cabin, but no trace of her could be found. Not to be foiled, he looked everywhere. "Blow up the magazine?" roared Deathwing again. As he spoke, a terrible thought crossed Ned's mind. Perhaps the fiends have placed the young bride there. The thought was almost too horrible. With desperation and vengeance in his face, WILDFIRE Ned leaped into the hold below, sword in hand. Led by instinct, but why he knew not, Ned rushed madly to the stern of the vessel. In the lower hold, he perceived a long fusee burning. There remained but 2 or 3 inches of it. In a few seconds, it would reach the powder. "'Tis for life or death," said Ned. With a fearful leap, he descended into the lower hold. All was pitch darkness around him. Save the bright red fusee spluttering and burning, not a glimmer of light could be seen. He groped his way along the bottom of the ship, but when least he expected it, he was grasped by a skeleton hand. With an oath, WILDFIRE Ned drew his dirk. A terrible conflict ensued. 1 minute more and the magazine would explode. "We shall die together, young Warbeck," said the skeleton. And now began a duel which never had equal before. In that dark hold they struggled for mastery. It was a terrific struggle. At last, with a mighty effort, WILDFIRE Ned snatched up a small hatchet which his foe had let fall. With one fearful blow he crushed in the skull of his grim enemy. With a loud shout and laugh of triumph, WILDFIRE Ned ran towards the deadly fusee. The sparks were even then sputtering near to some waste powder. In a second more, all would be lost. He fell upon the fusee. He quenched its flame carefully in his hand. Next instant, with a mighty blow of the axe, he smashed in the magazine door. With a cry of joy, Ned saw before him the stolen bride. She was tied unto several powder barrels. This was Deathwing's especial order. Ned cut the cords which bound her, and let in a torrent of seawater into the powder and swamped the magazine. The bride was insensible. He took her in his arms and hurried to the hatchway. Then a fearful cry was heard from above. "I defy you," roared the terrible voice of Deathwing. "In 1 moment more the ship will be blown in the air. Ha! Ha! The powder magazine is open. The fusee is burning. Away, my men, away to your rendezvous on shore. 1 moment more and Lord Walton's sister will be a black and charred mass. Vengeance against WILDFIRE Ned. Eternal enmity is between us. The ship is on fire," Ned heard Garnet shouting. "Where is young Warbeck?" "The ship is on fire in 2 places. Help! Help!" cried Ned from the bottom of the lower hold. His voice was heard from above. "Help! Help! In a moment, Garnet and Bob Bertram, with a few others, threw down the end of a long rope to Ned. Young Warbeck tied it round his body. Clasping the unconscious maiden in his arms, he was being drawn out of the hold when the flames burst out all around him. "Quick, quick, or we shall perish," said Ned. "Those skeleton fiends have fired their vessel in several places." "Pull away, lads, pull away," shouted Garnet. The flames increased every second, and yet with all the efforts of the seamen, Ned could not get higher than the lower hold. The rope had caught in some bolt or block below. Here was a perilous position. The flames were now almost all around him. He hung suspended between life and death. In a second more, the forked flames would catch the maiden's dress. Bob Bertram, without a word, slipped down the rope and disentangled it. A loud shout from above rewarded his valor and daring. "Quick, quick," faintly cried Ned, now almost suffocated with smoke. "Quick, quick. I am choking. Quick, Bob, or all is lost." With the energy of despair, the sailors pulled away at the rope. Yet all the time they had to fight against the vile skeleton crew, who every moment were trying to cut the rope. Some were up the rigging, firing down on the brave men. Others plunged overboard and swam away towards the shore. All was a scene of intense excitement. Yet, with a tremendous effort, Wildfire Ned kept himself alive amid the dense smoke and flames around him. With a ringing cheer, he reached the deck. "Saved, saved," said Ned, and almost fell from sheer weakness. But at that moment, a low, rumbling noise like distant thunder caught the ears of all. It was the sound of a mighty torrent of water rushing into the ship's hold. "The ship is scuttled." "Away, away," cried many voices. In a moment more the ship trembled from stem to stern. In a second she broke into halves. Chapter 24, in which Philip Regil is forced to raise the wind to pay his debts to Capt. Jack, and in which the reader beholds the phantom legs and is introduced to the skeleton barber. Notwithstanding his robbery of Charlie Warbeck, Philip Regil had not near enough of money wherewith to pay the heavy debt Capt. Jack had against him, which way to turn he knew not. "I must do something, or I shall swing on a gibbet in less than a month's time." "Oh, there's no earthly hope of raising the wind out of him," thought Philip, in regard to his father, "and I know not how to manage the matter. Let me see." And he went on with his calculations very rapidly. "How strange it is that those who borrow will seldom lend in return. Among all my acquaintance, I know of none who at all seem inclined to accommodate me. They entertain no doubt of my honesty, so they say, but as to lending a fellow 1,000 or 2, that is out of the question. Well, I must either post up the money or swing and lose the 400 already gained. I have 3 clear days yet. I'll have a glass of brandy and think a while." The brandy and a good French dinner wonderfully enlightened Mr. Philip's faculties, for he had but just pulled off his coat for a comfortable snooze ere a bright thought flashed across his mind. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why, there's old Sir Andrew, the money-lender and insurance broker. Just the man, by Jupiter. If he fails, why then I'm done. I'll go to him at once." Old Sir Andrew was one of those very smart men, an insurance office president who had sprung from nothing, but had become possessed of very large means, acquired rapidly, and none could imagine how. A constant church attendant, and economical in his donations to charities. He was generally considered to be one of the pillars of his church, and a particular strong man on 'change whenever he deigned to visit that extensive gambling salon. From the number of persons who had constantly visited his offices in times past, it was shrewdly imagined he had done a considerable amount of very close shaving in bill discounting, and, perhaps, was not over-scrupulous, or troubled with many qualms of conscience in financial transactions. This was the individual to whom Philip applied in his emergency. "Again?" asked Sir Andrew when he recognized his visitor. "Come again so soon? Why, dear me, Philip, what can the matter be? Take a seat. Oh, that's it, eh? Want £5,000 for a week. Phew. Young man, you talk as if pounds could be picked up in the street. Why, bless you, I haven't got such a sum by me. Besides, you owe me £10,000 already, for which you have given nothing but promissory notes with interest on the death of your father. And that event looks as distant as ever, judging by his ruddy countenance and activity on 'Change the other day. Your father is speculating very extensively of late, but no one knows, in these squally times, how speculations may turn out. Things are not what they used to be, Mr. Philip. Every man with 200 or 300 in his pocket gambles in stock now, and, if things continue as they have been going on for the past 6 months, I shouldn't be at all surprised to hear of our banks closing and to go popping off all round us like firecrackers. It can't be done, sir. I have been unwise in lending you money at all, perhaps, on such precarious terms, and really, if I were to speak the truth, Mr. Philip, a little less of horse racing, wine parties, ladies in satin, and so forth would greatly improve you, both morally and physically. But young men will be young men, you know, added old Sir Andrew, with a peculiar look which gave the lie to all his affected modesty and sanctity. Why not try the Jews? Your worthy father's name is good, you know, added the moneylender with a grin. But I suppose you have written his name instead of your own sufficiently often, perhaps, eh? Ha! Ha! Well, well, don't fret and bite your nails. You wish he was in heaven, you meant to say. Well, I hope we shall all get there one of these days, but it is very tight times on 'Change, I can assure you. Why, a young man like you should have ingenuity enough, I think, to raise such an amount as that, without much trouble. There are plenty of men who would jump at the chance of obliging you, Philip, particularly as you will be very rich one of these days. Ha! Ha! Despite the utmost importunity, old Sir Andrew was inexorable, and smiled at the disappointment, rage, and revenge which evidently flashed from the young man's eyes. For, although he begged for favors which were not granted, and loathed the very person from whom he had expected to receive them, yet he dared not give vent to his almost suffocating fury, for old Sir Andrew, mild-spoken and perfectly at ease, held forged papers in his possession, which hung over Philip's head as the sword of Damocles. I wish I could poison the old miser, muttered the youth, walking back towards his apartments in High Dudgeon. I'll make a smash somewhere before the week is out if I swing for it. He must have cash from somewhere, he thought, so determined to do that which many, very smart men had the reputation for having done during life, namely, to get money by any adroit means that should escape detection and proof, or, at most, only injure his name. For your greatest rogues, after all, he thought, are usually the greatest sticklers for so-called honor and reputation. What's the difference if you are not found out? He muttered. Who can point out to one honest man? The true secret of success is to get all you can and keep all you get. How many can say the foundation of their prosperity was laid in undisputed honesty? How would the best of us fare if justice was fairly meted out to all? Go as close to the jail as you please, but don't go in, is the maxim in our times. Rich men's knavery consigns them to the ease and luxuriance of a palace. Poor men, for the same, may rot in dungeons. Do whatever you please, but don't get found out, is the practical philosophy of the day. Those who succeed retire upon large fortunes and are austere bigots and pillars of hypocrisy. Those who fail are cuffed and kicked and never stop rolling until they roll into the grave. Thus mused Mr. Philip Regil, bent on fresh crime. Chapter 25. Philip Regil continues to play his game of villainy. He determines to marry an heiress. The discovery of false notes in the money safe at the India House. Charlie's remorse and confession. Let not the innocent suffer for the guilty. One would have thought that such ill success in his system of villainy, in thus becoming the slave of Captain Jack, would have been a very practical, as it certainly was a very expensive lesson to young Regil. Seeing that he had agreed to pay the great thief-taker £5,000 for his silence. Yet, instead of cooling, it only seemed to irritate Philip, and to such a degree that he was not sober one day for a whole week after his interview with the renowned thief-taker. But, nevertheless, bore up under his losses with the airs of an honest millionaire. His father was rich, everyone said, and had ships at sea, which, laden with teas and silks, were on their way from China. The old man won't be nice to 1,000 or 2 when they arrive. Why, old Sir Andrew's office has insured them for £500,000, so their cargoes must be worth a trifle. Go ahead, father. Make all the cash you can. I'll manage to spend it for you when you drop off the books. It was certainly true that Mr. Regil, Sr. had extensive dealings on change, for in the single item of 2 ships, homeward bound, he held insurance policies for not less, as we have said, than £500,000. What a good thing it would be if young Regil could manage to marry my only daughter, Fanny. I'd see if it can't be done, thought the miserly old Sir Andrew. It would be a capital match, but I see a great many fond parents have the same idea in regard to their daughters, judging from the endless invitations to balls, and see, Philip is continually receiving. He'll be a fine catch for someone. I'll see what can be done in that matter, and consult with my lady. Old Sir Andrew's consultation with his lady was so far successful that Philip and Fanny were soon on most excellent terms, but as she was anything but a beauty. Even when assisted by paints, flowers, silks, and false hair, many gallants about town, of inquisitive turn of mind, were unable to imagine the reasons which had determined so good-looking a young man as Philip Regil to pay such strict court to her. The truth was that Philip wanted money, and was greatly embarrassed. He even desired the match, hoping thus to draw heavily both on her father and his own. But, although he pressed his suit with much ardor, the intended marriage was always postponed at Regil, Sr.'s request. But if Mr. Philip Regil could withstand his losses and disappointments in his career of crime with so much equanimity of temper, and even proposed to himself matrimony as a solace for all his losses, it was not so with Charlie Warbeck. When that young gentleman, full of repentance, had calmly reflected upon his perilous situation, he was filled with alarm and trembled for the fate which must surely overtake him. He attended the India House as usual, but day by day he became more deathly pale. His limbs seemed to have lost all strength, and he moved to and fro with unsteady gait and aching heart. As often as he approached the huge iron safe where, in a moment of madness, he had cleverly placed a packet of false notes in lieu of those he had lost. In order to lull suspicion for a time, he became dizzy from excitement and could scarcely stand. Remorse and shame were punishing him more fearfully than actual imprisonment could have done. When the day arrived upon which the India House usually issued a statement of their affairs, he was in a high fever, and, despite all remonstrance from his good old landlady, Dame Worthington, and old Sir Richard Warbeck, he persisted in going to the India House as usual, and even counterfeited gaiety. The account soon showed a large deficit, and a buzz of astonishment was heard among all the clerks. The directors of the India House seemed undisturbed, nor did they betray any token of great concern. They smiled as blandly as before, and even joked with the terrified clerks, who were unable to speak, for all of them were implicated in suspicion, and none could imagine on whose head should rightly fall the actual guilt. Each was distrustful of the other. Towards the close of business hours, Charlie became really ill. But as he had been unwell for several days previous, no remark was passed upon his going home earlier than usual. Excitement caused fever, and the latter superinduced lightness and flightiness of the mind. In truth, he was not now sane. When he entered the house, Dame Worthington gazed upon him for a few moments, and then burst into tears. He was unable to walk upstairs, hence the good old dame led him into the snug parlor, and put him to bed there upon the couch, and sent for medical assistance. The whole house was astonished at the sudden and dangerous change in the young man, and when Clara Haylark heard of it, she rushed downstairs in great haste, and proffered her services in any way in which they might prove useful. For Clara had a lurking suspicion that her curls and captivating ways might have had a little something to do with Charlie's sudden indisposition. At least she intimated as much to her mother in answer to a query, for she solemnly sighed, turned up her eyes with eloquent meaning, and said, "Poor Charles! I'm sure he cannot blame me, mother dear," and covered her face, the little hypocrite, with a lace-edged handkerchief. For several days Charles remained half demented and in high fever. Dame Worthington, for reasons to be hereafter made known, and good ones too, was crazed with care and scarcely left him for one moment, either by night or day, but carefully watched his bedside with more than maternal care. Mistress Haylark, the fair Clara's mother, also was loud in her advice, and concocted various little palatable dishes and drinks, which Clara, in her curls, and with a serio-comic voice and gesture, administered to the patient with great grace of manner and captivating attitude. She would read to him and tell him stories, Dame Worthington always being present, sitting in her chair at a distance, in the shadows of the room, rocking herself in thought, and gazing with a look of care and anxiety upon her poor, sick boy. And when Charles was able to move about again, Clara would invariably go to the harp and play a few soft, plaintive airs, which soothed her patient, and won his affection more deeply than the index of his eyes had ever before betrayed to the gay and light-hearted Clara. At the close of an afternoon, spent in this manner, and his courage being greatly stimulated by a glass of brandy prescribed by the doctor, Charlie said, "Oblige me, Clara, by singing that beautiful air again." His accent seemed so earnest that, as Clara complied, her voice and fingers trembled with unusual excitement. At the close of the piece, no one being nigh, Charles approached her and without a gesture of warning kissed her. She rose as if shot, looked at him inquiringly for a moment, burst into tears and left the room. No one could imagine why Clara absented herself from the parlor for several days following, and not even her mother, although, from the soft and mysterious conversations held by Mistress Haylark and Dame Worthington upon the landings, and in the passages on several occasions, it was apparent that womanly sagacity had intuitively suggested the real facts to their minds, although they only smiled and nodded and winked in that peculiar manner known to mothers and very elderly persons. Sir Richard Warbeck, it may be taken for granted, was not remiss in visiting his protégé, but evinced the greatest anxiety for his health and speedy recovery. His visits were daily, and he always brought some trifle which might be grateful to a sick palate. But Mistress Haylark, that aged thermometer of passing events, always noticed that Dame Worthington always was in unusual spirits upon his coming, but suddenly depressed whenever he departed. There was something mysterious between them, Mistress Haylark thought, but what it was it seemed impossible to divine. As Clara seemed to be constantly in high spirits, and delighted always in company with the good-looking Charlie, Mistress Haylark began to assume airs of great matronly dignity, and, if the truth must be told, confessed that she began to feel older and older every day, and that her sole thought was concerning the future happiness of her darling, beautiful daughter. Mesdames Haylark and Worthington became almost inseparable and extremely confidential, and on one occasion, when Mistress Haylark complained of a pain in her stomach and would have gone upstairs for a thimbleful of ginger wine, Dame Worthington vehemently protested, and forthwith introduced her old family specific from the top shelf behind the pickles, 40 drops of which, slightly diluted with water, effectually relieved all pain, and threw them both into such high spirits that they continued discussing family and household affairs and secrets until long after the church clocks had chimed the hour of midnight. But while Charlie is recovering, under the combined effects of love, philosophy, and kind treatment, the directors of the India House have been assiduous in their endeavors to trace out the true depositor of the packet of counterfeit banknotes. They went to work very quietly and coolly, but despite their own and the hawk-eyed exertions of clever detectives, Captain Jack among the rest, they were wholly unable to fasten solid suspicion upon any one of their employees. An anonymous note, evidently written in a counterfeit hand and signed R, startled them. Charlie was the person pointed at by the unknown correspondent, but Sir Richard Warbeck and others who were consulted would not believe the insinuation, and the matter seemed to drop indefinitely. Charlie, being fully recovered in body, returned to the India House as usual, and was received with tokens of much respect by all the directors. He attempted to appear gay, but all his endeavors were vain. He was not the same person he had been, and could not look anyone fairly in the face without evident effort. There was a worm at his heart gnawing deeply, daily and hourly. From being a gay, light-hearted youth, of fresh color and dashing manner, as he had always been before he knew Philip Regil, he now appeared like a person of age, on whose shoulders a heavy weight was pressing. Some thought it might arise from an unfortunate disappointment in love affairs. But these hints he parried with a faint smile and attempted to joke in his old manner. One morning, a young, bright-faced clerk was called into the director's council room and returned therefrom looking very pale and with large tears standing in his eyes. "Good day, Charlie," said he to Warbeck with much emotion. "I'm going. They don't want me any longer. I've done nothing wrong, you know. They lay no charge against me, yet I feel certain that they have formed wrong suspicions against me, on account of the unfortunate packet of counterfeit notes that was substituted for good ones in the safe a month or two ago. Good day, my boy. This will break my poor old mother's heart. She has no one to depend upon but me. I am lost, ruined, disgraced." The youth leaned upon the counter, shading his face, and tears flowed from him fast and hot. His breast heaved convulsively, and he would have fallen from weakness, but that Charles placed him in a chair, and gazed upon his guileless face long and intently. Charlie's features wore a ghastly smile. His lips became bloodless and blue, and quivered with emotion as he attempted to speak. He could not speak, however, for his voice faltered, and the words stuck in his throat. Loosening his cravat to avoid a sense of strangulation, to which of late he had become sometimes subject, he seized the youth by the arm with an iron grip, and striding towards the director's council room. "Come with me," he exclaimed in a hoarse, hollow-toned voice. "Come with me. You shall not suffer for the deeds of others." "Gentlemen," he began when he had shut the door and stood before the board of directors, "gentlemen, I wish to say a few words before this young man leaves the India House. I wish to inform you." He caught the eye of old Sir Richard Warbeck gazing intently at him, and his courage failed him. Summoning all his energy, with a great effort he approached to lean upon the council table, and, casting his eyes upon the ground, continued, amid a solemn silence. "I wish to inform you that I alone am answerable for the charge brought against, or supposed to exist, against this young man. I lost the money and replaced the amount with a packet of false notes, no one else. I acknowledge it was my intention to have confessed it all on the following day. I have never had or spent a single penny of the amount, but lost it all by some unaccountable means the same evening on which I neglected to return to the India House. Prosecute me, and I will suffer cheerfully. Anything is better than the hellish remorse which I have already suffered. But do not, I beg of you, harbor suspicions against this sinless youth, on whose labor and reputation a poor widowed mother depends for bread." Charlie Warbeck sank into a chair and wept like a child. The board of directors were astonished at such an unexpected disclosure from one of their favorite and much-trusted clerks, and sat for many minutes in mute surprise and profound reflection. Chapter 26. The Phantom Legs. Philip Regil continues his career of villainy, his friend Captain Jack, young Regil's motives for marrying, the sudden death of his father, who caused it. Charlie Warbeck in prison, he is visited by his false friend Philip. The sudden disclosure so much appalled Sir Richard Warbeck that he hung his head, and was unconscious when Charles was led away by two burly, rough-looking men. His first impulse was to rush to Dame Worthington's and seek for him there, but on arriving, of course, found him not at home. His agitation and tears filled the poor, fond old woman with alarm, for, from what she could gather, she imagined that Charles had been taken violently ill, or, what was far worse, perhaps had died. When Sir Richard had explained everything to her, she screamed and sank into a fit, and Mistress Haylark, dashing into the apartment, stood almost petrified to find him supporting her in his arms and addressing her with words of endearment. Clara was the next one to appear upon the scene, and, in her curl papers, struck several melodramatic attitudes, and gracefully sank into the armchair, where she gave vent to a volley of ejaculations, and relieved her young feelings in a genuine flood of tears. Philip Regil, when informed of the affair, was consulting his intended father-in-law regarding his prospective marriage with Fanny, and heard the news with indifference, or at most with a great display of affected surprise. "Don't say so. Charlie, eh? Ah. He always was fond of fast living. That's what comes of going beyond one's means. I have learned that long ago. Poor fellow. Confessed it, eh? Well, he was an ass and no mistake. His prospects are gone, and no mistake. Not half a dozen Sir Richard Warbecks will ever reinstate him again. But about our business, Sir Andrew. As I was saying, I am devilish short, upon my word. Haven't a coin in the world, and the old man refuses to come up. I have asked him. I shall be rich, as you know, one of these days. Now these two young Warbecks are out of the way, old Sir Richard is sure to make me his heir. Ah, it is a great pity. So much comes of living beyond one's means. What would you have done, Philip, if I were to have let those prettily executed pieces of paper signed by you in your father's name have gone floating about, eh? Said old Sir Andrew, grinning. Oh, never mind all that, you know. I am an altered man now, you see. I am going to marry and settle shortly. I have sown all my wild oats, and shall prove an exemplary member of society, you know, a member of Parliament or something of that sort. See if I don't. But how about the ships, Eclipse, and Racehorse? Didn't my father insure them in your office? I thought so, for £500,000, I believe. Lord! They tell me they have splendid cargoes of silks and teas on board. The last we heard of them, they were sailing in company and had put into Pernambuco for water and supplies. The old man will make a pretty penny by that spec. See if he don't, and then I may expect him to sign my marriage contract. But, in the meantime, good Sir Andrew, let me have 1,000 or two, say £5,000. That ain't much, you know. I want it for a special purpose. Come, open your heart for once, old fellow. You'll be my father-in-law soon, I hope. Sir Andrew, the old usurer, did open his heart, and in view of the expected marriage between Philip and Fanny, his only daughter, let the intended husband have the amount he required. Philip passed a few moments with his intended in the garden, but left the house suddenly. But why did he leave his intended bride so hurriedly? The reason was this. While with one arm round Fanny's waist, he was pouring soft nothings in the ear of his intended bride, and forgetful for the moment of all the villainy and ruin he had committed in the world, the startled maiden screamed aloud in horror. Philip, drawing his sword and, while supporting the fainting maid, turned suddenly and, to his amazement, beheld within a few feet of him the phantom legs. The blood was frozen in his heart as he heard the ominous words. With superhuman exertion, he conducted Sir Andrew's daughter in a fainting state to the mansion again, and assured the affrighted maiden that what she had seen was all imagination. But, meanwhile, filled with terror at the memory of old Bertram's murder, he left the house, trembling and pale, intent upon drowning his feelings in wine. His steps were directed to a flash gambling house where he lost considerably at cards. And, if the truth must be confessed, he spent the rest of the night at a house of bad repute, in company of Captain Jack and others, indulging in expensive wines and general debauchery. Having spent most of his money, except what he had paid to Captain Jack, he visited Charles Warbeck in prison and condoled with him in an off-handed manner, and at the same time mentally chuckling at his own superior tact and cursing Charlie's simplicity, or, as he termed it, his stupidity. Why couldn't he have kept it to himself? He could never be found out the fool. Conscience be hanged. Whoever heard of such a thing in these days? Well, I'm all right. That's all I care about. Let everyone look after themselves. A rogue is honest till found out. If a man betrays himself, so much the bigger fool he is, say I. Philip's visit of consolation was of short duration, and as he departed from the prison walls he mused, so my father refuses to sanction this marriage for some time, and for special reasons, does he? What can be his special reasons? He says he's considerably involved and wishes to see his way clear first, the same old tune. Fathers are always the same. He never did coincide with any ideas of mine, the old brute. Well, never mind. He can't last long, that's certain, and I don't think it would take much trouble to put him out of the way if all comes to all. Lord, what a fine time I should have then, eh? I don't care about old Sir Andrew's daughter, not a particle. She's rich, and that's the main point nowadays. With these thoughts, Philip visited his gray-haired father, whom he found sitting before his office fire, gazing at the glowing embers and buried in deep thought. How the wind blows tonight, Philip. How fearfully it blows. I wonder how the sea is tonight. Is it rough weather, think you? How is it, stormy, say you? Does the telegraph say so? The racehorse and Eclipse must be fairly in the channel, or near it by this time, what think you? I hope they'll get through safely, Philip, if they were to go. What then? Asked Philip laughingly. Your prospects are not centered solely in them, surely. Ah, my son, you know nothing of business yet, I see. All my prospects are in those ships, and if anything befalls them, I am rue. Oh, the old story, thought Philip, and was so disgusted that he made his visit of very short duration, and, taking up his hat, left his father's offices in profound disgust. These old fogies never will learn wisdom, thought he. As if the ships aren't fully insured, what stuff! If the old driveler don't come up to taw, I'll soon put him out of the way, and no mistake. His tune has always been the same for the past 5 years, always on the point of bankruptcy, and yet always making no end of money. Well, I'm tired of it. He shan't keep me like a beggar much longer, I know. And he paced up and down the street for some time in profound reflection. Mr. Regil, Sr., went to his offices on the following morning as hale and hearty as ever, and appeared on 'Change the same as he had already done for many years before. Telegrams from different parts of the coast, both north and south, confirmed previous rumors that the severe gale of the past few days had been unusually destructive, and that many vessels were reported wrecked or stranded. Several fast-sailing ships, which arrived the same morning, reported having passed the Racehorse and Eclipse off the Irish coast. All well. This news cheered the old man up so much that he consented to dine and go out with Philip for an evening drive. On the following morning, newspapers detailed the sad and unexpected death of the famous merchant, Mr. Regil, who was thrown from his vehicle and drowned the previous evening while riding with his only son, Philip, the pair of horses having taken fright and ran away. The account added that Mr. Regil Jun had a miraculous escape, but with wonderful agility he leaped from the conveyance and saved himself, the horses and carriage with his father having tumbled into the Thames and were drowned. Chapter 27. Old Nettles is shaved by 2 of the skeleton crew. A barber's has been often, and very wisely, called a gossiping shop. If this is true of tonsorial establishments in town, it is particularly of such places in a village. In a hamlet or small town, the barber knows all the news, the latest joke, and the newest scandal. There is nothing that he does not know, in fact. No item ever escapes the professor who cuts your hair or shaves you. Thus thought old Nettles, the tavern-keeper, a few days after the eventful and dreadful conflict between WILDFIRE Ned and the skeleton crew on the ocean. For many miles around there were wild rumors of the ferocious battle which had taken place, but no 2 persons had the same tale to tell. Some said that Deathwing had killed young Ned Warbeck. Others swore that Deathwing and most of his crew had been drowned. But old Nettles knew differently. Yes, but how? Through the agency of Seahawk and his smuggler band. For when Seahawk and his party had been decoyed onto and afterwards beaten away from the phantom ship, they rowed rapidly to their cave again. Later in the night, however, the sounds of distant firearms and the booming of cannon over the ocean aroused their curiosity. They took to their boats again and sallied forth. At a respectful distance from the scene of conflict, the smuggler chief had witnessed all, and was not slow to inform his old companion, Nettles, of the particulars. When, therefore, Nettles went into the village barber's shop to get shaved, the tonsorial professor was very loquacious and, at great length, told him all he had heard about the conflict. "Don't be such an ass, mister." "Barber," said Nettles, waiting for his turn. "Don't be such an ass as to tell such idle tales. I tell thee that Ned Warbeck, or Wildfire Ned, was not killed, nor brave Lieutenant Garnet either, for Ned rescued Lord Walton's sister from the sinking ship, and she is now safe and sound at the Abbey again." "Thee dostna mean that Maester Nettles, does thee?" said the astonished barber. "Yes, but I do though, and more nor that I did hear that the king has raised Wildfire Ned to the rank of a lieutenant in the navy, and has given him the command of a rakish, fast-sailing, 10-gun sloop of war. And that at this very moment he is cruising about on the bright lookout for this skeleton crew, what remains of 'em, and a pretty overhauling they'll get, too, if Wildfire Ned should fall foul on 'em. But they do say these skeletons are invincible, Maester Nettles," the barber remarked, "and can't be hurt by anything." "All stuff," said Nettles contemptuously. "I dare say they don't like hard knocks no more than common folk. If the truth was known, I don't fear none on 'em if they did set fire to my tavern. They say they be all charmed, Maester." "So I've hearn, but don't believe it. The Red Man of the Gibbet is worse than all on 'em." "How so?" "Why, he were one o' the founders on 'em, and the story goes that he gets out of his gibbet at certain times and plies his trade." "His trade? Why, what does thee mean, Maester Nettles?" "Mean, why didn't thee hear the Red Man o' the Gibbet had been once on a time a barber?" "A barber? Lor bless the man, thee can't mean that." "I do, though. He were once a barber and cut the throat of a nobleman for his money." "Awful." "Yes, and afore they caught him he joined the skeleton crew, but was afterwards gibbeted. But that didn't seem to concern him much, for they say he can get out at certain times and seasons and goes on the spree." "On the spree? What?" "A spirit goo on the spree, Maester Nettles." "So they say, but I can never believe it, nor will I until I sees it with my own eyes." The conversation of Nettles with the village barber so much interested the open-mouthed villagers that many lounged into the little shop to hear it. This arose from the fact that all felt greatly interested in listening to his narrative of the brave and heroic exploits of young Warbeck on sea and land, and especially interesting at the present time, since it was whispered that old Sir Richard Warbeck at the Hall was in deep grief through the sad disgrace which Charlie, Ned's elder brother, had fallen into lately in London. The sudden disappearance of the miller's daughter, the horrible murder of her rustic lover, the escape of Bob Bertram from prison, and the half-strangulation of the sexton, parish clerk, and others in the belfry by the skeleton crew, all tended to heighten the interest of any remarks old Nettles might make. This was more so when it was well known that the old tavern-keeper had actually fought a battle with the terrible Deathwing, and his gang, with staring eyes and open mouths, they listened to Nettles, who gratified his audience with most alarming stories of the skeleton crew. So much so as to make many of them tremble in their shoes. It was now Nettles' turn to be shaved. He sat in the chair, and a small boy placed a napkin under his chin. Yet all the while he was laughing at the villagers about their childish hobgoblin notions regarding the skeleton crew. They in turn began to laugh also, until the shop re-echoed with their boisterous merriment. When the barber's boy, lather-box and brush in hand, had half-soaped Mr. Nettles, he gave a sudden shout of alarm and dropped his utensils on the floor. His hair stood on end with fright, and he trembled violently in every limb, and well he might. He cried for help, but the barber and his audience rushed out of the shop yelling like lunatics at the sight they saw, leaving Nettles and the boy alone. How it happened no one could imagine. But while the valiant Nettles was discoursing about and jeering the many stories about Deathwing's gang, a skeleton appeared, razor in hand, and seized Nettles by the hair of his head. Beside him, and grinning most horribly, stood the black spectre of the Red Man of the Gibbet, sharpening a razor on a strop attached to the wall and preparing to shave his enemy, old Nettles, the terrified tavern keeper. More dead than alive, Nettles shook in every limb. The barber's boy collapsed all of a heap upon the floor and was howling like a mad dog. "Shave him," said the black spectre in sepulchral tones. Nettles was almost melted into a jelly. He was in the hands of his worst enemies. What became of him we shall shortly see. Chapter 28. Philip Regel's unexpected fortune. He is alone in the world. The coroner's inquest over his father. The verdict. The villain pursues his career of crime, Sir Andrew's daughter Fanny, and what she did, the pranks of a knave. This event of his father's death filled Philip, apparently, with unbounded grief. He was so much afflicted that, at the coroner's inquest, the body having been dragged for and recovered, he could scarcely articulate a word. He averted his face from the corpse, and simply explained that the mournful accident had happened by his father driving too close to the edge of the bridge, and the first intimation he had of danger was the sudden tilting of the vehicle and the falling of the horses, with his father, into the river. The verdict rendered by the coroner's jury was accidental drowning. The funeral of the much-respected deceased was attended by numbers of well-known merchants and brokers on 'Change, who condoled with Philip upon his unexpected bereavement. Old Sir Andrew appeared seated in the first coach as one of the chief mourners, and if the size of a white handkerchief was any index of the extent of his grief, Sir Andrew's sorrow must have been of very extensive dimensions. For he held the said handkerchief to his face all the way to the cemetery and back, and sighed very often and emphatically. He did not fail to preach a sermon on the way to Philip, on the vanity of earthly things, the old hypocrite. But that youth simply sighed hypocritically, and, if the truth must be told, felt extremely glad that his parent was laid in the grave. "I know what old Sir Andrew's about," mused Philip as they rode home from the funeral. "He can't fool me. He wants me to marry his daughter, eh? What an idea. I'm not fool enough to think of such a thing now, of course not. Marry her? Such a weazen-faced old maid as she is. Not I, indeed. All the governor's property is mine now. I have no more use for old Sir Andrew and his money-grubbing lot. I'm rich enough without him, and will marry some dashing belle when my father's affairs are arranged, and fool Sir Andrew. He'll see if I don't." The truth is that Philip had all along desired a marriage with Sir Andrew's daughter for the sake of money only. But now that he was master of his own actions, and inheritor of all his father's wealth, he instantly conceived different ideas. When young Regil had returned from the funeral, he discovered that Jacob Slaman-esque. The lawyer had already arrived to read the will, and, among the uninvited, was old Moss, the Jew. Altar light refreshment, the company adjourned to the large parlor, where Mr. Slaman was busily engaged in arranging his papers. Sir Andrew, and a dozen other gentlemen present, intimate friends and relations of the deceased, were loud in their praises of the defunct, and nothing could be said that was too good in honor of his many inestimable qualities. He was a model father, an exemplary Christian, an honest and irreproachable merchant, upright citizen, ornament to commerce, and see. First one and then another remarked, until at last, Philip began to imagine, for the first time in his life, that his father must have been much more than an ordinary gentleman. When the will was read, all the relations were much surprised to discover that nothing had been left them, and that everything had been bequeathed unreservedly to his only son, after the payment of all just and honest debts. Sir Andrew, although not related, appeared much disappointed, yet, concealing his chagrin at receiving no token of his profound friendship for deceased, gave vent to his feelings by giving long and fatherly advice to the heir. In truth, Mr. Slaman had scarcely finished reading the will, ere everyone found they had important business elsewhere, which required their instant attention, and did not stay one moment longer than necessary to pay any more compliments to the memory of the exemplary Christian and model father, whom they had so loudly praised before the last will and testament had been read. For several weeks Philip visited but little, and many observed that his grief must be really genuine, or he would have appeared in company long before. Many members of polite society called at his residence and left their cards, and among them not a few intriguing, ambitious mothers, who had rather suddenly discovered the vast importance of Mr. Philip Regil, and of the unbounded friendship which they had always entertained for that interesting, good-looking young man. Sir Andrew, it must be confessed, was not behind any of the polite circle in frequently calling upon his young friend and giving him fatherly advice. Yet he could not help grimly smiling at the insidious attempts, as he termed it, of the many inquisitive and industrious matrons who were continually inviting the young man to sojourn with them for a few days in order to drive away his deep-seated melancholy. And make love to their daughters, perhaps might have been added. At least, Sir Andrew imagined so, and did not fail to inform his wife and daughter, who threw up their hands and eyes in holy horror at the worldliness and unscrupulousness of certain parties. The true reason for Philip's non-appearance in society arose, not so much from genuine grief, or deep-rooted melancholy, at what all termed the sad and lamentable bereavement, as from anxiety to ascertain the true state of his father's affairs. In truth, he so much chafed under his confinement in the old house, and seemed so tremulous, that he never visited his father's apartments without a thrill of horrible excitement, and would often jump out of bed at night, as if suddenly alarmed by dreadful apparitions. He daily imbibed large draughts of brandy, and this resort seemed to cheer him. But the practice grew upon him hourly, so that the brandy lost much of its customary effect, and he accordingly drank deeply to sustain his drooping spirits. Not being one of the executors himself, he knew but little of his father's indebtedness. But when he questioned old Moss, the money-lending Jew, on one occasion, regarding that point, the old Israelite said that he would plainly tell him, and remarked very solemnly, "When all debts are paid, your father's estates are not worth 1 penny. He was generally considered to be worth more than he really was. He sustained many losses and kept afloat on credit. If the racehorse and eclipse safely arrive, there will be a little something for you, perhaps, when the cargoes are sold, but if they do not, there will not be a penny to spare. But, worse than all, many of us creditors, Philip, will have to bite our fingers." It is unnecessary to say that this piece of confidential information surprised the young man considerably, but not so much as might have been expected, for, from a careful study of his father's books, he had arrived at something like the same conclusion himself. "Well, there's no help for it," thought he, drinking deeply of the brandy. "It will be a month, at least, before Lawyer Sloman and the executors can present a balance sheet. I'll marry Sir Andrew's daughter, Fanny." Philip's first visit to Sir Andrew after the funeral was of the most interesting nature. The mother, my lady, embraced him as a son. Sir Andrew shook him cordially by the hand and heartily welcomed him once more beneath his roof. But both parents soon vacated the apartment in favor of their daughter, whose rustling silk could plainly be heard approaching upon the stairs. The meeting between the affianced was solemn and tender. Fanny struck a captivating attitude upon entering the room, tottered slightly towards the sofa, holding a handkerchief to conceal her tears. Philip rushed forward to break her fall, clasped her round the waist, kissed her with great gallantry, and, amid many ejaculations of "Philip, dear," and "Fanny, my beloved," the couple passed several hours in delightful child's play. Fanny's irresistible toilet, made up as it was for the most part of paints, flowers, false hair, puff combs, hoops, and silk, played so powerfully upon the sensitive and innocent heart of Philip Regel, that, as he gazed upon her bewitchingly enameled features, as her fair head leaned lovingly and confidingly upon his manly breast, he determined to allow of little delay in marrying. And this resolution he whispered fondly into the not unwilling ear of his loved one, who blushed and sighed, and put her lace-worked handkerchief to her eyes, and appeared absorbed in deep emotion and crimson confusion. When consulted upon this matter that same evening in his library, Sir Andrew sat in his easy chair with much affected state, and played with his watch-chain and keys in a smiling, self-complacent manner. "I couldn't entertain any such project for the present, at least not for 1 year, out of respect to Mr. Regel, Senior's memory, by which time you will have fully wound up your affairs, and perhaps think more seriously upon the point, Philip." The coldness and calculation of old Sir Andrew simply had the effect of redoubling the ardor of the lovers, who sighed and condoled together on the proverbial cruelty of parents with much melodramatic tenderness. Fanny did not confess it to her lover, but told Mama, in confidence, that she thought 3 months would be sufficiently long to postpone the event. "For, who knows what may happen, Mama dear? I can't get such a chance as dear Philip every day. He is young, handsome, rich, and much courted. Who knows what might happen in 12 months? Philip, on the other hand, had his own motives for hastening the marriage, and sought every opportunity to visit and make love to his affianced. His eloquence and importunities were so impressive that he found the fair Fanny daily yielding to his arguments. And, knowing that she possessed a great vein of romance in her disposition, he played upon it so effectually that she finally consented to a clandestine marriage. We can easily procure a license and get married a few miles out in the country without the old folks knowing anything about it, and then we can avow the act whenever we see that your cruel father will relent." In accordance with this plan, Philip procured a marriage license. Fanny met him, and, after 2 hours' ride, they alighted at a small country town and were privately married. No one knew them there, so that information could not be sent to town. Having spent the day very pleasantly together, the young couple returned in the evening, and when she arrived home, Miss Fanny informed her anxious and loving parents that she had been spending a very pleasant day with an old schoolmate. Philip called that same evening some time after Fanny's return home, and, hypocrite as he was, assumed all the manners of one who had casually dropped in for a customary evening chat. As usual, the old people retired into the inner drawing-room to allow the lovers to converse with freedom, and Sir Andrew came to the conclusion, in consideration of the unusually late hour at which Philip departed home, that the young couple were getting to like each other daily more and more, and would make a most excellent couple. Chapter 29. Charlie Warbeck in Prison, True and False Friends. While Philip Regel was congratulating himself upon the gradual completion and success of all his villainous schemes, Charlie Warbeck was pining in prison and totally deserted by all his fast and gallant friends of olden times. None of them would ever visit him. It was not respectable to be seen within the shadows of a jail, they said. Yet, if the truth were known, many of these fine sparks and gallants deserved to be in, rather than out of such an institution. More than one, had justice been cognizant of their little speculations, would have consigned them to worse apartments than that assigned to the brave-hearted but foolish Charlie Warbeck. Of all who knew him in his days of prosperity, gaiety, and unimpeachable character, there was not one who visited him or made the slightest inquiry regarding his wants or necessities. He was consigned to oblivion in general estimation, and many of his former acquaintance stoutly denied that they had ever known or spoken to him in all their lives. Old Sir Richard called at the jail several times and proffered all the aid in his power. But as Charles had already publicly acknowledged his guilt and persisted in avowing it, legal assistance was considered to be of little avail. Dame Worthington was an almost daily visitor, and brought every kind of refreshment for the prisoner, and her tears ever flowed copiously as she embraced her dear son, as she endearingly called him. In truth, she frequently transgressed the rules of the prison and remained much longer in her visits than the regulations allowed. But her sorrow was so sincere and apparent to all, that the turnkeys, individuals apparently constituted partly of iron and partly of stone, looked on with much compassion and always remarked as she departed, if that there old lady was his own mother, she couldn't hang around that young man more tenderly and lovingly than she does. Mistress Haylark and daughter were also frequent visitors to the unhappy youth, and brought him many little trifles which might comfort and console him in his solitude. Miss Clara, in truth, was rather romantic in her behavior, for she often passed herself off to the prison authorities as his sister, and gained ingress thus very frequently. Charles had already explained to her the true nature of his offense, and the unsophisticated young lady firmly believed every word he uttered. She forgot all about her curls and curl papers, and was ever intent upon devising some scheme for his relief or comfort. In her increasing love for the young man, she even suggested various methods for his escape and proposed the exchange of garments for that purpose. "Speak the word, Charles dear," she would say, "and I will stay in your stead if there is any prospect of escape." She related to him all manner of devices for getting out of the dismal walls, and in her enthusiasm spoke of Claude Duval and C. But Charlie listened to her interesting prattle with a smile and kissed her tenderly for the affection which had prompted her to suggest so many and such romantic schemes. Clara was in love, but could not realize it. Charles was no better, yet smiled philosophically at the gradual but positive growth of his attachment for the whimsical, romantic girl with her luxuriant growth of curls, and mentally ejaculated, "A friend in need is a friend indeed. I can't help but like her. There's something about her which makes me love her. I do love her, but, alas, I am not worthy of her." Several weeks passed away, and trials at the criminal court had not yet commenced. Old Sir Richard was sick from over-anxiety for his protégé, and his consultation visits with good old Dame Worthington were long and frequent. "If all the money I possess in the world could rescue the boy, I would freely give it," was his constant expression. And, as he sat on the sofa, beside good Dame Worthington, frequently without more light than that of the fire, he would press her hand affectionately, and the old lady would shed tears. Yes, tears of bitterness. "My poor, poor Charles," the old lady would say. "The poor lad," was always the rejoinder. And thus they sat before the fire, hour after hour, communing with their own thoughts, and recalling again from the vista of the past sunny hours of youth, when love had warmed their hearts and made them oblivious of consequences. Clara Haylark was Dame Worthington's chief comforter, for she was always consulting with the old lady regarding everything that might alleviate the sufferings of poor Charles, and that would add to his comfort. On several occasions, Clara became so enthusiastic in regard to Charlie that, with her head all shaking with curls and tears in her eyes, she openly avowed her love for the young man, and averred that she never would marry in her whole life without it was with him. This so much pleased the old lady that she caressed the young woman, and sat with Clara's head in her lap for more than an hour without uttering a word. As the criminal court trials approached the visits of Sir Richard Warbeck, Dame Worthington and Miss Clara, unknown to her mother, became more frequent. Yet, despite all their endeavors, Charles persisted in refusing the aid of all legal talent, saying, "I have avowed my guilt. No one is responsible but myself, and I am willing to suffer the utmost penalty of the law." When his day of trial came on, there was a considerable muster of India house clerks and others in court, who, because he was unfortunate, were loud in their denunciation of the prisoner. Dame Worthington, Mistress Haylark, and Clara were present also, and as Charlie, good-looking and gallant in bearing, stood in the dock and pleaded guilty to the charge preferred, Clara and the old dame gave vent to their tears copiously and fainted, as the India house had been reimbursed by some unknown individual for the sum lost. The directors refused to prosecute out of respect to old Sir Richard, who, it was well known, entertained great love for the accused. Charlie's penalty was not so great as many expected. Previous to his present fault, he had borne an irreproachable character, which tended much to lighten his sentence. He was condemned to 2 years' imprisonment with hard labor. Had it not been through much influence at court, and the blazing report of WILDFIRE Ned's glorious deeds, he would have suffered death. When returned to his cell, he was visited by a few friends, who congratulated him on his escape from a heavier penalty, and among the visitors was Philip Regil, Esq. "I don't like to see you in jail, my boy," was Philip's first remark. "I'm supposed to know nothing of your transgression, but I must acknowledge you were a fool, a big fool, for confessing it. If you'd only kept your tongue still, you would never have been found out. Goodbye, old fellow. I hope to see you out again one of these days. We must all pay for our experience, you know. I jeopardize my position in society by visiting you here, you know, but for old acquaintance' sake I thought I'd call." "Thank you," was Charlie's laconic reply as Philip left the prison. "If the truth were only known, we might exchange places, perhaps." Chapter 30. Philip progresses in love, his further scheming, while Charlie Warbeck is receiving the last visits of a very few friends prior to his journey from London to the state prison, Mr. Philip is in daily consultation with his legal advisors and his father's executors. From a deep study of his accounts, those interested came to the conclusion that Mr. Reginald deceased was deeply involved in debt and far beyond what anyone might have expected. Who'd have believed it? Said Mr. Sloman, the lawyer, in surprise, when confidentially informed. Who'd have thought that such a man as he was should be so much involved? Well, I've had some experience in worldly matters, but I never could have believed him to be so much in debt. No, not if an angel from heaven had warned me. What? Old Reginald to be insolvent? I can't believe it. Mr. Moss, who, as we know, was deeply interested, confessed that. His worst fears had been realized. He always supposed that the old gentleman had been speculating too extensively. He owes me £50,000 with interest on various notes, said the Jew. If his ships arrive safely, then I am safe, although there will be a very little margin left for Master Philip when the other debts are paid. Let us hope, Mr. Sloman, that the ships will arrive safe, or else. I don't mind confessing it to you, you know, Mr. Sloman, I am a ruined man. By some mysterious means, old Sir Andrew had obtained an inkling of the true state of affairs. And when Philip paid his usual evening visit to his fair daughter Fanny, who was always elaborately dressed, and in waiting for her husband-lover, the old gentleman's manner materially changed. Nor did he smile so benignly and fatherly upon the young man as was his wont. You must not give too much encouragement to young Reginald, Fanny, said Sir Andrew, with much solemnity on one occasion, while walking the room in a perturbed state of mind. For it might turn out that he isn't worth 1 penny. His daughter only smiled at her father's fears, and when her husband-lover came, she received him in the drawing-room with more marked tokens of attachment than ever, with this difference, that the fond parent did not retire so far into the back drawing-room as of yore, but remained within earshot of all that transpired between the young people. Love laughs at locks, it is said. And so it happened with Philip and his young wife. They spoke in enigmas and passed an hour or two each evening as happily as if the old folks were miles distant. In truth, Miss Fanny's evening walks became more frequent since her flying visit with Philip to the country, so that man and wife often met clandestinely, unknown to her parents. And their invariable success in eluding her natural guardians often caused much merriment and satisfaction between Fanny and Philip. On one occasion, the footman informed Philip that Sir Andrew desired to see him in the library. The old gentleman's demeanor was so solemn and forbidding as he entered the apartment that Philip imagined his marriage had become known to him. Mr. Reginald, is it true what I've heard, sir, that your very worthy parent died insolvent? Really, sir, I cannot believe it, but such are the rumors, and painful ones they are. Of course, you are aware, sir, that I allowed you to visit my daughter supposing you to be a member of society, who, in the event of marriage, an event, I know, happily yet far distant, and farthest from the thoughts of both, would be able to keep her in the style to which she has hitherto been used all her life. Of course, I could not think for one moment of allowing a penniless young man to make any serious advances towards one of mine. Philip scouted the idea that his father had died insolvent and reassured Sir Andrew. For, said he, if my father really does stand insolvent, as his books might seem, and as rumors would have it, you are, of course, aware that his ships, when they arrive, would fully liquidate all claims of his creditors and leave a very handsome surplus. In fact, you are aware, sir, that commercial communities think so highly of his transactions that even the insurance company, of which you are the president and greatest shareholder, have insured them for not less than £500,000. This latter argument was potent and fully reassured the misgivings of old Sir Andrew, who ordered in wine, and explained many matters to the young man of which he was not before fully aware. Among the items of information thus gleaned in confidential conversation, after drinking much wine, It appeared that Sir Andrew's insurance company was not so responsible and respectable as it's advertised. Capital would lead the reading public to believe, for, in truth, Sir Andrew confessed that should any serious loss fall upon it, he could not honestly meet it, and that it might occasion a sudden collapse of the whole concern. Not that I should suffer so materially, added Sir Andrew, with a knowing wink. For I have all my private funds deposited with the South Sea Bank, unknown to anyone, and in another party's name, so that whatever might befall the insurance company, I am all right and safe from personal danger. A few days subsequent to this conversation, the executors returned a balance sheet, illustrative of the deceased Mr. Regel's affairs. And it appeared, to the astonishment of everyone, except those in the secret, that the late much-respected merchant really was insolvent, and owed his creditors much more than any would ever have anticipated. If the Racehorse and Eclipse should arrive, all claims could be satisfactorily adjusted. Even if the ships were lost, and the insurance paid, this end might be accomplished. But without it, the liabilities stood £200,000 beyond all assets, the chief debtor being the Jew Moss, for not less a sum than £50,000. When the worthy executors had arrived at these unpleasant conclusions, and revealed them confidentially and unofficially to the gay young Philip, he bit his nails in anger, drank off his brandy very copiously, cursed his father in a volley of bitter oaths, and in his fury burned the picture of the deceased, which hung over the mantel in the library. Yet, fully alive to the consequences which any such disclosure of affairs might have upon his own worldly prospect, he called a council of war, and beseeched the worthy executors to make no disclosures for the present. "Not for my sake, gentlemen," he said, with much warmth and emphasis, "but for the sake of the reputation of my worthy and much-loved father. I have no mother, nor kindred of any kind, except Sir Richard Warbeck, and therefore show my disinterestedness in its true colors. All I desire is to save my father's reputation in the community where he has lived and been respected for at least half a century. Therefore I beg, gentlemen, that you will say nothing of this for the present. When the ships arrive, there will be enough, and more than enough, to liquidate every claim and thus preserve the honor of my family. As to myself, I care not a jot if there is not a penny remaining over and above all his just and honest debts. All I desire to see is that every creditor may be satisfied, even if I, his only son, go forth on the world penniless and in rags." Such sentiments were much applauded by the executors, who thought it might be wise to say nothing until the arrival of these vessels. By some means, unknown to himself, Philip discovered that old Sir Andrew had become aware of the true state of things. But the young man argued so well that the insurance office director was comforted. "These reports you have heard, Sir Andrew, are untrue," said young Regel, with much warmth and emphasis. "Circulated, doubtless, by some unknown enemy, who, knowing my ardent love for Fanny, has sought this method to poison your mind against me. Not that money could influence you in such an attachment as that which has always existed between myself and your daughter. For you are fully aware how ardent my love is, and how long it has existed, and I am positive you are too high-toned a gentleman to allow mere considerations of money to interpose between your daughter's happiness and mine. For if I knew this moment that Fanny was not possessed of one copper, it could never alter my attachment. I love her for herself, and expect nothing with her, and I am certain you would never object to me on any financial consideration." Old Sir Andrew, in the largeness and generosity of his hypocritical heart, confessed that money, mere paltry lucre, had never entered his thoughts regarding the apportionment of his daughter and her settlement in life. "For, although I am rich and beyond all want," said he, "I should not object to my daughter marrying the poorest youth in the country, provided he was honest, sober, industrious, of good family, and talented. No, indeed. Money is farthest from my thoughts. Yet still, I should, of course, like to see Fanny fairly matched with her intended husband in that regard, and would rather see her marry a rich than a poor man for money after all, Mr. Regel, is not to be despised. For the third time, Philip had quieted Sir Andrew's misgivings, and he visited Fanny, his wife, as before, regularly every evening. But, after profound consideration, the young couple decided not to disclose their true relationship for a week or two. The Racehorse and Eclipse were frequently reported by fast-sailing ships to be on their way, all well. In truth, the captains of both vessels had written letters, stating how successfully their voyage had progressed and what valuable cargoes they were bringing. The last letters were dated from Land's End, where they had put in on account of wild and dangerous weather, and the captains said that but a few days would elapse ere they would be reported by the telegraph station at Holyhead or Gravesend. The insurance office of which Sir Andrew was president was particularly pleased at this information. Sir Andrew was jubilant and in ecstasies. "I must manage to get rid of this young Philip," thought he. "I know the state of his father's affairs much better than he supposes. Ha, ha. He can't blindfold me. I know a thing or two. Men on change, as I am daily, hear many very curious things within a few hours. When the cargoes of these vessels are sold, and old Regel's debts are paid, there will not be much to spare, particularly when he pays me the £15,000 he already owes me. He wants to marry my daughter, does he? What a smart youth he is, to be sure. As if I didn't see his nice little game. No, no, Mr. Philip, my daughter is destined for a richer man than you are. 'Tis true she likes him and all that, but what's that to do with it? Lord, she'll soon get over all childishness when she learns the true state of things. I'm mighty glad, though, that those two vessels are perfectly safe. If they were lost, it would be a very serious thing for me, and no mistake. Never mind, I must take care not to take so heavy a risk next time, and then it will save an immense amount of anxiety. Heyo. Well, this is a curious world. I will dismiss Philip and take Fanny to the continent out of the way. We'll have a gay time there, and she'll soon forget that young schemer, Philip. I wish those vessels were arrived, the cargoes sold, and my money paid in, and then— Letter, sir, said the servant, handing in a note and retiring. Being in the daily receipt of letters and messages about ships and the like, old Sir Andrew paid little attention to the present one, but, observing that ship news immediate was on the envelope, he opened it and read, "To Sir Andrew McTurk, President of the London Insurance Company. Sir, the captains and part of the crews of the China ships Eclipse and Racehorse have just landed at Holyhead and report the total loss of their respective ships, which were attacked and stranded, robbed and burnt by the famous skeleton crew off the Land's End a week since. Nothing could withstand Deathwing and his band. The crew had scarcely time to get to the boats ere the ships struck the rocks and were instantly smashed into pieces. Yours truly, Captain Brown, King's Cruiser, Seagull." If a 20-pound keg of gunpowder had exploded beneath Sir Andrew's easy chair, he could not have risen from his seat more suddenly than he did when he read that letter. He seemed to have jumped into the middle of the floor. And there he stood gazing at the round table as if he saw thereon a nest of vipers. "Gone," said he, with an affrighted look, pulling his hair about with eyes distended and open mouth. "Gone, lost, both of 'em, captured by those sea fiends. It can't be." He read the fatal letter again, word by word, and then sank into his seat with a spasmodic groan. "Ruined," he muttered mournfully and groaned again. Chapter 31. Two knaves quarrel, the startling confession. Sir Andrew rose and walked about the room like a maniac. The unfortunate cat came in his path, and that he kicked through the window, slammed the room door, and was about to leave the house. At that precise moment Philip Regel arrived, and there they stood gazing at each other in the hall like two beasts of prey. "What do you want here, sir?" said old Sir Andrew in a terrific rage. "Get out of my house, you penniless scamp! Get out of my house, you miserable intriguer! I curse the hour I ever saw you. Sir, don't sir me, Mr. Regel, this is no time for compliments, sir, and you know it. I want you to pay me what you owe me, sir, without any delay, the £15,000 which I have loaned you at different times. I want it, sir, paid up immediately, sir, and I'm bound to have it, too, or else. Sir," continued Philip, astonished, Don't stand there siring me, mister. Regil, get out of my house this instant. I loathe the very air you breathe and wish I'd never laid eyes on you. Really, sir and madam, continued Philip, addressing husband and wife, for the latter, attracted by the noisy altercation, had arrived upon the scene. Really, I cannot understand what all this means. You can't, eh? Well, come here, sir, continued old Sir Andrew, entering the parlor again and dancing about into every corner of it. You can't, eh? Then read that, sir, said he, throwing down the letter. Read that, sir, and then get out of my house as quickly as possible. Lost, gasped Philip. Lost, I lost. So are you, and so am I, and so are all of us lost down to the bottom among the silks and teas. This news, sir, is astounding, said Philip, looking very pale and biting his nails. The skeleton crew did it, eh? This almost unmans me, Sir Andrew. Does it? Well then, sir, what must I feel, who have to bear nearly all the loss? You'll oblige me, Philip Regil. By getting that money of yours together, I'll stand no more delays, and I'd thank you never to set foot in my house again. Really, Sir Andrew, your conduct is inexplicable. I came to see your daughter, You did you? Ha ha, he. But let me tell you, sir, that before she should be your wife, I would rather see her in. Sir Andrew, dear, interrupted Lady McTurk, getting in between the two angry gentlemen. Husband, dear, be calm, I pray. Go away, wife, I know what I'm saying well enough. And let me tell you, sir, that I do not want the honor of your presence in my premises any longer. I don't allow penniless, good-for-nothing vagabonds to prowl around my house. Come to court my daughter, eh? Ha, ha, whoever heard of such a thing? What next, I wonder? I do not come to court your daughter, sir. I come to claim her as my capital. To claim her as your capital. Who ever heard of such impudence in all their life? Said Sir Andrew, dancing about like a half-crazed monkey. Get out of my house, sir, I tell you for the last time. Get out, or I'll kick you out. And acting up to his words, he was about to put his threat into execution, when Fanny, his daughter, rushed upon the scene, blooming in paints, crinoline, and flowers. Father, dear, hear me, she said, falling on her knees between her parent and Philip. Hear me, father, dear. Pity me. Pardon him if he has offended you. For my sake, forgive, pardon my husband. Father, dear, I am his wife. His what? Gasped Sir Andrew as if shot, looking first at his daughter and then at Philip. His what, did you say? His wife, father dear. Pardon me, I am his wife. Sir Andrew looked at Philip for a moment with an eye full of devilish meaning. That young gentleman advanced a few steps and said very coolly, Wife. Yes, Sir Andrew, my wife. If you doubt it, read that, he added, throwing down on the table the marriage certificate. Sir Andrew glanced at it for a second with a quivering lip, then sank upon the sofa and groaned with the intense weight of agony oppressing him. Like dutiful children, Philip and his wife approached and knelt before the astonished, half-petrified father, while the mother was in hysterics in the background. You needn't ask any blessing from me, swore Sir Richard, rising and rudely shoving the couple from him. Blessing? What next? Daughter, you have made a fool of yourself, and, as for you, Philip, you have had my blessing already, and will continue to receive it every day of your existence. As, of course, you did not marry for money, and have plenty of your own, I should feel extremely obliged if you'd pay all you owe me, Mr. Regil, and take yourself and your bride out of my house just as quickly as possible. For another meal neither of you will ever eat under my roof. John, show this gentleman to the door, he added, putting on his hat and rushing into the street. Chapter 32, in which Sir Andrew suddenly turns very pious, a stormy meeting, the loss of the well-known vessels, Racehorse and Eclipse, and their destruction by the skeleton crew under Deathwing, was a serious blow to several gentlemen in the habit of daily attending on change, and their countenances wore the marks of care and anxiety, for Mr. Regil, Sr., had drawn heavily on his friends in making his grand China speculation in silks and teas. Old Moss, the usurer, was like one demented. He was seen rushing from place to place, making all manner of inquiries regarding the soundness of the London Insurance Office, but his fears were dispelled by the universal good opinion which prevailed in commercial circles concerning it. "Pooh, pooh, man," was the general expression. "Sir Andrew is all right. Bless you, it is as safe as the bank. Why, that office is worth any amount of money." The executors of Mr. Regil Sr. were not long, of course, in presenting their policies for adjustment at the insurance office. But Sir Andrew was out of town and was not expected to return for several days. But upon his return all just claims would be settled, said the clerk. Mr. Moss, as one of those principally interested, felt comforted and awaited Sir Andrew's return with recomposed feelings, but hot impatience. When the affairs of the London Insurance Company were examined, commercial circles were greatly surprised to find it unable to meet the heavy loss which had unexpectedly fallen upon it by the wreck of the vessels. And that, far from being able to pay £500,000 to the estate of Mr. Regil, deceased, it was not possessed of more than a 50th part of that sum. In truth, at the time in which these events occurred, the latter part of the Merry Monarch's reign, the London money market was in a very unsafe, unsettled condition, and commerce was trembling on the brink of ruin from inflated currency, wild speculation, and general distrust. Leading men had predicted the inevitability of a general smash, should things thus continue. Yet none were, of course, able to divine in which direction the storm might first break out. When it was known on 'Change, therefore, that Sir Andrew's office was unable to meet its liabilities, many raised their hands and eyes in wonder, and exclaimed, "Who'd have believed it?" This was poor consolation to old Moss the Jew and other persons interested in the settlement of Mr. Regil's affairs. With a stooping gait, shriveled face and hands, old Moss journeyed to and fro in an undeniable state of despair, and was in such a rage that he ordered his agent to turn every poor devil out of his numerous tenements who had not paid every farthing of their rents. Sitting in his lonely, dirty office, without fire or comfort of any kind, he gathered himself into a heap in a large, old armchair, and looked like some wild animal in wait for its prey. Hour after hour he there sat, thinking of the past, and cursing everyone in any way connected with his losses. He cursed both the living and the dead, with an earnestness and an enthusiasm which greatly relieved his pent-up feelings. To such an extent had his loss preyed upon him that his face had become like a livid corpse. He stalked through his dusty, dingy offices like one possessed by the devil, and when an unfortunate servant poked in her head from the back room to ask a question, Moss raised a heavy ledger with great energy and threw it at her. "So Sir Andrew has returned to town again, has he? Ha, ha. Oh, he's a nice gentleman, the intended father-in-law of that young vagabond, Regil, eh? I see the scheme. No wonder the insurance office couldn't pay its lawful debts. I know what their plans are. I'll go and see him. I will see him. He can't fool me, old as I am. I'll tell him what I think of him. I'll have my money, or I'll see why," cursed old Moss, walking about like a maniac. The furious old Jew put on his tattered overcoat, buttoned it up to the throat, and with a good thick stick in his hand, trudged off towards Sir Andrew's residence. The servant said his master was engaged and could not be seen. Mr. Moss would take no denial. He would see him, and without further ceremony flourished his stick at the footman's head and made his way upstairs to the library. As he stood at the door, he heard the sounds of several voices, high in oath and angry altercation. He entered quietly, took a seat near the door, and, finding the gentlemen to be creditors like himself, soon took part in their grievances and opened an extra broadside of abuse upon the unfortunate Sir Andrew McTurk. Sir Andrew, in his easy chair, one leg over the other, played with his watch chain and seals in the coolest manner imaginable. This was one of those occasions in life which try men's souls and call forth their Christian virtues in bold relief against the revilings of an angry audience. Sir Andrew's resignation and Christian forbearance was extraordinary. He even smiled as one after another of Mr. Regil's creditors grew red in the face, struck the table, and told what they thought of him. Old Moss, the Jew, was sitting on thorns, for he was very uneasy in his chair. He at last arose, and, approaching the Christian and martyr-like Sir Andrew, he flourished his clenched fist in the face of that meek and smiling gentleman, and said, "I'll tell you what I think about you, Sir Andrew McTurk. You are a D.D. rogue, sir. And the whole lot of you are a gang of thieves, and ought to be hung, if there was any justice in the world." With wonderful forbearance, Sir Andrew listened to all these personal compliments, but at last said, with much mildness, "Really, gentlemen, I cannot understand all this. I owe you nothing, neither does the late company of which I, unfortunately, was president. You had better present your claims to the executors of Mr. Regel's estate. They are the proper persons to whom you should apply. I have nothing to do with all this." The London Insurance Company certainly closed their doors very suddenly, but I was out of town at the time and only heard of it by letter. We have had very extensive losses of late, but, had I any capital, it would have given me infinite pleasure to meet all claims. It would, I assure you. In truth, I make the humiliating confession to you, gentlemen, despite your angry and unjust accusations, that I personally have not one penny in the world. Were it not for some funds, which I cannot legally touch, owned by my wife's sister, Mr. Moss groaned very audibly at the words. My wife's sister. On deposit at the South Sea Bank, we should not be worth a fraction and would be all turned out into the streets. But, my dear friends, why do you come to me about these affairs? I have nothing to do with them. All this was said with a faint smile, which was like wormwood to all present. Mr. Moss, who flounced about the apartment like a mad Morris dancer, flourished his walking stick and said, "The reason I come to see you, you sanctimonious old scoundrel, is to tell you what I think of you. Had you paid the insurance on those vessels, like honest men would have done, I and every other creditor would have been satisfied in full. But now we don't get one penny. No, not a solitary farthing. And do you think I don't know all about your scheme, you smiling old villain? Don't I know that young Regel is going to be your son-in-law, and that if you had paid the insurance, he wouldn't lawfully come in for one penny? Do you think I don't know all about it, you scheming scoundrel?" Mr. Moss was bursting with rage. This disclosure only tended to raise the ire of the other creditors, who became so furious and noisy that they crowded round poor Sir Andrew, gesticulating and cursing so that they reminded one of a pack of hungry and furious wolves. Sir Andrew was placid as a lamb and said not a word. He played with his watch keys and gazed at the fire until, when his noisy visitors had departed, he smiled and said, "Well, let them howl as much as they like. I am all right, so that's all that concerns me. It wasn't a bad idea. They can't touch the money of mine now which my wife placed to the account of her sister, for it is all in the name of a third party and is taken for her own personalty. Who cares if others do lose? Why, if we had paid the policies, I shouldn't be worth one penny. In fact, we couldn't pay it. By closing doors, we have done them all and saved ourselves. They may say what they please. Business is business, but let everyone take care of themselves." Chapter 33. Miseries accumulate thick and fast, fearful situation of son and father-in-law. Everyone did take care of themselves. No sooner had the news spread that the insurance office had closed up its business than a whole host of tradesmen sent in their little bills, and Sir Andrew's residence was besieged with creditors. In order to escape their annoyance and importunities, it was resolved that the much persecuted gentleman should make a sojourn in the country, by which time the storm would have blown over. "How much money did you draw from the bank today on your sister's account, wife?" asked old Sir Andrew of his spouse, as they both sat before the parlor fire, talking of his intended journey. £5,000, my dear," was the reply. "Thinking you would prefer it, and that it would be more safe, I drew it in a single package of notes. I went very early and escaped much notice. Philip Regel is a clerk there now, I see. The bank messenger brought the packet. It is in the safe." Evening had now closed in, and the parlor blinds were drawn. A loud knock was heard at the door, and rudely shoving the servant out of the way, Philip Regel, somewhat intoxicated, ushered himself without ceremony into the parlor. "How often must I forbid you my house, Philip Regil?" Sir Andrew began, rising in fatherly majesty and wrath. "How often will you compel me to insult you, sir? You have been the cause of all my losses and humiliations, and I curse the hour I ever saw you. You have robbed me of my only daughter. You have repeatedly dishonored that miserable old man, your late father. You have lost all honor yourself, and now you dishonor me. For the last time I tell you to be gone. Leave my house, sir, and never place foot in it again. My daughter is now yours. Be calm, my wife, and don't interrupt me. You have clandestinely married her, contrary to my hopes and wishes, and now you must provide for her the best way you can. I have disowned her. She has married the poor, penniless beggar, forger, and blackleg, as you are, sir, and no longer has any claims on me. You are a beggar yourself and a blackleg, a scoundrel, I repeat. But don't imagine for one moment you will ever receive a penny of mine. No, not a farthing. Go." "Dishonored you, you old scoundrel," Philip began, laughing and grinning. "Dishonored you? Why, it is you who have dishonored me. Why don't you pay the insurance policies on my father's ships, you old rascal? If you were to do so, all the debts would be paid, and to the utmost fraction, but you managed to fail, did you? Well, your turn will come one of these days. I do not come, sir, to ask from you anything for myself. I would scorn to receive a penny from your miserly, dishonest hands, but I come to demand from you, in the name of my wife, the £5,000 which you hold that belongs to her, as her aunt's legacy. This is my business with you, sir, and I shall not stir until you pay it." "You won't, eh?" said Sir Andrew, rising. "I suppose you saw my wife drawing from the bank this morning, as you are a clerk there now, and thought it a proper time to come and bully me, eh?" "No, no," said the old man, opening a small safe and taking the packet of notes therefrom. "No, no, I am penniless. I am a ruined man, and all through you, Philip, I haven't a penny of my own now. I am totally dependent on my wife. I am a beggar and can pay no one. You needn't trouble yourself by calling again, sir. I shall be out of town for several months. This, sir," flourishing the packet of notes, "this sum, sir, is all I can now call my own, and part of it is my traveling expenses." He placed the notes upon the table, saying, "This miserable sum is all I can now call my own. Tell your beloved wife, sir, that when my affairs are a little settled and I can see my way clear, I will, perhaps, pay her aunt's legacy. But even in that case, she must call for it herself, for I wouldn't trust you, Philip Regil, with a penny piece. You will not pay her then, eh?" "You old villain," said Philip, intently eyeing the old man who was undoing the packet of notes. "Well, then, I'll take it," said he. Rushing towards the table, he nearly succeeded in seizing the packet. But the old man's hold upon it was so firm and tiger-like that Philip was unable to do so. In the scuffle which ensued, the packet fell to the ground, and the notes were strewn about in all directions. But, to the horror of both parties, it was not a package of banknotes, but naught else than a package of bank scrip given in mistake. This sudden discovery startled both father, mother, and son. They stood looking at the bank scrip as if in a dream. Sir Andrew sank in his chair, hiding his face with his hands. "There is roguery and robbery on every side," said he, in a husky voice. "That packet came from the South Sea Bank, Mr. Regil, and should have contained banknotes. There is someone about that establishment who is a deep-dyed scoundrel. You have succeeded in getting a situation there lately, I hear," said the old man with fiery eyes. "And perhaps you might guess his name, sir," he added, rising and looking Philip full in the face. "When the bank opens in the morning, I shall inform the directors of this beautiful little trick and seek redress. So you have imitated Charlie Warbeck's knavery already, eh, sir, I find. You will live to repent it. It will avail you little to tell the bank of your suspicions, old man," Philip answered, with a triumphant, scowling look. "For I beg leave to inform you that the South Sea Bank, of which I am a clerk, suspended payment at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Their notes are exactly worth nothing." Sir Andrew convulsively clasped his temples, his limbs trembled under him, and he sank upon the sofa, like an inanimate heap of humanity. He groaned despairingly, and most furiously gave vent to his Christian feelings in a volley of oaths. His wife, in tears, was kneeling by his side and would fain console him. Philip Regil, demon-like and laughing, stalked forth into the street again, triumphant and beggared, yet a villain to the heart's core. Chapter 34. Charlie Warbeck's friends, prison life, true love, the surprise and pardon. Mr. Charles Warbeck had now been in confinement for more than 3 months, and even had become more or less reconciled to his lot. His luxuriant head of hair was cropped so closely, according to regulations, by the prison barber that very little capillary substance was left upon his cranium, which now looked very much like a close-worn blacking brush. His highly prized bit of whisker, upon which he had bestowed so much fondness and care, his moustachios also, which, with the aid of unguent, much combing, brushing, and Hungarian paste, had assumed of yore quite a fierce and military twist, were all now sacrificed to the barbarous razor. And shorn of these hirsute charms, he felt very little sorrow or humiliation when vested and officially enrobed in the zebra-like suit of striped flannel jacket and trousers, which was the apparel of the prison. Although by no means a rogue, he was herded with a gang of ruffians, murderers, swindlers, pickpockets, and the very offscourings of all the earth. And such society, it must be confessed, was a much greater punishment to his sensitive feelings than the confinement, remorse, or 1,000 inconveniences and annoyances to which he was daily and hourly subjected. Had he been of pliant nature, he might soon have become as utterly depraved as his companions. But his demeanor was so gentle, his manner so mild, and general deportment so humble and resigned, that the prison authorities soon removed him from the bands of ruffians with whom he had hitherto labored in the quarries and on the public roads. He seldom spoke, and although there was a mild resignation in his looks and bearing, his eyes had a light of honest independence about them, and his voice a firmness of tone which told of a guiltless soul suffering from some chance misfortune over which, in a moment of temptation, it had not sufficient control. The prison keepers and guards were unanimous in pronouncing his conduct excellent, and so stated it upon their several daybooks and weekly reports. The chaplain, indeed, with whom Charlie had as frequent interviews as could be allowed, was loud in his praises of the gentlemanly prisoner. And when Charles had confessed to him, in conversation, the whole story of his misdemeanor, he shook him by the hand and said, "I fully understand the whole case. It was a pity. And yet," he added, "although paying the penalty of what might not be considered actually a theft, since you had fully determined to deliver the packet, this, your present experience, may be of incalculable good to you for your whole life." Good old Dame Worthington was a frequent visitor to see her dear boy, and was always provided with a basket of considerable size, containing a plentiful supply of whatever the authorities would permit to prisoners. Not unfrequently, also, Miss Clara took the same journey, sometimes with Dame Worthington, but more often alone, for the distance was not very great, so that she could go and return very easily in a few hours. The interviews between Charles and Dame Worthington were of a painful description to both. Sometimes old Sir Richard was present likewise, by mere accident, as he said. They were loud in their hopes of obtaining a pardon from the king. With the prospect of speedy relief, Charlie's spirits rose, and his health began to improve so much that he soon acquired a strong, hearty, robust look, from wholesome hard labor, a good appetite, and a pure conscience. His hair began to grow again, and curl as luxuriantly as ever. Miss Clara was in raptures at his improved appearance, and seemed so lost in his company that she frequently came very near losing her conveyance, which would have been not only very annoying, but must have disclosed these frequent visits to her mother. Mistress Haylark, in truth, often checked her daughter's eloquence when discoursing of Charles, and reminded her in a whisper that he was a convict, and that it would not do to have anything to say, or even to know such a person. "Besides, my dear, you have good prospects in life, and money to receive when you marry. But if your ambition doesn't run higher than to love a penniless fellow like him, without character or prospects, Why then you are not a haylark. That's all I can say about it." Despite all that could be said by her mother to the contrary, Clara was constantly thinking and dreaming about Charles. She had committed a grievous theft and stole his likeness on ivory from Dame Worthington's back parlor, and having made a case for it, hung it round her neck inside her bosom, and whenever feeling particular sentimental, she would draw it forth, kiss it, put it back again, and then indulge in that inexpensive luxury known to females as a good cry. Miss Clara had fully made up her mind to marry Charles when he came forth from prison, that is, if she could get him. But upon that point, she sometimes had very serious misgivings. For she knew several young ladies in the neighborhood who in former times were setting their caps at him. Such disagreeable reflections often threw her into fits of despondency, and on such occasions no one could prevail upon her to sing or play in the parlor, as was her custom of an evening. And she had been known to flounce out of that apartment in high dudgeon, on one occasion when someone had mentioned the name of Miss Josephine Smith, who lived next door, and enjoyed a great reputation for a pretty figure and a graceful dancer, two things in which Clara innocently supposed herself to be greatly deficient. On a particular afternoon, Miss Clara had been excruciatingly miserable and knew not the reasons why. When twilight came, she went into the parlor and uncovered the harp, with the intention of playing some pathetic air by way of consolation. But, upon entering the apartment, she perceived Dame Worthington and old Sir Richard Warbeck in earnest conversation in the back parlor. And Charles's name being mentioned, Clara leaned against the half-opened folding doors and listened. "Well, I know that the affectionate little Dolly likes him as much as any girl ever could do, but I don't think he cares so much about her, perhaps," said the old dame. "Say no more about it. If he makes a judicious match, I will assist him in the world. But as to mere curls and harp-playing and all that superficial nonsense, I know he has an ambition above all that. The girl he carries in his heart has greater qualifications than these, or I am much mistaken. I know the lady he admires most, and she doesn't live more than 100 miles from this house," Sir Richard said. Clara Haylark could hear no more. She rushed from the apartment in despair. The die was cast. Charles was lost forever. For several days she kept her rooms and could not be prevailed upon, despite all importunities, to appear in the parlor after tea. No one could assign a cause for her absence, and a certain Augustus Fumbleton-esque, who was hopelessly paying his addresses to her under the secret auspices of her mother, called evening after evening without seeing his idol on the music stool, and retired to his cold and lonely lodgings in meek resignation, luxuriating in melancholy madness, yet feeling an intense dismal satisfaction that he could truthfully report to his intended mother-in-law that he was daily decreasing in rotundity, and fast falling into a galloping, fashionable decline. Charles, who, in his legal seclusion, far from all temptation and the frivolities of the world, knew comparatively nothing of what was passing within the sphere of the good old dame's respectable hotel, was much surprised at the altered language in which Miss Clara now addressed him, and could not divine the causes therefor. Clara's notes, which formerly were full of hope, love, fidelity, and all the tender and most interesting passions, now pictured to him naught but her bleak and blank despair. She told him she was lost, that all she wished for now in this sublunary world was a quiet grave, where, of course, moss roses, violets, and forget-me-nots might bloom. But of aught else she had neither hopes nor expectations. She told him, moreover, that her heart was broken, and intimated that naught on earth could mend it, or join the dissevered parts anew, and see. Finally, she said his heart was given to another, and that she was left alone to droop and die. Surprised beyond measure at the change in her style of language, Charlie Warbeck chafed exceedingly, and could not understand what had happened to cause a rupture between his little curly head, as he jocosely termed her, and himself. Surely no one could have divined the temporary passion which had inflamed him for the old jailer's daughter, he thought, and save this slight indiscretion, his heart had not strayed from the affectionate, unsophisticated Clara. Until now, he knew not how much he had loved her. Now, indeed, his passion began to flame with tenfold ardor, and when she no longer visited him in prison as of yore, and sent no word of love or kindness by the much-expected and long-looked-for post, he begun to decline in health and visibly to pine. Some enemy has been at work, thought he. I would give untold wealth to have this thing explained. A more true-hearted girl never breathed the breath of life, and I would give 10,000 kingdoms to call her mine. She has been faithful to me in all my adversity. She, of all I ever knew, is the only one who does not despise me. If I live, I will make her my wife, or else have none at all, if I could even exist for 1,000 years. Dame Worthington, and also Sir Richard, visited the prisoner as of yore. They abated nothing of their former kindness. If anything, they loved him all the more. Yet Charlie's health visibly declined, nor could his friends imagine the cause thereof. Mental anxiety had laid him upon an hospital bed, and there he lay for many days. The good doctor had watched his case with more than ordinary anxiety and care. When making his usual rounds to the patients, he came laughingly to Charlie's bedside one morning and jocosely observed, as he passed on, "I will not prescribe for this case today," and placed in his patient's hands the king's pardon. Surprised beyond measure, Charles read the document time after time, as if distrustful of his senses, and then begged permission to leave the prison walls immediately. The good doctor smiled and at last permitted it, and Charles, weak, pale, and subdued in spirit, put on his best clothes and was soon on his way to Dame Worthington's. It was past the time for dinner. He saw by the light in the parlor that someone was there. The door stood ajar. He went into the passage and noiselessly entered the parlor. At the harp sat Clara, and behind her Augustus Fumbleton-esque, who was pressing her to sing. She hesitated much and begged to be excused. As there were no other persons present, her beau impudently attempted to kiss the player. But this was more than Charlie could bear. He quietly advanced, knocked Fumbleton aside, and kissed her himself. Clara's surprise was great. She gave a little scream, rose from the music stool, and embraced Charles unreservedly, Fumbleton-esque. Perceived at a glance that he was not at all wanted, and considerably out of place. Like a wise youth, he vacated the apartment very expeditiously, and was never seen here more. It was some moments ere Miss Clara was released from the strong arms of Mr. Charles, and even then he seemed much loth to part with the mass of curls, which had nestled so affectionately and confidingly around his neck. But her little scream had been heard by Mistress Haylark, who, in maternal anxiety for her fair, accomplished and only child, quickly arrived upon the scene, puffing and blowing, and, discovering the true state of things, gave a second edition of her daughter's little scream, and sank upon the capacious sofa completely exhausted with her efforts. Dame Worthington, hearing the rumpus, came into the room. She looked at the youth for one moment and would have fainted, but Charlie supported her. After much kissing and hugging, and re-kissing and re-hugging, she fully recovered, and began laughing and crying and bustling about, preparing a substantial meal for her boy. And so the time passed, until a messenger having informed old Sir Richard of the course of events, that worthy and much-esteemed gentleman arrived. He shook Charles cordially by the hand, and retired for a private chat with Dame Worthington in the back parlor, where, as Mistress Haylark often afterwards solemnly affirmed, he was observed through the keyhole to kiss and embrace her as affectionately as if he were a youth of 20, and she of not more than 16 summers. Be that as it may, we only know, through the truthful chronicle, that the evening passed extremely cheerful, and that all those acquainted with the true state of things drank more than one glass of wine to Charlie's success. That Dame Worthington wept and embraced him often and often. That old Sir Richard shook him repeatedly by the hand. And that Clara Haylark was more than once called out of the room by a whisper from the servant, when Charlie waylaid and kissed her so often as to seriously jeopardize the safety of her cherry and seductively pouting lips. Chapter 35. WILDFIRE Ned and Master Tim fall into a very serious trap. The innkeeper's great generosity, the secret mine, the bulletproof stranger, the haunted house. The news of Wildfire Ned's first exploit on sea was soon the talk of the whole country. So much mischief, and such dreadful depredations, had been committed by Deathwing's ruthless band, that it was considered impossible that any crew, however well manned, could withstand them. Wildfire Ned, however, had proved how silly this idea was, for during his first battle on the water he had everywhere wished to meet Deathwing, the grim chief, in mortal combat, but as often was he disappointed. However, the Phantom ship, one of those which the skeleton crew possessed, had quickly succumbed to Ned Warbeck's prowess, and the crew, at least for the present, scattered to the four winds of heaven. Ned Warbeck and his faithful Tim would have continued to cruise with the brave Lieutenant Garnet, but Ned was ordered to London to report in person to the king and to the Board of Merchants regarding Deathwing's band. As he heard also of Philip Regel's villainy and of his brother Charlie's disgrace and misfortune, this spurred him on all the more to reach London quickly, so that he might inquire into the whole affair himself. He swore to be revenged on Philip, and was burning with impatience to reach his journey's end, that he might disclose to Sir Richard Warbeck all he had learned from Bob Bertram about the old farmer's murder. Through sunshine and shower, therefore, Ned and Tim journeyed from Walton Abbey, on two capital steeds which the grateful Marquis and the young lord had placed at their disposal. Through the rain, sleet, and snow they journeyed, as fast as horseflesh would carry them, and among other eccentricities, in order to surprise and astonish the simple country folk, and in awful dread of again being recognized by any stray member of the skeleton crew or Sea Hawk's smugglers. Master Tim blacked his face and wore semi-theatrical attire, much to Ned Warbeck's amusement. It had just struck 11 by the parish clock when the inmates of an inn in a small town in the south of England were disturbed by a sudden clattering of hoofs on the pavement, and presently after by a loud knocking at the door. "Who in the world can that be?" cried the sexton, aroused from a comfortable nap. "The devil a bit would I open the door at this time of night, for it must be the old one himself or Deathwing, chief of the skeleton crew, to weather such a storm. Why, the rain falls fast enough to drown a horse, and the wind would blow a millstone to London. I say," addressing himself to the landlord, "don't you open that door upon no account. We might." Here he was interrupted by another forcible appeal to the knocker, which made the glasses and cans rattle on the table. The sexton, rubbing his eyes, shook with fear, while the host hobbled to the door as fast as his extreme corpulency would allow him. "Who's there?" cried he with a voice which would not have disgraced a sentinel giving the challenge. "Who's there, and what's your business?" "A shelter for the night," was the answer from without. "That's impossible. All my beds are taken, and my house is full." "A corner in your hayloft, or in the stable, will be enough. Open the door, for goodness' sake, and you shall be rewarded for your trouble." At the word reward, the landlord unfastened the bolts of the doors and cast a keen glance on his nightly visitor. "A wet night, this," said he, opening the door wide. "Ah, so it be, master," answered a third person, whom the landlord had not yet discovered. "You are not alone, Sir Traveller, it seems," said the landlord. "It is only my servant," replied the young gentleman, entering and shaking a broad-brimmed hat, dripping with wet. At the same time he bade his servant lead the horse to an adjoining shed, the landlord's stable being fully occupied. It was none other than Wildfire Ned and Tim on their way to London. He then unclasped his cloak, which he threw upon a bench. He was dressed in the uniform of a lieutenant in the Navy. The sexton, relaxing from his former harshness, invited the young officer to approach the fire, around which were seated 5 or 6 persons, whose uninteresting appearance requires but a few words. The most conspicuous amongst the group was the landlady, a short, fat, buxom dame on the wrong side of 40, who might have been considered considerably handsome but for a small pair of twinkling eyes disproportionate to the rest of her features. At her right was seated the sexton, a jolly, stout fellow, whose fiery face attested his devotedness to Old Plymouth rum or nut-brown ale. Next came the blacksmith of the parish, whose black leathern apron, spread over his knees, served as a screen for the landlady. Not much could be seen of the others, who were seated in the background, but they seemed to be pot companions of the blacksmith, with whom they were in earnest conversation. Such was the party among whom the young officer found himself seated. To all their questions he was mute, or gave a short, evasive answer. A few moments had elapsed when he received from the landlord a tumbler of hot rum and water, which he had ordered on entering. To this he joined a few slices of old English beef, with a round or two of the landlady's homemade bread. Feeling himself more comfortable, both as to his inward and outward man, he was disposed to enter into conversation, which he had hitherto avoided. "May I ask you?" said the landlady, observing him listening to the quaint jokes of the sexton, who was the oracle of the parish. "May I ask you, mean no offense, your honor, what brought you out here in this hurricane?" "Why, my good woman," replied the young officer, "I will not be deceitful enough to say that I came out on purpose to see you. I went, you must know, to see some friends, but, returning to my uncle's home, the darkness of the night made me lose my way, and here I am, but where I know not." "Among friends, I hope," cried the sexton, offering him at the same time a drink from the tankard. He was in the act of putting it to his lips, when the young officer's servant entered by the back door with his horsecloth strapped over his head. "Well, Tim," said his master, "I suppose you are in want of something to warm you. What will you take?" "You are very kind, Master Ned. I'll take whiskey, what you know I always takes when I be cold." He flung the horsecloth aside and discovered to the inmates his grinning countenance, which he had blackened. "Lot o' mercy 'pon us," exclaimed the landlady. "Is that your servant, sir? Mean no offense, your honor, only he's rather ugly. He may be a good servant for all that, though," said she. "Yes, and a faithful one, too," replied Ned, his master, laughing and telling a fib. "I brought him over from the West Indies with me about 5 years ago, and he has never left me since, not even in the midst of danger." "I believe you," vociferated the murky blacksmith. "Black persons are generally faithful." Ned Warbeck could not repress a smile, and ordered in some refreshment for Tim, who, without any ceremony, seated himself on a 3-legged stool by the side of Ned, his master, the others willingly making room for him. His ivory grinders were soon at work, and the whiskey flask in a short time was emptied of its contents. He had scarcely ended when Ned, feeling weary, requested the landlord to show him to a place of rest for the night. "Willingly, sir," said the landlord. "But I am hearty sorry I cannot give you a bed, for, d'ye see, we've got several farmers who have been to the fair nearby, and they're rum sort of chaps who wouldn't stir an inch for anyone. Free and easy, sir. I will, as you observed, give you a place in the hayloft, where you must put up for tonight with a truss of hay for your pillow." "Good enough," replied the young officer. "I've often had a worse bed than that. Come along, Tim, my boy, make ready and to the right about march." "A thought strikes me," replied the landlord, "but I dare not propose it." "What is it? Speak out," said Ned. "Well, sir, I have at some distance from here another house, which I've had to let for these 10 years, but nobody will live there, because they say as how it's haunted, though I've been in it several times myself in the day, and I have never seen anything." "But I have, though," bawled out the sexton. "'Twas but the other night, as I was coming from the veterinary surgeon, and as I passed by your house yonder, I sees a light in your top room, and a large hand stretching out of the window that gived the shutter such a slap. I trembles now at the bare idea of it, and if that there young man takes my advice, he'd better sleep in the hayloft. Nothing will disturb him there." "I thank you," said Ned, "for warning me of the dangers I may have to encounter. But I have always been fond of singular adventures, and as this promises to be one of uncommon attraction, if the landlord will lead the way, I am ready to spend the night in the haunted mansion." "Amen," said the sexton. "One bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Drink deep and snore deep, that's my motto, and for my own part I would rather sleep quietly here than run the risk of being murdered, slaughtered, or heaven knows what, by ghosts or the skeleton crew." "Not so with me," said the dauntless son of Neptune, dropping at the same time a purse into the landlord's hands. At all events, if I don't return, 'twill be but a job for you, Mr. Sexton, said he with an arch look. My servant Tim may stay here if he likes, and I will take him up on my way home tomorrow morning if hobgoblins don't eat me up before. I'll not stay here, Master Ned, but go with you. I never saw a ghost and would very much like to see one, said Tim with a grin. Well, my boy, your wish shall be gratified. Go and fetch the pistols out of the holsters, which with another trusty friend I have here, striking at the same time on the hilt of his sword, which was lying on the bench, will give them a warm reception should they wish to annoy us. Ned and Tim were soon ready. In the meantime, the landlord prepared a bottle of brandy, some pipes and tobacco, which he put in a large bag and slung over his shoulder. We will all go and see you safely in, said the inmates, but you must excuse us if we don't share the dangers with you. We've had enough of ghosts and skeletons in our time about here. Oh, certainly, was Ned's careless answer. Much obliged to you for your kind offer. All was ready, and Tim had just returned with the pistols, upon which, the whole party having bid good night to the landlady, sallied forth about 12:30. The rain had not entirely ceased, and the night, to use the sexton's expression, was dark as the parish vaults. The landlord walked first with a huge lantern, the reflection of which upon the wet stones formed a striking contrast with the surrounding objects. After him came Ned Warbeck, between the sexton and the blacksmith. Tim brought up the rear with the rest of the party. They having arrived at the haunted house, the landlord soon applied to the door a key of vast dimensions. It creaked on its hinges with a harsh noise, as if foreboding some calamity. They all went up a few steps, looking cautiously around them, and came at last to a small apartment on the first floor. This was to be the scene of action. The landlord in a moment raised a sparkling flame on the hearth and placed a table near it, with the refreshments already described upon it. After having made his guests as comfortable as the place would allow, the host departed with his companions. The young officer let them out with strict injunctions to the landlord to take great care of his horses. Then, shutting the door, he put the key in his pocket and prepared himself to meet with courage whatever might happen. Young midshipman, or as he now was lieutenant, Ned's first step was to search the apartment. But all his own and Master Tim's endeavors to find an intruder were useless. 3 cupboards were divested of their contents, and the old tapestry, which served as wainscoting, was lifted up. But all to no purpose. They then proceeded to the room above, which underwent the same examination. They looked into every corner likely to conceal a man. Finally, tired of a fruitless search, they returned to the comforts of their own fireside. But judge of their astonishment at finding the candle removed from its place, and also extinguished. After a short pause, however, Ned attributed it to the wind which arose from the opening or shutting of the door. Ned Warbeck remembered the candle before he left the room again, not wishing, he said, to leave 2 such irreconcilable enemies near one another in their absence, meaning the brandy bottle and candle. Satisfied that nothing could now disturb them, Ned took a seat near the fire and desired Tim to do the same, who, nothing loth, obeyed the mandate. He drew the cork from the bottle and loaded his pipe. His master, for greater safety, examined the primings of the pistols, and, giving them a fresh supply from the powder horn, laid them on the table by the side of his naked sword. This done, they both agreed to try and keep awake, for which purpose they each took a draught from the brandy bottle and, trimming their pipes, began smoking at a tremendous rate. Now and then laying these aside, they relapsed into a friendly, humorous chat, till, overcome by the fatigues of the day, Ned at last showed symptoms of drowsiness, which soon communicating to Tim, they eventually sunk in their chairs overpowered by sleep. They had not been long in this position when WILDFIRE Ned, starting from his slumber, thought he heard a distant rattling of chains. His first impulse was to seize a pistol, and then to listen more attentively to the sound. All was silent for a short time, and Ned was induced to think he was laboring under the effects of a dream. He was half disposed to resume his seat when he was again startled by the same noise, which this time seemed much nearer. Surprised but not alarmed, he gave Tim a hearty shake to awake him and beckoned him to take up the remaining pistol. He himself seized the sword, which he replaced in the scabbard and girt to his side. They now distinctly heard footsteps. A moment after, they saw in a corner of the room the shadow of a tall man. Tim drew near to Ned Warbeck, his master, and silently pointed to this apparition, which now seemed to have stopped. They were not left long in this suspense. The figure advancing, stalked into the room and stood motionless at the further end. It seemed to be about 7 feet in height and was clothed in a loose red robe, which came to its heels and concealed the feet. The headdress was composed of a large steel cap which covered the whole face. A thick chain encircled the body and hung to the ground. "Advance not an inch further," exclaimed Ned bravely, "or I will kill you dead on the spot." "I too," said Tim, resolved not to be behindhand. "We will drive 2 bullets through your gizzard if you'll not be off," said Tim bravely. These threats had not the desired effect. The figure began to march towards them as if regardless of their presence. Tim and young Warbeck fired at once. At the report of the firearms, the figure stopped once more and, by a significant nod of the head, invited Ned to come towards him. Excited by this extraordinary circumstance, Ned drew his sword and determined to run all hazards to see where it would end. He gave the pistols to Tim, with orders to load them, and walked fearlessly up to the figure, which, turning on its heels, took the direction it came in by. Tim, though fond of his young master, followed reluctantly. For, as he was heard to say afterwards, he was sure it was a skeleton and bullet-proof, as he had never yet missed his aim, and that had he been the devil himself he would have brought him down. They proceeded for a considerable time through a dark hall, which must have had a secret door that had escaped their observation, since, in their search above mentioned, they had seen nothing of the kind. Suddenly, at the end of the hall, which gradually became lighter, the figure disappeared, and Ned Warbeck, with his servant Tim, felt the floor give way under them, and soon perceived they were descending at a rapid rate by the means of some invisible machine. Chapter 36. Mr. Philip's Married Life. All Mr. Regel's calculations for worldly prosperity had hitherto proved untrue. Disappointed in his father's affairs, he had married wholly and solely for mere consideration of money. But the smashing of Sir Andrew's offices and of the South Sea Bank, in the general monetary crash, which had suddenly and unexpectedly come upon all the banks, had found him bereft of nearly every friend, with no money, little credit, and a very gaily inclined wife to support. Sir Andrew and lady had retired to their little country house to reside, where they expected to be somewhat relieved from the importunities of creditors. And thus Mr. Regel was left alone in his glory on the scene of his bygone triumphs. He knew not in which way to move to gain an income commensurate with his habits and his wants. An ordinary young man would have sought out and taken his spouse to modest lodgings, the rates and expenses of which he might reasonably expect to meet and readily defray. Such economical ideas did not coincide with Philip's practice and proverbial philosophy. He boldly drove up to a first-class hotel, and, with the air of a millionaire, selected elegant apartments, but without the remotest idea as to when or how he should be able to pay for them. He dined sumptuously every day and drank expensive wines. He smoked the very best cigars, found fault almost with everything, bullied and harassed the servants beyond human endurance. He strutted or lounged about, picking his teeth, and ogling the ladies with all the airs and manners of an unlimitedly credited ambassador or nabob. By borrowing money from former associates and acquaintance, but more with the manner of one who was conferring a favor rather than begging one, he contrived to meet incidental expenses and played cards, and attended bear baitings with his former elegant manners, but very adroitly contrived to postpone the adjustment of all bills presented to him. After 2 months' residence at the hotel, the polite and gentlemanly proprietor presented his bill and hinted at the desirability of payment. Philip Regel, Esq. towered into a fearful rage, strutted about, spoke of his honor, credit, and family, and left the hotel that same day, telling the proprietor in an indifferent but tragic manner to send in his bill to the Sunt, Charles Hotel, where he intended for the future to reside, intimating in a mildly ferocious style that did he consider the proprietor to be a gentleman. He should feel no hesitation or compunction of conscience in treating him to an ordeal of fire, ball, and brimstone over in Battersea or in the secluded Wormwood Scrubs. By such method of procedure, Mr. Regil and his lady lived for several months during Charlie Warbeck's incarceration, and all he did when bills were presented was to find fault, fall into a violent passion, and go elsewhere, or anywhere where his name or appearance would admit or credit him. Everything has an end, and so had Regil's braggadocio and credit. For the sake of past memories, few would trouble his own personal effects for debt, but at last he had fallen so low in the social scale that he deserted the hotels and sought accommodations for himself and wife in private lodgings. He hated the noise and bustle of hotels and public thoroughfares, he said. Retirement and quiet suited him best, so that although he frequented card rooms and the like, little altered from his former style of dress and manner, his whereabouts were a mystery to all. Nor could the most urgent importunities make him disclose his lodgings. How he maintained himself, no one was bold enough to inquire. He was frequently seen in the company of rich young men desirous of seeing and being initiated into the mysteries of the town. Many said, or rather whispered, that Philip was nothing better than a card sharper and general blackleg. These, of course, were only very distant rumors. None were bold enough to publicly retail such reports for fear of Philip's ungovernable anger, and his frequent allusions to the number of men he had stabbed or shot in his brief career upon the town. Certain it is, Mr. Regil was more frequently seen handling cards than his prayer book, and 1,000 times to one oftener seen in the Bear Gardens than in church, and, as officers will occasionally talk, Regil was styled in general terms as a man about town, who knew a thing or two and could generally in the season average £20 per night at cards. Whatever his averages might be, it is in point-blank evidence that he gave his wife but little, nay, very little. What with general neglect, harsh words, frequent blows, and general ruffianism, poor Fanny led but an unamiable life, and frequently begged for death as a release from her sufferings. Sir Andrew's visits to the city were few and far between, whenever he ran up. By coach, he passed through the streets in a shadowy manner, without the slightest ambition, apparently, to be recognized by any of his former friends. He was an unsuccessful man, and had involved many in losses with that of his own. Hence, for the sake of peace and quiet, he adopted every little expedient of which he was master to shun his many creditors and acquaintance. "I have secured my little country house from the wreck of all my bygone wealth," he sometimes would say. "Let me live in peace." The retired gentleman need not have had recourse to any stratagem to avoid those who once had known him. His present appearance was so altered, he had become so thin and cadaverous, and his attire withal was so seedy and out of fashion, that few would ever have recognized in him the spruce and scrupulously attired Sir Andrew McTurk of former days, who could boast of having taken risk for almost fabulous sums. It was not the welfare of his only daughter Fanny, or of Philip Regil, his promising son-in-law, which occasioned his visits to town. He hated both of them so intensely that he could not mention them without plunging himself into a fearful rage and stammering out a volley of oaths. His real motive was pure infatuation, to see if there was any earthly prospect of beginning business again, in some shape or form. City life had become so necessary to his existence that he seemed to loathe the green fields and meadows, and sighed to be once more in the dusty streets round about the Exchange, or up in offices again, handling paper or counting gold. Old as he was, and far past the meridian of life, the ruling passion for money was still strong in him. Little temptation, perhaps, would have been requisite to prompt him again to nefarious deeds should the chance present itself. Philip's wife had casually heard of these visits of her father to the city and sought every opportunity to see him. She did not desire assistance, but wished to beg his forgiveness for what she had done, and resolved that if he still betrayed any affection for her, she would beg of him to take her to his home, far from the city, and far from the ill-treatment and brutality of Philip, her husband, whose daily and increasing unkindness and neglect were killing her. While in waiting for her father at the corner of St. Paul's churchyard, Philip met her. Being partly intoxicated, he abused her in unmeasured terms and bade her go home instantly, at the same time irreparably wounding her womanly pride by inhuman epithets and accusations. In tears, she stood in the public street, leaning against a lamp-post for support, when who should pass at the moment but Augustus Fumbleton-esque, who, in despair at his loss of the captivating Miss Clara, had been consoling himself with a serene contemplation of the numerous tombstones in the churchyard, near the railings of which Mrs. Philip Regel stood sobbing. Fumbleton addressed the afflicted lady in a very respectful manner and proffered to assist her home. His gallantry and amiability so won upon Fanny that she sobbingly consented, and he was generous enough to call a conveyance and saw her safely to her own door. A few days subsequent to this incident, Regel and Charlie Warbeck met near the exchange. The former waited until the latter had passed into a by-street when he accosted him. Philip's manner was so cordial and hearty as fully to disarm all suspicions which Charlie might have formed of him. Philip was intensely sorry to hear of his misfortune and swore roundly that he had been the first to petition the king for his pardon and release, and that the chief judge had said to him and he had said to the chief judge, and see, so that Charles began to imagine Philip was a very good fellow, and not so bad as he had imagined. Philip knew perfectly well where Charles lived and promised to call, particularly when young Warbeck casually remarked that there were apartments vacant which Dame Worthington desired to let to a man and wife without family. The interview concluded by Regel asking Charlie to take some brandy and begging the loan of £5 for a day or two, a request which Charlie was not foolish enough to grant him. Chapter 37. The matrimonial prospects of Miss Clara. The sudden and unexpected return of Charles from prison, and the unmistakable tokens of affection he had shown to Miss Clara since his abrupt appearance in the parlor, and the unceremonious departure of Augustus Fumbleton-esque, had so weighed upon the tender and susceptible feelings of that young lady that she was somewhat bewildered and in a maze of delightful torment. She could scarcely be said to be of sound mind, for her imagination was uncontrollable, and she gave herself away wildly to daydreams. She was deeply in love but would not confess it. Yet, as Charles had never declared his passion, she began to doubt if his apparent fondness was genuine and whether it might not dwindle away into mere flirtation. She paid particular attention to her toilet, and resorted to every means in her power to dispel the sorrow, care, and anxiety which of late had possessed him, and made his face so pale, careworn, and sad. She played and sang more charmingly than ever, and always selected the most lively airs. Yet all her gaiety seemed to have no power over him. She began to imagine that Miss Josephine Smith next door, or some unknown lady, had snatched him from her, and that both Dame Worthington and Sir Richard Warbeck were fully cognizant of the fact. The result of all her imaginings tended to make Clara languid in manner and much depressed in spirit. She began to look upon the good old dame with distrust, and seldom spoke to anyone. Her appearance in the parlor was seldom. She had no taste or inclination for gay society, and sought retirement. Mistress Haylark had watched every movement of her daughter, and began to imagine that her many lectures regarding discountenancing Charlie Warbeck's addresses were beginning to have their anticipated effect. She congratulated herself that no child of hers would be foolish enough to look so lowly as to encourage a person of suspected character. She often said she would not have stayed a day in Dame Worthington's house if public opinion had not considered there were many extenuating circumstances in Charlie's guilt. The true cause of Charlie's altered manner could easily be explained. He was looked upon as a dangerous person, and one that should not be trusted. Former friends and acquaintances passed him in the streets without the slightest indication of recognition. He had applied for business engagements in various places. But his name was more than enough to thwart his prospects. When he informed gentlemen that his last occupation had been as clerk in the India House, they put him off with specious promises, but never employed him. He sometimes felt upon the verge of distraction, and more than once meditated self-destruction. But some good angel stood by his side in the moment of temptation and bade him hope. As often as he saw little curly head, as he called Clara, flitting through the house, his heart smote him, and he gazed upon her averted face with fondness and sadness. And then the angel by his side whispered hope more loudly than ever. I could not think of dragging her into my disgrace, thought Charlie, sentimentally. It is enough that my name is stained without causing her a life of lifelong distrust, poverty, and reproach. No, I will not address her. I love her, but she can never be my wife. Mr. Charlie Warbeck's high-toned ideas of lifelong self-sacrifice were very commendable and heroic. But changes came o'er the spirit of his dream. What makes her maintain such provoking privacy, I wonder, thought he. How altered she is of late, how sad-looking and pale. I wonder if Fumbleton has anything to do with it. He's a nice-looking fellow enough, well-to-do and all that, but I wish he was at the bottom of the sea and out of the way. I hate that fellow. I saw him a few evenings since. If I meet him again, I'll have a little private chat with him and sound him. I shouldn't wonder, though, if he is after her. I see her go out frequently in the afternoon for a walk. I would lay a wager that she meets him. This latter thought stung Charlie to the quick, and he sighed very deeply. As he entered the parlor one bright afternoon, he discovered Clara sitting in the shadows of the window curtains. She held something in her hand and kissed it. The heart of Charlie Warbeck beat very quickly. She was apparently absorbed in thought and knew nothing of his presence in the apartment. He noiselessly approached nearer to her and observed that she had a note in her lap and frequently glanced at it. There was no longer room for doubt, he imagined. His worst suspicions were realized. She loves another, was his conclusion, and he involuntarily sighed aloud. This awoke Miss Clara from her reverie. She placed the note and likeness in her bosom and rose to depart. Her manner was cold and tinged with sadness. As she passed him, she slightly bowed, never raised her eyes, and moved towards the door with a dignified and graceful step. Charlie never felt so sick at heart in his life before, and thought that Clara looked more blooming than ever. In truth, Miss Clara certainly did look captivating on this particular afternoon. She was a brunette, of medium height, and symmetrically developed. Her curls waved about her shoulders with every gust of air. Her dress was of light blue, somewhat low-necked, and over her bust she wore beautiful lace with sleeves of the same material. Charlie had not intended to speak to her. But, as she was about to leave the room, he mustered all his firmness and calmly said, "Miss Clara, I." She turned her face, now slightly flushed, and said, "Sir," very coldly. He placed a chair for her in the deepest shadows of the room and said, "Miss Haylark, you will really excuse me being so rude, but your looks are so sad of late, and your manners so altered towards me, that I am perplexed and concerned to know the cause. You, Clara, who were my only friend in hours of adversity, surely you will not follow the example of the world and look upon me with contempt or disdain. I am unworthy to address you, it is true, but I beg of you to explain what I have done to destroy that friendship which has so long existed between us. Tell me why you avert your face, and why your eyes are filled with tears." Charlie could say no more. His heart was full. "Forgive me, Clara, if I have offended you," were the only words he uttered. And as he stood beside her chair and saw her weeping, without making any reply, he felt like a child and could have almost wept himself. For some time the lovers maintained silence, broken only by a suppressed sob from Clara. At last, Charlie took her hand, and with much gallantry, kissing it, said, "Were I a prince, I could not rejoice in anything more precious than your friendship, Clara. If I had a throne, I would ask you to share it. I would ask you to smile upon me and bestow your hand upon me, for heaven only knows how much I love you, Clara, and heaven only is the witness of its sincerity. I cannot look up to you with confidence, although I love you heart and soul. You are too good, too holy, for one like me to aspire to. Yet believe me when I utter these true and honest words, that, disowned as I am by a cold, cold world, and looked upon with suspicion, my soul is as free from guilt as it ever was in the sight of God, and the only tie that keeps me in the world, the only regret I should have in quitting it, is the contemplation of one I adore with all the power of my mind and soul." Charles kissed her hand again and rose to depart. "Stay," said Clara, speaking for the first time, slowly, and almost in a whisper. "However unintelligible your character is, or may have been, to others, Mr. Warbeck, I have always looked upon you as a friend, and confess it openly everywhere, Charles. Were the world to be 10 times as cold as it is towards you, I should never, never change, believe me." This little outburst of honest feeling was too much for Clara's feelings. She endeavored to conceal her tears, but they coursed down her cheeks thick and fast until her breast heaved with emotion, and she audibly sobbed. She rose in a hasty manner to leave the room. Charlie was fired with love and caught her to his heart, and she leaned her little head upon his shoulder confidingly, nor did she struggle or resist the many kisses he rapturously bestowed upon her, but sat on the sofa by his side. And in a long conversation, carried on in whispers, the only 2 words which Dame Worthington slyly overheard were, "Will you, Clara?" "Yes, Charles." Chapter 38. Matrimony and Happiness. Dame Worthington was delighted, Sir Richard Warbeck was delighted, everyone in fact was delighted to hear it whispered that Charlie and Clara Haylark were engaged. Mistress Haylark was indignant. She would not listen to any such proposition, and moved to and fro with an air of offended majesty. Dame Worthington tried to console the proud woman, but she would listen to no words of solace. She had made up her mind against the match. And the only one living fit to be Clara's husband, she said, was that nice young man, Mr. Augustus Fumbleton. Since her mother was extremely angry, Clara's life was anything but agreeable to her. For morning, noon, and night, Madame was harping upon the rumored match and spoke against it with inexhaustible eloquence. Miss Clara, however, took but little notice of her mother's ceaseless prattle about the dignity, grandeur, and importance of the Haylarks, but quietly bore all with meekness and resignation, and loved Charlie more and more for all the railings hourly thrown out against him. As Sir Richard had been fully informed of the true state of things by Dame Worthington, he sought an opportunity of speaking to Clara alone. The girl's manner was so modest and genuine, and she confessed her attachment for the young man with so much artlessness that old Sir Richard Warbeck was strongly prepossessed in her favor, and determined to do all in his power to reconcile Mistress Haylark to the match. What with presents, great gallantry of manner, and marked deference to all her opinions on ordinary topics, he so far won upon the proud lady that her resolution to maintain the honor of the Haylarks melted away like ice before his eloquence and earnestness. And after holding out for some time, for the sake of form, and in maintenance of her much self-styled firmness, she consented to the match and began to bustle about in making suitable preparations for it. The intended marriage was kept as secret as possible, yet many female acquaintances soon became aware of the fact by some unknown means. And rumor had it that, when Miss Josephine Smith, next door, heard of the approaching event, through the tattling of servants over the backyard wall, she was seized with a sudden fit of hysterics, and gave vent to her disappointment and chagrin in all manner of double-meaning phrases, and called Miss Clara everything that was unkind. Dame Worthington was literally beside herself. She knew not what to do from day to day. The nearer the important event approached, the more affectionately she behaved both to Clara and Charlie. She laughed and cried by turns and said, "She always knew it." Clara would kiss her, and Charlie would joke her. But, despite all her apparent perturbation and anxiety, she found time to have frequent and long interviews with old Sir Richard, until the young couple, seated lovingly side by side on the parlor sofa, could not understand the nature of them. Dame Worthington deeply regretted that she could not possibly find accommodation for them in her house, but Sir Richard only smiled benignly and said, "Leave that matter to me, Harriet, my dear." The old dame, full of confidence in his wisdom, did leave that matter in his hands, fully assured that he would manage it far better than anyone else. When the day approached, the hurry and bustle in the house increased tenfold, and to such a degree that the servant confessed to Smith's girl across the backyard wall that she was most worried to death and wished the marriage was over. On the eve of the wedding, when everything had been prepared, two legal gentlemen unexpectedly arrived, and after candles were lit in Dame Worthington's back parlor, they arranged their papers with much apparent satisfaction. Dame Worthington, the august Mistress Haylark, and the modest old Sir Richard took their seats. Charlie was summoned into their awful presence, Miss Clara following, feeling, as she afterwards confessed it, all of a tremble. Old Sir Richard acted as chairman of the imposing committee, and informed the young people that, as they were about to be united in the holy bands of wedlock on the morrow, he wished to say a few words to both. Mistress Haylark had informed him that Clara was entitled to the sum of £5,000 as her marriage portion, and, although this was unknown to Charlie, he begged to inform him that £20,000 had been assigned to him as his portion, left by some person whom he should know at some future time. In addition to this, kind Dame Worthington, in goodwill and love to both, and in consideration of her lasting admiration of their mutual and disinterested attachment, presented them jointly with £2,000, which she had been hoarding up for many years with this express intention, making a very handsome total, with which modest sum they might commence life very comfortably. In conclusion, old Sir Richard said, as he himself had not contributed anything as yet to them, he would give them one of his houses in town, which was already furnished and awaiting their marriage. The lawyers were there, he said, to legally ratify all these things, and, as general speaker for those then present, he wished them joy through many, many happy years. At the conclusion of his remarks, which, it must be confessed, greatly surprised and pleased the young people, Dame Worthington, Mistress Haylark, and Clara were in tears, and seemed deeply affected. Wine was produced, which tended to revive the two former ladies considerably. Mistress Haylark recommended Charlie to use smelling salts to her daughter, but that young gentleman had his own specific for reviving her. He conducted Clara from the back to the front parlor, where soon the sounds of merry laughter and lively music told plainly that she was fully recovered, and in the best of spirits. Chapter 39. Sir Andrew and Philip, his son-in-law, make friends and enemies. The marriage of Charlie and Miss Clara was duly announced in the newspapers, and the style in which it was said to have been conducted so astonished the clerks and employees of the India House and other circles in which he was formerly known, that everyone unanimously considered that Charles must have had a windfall, or a very sudden rise in the world. Sir Andrew, in the retirement of his little country house, heard of it. Mr. Philip Regil, in the smoky, dingy card and gambling rooms, also heard of it, and both were very much surprised. The latter thought he would lose no time in congratulating young Warbeck. "For he's well up now," said Philip, "and will be a sure card for 100 or 2 if I ask him." Other persons besides these two notable individuals had heard of the marriage. Miss Josephine Smith was present during the ceremony, and, in giving an account of the affair, said that the bridegroom looked happy and handsome. But, as to the bride, good gracious! She was a perfect fright. All curls, as usual, my dear, and looking like a frost-bitten turnip. Augustus Fumbleton-esque was also aware of the awful event, and confessed that he had now lost every earthly hope and was fast falling away in flesh and figure. But as he seemed to be enjoying himself as usual, with an evening drive in the occasional company of a fast-dressing woman, who was said to be already married, His most intimate friends could see but little diminution in the rotundity of his form or the proverbial magnitude of his general appetite. The lady, with whom Augustus Fumbleton-esque occasionally drove out, was said to bear the name of Regil. Philip had gradually fallen in the social scale. He was not attired so sumptuously or neatly as of yore. He was said to be extremely seedy in habits and appearance, and frequently very short of cash. He seldom visited his wife, and seemed to care little what she did or with whom she might choose to associate. He had introduced her to all kinds of persons, and she had formed, perhaps, exceptionable acquaintance. But of this he cared nothing, so that she troubled him little for money. He was indifferent as to her associates and hours of leaving or returning home. His wife, it must be confessed, was equally indifferent in her feelings towards her liege lord. He had inaugurated habits of card and wine parties, and very late hours and scenes of debauchery at her home. And as she was thrown into indifferent company, as she was expected and almost compelled to do the honors of the house and table to whomsoever visited her husband, it cannot be expected that the gaily inclined Fanny was proof against the many temptations to which she was almost continually exposed. She was, in truth, the gay, gambling wife of a gay, gambling, debauched, and conscienceless husband. No matter what others might think, it is recorded in the interesting Chronicle that Charlie and his young wife were extremely happy, nay, supremely so, and often confessed to each other, when sitting in the portico of their new and elegant house, that Providence had been very good and kind to them, and that their cup of happiness was full to the brim. With a chip sunbonnet in her hand, and leaning on Charles's arm, Clara would go forth, all happiness, for an evening walk. And as they strolled in the green fields, or gazed upon the numerous snow-white sails moving to and fro on the bright splashing waters of the Thames, Clara would often laughingly recount how she first felt a partiality for the husband she then so highly prized and almost adored, while Charlie, full of humor and nonsense, would joke so wittingly and merrily until Clara became crimson in face, and shook her mass of raven curls with bewitching innocence and coquetry. When it began to be noised abroad that the newly married couple were well circumstanced in life, and backed by influential moneyed interests, public opinion began to grow very rapidly favorable in regard to Mr. Charlie Warbeck. So that, when he occasionally promenaded with his pretty, curly-headed bride, there were not a few of his former acquaintance who very suddenly recollected his existence and former footing, and did not fail, indeed, to recognize him in fashionable thoroughfares and places of public business. Many, both young and old, who but a few months before had passed him in the streets without a word or look of recognition, now bravely advanced to meet him with, "Ah, Charlie, my boy, how do you do? Allow me to congratulate you." Or, "Hullo, Charlie, how are you?" Many merchants and very respectable men of trade were not backward in offering him shares in their business. Tradesmen's cards poured in upon him by the hundred, and he suddenly found himself surrounded by many who literally bored him with their civilities, and proffered to grant him any favor he desired, even to credit, as they said, for any amount. The lesson he had received was not lost upon him. It had given him a greater insight into human nature than he had ever before possessed, so that he smiled at this sudden change in the wind, as he called it, and despised these sycophantic leeches with an honest indignation well-nigh amounting to loathing. He seemed in no hurry to enter into business. As the times were even yet unsettled from the recent financial panic, he contented himself, therefore, with looking out for some favorable opening for investing his capital to the best advantage. And, instead of accepting any of the numberless invitations to balls and parties of which his wife was in constant receipt, the fond young couple contented themselves with boat excursions on the river, or frequent evening visits to good old Dame Worthington, with whom, and the stately Mistress Haylark, they passed many happy hours, and never seemed weary of their company. Dame Worthington, in truth, was fast failing in health. Yet, despite all her infirmities, she bustled about as busily and loquacious as of yore. nor did the mother-in-law lose an iota of that stateliness and solemnity of behavior which was supposed to be hereditary with the Haylarks, and upon which, next to her reputation for firmness, she greatly prided herself. In truth, Clara's marriage only seemed to expand the mother's importance. She patronized flaming colors and the latest styles more recklessly than ever. And in her frequent visits to Clara's house, she was the terror of the servants, from the amount of fuss and bother of which she was always the occasion. Her lectures on housekeeping were long and frequent, during the delivery of which Charlie always wisely lit a cigar and took a stroll in the garden. The best bed and the best room were always reserved for dear Mama. And from her increasing volubility on all topics connected with married life, and from the number of times she left her daughter in tears from scoldings regarding household affairs, Mr. Charlie Warbeck thanked his lucky stars that she had not proposed to live with them altogether. 4. If such braggadocio and endless lectures are characteristic of the Haylarks, he thought, I am very glad little Clara has not inherited any of the hereditary virtues of that illustrious family. If Mama's semi-weekly visits always ended in Clara crying, Dame Worthington's had the contrary effect. For the little wife was supremely happy, and always laughing at the old lady's stories about dear Charlie. In truth, Dame Worthington seemed to know so much about him, and her memory reached so far back, that Clara thought her husband must have been a very young and a very small child indeed when the old lady had first made his acquaintance. At all events, Clara thought, she is very loving and thoughtful and kind. She loves me very much, and, as for dear Charles, she idolizes him, and a mother could not manifest more care and anxiety for his welfare and happiness than she does. Sir Richard frequently visited Dame Worthington as usual, and had a long chat with her in her snug back parlor. And, upon some occasions, the robust, short-breathing, imposing Mistress Haylark would join the party and monopolize all the conversation. And it mattered little what topic was broached. Mistress H. always had a very long oration ready at her fingertips for the occasion, and backed up all arguments or assertions with an everlasting appeal to the Haylarks, whether living or defunct. Sir Richard became used to her loquacity, but frequently dozed in his armchair, and, falling fast asleep, ignominiously left the field of debate to herself, or to anyone courageous enough to take up the cudgel and defy the Haylarks, constant and only authority on all subjects. Dame Worthington's house never flourished so much as it had since the wedding, and the old lady, it must be confessed, was saving money. She had always contrived to do that, however, so that now, although times were hard and money very tight, as it always is, the old gentlewoman was laying by a considerable sum, and seemed to take much delight in saving or accumulating every spare penny. But if prosperity had attended all the industrious efforts of the good old lady and her newly married children, as she affectionately termed them, there were other persons who figure in our story who had little of which to boast of in that particular. Sir Andrew's farming operations in the country were productive of little profit, and he foresaw that ere long he must seek some other sphere than that of agriculture in which to make sufficient to satisfy his wants and daily growing greed. One would have imagined that such misfortunes as he had experienced might have allayed his ruling passion for money. Yet it did not. The older he grew, the more avaricious he became, and to such an extent that he stinted his farm servants so much that everyone left him, and his immediate household affairs were conducted on such miserly principles that he even begrudged his wife the common necessaries of life. His sole and absorbing ambition seemed to be mere accumulation. I am not more dishonest than the rest of people, he would mutter, as he walked along the country roads and lanes. There are hundreds who have failed beside myself and are now in a flourishing business. Why cannot I be the same? Christianity, its virtues and its responsibilities, hung very lightly on the shoulders of this old man. He went to church, it is true, and sang and prayed as loudly and lustily as any member of it. It was a respectable thing to belong to the church. But it must be confessed that his most fervent prayer was in supplication for the framing of some law which prohibited all imprisonment for debt. Sir Andrew, in his armchair, comfortably seated before the fire of his little farmhouse, spent hours every evening in devising plans for recommencing business. He was not particular as to what it might be, so that money should result from it. He thought of the banks, and sighed devoutly at the fearful amounts which some were said to possess. He ran through his personal reminiscences and past life, and could point to persons in high stations, and of unimpeachable respectability whom he had known in years past, and often thought, if so-and-so had his due, he would be half-starving, or in prison, instead of rolling about so grandly with his carriage and greys. Such thoughts arose, not from honest indignation but from envy and gall. Old Sir Andrew was thoroughly disgusted with himself and the world. He was determined, however, to make another attempt at success. But his son-in-law was like a heavy chain bound to his legs, and he could not move in any direction but he encountered either Fanny or Philip. And what a change had come over Fanny, his daughter. She had separated from her husband. But why? The cause was this. One night Philip Regil had a card party at his house. Among those present, and who lost heavily at play, was Augustus Fumbleton-esque. Philip was maddened with wine. The memory of his wickedness and crime came over him. Whichever way he looked, he seemed to behold the apparition of his murdered father. The terrible legs seemed to haunt him wherever he went. While cards and dice were at their height, and all were merry, someone loudly knocked at the door. The servant went and opened it. Again the knocks were repeated, and again did the servants go to the door. They opened it and looked out into the street, but no one was there. "This seems strange," said one to another in a whisper. "I have seen and heard stranger things than that in this house," was the answer. "I believe the place is haunted." While thus they conversed together with open door, the heavy sounds of footsteps were heard entering the hall. The two servants turned their heads. It was the gory legs of Farmer Bertrand they saw. With a loud shout and looks of horror on their faces, the terrified domestics rushed upstairs in dread alarm. "What means this?" growled Philip, as he seized one of them by the throat and drew his sword. "What means this, knave, eh? Go forth into the passage again, and return with better news, or take the consequences." The servant did as he was bidden, but had scarcely got into the passage when he rushed back again in increased terror, and upset a card table, money, and all upon the floor. Every one present were now alarmed. They heard the distant solemn tramp of heavy footsteps, when, lo, there entered the room with horrible stride the gory limbs. Philip Regil turned deadly pale. His eyes darted almost from their sockets. He gasped with terror, and his drawn sword trembled in his nerveless hand. "Philip Regil," the spectre voice began. "No, no, no, mercy. 'Twas not I," gasped Philip. "No, no. I see also the ghost of my father, but I did not do it. Away, away. Avaunt. Gory, ghostly, damnable spectacle, avaunt." "Philip Regil, my footsteps will follow you forever," said the voice which died away in the distance. "Never, never," said Philip, staggering from horror. "Ever, ever," repeated the spectre voice. With his heart bursting in fury, Philip tore his neckcloth into ribbons. His breast heaved with remorse and passion. "Wine, wine," he said, with a fiendish laugh. "Wine, wine, I say." His wife handed him a goblet brim full. He gulped it down. He threw the goblet into a corner of the room and in fury struck Fanny to the ground. The gallants present immediately stepped forward to protect the fallen woman. With bitter curses on their lips for his brutality, they drew their swords. "Ha, ha, my braves," said Philip, pale as a ghost and looking half idiotic and wild. "Ha, ha, my braves. I see my wife hath many ready to defend her. Come on then, one and all." "So be it," said Augustus Fumbleton, drawing his toasting fork and assailing Philip. "The man who lays his hand upon a woman except in kindness is a scoundrel," he added. Philip was more like a maniac than a man. But just as the husband and the lover were about to engage, Fanny threw herself in between the combatants. "Hold," she cried in a voice of pain and with blood streaming down her features. "Hold," she cried, "Philip Regil, husband, murderer." If you will spill blood, shed mine. Murderer, muttered Philip with chattering teeth. Murderer. Yes, murderer, gasped Fanny with a firm, defiant tone. Spirits of the dead haunt you both night and day. Liar, witch, sorceress, exclaimed Philip. Die with that lie in your throat. He made a desperate pass at his injured wife. His sword was knocked up. Next moment, he was the center of a fierce and deadly conflict. The clash of swords, the sound of smashed mirrors, vases, windows, and the like was heard on every hand. When Philip woke next morning, he found his house deserted. No one was nigh. He lay upon the floor with a sword cut across his brow, amid the ruins of chairs, tables, glasses, and 1,000 fragments of ornaments and furniture. "Where am I?" he said. And he looked round with amazement on the wreck. All things were in a wild state of confusion. His brain was all on fire with drink, excitement, and pain. "Oh, now I remember all," he gasped. The memory of all which had happened that night flashed before his mind. While he lay in a state of stupor, his eye caught light of a small dagger sticking in the card table. It pinned down a note. It was in Fanny's handwriting. He tore it open and read, "Farewell and forever for the rest of her days. Your worst enemy, Fanny." My wife absconded. The house ransacked. The servants gone. How is this? What can it mean? Am I dreaming? Dreaming? No, man, you were never more wide awake in all your life, said a distant voice with a coarse laugh. Philip Regel recognized the voice. It was that of Captain Jack. "You here," said Philip, astonished. "Yes, and why not? Where would you have been if I hadn't?" "I don't understand. I don't suppose you do." "A man that was dead drunk and half crazy last night, mixed up with tilt and point among a dozen or more desperate gallants, is not supposed to have very clear brains the morning after. 'Twas lucky we came to your assistance, or you wouldn't be sprawling on the floor as you now are." "I don't understand." "Well, the thing is soon explained. I heard that a party of gambling youngsters were gathered at your house last night, and, knowing them to have more money than brains, I, Faulkner, and several others made up our minds to give you a call, so as to relieve them of a little of their spare cash. As we approached the house, we heard you all high an oath. I rushed in at the doorway, but was fiercely beaten back by several gallants. I gave the word to my men to fall on the enemy without mercy. Just at that moment, I perceived your wife hurrying downstairs, the way being led by one of her many lovers." "Many lovers?" said Regel. "Surely you do not mean to insinuate that my wife is a strumpet and—" "Never mind about wasting more breath about her, Regel," said Captain Jack. "Because if you don't know her character, I do, and have done so long ago." "What?" "Nay, nay, get not so hot, but let me continue with my story. Directly I gave the word to my men, they each singled out a customer, and we fought desperately with our knives in the entrance hall. The place was too small for the proper use of our swords, so I am sorry to say," said Captain Jack, with a laugh, "that we had to cut the throats of one or two in the entrance hall, but it was all fair play. They didn't know us, you see, so it don't much matter. We quickly threw their bodies into the river, and they are food for the fish." "But my wife," said Philip, surprised. "Your wife, eh? She seems to give you much trouble all at once." "Well, what of her?" "Why, she has run off with the man who gave you that nasty cut across the forehead. And who was he?" "Why, that elegant young man, Fumbleton." A terrible oath escaped from Philip, and he rose to his feet, looking like a blood-stained demon. "I will be revenged," said he, "if it costs me my life." "And so you shall," said Captain Jack, "if you only let the matter remain quietly for a short time. Fumbleton is rich and can bear plucking." "He has been plucked many times, I hear," said Philip, "and on one occasion to the tune of 2,000 pounds. "I know he has. I was the one to do it," said Captain Jack. "You?" "Yes, me." "How?" "Well, that I will tell you as we go along. You must leave this house at once. But the furniture, I am not going to leave that behind. You might as well, it ain't worth anything." "Worth nothing? What do you mean?" "Mean this, my boy. I have sold the house, furniture and all. Why it all belongs to me." "Perhaps so," said Captain Jack. "But then you see why Fanny ran away with Fumbleton. I knew you would not remain here long, so while you were snoring I bundled off the servants and sold everything." Very polite of you, certainly. Oh, don't mention it. A friend of mine gave me a tempting price for the whole lot, so I took it, of course, being short of money, and as you deserve a trifle on our old account, why, of course, it's all right. But it's all wrong. Where's the money? In my pocket, said Captain Jack, very coolly, where it is likely to remain until I want it. And what do you want with me so early in the morning? Asked Philip. Wash yourself and get out of the house as soon as possible, and then I'll tell you. There, that will do. Don't take overmuch pains with yourself. You ain't going far, said Captain Jack with a sinister smile. But where to? You'll soon see. But as I was about to say, regarding Fumbleton, he's been after your wife a long time, and you are the one to blame, for if you would introduce her to all the worst sparks in town, why, of course, you can't expect her to respect you much. You are very kind with your advice this morning, said Philip. One would almost imagine you had turned parson. So I have, when there's been a hanging going on and no one near to read the service. But as I was saying about Fumbleton, he fancies he can play billiards, and so unknown to him, I disguised my friend Alec Faulkner some months ago, and they agreed to make a match for £500 aside. Now, Faulkner and I played a good deal together, but I always beat him, and as Fumbleton always beat me because I let him, Alec was thought to be a good mark for the elegant young swell. The number of points in the game was to be 1,000. Gentlemen amateurs who were supposed to have had the straight tip were freely staking any odds on Fumbleton, which the knowing ones, with Alec as their champion, were eagerly accepting. When play commenced in the evening, there was much interest displayed by professionals to watch the game, and from the superior manner in which the young swell was playing, it was evident he would beat Faulkner, his antagonist, with the greatest imaginable ease. In truth, it must be confessed that he threw away many chances where he could have easily counted. But Fumbleton had so much of a lead that he frequently amused himself with making fancy shots for his own and the amusement of professional adepts, who loudly applauded him. Towards 10 o'clock the game was half over, and the miserable style in which Alec played brought down very stinging remarks from bystanders, so that leaving him more than 100 points in the rear, out of 700 then played, it was agreed to adjourn for the sake of supper and to finish the game afterwards. Fumbleton partook freely of wine and was all impatience to recommence the game. Alec did not seem at all inclined for more humiliation at the swell's hands, and to all appearance returned to the table very reluctantly. The state of the game was apparent to all. Fumbleton was considered to be much too far ahead to be overtaken by Alec, and any odds were freely offered on him and taken. But the game suddenly changed in its character. Instead of playing in his former slow and undecided style, Mr. Alec hit rapidly, scientifically, and so often that he materially altered his score and was soon close at the heels of Fumbleton, who opened his eyes widely at this sudden exhibition of his opponent's skill. "Never mind," said he to his friends. "He can't do it again, you know. It was all luck that time. I shall now go in and win with a rush." Alec had similar ideas also, and gained on Fumbleton so far that when but 50 points remained to be played, Alec was but 5 behind. The chances row began to fluctuate, and Fumbleton's friends, being still confident, freely laid odds, which were now eagerly taken. In truth, the silly swell had made such fine play that but 5 remained to complete his score and make him the winner. The other had 25 to get, but these were gotten with so much rapidity that Alec, in enthusiasm, overran that number, amid the applause of those in the secret, but apparently to his own dissatisfaction, for he seemed surprised and annoyed, whispering confidentially as he pitched his cue and the bridge into the corner. "I've won, but, upon my soul, Mr. Fumbleton, I wasn't aware of it. I intended to lose." This was exceedingly poor consolation to the swell, who sat vacantly looking at the billiard board as one in a trance or dream. It seemed that he considered it impossible to be beaten by such an opponent as Alec. He was mistaken, however, and the best proof of it was that the money was handed over to Alec that same night, and the swell discovered himself to be minus of not less than £500 out of the £600 which he had brought to the billiard room with him. Who'da thought? Mused Fumbleton. That I should have lost in so unaccountable a manner. I am out of luck tonight, that's it. I can beat 2 such players as he is at any time, but you can't play against luck. To console the young swell, the winning parties declared that he was the paragon of players, and hoped he would soon have another game, and for a larger stake. This latter remark seemed to contain a little more irony than Mr. Fumbleton could bear, so that he flamed into a passion on the instant, and high words arose. Excited with wine, and infuriated to find he had been so egregiously duped, the swell gave vent to his feelings in unmeasured terms, calling Alec and his friends a parcel of scheming blacklegs. Until finding words would avail but little, they handled him roughly. A general fight ensued among the partisans, and the last thing Augustus remembered in his cups was a general row, in which certain persons' boot toes came in sudden and violent concussion with certain parts of his person, and ejected him into the street, where he found himself on the following morning, without money, jewelry, and all high and dry in the mud. Captain Jack laughed boisterously over what he had said. It was a capital joke, and served young Fumbleton right, for he had not been long from college, and was brimful of conceit and nonsense. I always make it a rule to look out for young collegians when they are running wild about town, as it is called, because they think they know everything. That £500 Alec Faulkner and I won was the making of us. The making of you. How? Why, we were so hard up we should have had to go to housebreaking or something of that kind. Well, I knew a seedy enemy of mine who had gone to housebreaking about that time. He wanted me to join him in the venture, but he little dreamed how much I hated him. I'll tell you all about it one of these days, but as time is now short, I shall only say that I split on him, and my respectable appearance in the witness box got him transported for life. That's how I generally pay off old scores with lads who don't act always on the square. After that, I was appointed one of the Crown officers, and have been so ever since. I knew the chap at school and hated him, and always swore to have him hung if I could. But let us go in here. Here is a wine shop. Let's have a bottle together, said Captain Jack, with a wicked smile. That reminds me of something that happened to me at school. It was the first clever thing I ever did, said Philip, drinking a long draught of good wine. Indeed, said Captain Jack, laughing. I didn't think you ever had done anything clever except that affair of old Bertram. Who's S.S.H.? said Philip, turning pale. Don't mention that. You'd have been in a gibbet only for me, said Captain Jack. Perhaps, but I bought your silence. Yes, so that's all square. Let's hear your story. I've got half an hour to pass in idleness, but all our gang have to muster tonight. We've got a great thing on hand. Will you join us? That depends. Depends, but you must. Must, eh? Well then, if you say so, then must it shall be. Go on with your story then. You won't blow on me. You must be dreaming. But you'd never expect to hear what I'm going to tell. Perhaps not, but whatever it is, out with it. So encouraged, and even now half drunk with wine, Philip began his story, his first step in crime, as he called it. And as he went on, Captain Jack eyed him like a hawk, and his eyes glistened with deadly malice towards Philip, as Regil began. Tom Templeton was generally admitted to be the greatest Greek scholar in college. Plato, Demosthenes, and Xenophon were eternally in his hands, and his favorite amusement seemed to be to have a quiet half-hour with Homer or Sophocles. How he could muster sufficient patience to pore over those tantalizing authors seemed a great mystery to all the juniors, but the knobs, dons, and bigwigs of the university would complacently smile, take a pinch of snuff, and nod to Tom, who, squatted at his ease upon the grass, would loll for hours under the trees of our extensive grounds and park, and smoke with impunity, in open defiance of every rule and regulation. He could leap, run, walk, fence, and, in fact, excel at anything to which he seemed inclined to pay attention, except swim, which he never did. And he was such a favorite with all, that none seemed to take notice, or be at all surprised at anything he might attempt or accomplish. He had been known to kick a football over the college buildings, 3 stories high, and had soundly thrashed 3 or 4 town bullies, who were said to travel on their muscle for a living. He never appeared to study very hard. A pipe was always in his mouth, and, strange to say, he had fascinated all the university officials so effectually that he went in and out of places considered sacred to everyone but the president or his high and mighty assistants. The private gardens, even, were open to him, with all their much-envied riches of plums and fruits of various kinds. And Tompkins had more than once sworn that, when climbing the wall one day to get at some pears, he saw him lying full length on a bench smoking in the vineyards. Tom seems to have mesmerized the gardeners or heavily bribed them, for he was never at a loss for the gate keys. And should they be out of the way, he would simply scale the wall and commence his evening promenade with the inevitable meerschaum in his mouth. One evening, 2 dons caught him. They entered the garden, walked along the avenues of vines, and there stood Mr. Tom, smoking as usual, as large as life, with a novel in his hand. "I imagined I smelt something," one of the old professors said. "How comes it, sir, that, don't you know?" Before he could add another word, Tom opened upon him with a fine passage from Virgil, which, being apropos as to time and place, and well recited withal, disarmed the anger of the first doctor, who took a pinch of snuff and passed on. The second was red with anger, and as he totally eschewed the use of the abominable weed in any form, was ready to explode with rage and indignation. For being a great epicure, he felt certain that most of the grapes would fall to his share at table, and didn't wish their early growth in any way retarded. "Mr. Templeton, I am astounded at you, sir. How dare you imagine that?" Tom did not appear to notice his remark, but casting a look of surprise upon the pompous old gentleman in cap and gown, burst forth into a Greek oration from the Iliad. And before the astonished professor could recover his surprise at the action and voice of Templeton, who was personating Achilles among his black ships banked up on shore, left the vine walks in a state of triumph. Tom had been several years at college and was deservedly reputed to be the best man ever on the rolls. He was light-hearted, gay, generous, a good musician, splendid classic, and passionately fond of dancing. He was courted and petted by all the mothers in town, anxious to provide for their daughters. The young ladies themselves were oftentimes at loggerheads to see who should advance fastest in his good graces. As there were several female seminaries within a few miles of town, intercourse was frequent at the houses of mutual friends or relatives. Many young men attending the university had sisters at a magnificent seminary but 2 miles from town. And as the yearly gymnastic exercises of our college were about to commence, evening drill was often patronized by the fair, so that the university grounds presented a gay and animating appearance during the beautiful evenings of May and June. Templeton had been elected chief of the gymnasts this year, and in his blue uniform, faced with red and gold, presented a fine appearance, so that there was more than one pair of eyes among the ladies who watched his movements with interest. At the end of gymnastic drill, which had been witnessed and much applauded by the fair, an old gentleman advanced to Templeton and presented a bouquet. This was nothing unusual, for the ladies seemed to take delight in pelting flowers at us as we filed past them. But, as he took the nosegay from the old man, Templeton perceived a young girl laughing and blushing among a knot of her schoolmates, who were apparently joking her. "I never saw her before. She is very pretty. I will make her acquaintance if I break my neck over it," thought Tom. Templeton went into town that evening and returned to his rooms very late. He was musing in his chair at the window, gazing at the moon and puffing out volumes of cigar smoke. In a week the gay fellow seemed to have changed his nature. He was thoughtful, absent in manner, and seldom touched his books. Instead of trespassing upon the privacy of the president's gardens at evening, he was often found strumming a guitar and singing snatches from various operas. Months passed away, and none could account for his change of manner. He was thin, pale, thoughtful, soft in voice and manner, and juniors whispered one to another that he was heavily in debt. The uncle refused to come up. Others, rather lazy students themselves, would sigh and say, "Just as I told you, now you see the effect of." Nights with Homer and Demosthenes, He is in a galloping consumption. The lodgekeeper, that terrible portly official with the clanking keys, who frowned on little boys and slammed the gates with a triumphant bang of self-importance. That awful, lace-trimmed gentleman and bottomless depository of college secrets, said nothing, but sighed heavily. Stroked his red nose ominously and remarked, "Some folks is wise and some isn't. I hasn't been here a matter of more nor 40 year without knowing that much, and if you're well up in your Greek, you'll know better nor I can tell yer, werbum sap," as Homer very nicely remarks. And with that, went into his lodge, closed the door, and smoked his pipe. It must be confessed I did wish to know what the matter was with Tom. He had always befriended me since entering college, and usually informed me of all his affairs. But during the past few months, his conduct had been so much unlike his former self that I felt offended and annoyed. "If you are hard pushed, Tom," said I, "and your uncle refuses, why not tell me? I can settle all that without so much melancholy and solitude." I could glean nothing. "Phil, my boy," said he, laying his hand on my shoulder, "you are gold, true gold, but there is nothing the matter with me, I can assure you. I am only studying hard for my degree. Examinations come off in another month, and then I leave these old walls forever. Templeton has passed," said all the juniors, as Tom solemnly strode through the crowd towards his rooms. "How much for your parchment, Templeton? Did they bother you, my boy? I hope you floored old Snuffy," said one or another of the students. But Tom, the subject of all these remarks, congratulations, and the like, bowed politely to his schoolmates and went up to his rooms. "I leave tomorrow, Phil," said he, as I shook him by the hand. "My books are all at your service, my boy. You'll have to pass through the same unpleasant ordeal yourself next year. If you find any use for them, I give them with much pleasure. There are no crammers or coaches. Among them, I despise all that sort of thing as much as you do. But why look so sad, Tom? Confound it, man. Cheer up. There are scores within the walls this moment who would willingly give thousands for your prizes and parchments. How delighted your uncle will be," said I. There was no response. He relapsed into his customary silence and thoughtfulness, and although we both drank heavily that night, not a word escaped him in his cups. Next day, towards evening, we drove together towards the coaching station, and when on the top of a hill about a mile from the university buildings, he stopped the vehicle and looked towards them in silence and with evident emotion. How beautifully the sun sets in the west, and how charming the old grounds look bathed in sunlight. See how the steeple casts its shadows across the grand walks, and how the clock tower and weather vane glow again with changing light. I never loved but once, Phil, and that was once too often for my own peace through life. Yet the memories of Alma Mater, with its dingy walls, old towers, and chiming bells, unmans me more than all things else in the world. He whipped up the horses suddenly into a brisk trot, and was silent. He pressed his hat over his eyes and averted his face. For once in years of my remembrance, 2 tears were glistening in his eyes. It must have been a fearful struggle between his pride and secret sorrows to have allowed them to escape. Yet there they were, shining witnesses of human feeling. We parted. Templeton went into the north and for 6 months corresponded with me. In answer to inquiries, he stated that he was not at his uncle's but in York. I judged, from the tone of his last note, that he was sick and pressed for means. I wrote to him again, but received no answer. A friend of mine was directed to visit him and let him have what money he desired, but he had removed his lodgings and was nowhere to be found. There seemed to hang some mystery around Tom Templeton. Some thought he had been crossed in love while at college. Others said that pecuniary difficulties had involved him. Both of these surmises certainly must be incorrect, I thought, for he disclosed all his secrets to me. If Cupid had been in the case, some of us would have known it. As to money matters, all the college said his uncle was immensely wealthy and intended to leave him everything. Mystery there seemed to be of some kind, and I was determined, upon graduating, to sift the matter to the bottom. I liked Tom as a brother. His troubles were mine, and, if in difficulty, I was willing to see him through it safely. When university dons had granted me my parchment with A.M., Engraved thereon, I returned home and was soon engaged in my father's extensive transactions, doing what people might term a roaring business. My thoughts would occasionally revert to my lost friend, and while going homeward one evening at dusk, a poorly dressed stranger hurriedly passed me and glided into a back street, as if ashamed to be seen in lighted and thronged thoroughfares. I followed him. He strode through the streets at a rapid pace, but, by a side glance I got of him, there could be no doubt but that it was the same Tom Templeton of my school days. He had not gone far when he entered a small, obscure house, and, in less than 10 minutes, emerged again, but so differently attired and so gay, I could scarce have recognized him. Yet on his countenance was still the same calm, pale melancholy. He actually stopped at the same house I was going to, and was admitted. What was his business there? I wondered to know. I knew what mine was, namely, to make love to the daughter of a very rich man my father had known for years. I did not knock at the door, but let myself in with a latchkey. When I quietly advanced towards the parlor door, I perceived Tom Templeton on his knees before the idol of my heart. What startled me more was, the lady fair listened to his fair speeches and returned his advances. For the first time in my life, I felt envy, malice, and revenge. I said nothing at the time, but I met my old schoolmate afterwards. A violent quarrel ensued. I accused him of all manner of misdemeanors, and last of all of ingratitude. But all I could do or say would not provoke him into a challenge. At last I gave him one myself. He accepted it readily, and we met. He wished to apologize for all he had done and said, I would not accept it. I fired. He fell down dead. I rushed towards him. The doctors examined him and tore open his clothes. Tom Templeton proved to be a girl. The astonishment that was now depicted on every countenance was great indeed. This girl had passed through college and was first and most expert in everything, and for years lived undetected. But why should a girl have played the part of a lover? Said Captain Jack. She did not play the part of a lover, as you will perceive. Some time after this, my old flame was addressed by the son of the chief dyesinker at the Mint. I had suspicions for thinking that Tom Templeton, the girl, had a brother who personified Miss Templeton. This I proved. They were used as spies by a band of coiners, and so well could these two children of the chief coiner counterfeit either male or female sex, that for years they carried on their traffic in base coin undetected. For, indeed, my father and many other merchants had often given notes for gold. And it was not until the gold was tried at the Mint that any deception was discovered. But then it was too late to trace it back through the various merchants' offices to the proper persons. The reason Tom and her brother were sent to different schools was that, they being so highly educated, they might afterwards prove all the more expert and less likely to be detected. But what revenge had you? Asked Captain Jack. I revealed what I had discovered to the chief of the coiners, and my silence was bought. And afterwards, because I did not receive another consideration from them, I informed, I know you did, but you were too late, the birds had flown. How know you that? Asked Philip. Because I was one of the coiners myself then. You? Yes, me. I am astonished. You will be more so when you hear that the coiners not only now exist in the south of England, but that through them I heard of Farmer Bertram's murder and tracked you. Impossible. No, it isn't. Here is a person who will explain all things, said Captain Jack, rising and bowing to a thick-set, military-looking man who entered. Mr. Philip Regil, allow me to introduce you to a friend of mine. What name? Asked Philip, coloring. Colonel Blood. Said Captain Jack with a demon-like sneer. Betrayed, sighed Philip. Yes, why not? You had no more money, whispered Captain Jack, so therefore I have no further use for you. It's quite a common plan with detectives. Then, addressing Colonel Blood in a different tone, he said, I have fulfilled my part of the bargain, Colonel, about the 13 gibbets, and I hope that I will do mine, Captain Jack? Well, you need not fear, your death warrant shall not be signed yet at all events. But, casting his eyes on Philip, he said, we have been a long, long time in tracing out your villainies, young man, for you are very old in crime. Captain Jack, he said, pointing to Philip. "Follow me." Captain Jack whistled, and, in a moment, 3 others of his men came in and escorted Philip to prison. As he was going out of the tavern door, who should he see standing by but Sir Andrew, who grinned like a fiend and threw up his hands in Christian horror. He had not gone far down the street ere he saw Augustus Fumbleton and Fanny riding out together. "This is worse than death," he thought, and struggled hard to get free, but Captain Jack's hand, like the grip of a vice, was upon his throat. Chapter 40. The coiner's caverns, subterranean abodes, the oath, the release, the promise. "I don't much like this, Master Ned," exclaimed Tim, shivering. "Where can we be going to?" "Hold your tongue, you prating fool," replied Ned angrily. "Your idle words will do more harm than good. Do you hear me say anything?" "All right, master, but I ain't WILDFIRE Ned, you know. I ain't made of cast iron." Tim would have added something else, but a violent jerking of the machine under his feet convinced him that they had reached the bottom. Before he had time to recover from the shock, he was seized by 2 or 3 powerful men who bound his arms behind him and led him away. They also blindfolded him, in spite of his groans for mercy, and, after dragging him along for about 100 yards, they stopped and, loosening the bandage from his eyes, thrust him under a vaulted arch. He was evidently far underground, and the soil on which he stood was of a whitish color, similar to that in a lead mine. The water was trickling down through the fissures of the rocks and formed all around a stagnant pool. But what struck Ned most forcibly was the singular appearance of his assassins, for as such he deemed them now to be. They were all dressed in coarse baize coats, which reached to their knees and were fastened in front by a huge clasp. They wore leather breeches, covered by large top boots, which confined the greatest part of their legs. Each of them had a couple of double-barreled pistols stuck in his belt, and a rough beard flowed upon their breasts. "I say, Nat," cried one of the ruffians, "what shall we do with this black-looking scoundrel, the servant?" "Why, leave him here, to be sure," replied the tallest of the 3. "And you shall guard him. It's your turn to be on duty tonight, and you may as well take it here as stand at the tower. And to keep you from the cold, here's my cloak, which will keep out the shivers, I'll warrant ye." This said, he took the arm of his companion and left Tim with his guard, who began to pace up and down without exchanging a single word with the prisoner. But to return to Ned. He shared no better fate than his servant, and before he had time to use his good sword, he was bound and ordered to march forward. He was led through the midst of 5, and then into a 6th spacious apartment, dug in the earth and lighted by a dim lamp hanging in the center. He was requested by one of his conductors to sit on a bench. 2 of the band left the room, and the others sat near the entrance and engaged in a whispering conversation. Ned was then left to his own reflections, which were not of a tranquilizing nature. Nearly half an hour had elapsed when the 2 men mentioned above reappeared bearing lighted torches and an order from the captain to see the prisoner. Young Ned Warbeck was now fully aware that he was in a cave of robbers, and he made up his mind for the worst, and marched boldly at the summons of one who seemed to be the leader of the band. They proceeded at a quick pace through numerous vaulted arches, similar to which Ned had been confined in, and they were soon in the presence of the captain. He was seated at a table with a bundle of papers in his left hand and a sword in his right. His dress was the same as that of his followers. What distinguished him from the rest was a pair of long moustachios in addition to the beard, and a yellow band round his waist. His dark, glaring eyes were fixed for a moment on the countenance of the young and handsome prisoner, who was leisurely surveying all around him. "Unloose this young man," said the captain, "and stand aside." Ned was immediately released from his bonds, and his guards took their places silently behind him. The captain spent a few minutes in conference with some of his associates. During this time, young Ned had the leisure to perceive that he was mistaken in his conjectures respecting those whom he had taken for robbers. Though not of a very different avocation, they could not literally be entitled to that appellation. They were, as he plainly saw by the die, which at first had escaped his inquiring eyes, and by the heaps of blanks all ready for impression, A set of men who defraud the revenue by circulating, to the detriment of the mint, immense quantities of base coin. In fact, they were coiners. He knew not whether he had any right to be satisfied with the change, for, thought he, a robber will take your life rather than be detected. So would a coiner, rather than have his lawless proceedings come to light, have recourse to any means. But then would they have forced him, as it were, to be an eyewitness of their crimes for the sole purpose of murdering him in cold blood. These were his thoughts, which were diverted by an appeal from the captain to answer his purposes. "Who are you? What are you? And whence do you come?" asked the captain. "My name is Warbeck. I am an officer in the King's Navy and have come from Plymouth." "Well answered. Now, what brought you here?" Ned Warbeck, in a few words, stated the circumstances above mentioned. "Young man," resumed the captain, "you stand charged with having fired at one of my men. Of this, I will keep little or no account. It was, as you might rightly observe, in self-defense. You have proved yourself bold and worthy of your profession. Many others have been driven from the landlord's house by the same means, though under very little fear of detection, as the entrance to our subterranean dwellings is known to no others, but to ourselves. We have, nevertheless, thought it advisable to adopt some method of screening ourselves more effectually. We resolved to render that house uninhabitable. We bought it, but not being known in the neighborhood, and never going out by night, and that only once a month to buy provisions, we deemed it useless, and therefore concocted the plan which you have witnessed, and which you must own requires as stout a heart as your own to withstand. The man whom you fired at, unaccustomed to such resistance, against which, however, he was well provided, having upon him a thick steel armor and firearms, thought it necessary to entice you to the trapdoor, and bring you among us with your servant. You may think his conduct impudent. Such is also our opinion of it. At the first notice of your arrest, we were both surprised and astounded. We took counsel together. You were at first doomed to perpetual imprisonment in one of the vaults, or to be immediately put to death. At length, your youth and courage prevailed, and it was resolved that you should be set at liberty, if you agree to the following conditions. First, you must swear by what is most sacred to a sailor, your honor, never to mention to anyone what you have seen here this night, not even to give the slightest hint about it. Second, at your return to the landlord, you must tell him that you were dreadfully frightened and alarmed at the apparition you saw in his house, and engage him to pull it down, and make the best of the materials, as nobody will ever live among specters who have sworn vengeance to him and his family if the house be inhabited. Should you consent to these conditions, you shall be set free, and your servant also. But mind, if you ever break the oath that is required of you, on the least danger threatening us, the next day shall not see you alive. We have confederates in all parts of the country who will avenge us and strike the fatal blow your Wild would have deserved. Your servant has seen nothing since he has been among us. Should he attempt to speak of being let down a trap and seeing strange men, contradict him flatly and treat his speech as the wanderings of an imagination deceived by terror or the effect of liquor. I leave you now to your reflections and give you an hour to make up your mind." The captain then rose and walked to and fro with hurried steps, and then left the vaulted chamber. Young Warbeck requested pen, ink, and paper, and wrote as follows. "Captain, I have had for a few moments a most terrible struggle in my mind. Honor and duty have alternately presented themselves to my imagination, but I have at last concluded that I can, by fulfilling what you require of me, keep the one unspotted without departing from the other. I will take the oath demanded. Your humanity and sense of honor have brought me to this determination, which fear or threats could not have extorted from me." He awaited with impatience the captain's return, who in about an hour re-entered and took his seat at table. Ned then handed him the letter he had just written. The captain cast a rapid glance over the contents, and rising bade Ned Warbeck lift up his hand and solemnly take the oath. This done, he stepped towards him and restored to him his sword in token of freedom. He gave him also 2 guides, who led him quickly for about 600 or 700 yards, under immense arches formed by nature, and brought him out near a torrent bordered by a thicket of brushwood. 2 horses were here in readiness for Ned Warbeck and Tim. As they mounted to ride away, their conductors said, in solemn, warning tones, "Remember your oath." "I will," said Ned in an undertone. He and Tim rode rapidly away.